Check, 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 check. Testing, testing, 1, 2. Can you hear me? Matthew Doheny. Ladies and gentlemen, hey, there it is. Hello, everybody. Welcome to 10 Hours on Live. I'm taking it slow to start. Tasha kept saying, just go slow. It'll be all right. Here we are. You like that 10K? And that looks like a nice Photoshop, but guess what? You watch my Instagram story, you know it's real. Here's the thing with the green screen. I'll tell you about it. You need to light the green screen. Oh, my computer's in the way. So you need lighting on all ends, because if there's any shadows behind the green screen, like see what's behind my hand? It messes with the green screen. So the key is to stay well lit, but not heat up the room so much that I die of dehydration, or more importantly, the camera shuts down. I've got multiple cameras set up. I've got, my main camera will shut down, and when that happens, we switch to the B cam and we put the main camera in the fridge. 46 degrees in Los Angeles right now. We have a storm coming, so we're going to be testing the integrity of the internet in this jam-packed city. I put some bullets up for you guys, but really, does this even matter? You know what I mean? We'll talk about the news all day. We'll go through Colton's new chapter in his book. Bunch of Bachelor shout-outs, people that have called in, other recappers, contestants. We got a voicemail from a contestant on Claire's season. Do a toast at 5 p.m. I won't be drinking alcohol till 5 p.m., although maybe I'll do a little kombucha before then. But I got some good alcohol, some champagne. Tasha's going to join me for lunch. Have you heard of this lady, Tasha? She's marrying me. And we're 4 minutes in. Let's read some comments. Lindsay said, you mean celebrating 11,000. Isn't that crazy, folks? We had 600 new subscribers yesterday. Part of being in a healthy relationship is not sharing your obsessions with your partner, because they can only appreciate it so far. Like if I was, I like baseball, but if I start talking to Tasha about all the ins and outs of a splitter and when to throw it on a 2-1 count and this and that, she'll literally just zone out. You can see the soul just leave her body. But the thing with my YouTube is that the more subscribers that the YouTube gets, she's starting to see dollar signs in her eyes. And I don't mean that in a like superficial way. No one's more proud of the loyal following than Tasha, because she's gotten to meet you guys, on Instagram. A lot of you guys follow her and stay in touch with her. So we appreciate you probably beyond what you could imagine, to be quite honest. B-Bean says, congrats, Dave Neal. Thank you. Thank you so much. Let's see if I can get it. Boy, I made a few, that's my congrats sound. I made a few mistakes the last couple of days where I reset my computer yesterday. If you have a MacBook, you know, they always like, oh, restart your new software. And you're always like, yeah, I'm going to hold off. Because it's always like a process to upgrade your software, and then things don't work. So instead, I still upgraded last night. And then today, half the things didn't work on my stream. But I think we're up and running. Jamie says, caffeine through the day. We've got a Harry Potter mug to start. I'll probably be featuring different mugs as we go. I've also got the camera on a swivel. So when I do need to get up, I've got a secondary microphone over here that'll go on my mic stand. I haven't tested it yet. That sounds pretty good. Let you guys tell me, which mic do you like better? The silky smooth sound. Oh, why does that sound low? How's this? Oh, that sounds better. The silky smooth sound of an Audio-Technica AT2020, or the industry standard Shure SM58. Just about every musician and comedian. Oh. Oh, you know what it is? All right. Oh, that mic's off. We'll save that for later. Technical difficulties. It's funny because it's probably more interesting if you saw the view that's off camera of me, because as you guys know, if you've seen my Instagram, this is just a green screen setup in my kitchen. Not a big deal. Oz. Good to see you, Oz. Let's get Oz his musical shout out here. Ladies and gentlemen, please introduce the sheriff, the moderator, Sheriff Oz. He's in the house. And Sheriff Oz, I'm telling you, you do not have to stick around. I mean, by all pleasure, I will. I don't know if I can personally keep track of who sticks around with me. So I'll tell you what, it'll be a honor system if you guys stay with me the whole time. I know that's hard to do. You've got kids. Yeah, no, put the kids in front of the laptop. We'll play some SpongeBob. Isabella, congrats, Dave. You got to 10.1K early morning yesterday in Italy. Oh, prego, buongiorno. What part of Italy are you in? Are you still locking down? Or are you guys good? Kathy's there. Hey, it's Kathy from Minnesota. Congrats, so proud of you. Lisa Reed says, good morning, Dave. Congrats. Lisa, are you going to call in today and fill us in on life as you know it? Leah, by the way, I know Leah's going to call in. Leah, I do have my Skype set up. So I don't know if you can Skype, but if you can, I was going to set up Zoom, but then I realized the Zoom links are only active for like an hour. So if I have Skype, I can just accept Skype calls throughout the day. We might have a problem with that. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. Hey, Teresa, how are you? You know, there's several Teresas, so you're going to have to let me know which Teresa. I've got Teresa in Arizona. She gives us this the beautiful peanut butter, organic peanut butters. Amazing. You know what's funny about, I'll tell you this, you know what's funny about desserts when you're in a relationship is you'll find yourself sneaking into the kitchen to eat some dessert and not wanting your significant other to eat it with you because you know they're just going to drain the pot. Well, I caught Tasha eating the dessert peanut butter. There's a peanut butter that's mixed with white chocolate. It's really good. And normally she catches me eating all the sweets. So for me to catch her, it was almost as if we were both sneaking into the kitchen eating sweets and we hadn't kept track of the water line, if you will. I'm the sweet guy. I'm the one who can't control myself. You know, you try to open the package. How come whatever sweet you want comes in the loudest package? What's up with that? Like, if I can just get in there, it's nice and quiet. Lisa will call. Lisa, you going to Skype me? Why don't we try Skype? Wait, let's wait a few minutes. We'll populate the room. I can't believe we're at 96 viewers. People will come and go. And I think for me, I'm going to take a 5-minute break at the end of every hour. I probably won't take that break at the 9 o'clock hour. I'll probably take my first break at 10:55. The little break thing is going to look just like this. It's going to look just like that. Just like that right there. That's what it'll be. Don't worry. I'm still here. The Radiate Podcast. We love you, Dave. Congrats on 10K. Thank you so much. Sue says, Sue from New Brunswick. Is that New Brunswick or New Balance? Where are you from, Sue? On Canada's East Coast. I guess that's New Brunswick, right? No. What's NB? I could Google it, I guess. Wow, the comments are coming in too fast. I can't finish reading your comment here. Frosco, hey, I'm from Cyprus, living in Belgium. You're my first comment on YouTube. Way to go. Hello, Frosso. What part of Belgium are you living in? Belgium's such a beautiful country. One of my best friends, Brecht, is from Belgium. Lives in Bruges, where they speak the native Flemish and French. Brussels is more of the French side of Belgium, as we know. So I'm assuming vous parlez français, of course. Doheny's in Newport Beach, New Brunswick, Newport Beach, New Bedford. What's the difference? Mole people in New Bedford, New Balance, Nobu, Sushi, Nolan Ryan. Okay, that didn't make sense. Doheny photo, guys, is Doheny. What's your Instagram? I'll find your Instagram on here. Oh, you just mentioned me in your story. Great. Doheny's Instagram is Doheny photo. There's a lot of people out there that can hit the shutter on a camera and say that they're a photographer, but Doheny's the real deal, guys. This guy takes a good photo. And Doheny, I haven't gotten back to you, but you're going to give me that light set. And can I get it in a few weeks? Would that be all right? We're trying to move out of here. So what's so exciting is, I follow that mantra, leap and the net will appear, which visually I think makes sense. It sounds a little like suicidal, but leap, the net will appear. Leap into your journey, leap into your path, make a hard choice decision on something you want to do, and the net will appear. And sometimes people say, well, what if the net doesn't appear? Well, then you haven't finished falling yet, and the net will appear. It might not be the net you were looking for, but it's going to be the one that saves you. Point is that we've lived in this rent control place for 8 years, Tasha for 10, and it's been nice living in a rent control place, but it's tiny. The fact that our relationship has even survived, let alone thrived in this place, is really crazy because I come home with big energy. I kick the door down like the Kool-Aid guy. And Tasha's an introvert, if you didn't know. She likes her space and quiet. So I've learned to put on my Bluetooth headphones and just burn off my energy in the silence. But we're upgrading is the point. We've been looking at places, and we're upgrading to a 2-bedroom place with about 600 square feet of usable patio backyard space. We're going to, it's Los Angeles. There's no grass back there. But we're going to AstroTurf it. Good AstroTurf, lawn furniture, canopy, cabana type thing. And it's going to be another shooting location. And one of my friends got me back into Survivor. So we might be doing Survivor recaps back there. I thought it'd be really fun to have the tiki torches, put some dirt on my face and a bandana, do some Survivor. Sheila said, congrats on 10K. Love your content. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate you. I appreciate you committing to stick around for the next 10 hours. I'm kidding. So yeah, we're going to do that toast at 5 p.m. That gives me 2 hours because you know how it is. Whenever I try to end the live stream, there's always another hour left. So at 5 p.m., we'll start ending the live stream, and that'll be the final 120 minutes. Gardner, Massachusetts, good to see you. You guys earned it. Can't wait for hopefully moving vlogs. Yeah, we're definitely going to be doing moving. Got the old GoPro ready to go, ready for my moving vlogs. We'll definitely be doing that. Here's the deal, though. The next big chapter in my YouTube will be to continue pushing out the content that's Bachelor News. It's a jumping off point. It's searchable. It's a niche. But then, yeah, I would like to have a dedicated vlog channel. I'm not creating that yet because you really need a good core. I love you guys, but whatever the core audience is, you need to have enough that they'll transfer over to a new channel and it'll get into that YouTube algorithm. So we'll get that going. In the meantime, I've got playlists on my own personal YouTube channel. I think it's so annoying you have to have multiple channels. But in another sense, it's kind of good because God forbid your channel gets demonetized for any reason, you have a backup channel. That's why you always see these Instagram booty chicks with a backup account, B-Bean says, Dave, tell us a joke to celebrate 10,000 subscribers. How about, getting a business degree from the University of Rhode Island? And here I am. I've come so far. Patsy Kenny, speaking of business degrees. Yeah, Patsy, you weren't business, were you? You were communications. Happy 10,000 celebration day from Patsy Kenny. Looking forward to your phone call. Patsy, if you have the capabilities, I do have Skype set up. My username is the same as my Instagram, so we'll see if we can figure the Skype out. Yes, I am in Pacific Standard Time. That's on the west coast of the United States. Dave, will you be posting the full 10 hours after the live stream or an edited version? Oh, I will not be editing this unless I accidentally share nude photos of people on the internet, which if you don't know, I accidentally clicked on the wrong tab. I wasn't looking at porn. If I'm going to look at nude stuff, it's on my phone. That's just the way I don't, my business and pleasure. We're going to separate things. But I was searching Jade Roper. Is that her name? And we were talking about her Playboy history and how it kind of brought up some news on the show. And I accidentally thought I could click Jade Roper Playboy. And then when I did, the whole page just became pornographic images. Although pornographic's not a good way to put it because they were beautiful. It was beautiful nude photos. But anyway, I was like, ah! And then I found out afterwards in post-production, while the YouTube link was still live, YouTube has a really cool editing software in the program where you can blur out license plates, you can blur out things. So I blurred out the whole image. But I was like, here I am trying to celebrate 10,000 subscribers. I'm already going to kick myself off. Mole people, question for Dave. If I Skype you wearing a crown, will you call me Queen, please? Well, hold on 1 second, okay? My buddy Dale hooked me up with some Party City stuff. I'm kidding about my buddy Dale. I hope you got the reference. But I do have a few. This is great music, by the way. Oh, look at this. I think we'll save this for later. Oh, we got a Belgian in the audience. This is a Belgian chocolate. Oh, whoops. There's something stuck to it. It's a Belgian chocolate. Should I take it out of the thing? You know what I could do is put this in the mic stand. See if I can do this. Would this be annoying if I just had my mic stand? You put a chocolate in it. That kind of works, doesn't it? Actually kind of does. Maybe I'll put this over here. The dog is right here, and I'm for sure going to spill my coffee on the dog, which is one way to get him to smell better because he is a stinky dog. All right, can you see that? No, you still can't see it. Mic stands are very heavy. That's just like lead, obviously to keep them from flopping around. So there we go. We'll do that. You know what? F that thing. All right, we're back. Susan, congrats. Now that you're at 10K, tons of your past videos are popping up for us to see. Really? Is that, that's interesting. You're getting old content, which is great. I've got this video I made 9 years ago called The Best Bud Light Lime Commercial Ever or something. It's a sketch comedy essentially about a guy who goes to poker night. Now stay with me here. It's really funny. But I made this 9 years ago. It's a guy who goes to poker night and all of his buddies drink Bud Light or Bud Heavy. The king of beer, Bud Heavy. But he shows up and he's like, I got a confession to make. And everyone's like, no, don't do it. Don't do this to us. And he pulls out Bud Light Limes. And of course, the play on the game is that he's coming out of the closet. Now, it was a pretty progressive sketch to make 9 years ago, but I think it holds up pretty well. But anyway, that video has gotten more views in the last week than it got in 9 years, which is crazy how the internet can work that way. So, got this little thing down here. I totally forgot I had this. 141 viewers. Make sure to hit the like button on the video. It helps more people see everything. Let's see. Leah's here. I'm going to Skype in if it works. Audio is fine too. No stress. You got this. All right. Pennsylvania. Maisie left a voicemail. You got the voicemail number. I'll get into those voicemails. Don't you worry. But hanging out at Party City last night. Not really sure how this works. See if we can figure this out. Is that good? It's going to be a problem. I need a hair person here. See, if my headphones are on, let's put it in front of my head. You know what I can do is actually, I can't clip it to the headphones. That would be great if I could. Petition to get Dave a crown. Well, this is the 10,000 crown. Maybe if I just put it up here in the front. Yeah, I think that'll work. It's good for now. Kind of hurts my head. I think I just buttoned it into my head. Annika, watching from Japan. How do you say arigato? Is that hello? How do you say hello? Sorry about that. Patsy Kenny, clip it to your headphones. Yeah, well, it's just too thick. The headphones are too thick. It's a very delicate clip, but I think I figured it out. I think I'm basic enough to keep going here. Konnichiwa. I'm sorry, konnichiwa. Do you know, I have a friend randomly who is like a pop singer in Japan. Do you know Crystal Williams? I'm going to name drop. I like to name drop Japanese pop stars. Do you know Crystal Williams? Kate Lynn said 10 hours. That's right, 10 hours. We're slowly going to get there. Oz said, when can I call in? Oz, can I have you call in a couple hours? I want to save you. Oz, if you're going to stick around, let me know. If you obviously we got all day. I don't want to burn all my callers right away. I don't want to burn the 9 people. Arigato. Watching from Israel. Hello, how are you? I look like the paper bag princess with that cute crown. I dressed up as a princess. Patsy, you might. This is before Patsy and I met, but there used to be Patsy's one of my just soul friends. Just, you know what I mean? I was gonna say one of my best friends, but I don't think that does a good. I don't think that does justice to like a real, great respect and connection. I'll get teary-eyed if I tell you how important, my inner circle is. But there was a sorority that my fraternity would go to. Actually, I think the fraternity would go to different sororities. It was a charity event, but they would dress us up in drag, which I don't have a problem with. I'm not running for president. And I ended up at Patsy's sorority, but we hadn't even met yet. In fact, Patsy, you might not even have transferred to URI at that point. But I'll tell you what, there are some photos of me dressed as a princess with I believe, a French maid. It was a kind of a conglomerate of basic, if you will, which describes most of my college experience. But they put makeup on me, and I tell you what, a little work on the eyes, and your boy was looking good. I had this was back in the 2000s, 2005, when lip gloss was popping, and I had a good sheen to my lips, if you will. Shalom, Manishima. I hope I didn't say anything bad there. Soul friend indeed. All right. Leah, if you're going to be here for a few minutes, let's have you call in like 15 or so. Just going to warm this room up. I've got winter socks on, the window open, which I normally keep the window closed for sound, but I'm really trying to keep my main camera going as long as possible. But I think on the 2-hour mark, when I take my break, I think I'll just turn the camera off just preventatively. As you guys know, if you've been around from the early stages of the live stream in the fall, I found out that there are tricks to do to keep the camera from overheating. One of which is to take the LCD off. The LCD on the back of the screen will flip out. Flip it out and pull it off. That just pulls some heat off the camera, because it's a lot of work for this camera to do to stay on the whole time. The sensor will overheat and then shut down. But the other thing to do is put a little post-it note over the eye hole in the camera when you're looking through the eye, because when you're looking into the eye, it shuts off the display. So what this does with the post-it note is it thinks that you're looking into the camera, so it'll shut off all the display options, which keeps it cool longer. No one cared about that. Hello from Sweden. Good to see you. Who knew that these earlier streams would get such a European audience? I mean, obviously it makes sense. If anyone left a comment or question that I didn't respond to, unless it's out of left field, I won't be ignoring it. So just let me know, because a lot of time it'll scroll up too fast. Yeah, Patsy, you don't remember this, but I believe, I could be wrong, but I believe like Danielle Green was there. I mean, I was definitely at AKO for this event. Hello from Brooklyn. Finally made a live stream. Hey, Danielle, how are you? What part of Brooklyn are you in? Manisha. Manishma means how are you in Hebrew. Oh, very good to know. Okay, so to my Hebrew friends out there, Manishma, good to see you. Does Sweden want to tell us? You know what I would love is I would love as many international voicemails as I can get. That would be a lot of fun. For international voicemails, there's a description in the video which will tell you my WhatsApp number. To be honest, don't even know if, make sure the WhatsApp is fired up on the phone here. Everyone loves WhatsApp, but the Americans, I don't think Americans use WhatsApp nearly as much. I'm reinstalling it. I have WhatsApp. My phone will just randomly uninstall things. Howdy from Scotland. Well, very nice. Very nice that Scotland's in the house. Of course, as I mentioned, here are today's topics. By the way, I wanted to shout out. Let's see if I can do this. A fan of the show, believe it or not, sent in some artwork. Look at that. You guys like that? I'll leave this up for a little bit. 10,000 subscriber live stream with Dave Neal. Shout out to Leah. Thank you so much for that. Very sweet. To get an email from anyone, I mean, it's a little heavy. Not you, but I've gotten some emails from people telling me like why they listen, and a lot of people found the channel in the fall because of a lot of talks about domestic violence, which is insane to me that's what it would have been. But of course, with the Colton Underwood situation, there was stalking and obsessive love, and we talked a lot about purity culture and losing your virginity and oxytocin and codependency and all these different things. And of course, the topics would lead into other topics. It's all kind of like very tangled with what people go through. In the end, wanting to give love and share love, but the toxic angle of it all would be that people don't know how to communicate well. Drugs and alcohol get involved. All these things. Heavy stuff. For a bloke like me to be discussing it, if you told me that in hindsight, it'd be like, geez, what the hell? You know what I mean? Like, heavy. But we started the conversation off simply with Colton, and we just kept it going, and people kept on commenting. And I think that's what it came down to, is people just kept on commenting. People were sharing their stories of toxic love addiction, not always targeted men to women, women to men, both ways. Stories of so many different things, and it's interesting. And I don't mean to push that conversation away. That conversation, with whatever news is coming up in the Bachelor world, we just like to shift it to how we can sort of like release the burden of pain. Isn't that all we're trying to do? Patsy knows. We'll go sometimes months without talking to each other, and then we'll get a phone call, and it goes both ways. If I'll call her and she doesn't hear me on the other end, and she's like, "Are you okay?" And I don't say anything. She's like, "Oh, Dave, are you all right?" And then vice versa. It's very funny. Hey, Lewis with a $5 super chat. Let me get the sound noise. Woo! Lewis, I'm gonna write these down. I want to be able to keep track. I hate that the super chats kind of go away and I lose them. So Lewis, $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Very sweet. Thank you, Lewis. I really appreciate it. Newall says Matt James was on the NFL channel. You think ABC will milk Matt James' brief NFL connection before Super Bowl? Well, what channel is the Super Bowl on? Let's see. Let me see what channel is Super Bowl. Because it always changes, doesn't it? Super Bowl channel. Because if the Super Bowl's on ABC, they're for sure going to milk it. It looks like it's on CBS. So, no, it's on a different network. So, I don't think Matt James will have too much to do with the actual Super Bowl. CCC says, I found your channel a really long time ago when you started Bachelor content. Do you remember me from the beginning, and when was that? Yes, absolutely. I started Bachelor recaps, I want to say with the Caitlin Bristow season, but I could be wrong. It was, I think, early January. I was in Kentucky at my fiance's parents' house. And I had kind of floated the idea of like, oh, this would be fun content for comedy. I could like recap the show. And back then, of course, I only had like 100 YouTube subscribers. And back then it was very hard to get seen. You'd post a video and no one would see it. But I didn't know all the simple details of how to make a thumbnail. It sounds so simple now, but if you don't make a good thumbnail, they're going to show your video to 5 people. No one's going to click on it and they're going to bury it. So that's the key, is to make a good thumbnail and, of course, deliver with content. But once I started making that Bachelor recap video, I watched the show. Oh, Jen Murphy, you're far too kind. Far too kind. That's 20 Canadian dollars, equivalent to 10 years of Canadian healthcare right there. Jen Murphy, you do not have to do that. You're far too kind. As we all know, Jen Murphy is our Canadian one of our Canadian ambassadors. Oz doesn't count as a Canadian ambassador because he's the sheriff. But Jen Murphy, you're for sure holding down court up there in Canadiaville. Let us in. Just kidding. Anyhow, so to finish my story, I decided to watch the show and just take notes. I watched it. Gina, $10. Thank you so much. You guys, I really appreciate it. I'm just happy you guys are here. You know what I mean? I'm just happy you guys are here. She said, hi Dave, congrats on 10,000 subs. Thanks for all the content. And then of course Jen said, congrats on the 10K in your new place. So happy for you, Dave. Yeah, you know what I'm going to do with the new place? I should just auction off bricks or auction off a piece of the AstroTurf. Like, you're always invited to come over. You own this piece. That's stupid. I wouldn't do that. Just a thought. So anyway, I made the recap. Then the morning after, I set up my iPhone in the backyard. And if you watch this recap, it's still up there. My first one, if you go all the way back, it's like 40 degrees. But I went outside because I'm like, it was like 8 a.m. Tasha's family's sleeping. It's like, I'm not trying to look like I'm still the boyfriend of only a couple years, right? I'm not trying to look, or only like a year into our relationship. I didn't want to look like the boyfriend who goes to his girlfriend's parents' house for Christmas, and then they're like, "What's he doing?" And it's like me in the backyard, like, and then that's what's wrong with Chris Harrison, I'm gonna switch back to my other background just for now. So anyhow, yeah, it was very, very interesting, and I got a ton of comments. I got a ton of comments from people. And I was like, oh, I got a lot of comments and discussion, and the Bachelor community just took off. Doheny, thank you so much for the donation. You do not have to do that, Doheny. Taking notes here. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. He said, congrats, dude. Please don't hit 1 million because I don't want to give you 1,000. Well, I think we'll have to see. We'll have to see how quick we get to the next level. I don't want to look too far in advance, but as an example of what's wrong with the human mind, you tell me if you guys are the same way. Matt, you tell me if you're this way. Doheny hit 10,000 subs, felt really great, felt awesome, and then I get on Instagram and someone posts that they hit 1 million followers on TikTok, and I start to feel like ugh, and I was like, why do I feel like ugh? I'm so happy. So it wasn't that I wasn't feeling happy, it's that social media immediately takes us out of our happiness and puts us in this rat race. You know what I mean? Some of you guys might be better adjusted than I am and don't have this problem, but let me know if anyone has that problem where it'll just take you out of the rat race and puts you right into like, oh man, wow, and immediately slapped that out of me because first of all, 10,000 subscribers on YouTube is worth way more than 1 million on TikTok. I firmly believe that. And not to mention, guys, just last week, we were getting 1,500, 2,000 views a day. Yesterday, 100,000 views on the channel. 2 days ago, 30,000. 3 days before that, 20,000. The growth this week has been insane. I don't necessarily expect it to always be growing at this pace, but we're at a growth stage. And then, in the fall, we were at a growth stage when Colton Underwood, those videos went out. It just, for no other reason than a ton of messages from people going, how come I've never heard of you? And that's just the way YouTube works, So I've been kind of tinkering in obscurity and still am. We're a small but mighty army. But the point is I try to share this growth with you because I know I personally like watching other things being built. We love the HGTV network. We love home renovations. We love to watch sky rises go up, and I hope you guys can appreciate my gratitude in watching the progress of the channel because, it hasn't. This year was the first time that safety nets were taken away as far as any job opportunities, this and that. And I think the day my unemployment ended was the day that the Colton Underwood videos started to go viral, which ad revenue, it works out. Yamileth Cibrian. Now, please help me correct that pronunciation. Thank you so much for the $5. She said, could I call your enemy? That would be funny. Well, why don't you tell me more about your enemy? Yamileth. Where's that name from? Yamileth. I didn't plan on writing these all down, but I want to make sure I don't forget anyone. Jen said, you're going to have to recap Bachelor in Paradise now for sure. You know what? You're not wrong. I've always, the last couple of years, I've said, it's just the juice isn't worth the squeeze when I wasn't, monetized or anything. I just don't know. I don't know how I want to recap Bachelor in Paradise. I think I'll have to find a new angle because the traditional structure of a Bachelor show, it's very much like whittling down to a purpose. Let me ask you guys this, who follow Bachelor in Paradise. What's the purpose? Like, what's the pinnacle of the show? How long people can stay on? Let me know, because I would like to frame a way that I can recap it that makes sense. So let me know what you guys think would be a good way to tackle it. Or do I just take notes and make fun of everything that happens and there's no theme at all? Maybe that's what happens too. Doheny said I should call her enemy. I mean, I'm not really good at prank calls. I hate to say it. You can have your enemy call me. Brooke said, absolutely, I love watching people get more successful. Yeah, it's nice, isn't it? Lynn said, I only know you through this channel, but I feel like you're a friend, and I'm so proud of your accomplishments. Lynn, I understand the feeling because there are channels I follow that I feel the same way, where you get to know someone, you talk to them. You know, what's hard for me is I'm reading comments here. If you're looking at the green screen, there's my computer. So I'm reading comments here, but I got you guys right here. So I'm just trying to balance the two, and then also make sure my mic doesn't shut off, because if you've been following the earlier live streams, I've had some crashing issues. I think I figured that all out. I think I figured out all the crashing issues. In a little bit, we'll get into the, let me go with picture in picture here. Let's see if I've got the display set up. So yeah, this is my display capture. We'll go into BachelorNation.scoop has been providing all of my content. I'm not the person to sleuth and like find out info on my own. I don't care enough. I want to find out when you find out, and we'll react together. Lisa said, I started watching your videos and I love that you give two sides of the story and are not mean to the villains. You do point them out, but also give them the benefit of the doubt. Well, Lisa, thank you so much. But what's interesting to me, it's like, and I appreciate you patting me on the back for that, but doesn't it make common sense to like look at all sides of things? I think our nation lacks a critical thinking skill when it goes, I do this left, right, Republican, Democrat, all sides. I go, that story looks funky to me. Now I go, there's this guy. I don't know too much about this story. Let me see if I can pull this up. I was watching this on the Today Show this morning. Pennsylvania COVID. Let's see if this pulls it up. There's a guy. Let me see if I can find it first. So there's this dude. So January 15th, 2021. This guy over here. Hold on a second. There it is. Hold on to your ropes. So there's this dude. I'm only going to tell you the story. I'm not going to play this video. 22-year-old student helping mass vaccine distribution in Pennsylvania. He's a grad student in Pennsylvania. He shares how he and his classmates created a system that will allow 1,200 people per day to get vaccinated at a rate of 150 vaccinations an hour. So he created this system. They loved this guy. I'm trying to find a photo of him. That's not him. Anyway, today on the news, what's his name? Andrei Doroshin. News. He got in trouble because he gave vaccines to his friends. He administered the vaccines at home to his friends. Philly Fighting. So the nonprofit was called Philly Fighting COVID. So he's a 22-year-old kid. But here's what happens. Here's what we know about the vaccines. If you don't use them right away, say the batch of vaccines is good for 20 people. If 2 people don't show up, that means 2 of the vaccines are going to go to waste. They're just going to thaw out like your, sushi if you leave it out in the sun. Or I don't know. But I'm not an expert. So he actually gave them to some of his friends. And look, I'm not a rocket scientist. You guys tell me if there's any nurses in the crowd. I think a simple YouTube video could teach you how to administer a vaccination. Am I wrong here? Anyway, he got blasted. So they brought this guy up a week ago. Has anyone heard this story? And then he got blasted. So I'm watching this story on the Today Show this morning, having a coffee, as you do, because I'm 99 years old now. I watch the Today Show with a coffee. Shout out to my mom. She taught me that. And this story comes on making him out to be the bad guy. And I'm watching this going, I don't think he's necessarily a bad guy here. He's 22 providing out, like, we need to operate in wartime, we need to be in wartime mode, not PC mode. Like, oh, a 22-year-old gave vaccinations to his friends. If there's a bucket of vaccinations left, clean needles, all that, give them to your friends. Again, don't take my advice, whatever. This isn't, I'm just saying there's got to be more to the story than this guy just, they go, well, why didn't you give the vaccines to a bunch of elderly people? Okay, how many elderly people can you call up and get a vaccine to in the next half hour? That's exactly what it is. It's like, end of the day, there's like, all right, these vaccines are still good for a couple minutes. Who can I get them to? They said they called elderly people and different people. I'd love to know what you guys think about this story. The 22-year-old CEO of a company once working with the city of Philly to distribute the city of brotherly love, not today, to distribute a coronavirus vaccine, but now embroiled in controversy, admitting that he took some vaccines home with him and injected his friends. Guys, I mean, it's not like he stole the vaccine. The vaccines were going to go into the garbage. Andre made the confession Thursday on the Today Show in what was his first TV interview since the fallout of the scandal involving Philly fighting COVID. It says he made the confession, but he didn't apologize. He said, I thought I did the right thing, and I stand by that. I'm glad he stood by his story, that he thought he did the right thing, because this is just an example of a scenario in which, like, if you just followed the news, you'd go, oh, that guy's horrible. But you're like, well, didn't he do more good than he did harm? Dorasheen defended his decisions to inject his friends despite not being a registered nurse. He told today's Stephanie Gosk that he administered 4 doses which had been left over and were about to expire. Dorasheen, and this isn't like your bread's about to expire. This is like, they're about to go away. The global pandemic, these are about to go away. Is he not a hero? Is this guy not a hero? Am I losing my mind? He said, I stand by that decision. I understand that I made that mistake. That is my mistake to care for the rest of my life, but it is not the mistake of the organization. So anyway, his whole organization was like, is under scrutiny because of it. Weird times, folks. Weird times. Let's see what you guys have to say. Did I just get a new... Hold on. Oh, Kathy, I just saw that you sent me a donation. I missed that earlier. Thank you so much, Kathy. You're honestly way too kind. This isn't... I didn't come here to accept a... I mean, I appreciate you guys, but this wasn't supposed to be a money-making day. This is supposed to be a gratitude for you guys day. Kathy Steiner. $10. Have fun listening. Thank you so much, Kathy. I appreciate you. And then Lewis, again, another. I'm going to cross out your first 5 and put another, and make that 10. 10 from Lewis. He says, my favorite TV shows include The Bachelorette, Below Deck, and Hell's Kitchen. I don't watch those other two. Lisa said, honestly, I wish I was his friend. Good for him. Oh, you know what I mean? Like, imagine that dude on Tinder. He's like, swipe right if you want to save your life. I'm going to probably talk more about this guy's story because I like to think that the wrecking ball swings too far. And then afterwards, people go, huh, yeah, that guy did get a bad rap. But usually it's too late. Usually after it happens, it's too late. And then we go, oh, that guy got a bad rap. Whoops. You know what I mean? So to me, it's like, let's not let the wrecking ball go too far. And a lot of times when you say like, oh, so the PC culture went too far, you sound like this guy who's like, in today's world, if you like fight for free speech, people assume, you're toxic or you're right wing or crazy things. And it's like, no. Free speech means like you should. And again, I know this isn't a free speech issue, but the point is like we should be really objectively looking at things and wondering why the media takes certain sides to others. Anyway, so that's my media literacy PSA. I'm sorry, my eyesight's horrible, so if I lean in, it's because I can't read something. Anjali gave $5. Thank you so much, Anjali. Congrats on 10K. I'm a new subscriber, and I've been enjoying your content, and you are an awesome YouTuber. Well, thank you so much, Anjali. Trying to write these down, guys. It's funny when some people give $4.99 and some people give $5. Like, does it even give you the option, or is it just random like that? But either way, I appreciate you. 178 viewers. If you're watching and enjoying just our conversation, we're going to go throughout the day. By no means am I in a rush to get to any of the topics. But if you are saying like, hey, I got to go soon, can you talk about X, Y, or Z? We'll talk about it. We'll jukebox it, baby, because these are the topics we're going to get into today. Tasha's at work. She's going to be back at 1 for lunch. And she'll join me. I got the second microphone set up, so she'll join me for lunch. And then she goes to another job. And then I think she'll be back. and then she'll join me for the 5 p.m. toast. And we've got some champagne and some other hard alcohol we'll be drinking over there. I feel like I can do hard alcohol if it's in the last 2 hours. Just getting some voicemails, phone calls. Greetings from Ireland. Thank you so much from Ireland. I'll be playing these voicemails in a little bit. I got a nice voicemail from Wit and Rye. Why don't I play Wit and Rye's voicemail? And I'll probably play that voicemail again. Heather Fitz with a $10 donation. Heather, thank you so much. Seriously, guys, very kind. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. I got a Venmo donation for $20.21. Let me see if I can see who it was. $20.21, which was great. That was 2021. But they accidentally sent me the Venmo donation for $20.21 twice. So her name is Julie. So Julie, thank you so much for the donation. Let me know. Write me back because that seems like a mistake. So I'd like to send you one of those donations back. So please let me know. Annabelle S. just gave $30 to Annabelle. Thank you so much. Very kind. I feel like I get kind of embarrassed. This is me being embarrassed at myself that you guys are being so kind right now. Thank you guys so much. Jonna with 5. It's really kind, guys. Let me work through this. If by any means, let me know if I'm talking about something and I lose my focus and you want me to finish whatever I was talking about, please let me know in the comments, please. Annabelle said, "You're always able to make me laugh, and I really like how you answer most of the comments posted. I got headaches again, so I can't stick around, sadly. Just wanted to say congratulations. You deserve it." Well, Annabelle, thank you so much, and I really hope your headaches get better. I know that it must be annoying when you have a headache because first of all, it sucks to have the headache, but also everyone and their mother tells you how to get rid of the headache. Oh, you got to just do this. You got to hold that right there. Well, if you just do this and hum the national anthem, it goes away. You know what I mean? Everyone's got a solution. Mine would be to have some edibles. That's my solution. If you haven't yet, have an edible. Maybe I'll do an edible later on. You know, now the beauty with edibles now is they're so perfectly measured that for me a 5 milligram edible, that just feels like you're watching the sunset. You feel good. 10 milligrams. I'm not going to do 10 milligrams on the live stream. Maybe one day, but that's not for today. I feel like 10 milligrams, I might be clutching the seat. And I know some people can have 50 or 100 milligrams. You guys are insane. You guys are insane. All right, back to the comments. Lynn Townsend with 5 from California. Thank you, Lynn. You guys are amazing. I didn't know we were gonna be writing these down, but I want to remember you guys. Give you guys a shout out next recap. She said, "So proud of your accomplishments. Since just a fall, you have come so far with your mics, etc., and now a new house." Yeah, maybe I didn't even finish that side of the story. But to wrap up the media literacy, like I said, it's just important. You know, a lot of people have said, it's really like we just like that you showed 2 sides to every story. And to me, I don't know how you can't. I don't know how you can't look at every single person. And I get it in the moment. I get the ego, the fight or flight, My dog loves me. But if I grab him from behind and pull his little hips when he's eating dinner, I'm his enemy. That's how it works out. So with the ego, with limbic flares, fight or flight, people can turn on a dime and show their ugly side. But we have to remember, look at that person as a 5-year-old. Look at the good unconditional love that exists in almost everybody. And then as an adult, you get hardened with this fear and you sort of grow out, and maybe that's a survival mechanism. As a child, you don't need that survival mechanism, but as an adult, people are going to walk all over you. So it's important to not let people walk over you, but at the same time, like I tell Tasha this, if we're arguing, if she's going to yell at every car that goes by without their blinker on, you're not going to solve their issues. You guys want to see the dog? Here, Boone. Oh. He's a good boy. He's a good boy. Bye, Boone. He knocked over a cord yesterday. He has to walk through all these cords, but he's the dog loves sitting behind the green screen because it sits up and there's a little area to sit behind it. So speaking of dogs, they, the DNA of a dog, they just want to be protected. They want to be in the corner. They want to be safe so they can close their eyes. And as adults, we kind of want to protect ourselves, exoskeleton. So when you look at someone like Colton, he did a bad thing. When you look at someone like Claire, she didn't come off well. When you look at all these different people that show their dark sides, yeah, that doesn't make it right. But at the same time, what got them there? Because don't think that you or I couldn't ruminate our way into obsessiveness. People don't like to hear that. A lot of good scholars have said this about like World War II. Like you don't know what you would have been complicit with. It's easy for us to go, no, not under my watch, but we hope so. We hope so. LS said, Dave, do you know your MBTI? I don't. Could you help walk me through that? Send me a link. I'll take a test. Marissa with $10. Marissa, you're too kind. You just gave a donation, Marissa. I promise you don't have to be doing this. You are all loved by me, regardless of your donation level or donation at all. $10. As far as leaping in the net will appear, Lisa said, Xander is always pulling on my mic cord when I'm in Zoom class. If you guys haven't watched my interview with Lisa Reed, she had a puppy, Xander. Still does. This puppy is an a-hole. Cute as a button. Every cord he was trying to rip and destroy. At one point, I think he stole Tasha's headphones and just ran away with them in his mouth. He was cute. He was harmless. When you're a puppy, you're harmless. Luis Lanthier said, do you recommend getting Colton's new book? I plan to call Chapters Indigo soon. I don't know. I mean, if you're curious about him, I always say if you want to support somebody, buy their stuff. He's not going to have any other probably revenue sources as far as sponsors go ever. So I would recommend, regardless of what something bad someone has done, he's not O.J. Simpson, right? He did something bad. But a lot of people will like post the chapters in Bachelor subreddits, and I'm always like, you're taking food off of a guy's plate when you do that. And again, I'm guilty of we've all done it. I pirated stuff all the time. I got my buddies HBO and Netflix, whatever, But when it's someone who's like, so we'll read some excerpts and all that, and it's good to read excerpts and it's good to read an outline because it'll make you, I think it's good promo for a book. It's good to be like, oh, I want to get that now, But at the same time, you asked if I would recommend buying it. I would say if you want to support Colton, I would say that's probably one of the best ways to do is support him by buying his content. Triple C said, what season did you start with? I think it was Bachelorette, and I think it was, could be wrong. I think it was Caitlin Bristow, but I'd have to check. Kristen Harding is in the chat room. Kristen, where are you from? Kristen is my sister, and it's so nice to see you in the chat room. Kristen, I feel like Kristen and I are like kindred souls. I feel like we both feel like we're like the family's outcasts. Kristen's my stepsister, so she's my amazing stepfather's daughter. Very special connection our parents made after being divorced. I'll probably get into this later on just because we got a long day, but my mom left my father while she was pregnant with me. It was a wild story. Kristen, you probably don't even know 99% of this story because I didn't find a lot of it out till I was an adult. I never really talked to my mom about it because when you're growing up Catholic, you just move on with life. You don't talk about the past. And I was very jealous in some ways of Kristen and my other stepsister because they had a dad, but at the same time, I could imagine you guys would be jealous of me because we lived with him and you guys would come on the weekends. So anyway, it wasn't one of those like dark, angry things. It was kind of like, I remember, this is like when we're 11 or 12 guys, but I remember on my birthday, you guys went to Disney World, I believe. Maybe you went to the Dominican. I don't know where you went, but you guys went on a vacation. And I don't even think our parents weren't even married yet, but I was like, he's leaving? He's taking them on vacation? on my birthday? And here it is. Here he probably didn't think twice of it because he's been a great stepdad. Stepdads need their own Medal of Honor for what they take on in the world. It's really, for him to take on my sister and I was truly a blessing. Kristen says, what? You're the golden child back in the day. Well, I'm not anymore. My mom doesn't know what's going on with me. She loves me and all that, but she has a hard time. Like, I know she supports me. I know my mom supports me, but we're very abrasive in some ways too. We're very abrasive politically, which and there's a ton we agree on too. You know, there's a ton we agree on. But I love my mom, and I love when I go home and her and I can have a nice coffee together. This and that. We don't do that. Oh, Kristen, you don't have to apologize. This was my own. This is what you get when you don't have a dad. You get these problems. You know what I mean? Leah's Catholic. Yeah, of course. Yeah. It's interesting. My parents, like Kristen, I didn't realize this, and I think the older you get, the more conservative you get, but our parents are super conservative. They've become super conservative in a lot of ways. But my mom's also like very democratic in a lot of ways, where she's got a lot of values about like small business and anyway, so what's interesting is like as an adult, you know, I moved out of college to Boston, then New York, then LA, then New York, then back to LA. And I think I've gotten more liberal by living in Hispanic neighborhood in Boston, Brooklyn in a black neighborhood, Harlem in a Dominican Republic neighborhood, Los Angeles in Koreatown, which my neighborhood's more Mexican than Korean. So any fun family stories, I mean, that'll take more than 10 hours. Winnie said, I can't talk politics with my mom. No. Yeah, well, the problem is when we talk about media literacy is a lot of times I think my mom's very smart in a lot of ways, but I don't think she can I don't think she has that sniff test for bullshit with the news. So a lot of times people will, you know, if it bleeds, it leads. So they'll watch the local news and it's horrifying. And all the local news is like a microcosm, like there's a national message behind it. It's all coordinated, but on the local level, they talk to you like, you know what, you know, Thurston Avenue is. Oh, we know Thurston Avenue. We're talking about Providence, Rhode Island. Oh, and X, Y, and Z. So they bring that local news feel, but with a bigger agenda. And then she'll watch some news sites that. And all I say, if you're ever having a conversation with someone and you disagree, ask them where they get their news source from, because there's media bias charts. Media bias chart. I'll pull one up. You know, this isn't to shame anybody. There's news that I watch that leans left. There's news that I watch that leans right. Most of it, I get most of my news from a company called The Hill. I'm trying to pull up this chart here. Here we go. So let's go to picture here. So here's the chart. Hold on, let me move this a little bit here. This is just this is kind of important for you guys, I think. Trying to move this. Hold on, I have to edit on the fly, so just bear with me as I just scoot that over. There it is. So basically, you know, you got to know when you're getting your media from what the bias is. Everything's got a bias to it. So neutral is in the center. Associated Press, Reuters, Bloomberg. These are very neutral. NPR. You should really trust what you're getting right up here. But when you go far left, you start to get to some weird things. Patriot Box. What is this? Like Daily Coast, Huffington Post, MSNBC. You know, this little yellow area, I think they say is safe. You know, it gets a little crazy. And then on the right side, you know, this is where you get like news sites where it's like, you know, a bald eagle crushing a Keystone Light. Which, by the way, we had this idea that that maybe I should have my own like fake news where I'm like a bro, like a woke bro, but also like maybe I'll play both sides. But I think it'll be a bald eagle crushing a Keystone Light. I think that'll be my like thing. And then like when the audio comes on, it's like, welcome to Bro News. And it's just a, you know, an eagle, just like maybe the eagle's killing, or maybe the eagle pees on a snowflake. I don't know what it is. But OAN, I mean, these are, you know, if you get your news from Red State, The Blaze, InfoWars, you just have to know there's an agenda attached to it. And I'm not saying don't. Every once in a while, I'll go see what Kool-Aid they're drinking over here. I'll go on OAN and see what's going on. But I kind of do it kind of like when you go to the zoo and you want to see, you know, the real living conditions of the giraffe. I don't look at it. The curiosity I have is like how much are we endangering people right now? don't know if that makes sense. So I actually like The Hill, which it says it skews conservative, but I'm pretty sure the morning program I watch would probably lean closer to NPR Politico. But the one I watch has a conservative and a progressive news anchor, Crystal and Sagar. So they're able to present each side of stories. And also, of course, looking into the money, where people get their money. It's important to know like who's funding who, because people have agendas. I mean, obviously this exists. And this is why, we'll relate this back to, and if you're leaving a comment and I don't get to it, please just leave it again in a minute. I'm just going to finish my thought here. But when you have an agenda, you're bought and sold, and you can still make your own opinions on things, but there's always that tinge in the background. Like, is this person telling me what I need to believe? And when it comes to Bachelor news, anyone who's getting their money, like if you're Jared, he's from Rhode Island. If you're Jared from The Bachelor, you're not going to criticize Chris Harrison for manipulating the escort rumors from Brittany. You're just not going to do that. You don't bite the hand that feeds. That's your employment. That's your livelihood. He has a vested interest to just keep it fluff and keep it close. Guys like Nick Viall, he has a lot of access. They get the shows early. They get the convos with Lauren Zima, Chris Harrison's girl. Like, Nick Viall can probably be a little bit more, fight the power a little bit, but not that much. I mean, he just bought his home off of The Bachelor. I understand this because I'm getting my ad revenue primarily from people who watch The Bachelor. So I understand this, but also I'm not bought by them. I can have that sort of dissenting opinion, because when we watched this last episode, and if you don't know, there was basically rumors that kind of started out of thin air that one of the new contestants was an escort. And they confronted her. They ran the rumor on the show. And then she said, no, I'm not an escort. That's a lie. I can't believe you're asking me this. And then boom, it was done. Later on in the show, they still brought it up as like, well, maybe she is. Now, the danger here is that Bachelor aired this in the promos saying, could there be an escort on the show? That's some salacious stuff. If she is an escort, you're outing her, which can be very dangerous to be outed as a sex worker. You're shaming her. And if she's not, you're still associating it with her. It's like when you ask someone a bad faith question, like, did you stop beating your wife? What's the guy supposed to say to that? I don't beat my wife. And then people go, oh, he sounds like he beats his wife, So that's on Bachelor. Now, the girl who said it, Anna, it has to be exported through The Bachelor. You can have a rotten apple. But if the grocery store decides to sell that rotten apple, hold on, this is Christmas music. This is Christmas music left over from Vlogmas. Don't you guys miss Christmas music? I'll move on from that. 175 viewers. If you could, please bump the Harrison on the top of that like button. Just go ahead and just mushroom stamp approval onto that like button. I would appreciate that. A couple questions. Jonna said, poor Brittany, there's always going to be stigma around her no matter what. Yeah, you know what? Let's do this. What's her last name? Brittany Galvin. Here's what I'm going to do. Watch this. Picture in picture. I haven't done this before. Picture in picture. Oh, I just had it there. Brittany. Oh, there it is. Brittany Galvin. Let's search Brittany Galvin. So imagine you wanted to be run your own nursery. You have a couple clients like Leah. Leah's got a kid. Leah's like, okay, let's take this. Leah needs a new sitter for her children. Leah's out there working. Brittany applies. She goes, I love Brittany. Brittany sounds great. We love Brittany. She sounds amazing. She's cute. She's young. She's energetic. These kids are going to love her. Well, we got to Google Brittany. Let's Google Brittany. Okay. First thing that shows up. Who is Brittany Galvin, the Bachelor woman accused of being an escort? Who is Brittany Galvin? Get to know her, the controversial Bachelor contestant. What's so controversial about her? You know what I mean? What we know about Bachelor contestant Brittany Galvin, beyond the drama. She takes a social media break. Oh, she must be guilty. She took a social media break. Twitter's reaction to Bachelor contestant shaming. Okay. Shaming Brittany Galvin and sex work. Again, she didn't do this, but they're conflating it. Brittany Galvin shares Instagram posts responding to all the bullying she faced. It's just one thing after another. Now, on a bigger level, imagine if you're Tide. All right, Tide, we have a national commercial we need. We need to cast someone who is Let's see. We need to cast somebody who's 5'6", ethnically ambiguous, cute, but not like super fake. Our 2 finalists are Joe Blow and then this girl, Brittany Galvin. Oh, we want to cast Brittany Galvin. We're going to pay her $60,000 to hold the Tide pen. She's going to play a young mom. She's got the mom genes. We love her so much. Okay, just do a quick Google search of her, and then it'll be good to go. We're going to spend about $1 million in advertisement, and the most important thing is that she smiles and pours the Tide into the cup. They Google her, and she's associated with this Bachelor drama. And they go, you know what? Let's not put $1 million into this liability. Let's go back to Joe Blow with the gap in her teeth because she doesn't have anything you can Google. That's what we're working with, folks. That's what it is. How many jobs will she lose? It's hard to know. It's hard to know. She might get a couple because people feel bad for her, but I don't think it's something she asked for. I'm so grateful for all the love and support I have received. This is how we need to be towards one another. Last year was challenging for a lot of us, but we adapted and learned the importance of checking in on the people around us. Let's leave all the hate and negativity behind and keep spreading love and compassion. Putting down other women is not okay. People make mistakes, and I would never want anyone to feel the way I felt, so I encourage everyone to be kind towards another. What are your thoughts on that? Miss Liz says there's 139 likes. Thank you guys so much for liking. I think throughout the day we'll get a lot of likes because people come and go. User 834 said she's associated with sex work now. It doesn't matter if she did anything at this point. Yeah, and if she did, you know, that's fine too. My whole thing before this came out was like, look, if she is a sugar baby, in any relationship, if there's an expectation of monogamy, you got to talk about that, set boundaries. Last podcast, I talked to my friend Meredith Jacqueline, who does an OnlyFans account. The second she meets a guy she likes, she kind of lets him know she does an OnlyFans account. You know, because it's better for her to just be like, hey, just so you know, this is what I do, versus, you know, dealing with any of the fallback from it. Hold on, I'm just going to respond to a couple texts from people that might be calling in. Thank you so much. Leah called me. Leah, sorry. You want to Skype in now, Leah? Let's try to set this up now if you can. I've got my Skype out. I just need to make sure that I am ready for your call. So, Leah, call in when you get a chance. Did I miss any super chats? I was talking for a while there. I want to make sure I didn't miss anything. I don't think so. Nikki said, what happened with Colton reminded me a lot of how I didn't handle a breakup in high school well, so I really feel for Colton. Not saying he did it right, but I'm so glad the world wasn't watching me. Absolutely. You know, I mean, absolutely. You can feel bad for someone who did something wrong. You know? Lisa said, I'm trying to do a reading for one of my classes, and it's reading early Greek philosophy, and my multitasking skills are failing me. I can't understand a word of what I'm reading. Lisa, if you have to leave us to go do your Greek philosophy, that's fine. If you have any Greek philosophy you want to teach us, you can do that too. That might help with your comprehension if you teach us things. I'm going a little farther back to read these. Tracy said, my stepdad saved me and my mom when I was 2. He really is a superhero in my eyes, and I started calling him dad at 18. I wish I started sooner. Yeah, I always had that with my stepdad, Luke, where like, I'm just weird. So I never got there. It might sound like as an 11-year-old, I felt like grown up already. It was just hard to get there. But I was never one that was like, you can't date my mom. I was never like that. I mean, we appreciated his generosity. The best part about my stepdad was he would take us like Applebee's. My mom would never do that. My mom was stingy. Single mom, you know, she would always be like, you know, a can of tuna can get you 6 meals, you know, whatever. You know, her mom grew up in, you know, the World War II, whatever. So for my stepdad to be like, we're going to Applebee's, get whatever you want. Oh my gosh. I felt like I had a blank check. A new lease on life. Bryson said, congrats on 10K, Dave. Catherine. Oh, thanks, Catherine. Whitney said, I said no issues, but really there's not the issues I've been in big city. Nikki said, if you don't yet, you should follow Smarter News on Insta. She used to work for a news station before becoming a stay-at-home mom and saw a lot of the flaws and started her own. Oh, thanks. Haley said, I read a lot of news articles and form my own opinion. Absolutely. Well, you guys are smart. I mean, obviously, our audience is very, you guys are very much up there. Lauren said, as a journalist intern, trying to be unbiased is tricky. I try to stick to the facts, but sometimes my wording does show my bias on a subject. Yeah, no, I mean, it's very tough. And of course, in today's world with media, being in a fragmented niche gets you the views. Well, look at this. We're doing Bachelor topics. That gets us the views. You know? YouTube doesn't do well if you're like, I'm going to make a video about everything. Look at my other content. Gets no views. I don't know I don't know how to know if Leah's calling. Oh, Leah said 1 hour in. Yeah, I didn't even do a 1 hour cheer. 1 hour cheer. What, we're an hour in? Come on. I am trying to conserve my voice a little bit. I have a stand-up show tomorrow, and I'm like, I can't lose my voice for that show. I mean, if I do, whatever. Rosie's also studying. She's in the same boat with her South American archaeology readings. What are you reading about in South American archaeology? You know, Tasha and I went to Colombia. I wasn't aware of how much gold existed in Colombia. Gold and, not emeralds. What's the green? Is it emerald? What's the green gem? Boy, this is gonna... What? Tasha loves this, and I can't think of it. Green gem name. What's the name of the... It's all over... Oh, maybe it is an emerald. All right, we'll call it an emerald. Yeah, Colombia, and then we went to the Gold Museum in Colombia, in the capital city of Bogota, which sits 7,000 feet above sea level. So it's hard to walk around. Yeah, we need 1 hour. Yeah, we did it. I guess I think I'm feeling pretty good. Won't need a bathroom break till the end of the hour. Usually I'm pretty good on that, but I do want to drink some more water just to keep my voice going. Emerald. Okay, thank you guys. Emerald. Anyway, yeah, Colombia has this such beautiful, you know, gold and emerald history. It's been mined forever. You know, I don't know if Deirdre in Georgia says congrats on 10K. Thanks, Deirdre. I really appreciate you. Oh, look, we got it. Okay, let's see if we can do this. Hold on. Let me set this up before I actually... Hello there.
Hi.
Okay, I don't have you on video yet. I'm going to try to frame it up. Okay. I think you're looking at me... Okay, yeah, you're looking at me through the green... not green screen. I'll just keep it like that.
Okay.
Now, but let me...
Turn off my YouTube. Is that good?
Yes, please turn your YouTube off.
Yep. Okay, yeah.
And I'm going to turn off my background music, or at least lower it, so that way I can boost you. All right, so we have a fellow... Are you currently I'm not going to judge you at all. Are you currently Catholic? Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Hold on 1 second. You are there. I didn't know it. Can everyone see Leah?
Hi.
I think everyone can see you.
See you.
This actually looks kind of... You look kind of nice. You look nice on here. I'm trying to expand you a little bit.
Thank you.
Oh, I just lost you now. How did I had you and then I lost you. Oh, there it is. I don't know what I did. I'm just going to leave it as it is. How's Michigan today?
It is cold. It was about -3 with wind chill this morning. So it's cold.
Now, what's the winter strategy over there? Are we in for the winter? Is there always snow on the ground?
Where we are, there's usually snow. I mean, it can snow as early as Halloween and then last until Mother's Day. So there's a lot of snow.
Are you how redneck are we? I know you I know you didn't like me thinking that Michigan was a bunch of hillbillies.
Where we are is fairly small. So I'm from a suburb, like I'm originally from about like 50 miles from Detroit in Ann Arbor, which is where University of Michigan is. A lot of people know that.
Tom Brady, correct?
Yeah. But I graduated from state. So that's in Lansing, which is where Michigan's capital is. And that's where I met my husband. But yeah, so I mean, there's a lot of farmland and things like that, agricultural, but there's also a lot of, decent sized cities.
Now I'm looking at the comments here. Don't mind me. There's some people that said they can't see her. Can everyone see her now? I kind of had, you're my first, I knew you would be a good call because you're very kind and the pressure is very low on my live stream right now.
Yeah.
But
I'm a good guinea pig. I don't mind. I just can't see the chat. So if anybody, hi to you.
Lynn says they love your accent. You don't have a strong Michigan accent.
So that's funny because there is definitely a pretty strong, especially the A's. And I don't do a lot, but I've done some voice things, not because mine was particularly bad, but because I've done voiceover work and things. So I've had to take classes where you try to speak, very even without accent.
Can you do like do you get a stronger accent when you're?
Our A's. So like mom, hockey, college, things like words like that, coffee.
Sorry here. I'm still finalizing how we see you. I think I got it. People let me know now. The problem is that the chat is like 30 seconds behind. So when they say we can't see her now, I'm wondering, are we good now?
Okay.
They say gone again. You lost her. There she goes.
Oh, no. Okay.
No, it's good on your end. Hold on. She went away. Wait, see, people said that they couldn't see you before. She was there for 10 seconds.
Oh.
Back again. All right, everyone know. Everyone says she's back. All right, give everyone a wave. She's back. All right, there we go. All right, I got it. I figured it out, folks. So our friendship is young in a physical form, but I feel like I say we're like long lost cousins because we have a lot. I think we have a lot in common sensibility wise.
Yeah, I think so too. And I think funny things like you were like business and marketing in school, right? Isn't that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I was advertising and PR like around the same time. Catholic. Trying to think what else. I don't know. Yeah, but sensibility wise too.
I touched something. You're still there, but I apologize. Hold on. It's just you're I tried to make my screen look better. Hold on. Maybe
you won't offend me. I just feel bad if I look terrible to the chat. But...
No, you don't.
Okay.
I know they're just gonna comment. Hold on one second. I don't know where to put you. There's a picture and let's see what this thing does. Oh, that's not it. Hold on. Cancel. How do I cancel this? If I okay, you're back. I think we're good.
Okay.
I'm not going to touch anything.
Okay.
You're on. Yeah.
All right.
I studied marketing. You get into business, and then they go. It wasn't until like my junior year before I just started getting specific classes. But I was part of the PR organization. Yeah, it's all the same. Marketing, advertising, PR. It's all intertwined. But I worked 5 months at a good ad agency, and it turned out to be a very clerical type of job, which I'm sure is what you get when you're new into an agency and young. I was only 21 or 22 right out of college, but I stunk at it. And I just realized I'm not going to be good at things I don't care about. I don't possess the ability to be good at things that don't matter to me.
Yep.
And that's just how it is in life. Tasha says I half-ass things I don't care about. That half-assing things I don't care about is me trying my best. Like I just don't. So for me to do this, it's been nice because I can just talk about what I want to talk about, but also realize sometimes I gotta take a Bachelor topic and just lead with that and spin it into my own thing. But what's your Bachelor? Tell me your Bachelor story with like you've been watching for a while, and how did you find my channel?
Yeah, so I watched sporadically, I would say, high school and college. Just some seasons I would watch, some seasons I wouldn't. And then about maybe like 4 years ago, I started watching really consistently. And then I found a couple years ago that I liked watching the recaps better. I looked more forward to those than I did the actual show itself. I still watch the show, but I enjoy the recaps more. And first I was watching Lauren Zima, Bachelor Fan Take, and I still watch them. And then I don't know when you first came on my radar, but to be honest, and we're like friends now, but it was just like, I just need more Bachelor content. Who's got something? So I was like, okay, so who's this guy? All right. And watched a little bit. But when you did the Colton stuff, that's when I actually took the time to really listen to you instead of just someone recapping The Bachelor. That's when you became really human to me, and I started watching every video since.
Oh, thanks. Well, I'm like the street meth of Bachelor content. You're right that people would come to my channel after they watched the Big Five, the Big Ten, whatever it was, and then I didn't realize till last year you can't swear. They hear you. You can swear a little bit, but they hear you. So if up top I'm throwing hard C's at people, not great for you have to earn the ability to swear again, like once you get to a certain following, you're big enough that they're like, you can do whatever you want. But at that lower level, every little thing helps with like immediately getting into the content, immediately grabbing people's attention because you just don't know who you're going to catch. Now your Instagram's great because you're very inspirational, but what What's your biggest sort of like thing that you're striving for when it comes to like spreading your message and your love?
Yeah, so I work in social media marketing, and I it was a long journey, kind of similar to yours, that I'm still very much on. I did the typical college thing, worked for a while, and then a long journey to getting here. So it seems like it's finally evening out. My husband and I got married right after college, and in hindsight, I would have waited longer just career wise, but we had our kids young, and then it was all of a sudden, I don't have the career that I want, and I was like, okay, I'm not finding the job I want. I need flexibility for our kids. I want all these different things. And I didn't grow up with parents who were entrepreneurs at all. They had the typical, corporate, they had all the benefits, all the things like that. But my husband's parents were entrepreneurs. So he was very comfortable with that idea and always had wanted to work for himself. And that was always a goal of ours to do something together. So he's an entrepreneur too. But I love doing social media. And I also really like to talk about boundary setting, because that is the biggest thing for me. That's a struggle as an entrepreneur who also is married and has children and is not being available to everyone all the time.
When you say boundary setting, you mean with like what access you can have both with your work, but also like, do your kids, do they know when to, because I know you had mentioned, we always joke around, but you were hiding in the closet, which became the new, like, tell me who you're hiding from. But like, you've got to, I mean, I can't imagine as a mom, we were watching a show, some HGTV show last night, Tasha and I were watching, that's like her porn, and every mom they talk to is getting their new house style is like, I just need space. I need a bathtub. I need to get away. It must be a challenge. I have no idea what it's like, but it must be impossible to manage work and also have breathing humans growing in your apartment, in your house. Sorry.
Yes. Yeah. So I do freelance work. I'm all freelance. So I work for myself, but one of my projects is I'm the community engagement for Mother Honestly, which it has a decent size following, and we were doing all these summits and stuff. And that was the whole point, was working mothers and parents who couldn't figure it out. Like, you couldn't climb the corporate ladder. And you look at these statistics with women, and it's like, the earning potential. And then it's like, if they want to have kids, they're doing all the child rearing, all these things too. So that is definitely hard. And yes, my kids kind of know. It got really dicey there when we were all of a sudden home for months and months. That was really hard because we're trying to be teachers. We're also trying to work. And, but I mean, doing things like setting notifications on my phone so that I'm not answering an email at 11 p.m. and showing clients that I'm available whenever.
That's, you probably know, like Tasha and I have talked about this, to get a phone that has some sort of like push button on it or something where you can turn it and it says, and it's like becomes red, and that's like, don't bother me. I think that's a phone case, and it might exist, but that would be so great to just have a thing, like a flag comes up, like a mailbox flag. And because we're working from our phones, we're working from home, and we're in environments where, like, if I'm on my phone on the couch, Tasha's going to be like, you need to clean the desk, the dressers, and I'm like, I'm working. Well, how am I supposed to know? It's like hard to tell. And then sometimes you're working, and the next thing you know, you're watching TikToks, and you're like, how did that happen? It's ridiculously complicated in today's world, because every company is fighting for every app is fighting for your attention. We're working through our phones, a lot of times, sometimes not through our phones, but it's always a part of whatever we're doing. And then you throw kids in the mix during a pandemic. I can't imagine. So, much credit to all the moms out there, because I just struggle enough with walking the dog. So much credit to all of you guys. By the way, a comment, I might have lost it, complimenting your turtleneck. Very cute.
Oh yeah, I've got my Matt James energy going on.
Yeah, there you go. Alexandra says, I hope you kiss with your eyes closed. But do whatever you want. Do whatever you want. You're when you're married, you can get weird like that. By the way, I told Tasha, I was like, it's so weird. Before it became like a meme, I was like, Matt James kissing with his eyes open. This is so weird. She's like, that's not weird at all. And I was like, okay, fine. Then like the next day, without her knowing, I went in for a kiss and kept my eyes open. And she was like, what the hell are you doing? I was like, exactly. It's creepy. But yeah, you've got good Matt James turtleneck energy. So everyone in the comment section started sharing how cold it is where they are. That's such a thing when you live in an environment that's like comparable weather-wise. It's like the one-offing each other. Like, well, Boston's 22. Well, Michigan's 18. Yeah, but Boston, we have slush, and then, it's always like a one-upping each other, and it's like, sorry, it hit a low of 49 today in Hollywood, but it's up to 70, so we're okay. We're hanging in.
Yeah, that's so true. That's funny. It's like a bonding competition thing.
Exactly.
Yeah. Outdo the other.
And I find that with anyone I used to live in New York, so when I do stand-up and meet somebody, or if I talk about, like, I used to live in New York, there's always like, woo! It's almost like a rite of passage when you live in New York to, like, woo that you're from there. There aren't many cities that are like that. But I also feel like if I was in Michigan the other day, I feel like whenever we associate where people are from, it gives us that commonality, which is probably what's missing in the way we argue with strangers online, is that we don't get to see each other's commonality. So we just assume other people are horrible humans. And then you find out you're from the same neck of the woods and you're like, all right, you must not be too bad. It's so easy how we can give each other the benefit of the doubt when we look for it versus when we're like spewing vitriol online. But you don't seem like somebody who, you're enlightened above the vitriol, but most people aren't. People gear down and they go to war online against strangers. It's like, what are you doing? So what's on your docket for the rest of the day?
Well, in about 25 minutes, I'm going to go pick up my 3 kids from school. So, that's an interesting thing maybe to some people. So my kids are in in-person school now. So I know not everywhere has opened up to that, but mine are in in-person school, which has been a huge blessing because my husband, he's downstairs. That's where his work is. So he's downstairs, I'm upstairs, and our kids are at school. So that's been really nice. It's amazing what you can get done in the few hours they're at school when you were used to having your attention spread in all directions for months. So
that's so funny. I told this to Tasha yesterday because she was home all day. She works random hours. And I go, I can't get anything done with you around. I can look, if you look at my revenue on the days Tasha's working, I'm like crushing it. When, like the other day, I released like 4 videos by lunchtime. Tasha was out. And I tell her that because while she's not a child, there is this like, when someone else is around you, it's like, oh, what do you want to do? And next thing you know, I'm like, I suck myself into that codependent, like I'm making her breakfast, lunch, and dinner just because I'm like trying to be a good guy. And it's like, I shouldn't even be here. I should be in my office. And I think our new place will give us a little more of that. But it is funny when like, I just always want to be present. And also, I think Tasha has a hard time seeing me as working when I'm home. But I also know she does like really respect the growth and everything. But it's hard to it's like on one end she respects all the growth and all the hustle, but on the other hand, if it's her day off, it's like, all right, it should be spring break. Let's go out. But that's just like like how do you like? So I guess what it comes down to is quality time. So what's your conversation with what's your husband's name?
Stefan.
Oh, Stefan. Oh, very nice.
Yeah,
Stefan.
It's not Steven and it's not Stefan. That's always our thing.
Is it Stephan?
Yeah.
Okay, so Stefan. So what's your conversation with Stefan when it comes to getting that quality time? Do you have like a set, once a week? What's that all about?
Yeah, so that is really interesting. And I relate to you a lot because my work is, a lot of laptop work, but also a ton on my phone, but it's work. Because I do social media, so I have all different client stuff happening right on my phone. And that can be very hard because it looks, especially if Stefan's around or if our kids are around, that I'm ignoring them for my phone. But it's like, no, I'm answering a work email or I'm doing something for work. And his job, it's very clear when he is working. He's either at his, computer or he's a screen printer. So he's printing shirts or embroidering hats or whatever it is he's doing. So it's very clear. So I just have to be very specific about when I'm working so that I don't want to be vague, and nice, but vague doesn't really help me. It's easier to be like, hey, right now I'm working. Let me finish this. And then in 30 minutes, we can do X, Y, or Z. But yeah, we try to have time. I'm better about it than him, I would say, because for him, it fluctuates a lot more where my stays pretty consistent in terms of like the workload each day. But yeah, so every Friday, our new thing during quarantine is every Friday we cook something new. So that's been our big date night during COVID.
I think that's great. I think that's so great that you've got that kind of schedule. And I think it must help with him having a job that seems to be more on the Monday to Friday, or maybe not, maybe not, but either way, to have somebody who's got some base, and maybe that's the kids having the base being school Monday to Friday. That's so nice. I forgot what like weekends are like, because every day is kind of the same these days, where it's like I don't feel that Friday afternoon like woo, it's over. It's like every day we're just kind of, I don't know what's good or bad, but that's kind of what this economy has made everything out to be, that we're overly accessible to our clients and this and that. Very interesting. Any questions from the audience out there? And also, I was going to shout you out after, but everyone's got to make sure to follow your Instagram. It's at Leah Tackles, correct?
Yes.
At Leah Tackles on Instagram. And if do you do work with people? Are you is it more locally based, or can people?
No, all over. So typically, I do work for established small businesses, but I am going to be doing some webinars soon, because I do some consulting and coaching, but I really want to be able to help people who do have personal brands, or they want to start a personal brand. But a webinar is an easier way to do that, so that lots of people come on.
Absolutely.
Get, a PDF, and so stay tuned for that. I'm working on it.
Everyone stay tuned. Go find Leah's Instagram. And did I miss anything? If you're around, are you going to be come around for the toast later on if you got time?
Oh yeah. What time will that be my time? I'm 8. So my kids might be in bed. So
Put them in bed. Somebody go tuck the kids away.
Yeah.
We've got
melatonin.
We got a small, like I guess it would be I don't know what this, not a 750 milliliter, but whatever the smaller size is of champagne, because I got a show tomorrow and I'm like, champagne, if I drink too much, and it could get bad. But I do want to do a nice little toast, but not be excessive, because I'm not trying to make I'm being a little dramatic about 10,000. I'm feeling kind of stupid about it. You know what I mean?
Oh, no. Oh, don't make yourself small. We're all so excited. Look at all the people showed up. Well, I can't look right now because I'll mess up our audio, but there's so many people here.
I know. That's my problem. And that's I relate it to Catholicism, but it's probably more like whatever the Irish thing in me. It's kind of like, it's like my love language is wanting affirmations, but then shrugging them off when I get them. You know what I mean? So it's like I'm almost fishing for compliments, and as they come in, I'm throwing them back. Like, no, the undersized, no good. And I need
to do like a 23andMe, because I'm Irish too. My dad, Michael Patrick Sullivan. Okay, like he's.
Well, my father was. I mentioned this before, but my mom left my dad when she was pregnant with him from Missouri, but he was adopted. So my lineage is wackadoodle over the Midwest. I haven't done a 23andMe. I was contacted randomly. I luckily have a sister in Missouri. I got in touch with my dad's side of the family when I was 20. When Google started to become a thing, they Googled my aunt, who was a actress, and it went to her husband's fan page, who was a comedian, and he was also fatherless. So he was like, "Oh, this is amazing! You have all this family you didn't know about." And I was like, "Yeah, I just never talked to my mom about it. Typical." And then I got to meet all of them, and my sister in Missouri is really good with the family tree, and finds out that I've got sisters and siblings in California, in Northern California, which is, it's cool to be like, "Oh, I've got a brother and sister in California." I mean, it's the equivalent of like a 10-hour drive away, but it's very fascinating that I don't know too much of where I come from, and I haven't been that curious to find out, which is weird. But yeah, who knows? We could be in the who knows? That's why, like, my last name Neal. It just stops at a certain point where, like, there's not, the family tree just cuts off, and it's rerouted, and it's I couldn't tell you. But I wouldn't be surprised.
I won't take up any more of your time, but I will just say, so my brother is adopted. I'm not, but my brother is adopted. And it's very funny because even though my dad has this giant Catholic family, I mean, I'm talking, he went to the seminary, obviously didn't become a priest, but like very, very old school Catholic family. And my brother's adopted. And if he doesn't have children yet, but if he goes on to marry and have children, he'll be the only one carrying on the name, which is so hilarious because everybody had girls and, you know.
A lot of pressure.
Yeah.
Well, I thank you so much for calling in. You're my first Skype call of the stream.
Of course. Congratulations. Thanks for having me. Hopefully I wasn't too boring, but
not at all.
Nice to see you.
I'm going to put your Instagram up so everyone can go give you a follow. All the loyal people know you anyway, but everyone go support Leah over there. And thanks for sharing your story. And at 5 o'clock will be the champagne bottle pop. So that gives me the final 2 hours. I think I can manage if I have a little bit too much to drink. So let me know and tell Stefan I said hi.
And
And
I will.
I'll talk to you later. Thanks again.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye. All right, Leah tackles everybody. Let me go back to the full screen here. Let me know for that last 10 minutes or so, was the video okay? Was it a little choppy? I've done everything in my power to get the capture card on my laptop good enough to take phone calls that aren't too choppy. I've had to delete a lot of things and reroute processing, but I think what it comes down to is I've got a 2019 MacBook Pro in a 2021 world. I think that's as good as it's going to get. So I'm okay if it's a little choppy as long as we can hear each other okay. But thank you so much to Leah. Let me one more time pull up her Instagram, or let me find her Instagram here. That way you guys can go give her a nice healthy follow. You know, part of this community I think that I like is that we're kind of going to be taking care of each other. So I want everyone who's supportive to support each other. And I know that there comes a point in time when that might not be something we can do, as far as like, sometimes we, getting to a point like yesterday, I posted on my Instagram story, like, look, yesterday we had 100,000 views, which is amazing and insane, but I just couldn't respond to all the comments, which is something that, like, I'm happy that that's the case, but also I don't want people to think I'm blowing you off. It's just, if I responded to everyone's comments, I probably won't be able to make new content. You know what I mean? So I'm still trying to adjust things. There we go. Let me keep on adjusting things so you guys can see me. Maybe I put the web capture behind the webcam. There it is. Oh no, I can't do that. I can't do that because then I've got the thing there. So let's go back up here. Let's get some music going again. It's been a little bit over here. What's that noise? What did I just hear? Someone texting me or calling in? All right, back to some noise. I'm going to be taking a break in, I think, 20 minutes. Just a 5-minute break. I don't really feel like I need it yet, but I am going to take the break, turn my camera off for 5 minutes. Again, this isn't one of those 5 turns into 15. There'll be a strict 5 minutes, probably less break. Sorry about that. Trying to move all this. There's my Skype if people need it. And that's Leah Tackles on Instagram. So go give her a friendly follow. She's got a great inspirational Instagram. All right, let's read some comments. The video quality is quite good, Dave. Well, thank you. Well, I think my video quality should be good. It's more of the processing power of the computer to take a Skype call and also put it into this and all that. So I appreciate you. I think I figured out how I need to be doing. Ideally, I would have a second monitor to do things, but that might be one of the next steps, is just purchasing a more powerful computer. Why don't we play a quick voicemail? You guys want to hear a voicemail? I think some of these voicemails I might have to play later on as well, because I've got a couple in here that I think would be good to play later. But here's one from some people you might know. They're two sisters, and they host an amazing show on their YouTube channel, Wit and Rye. Oh, I'm still not connected. I thought I was connected. Hold on. It says I'm connected. You guys couldn't hear that, though, could you?
Dave Neal, stand-up comedian and host of Bachelor Recap, a guy's review. This is Wit and Rye. Congratulations on hitting 10,000 subscribers. You are hilarious. That's awesome, and you rock. We can't believe that you're going to do 10 hours of live content, but holy cow, we are here for it. Congratulations, man, and continued success.
Oh, that was that was so nice. I always wonder. I'm very interested about their lives because I don't know too much. I don't know too much about them, but I'm always wondering, like, are they? I asked them if they wanted to send a shout out. I told them I was doing this, and I was like, you can call in, but also, like, I understand scheduling and stuff. You know, you might want to just drop a voicemail. But then they call me back, and I'm like, do they live together? Are they always together? I would watch a reality show of just them. I don't see, it says I'm paired up here, but I need to find out, and if you can just bear with me for a second here, find out why that didn't play through my Bluetooth. It's going to be important for me to have this Bluetooth feeling good. Maybe I need to disconnect from my headphones. Let me make sure I'm not connected to any other Bluetooth. You'd think I could figure this out, but every week it's the same different struggle I have. Let's take another voicemail. We're going to work our way through these voicemails here today. Let's take another voicemail. We've got a bunch coming in. If you haven't yet and you want to, just leave a voicemail, 401-213-9828. I'm going to play this again just to see if it's going through the Bluetooth.
Dave Neal, stand-up comedian.
Okay, now it's going through Bluetooth. All right, I'll play it one more time if you didn't hear it. It was kind of dodgy. One more time. This is my voicemail from Whit and Rye.
Dave Neal, stand-up comedian and host of Bachelor Recap, a guy's review. This is Whit and Rye. Congratulations on hitting 10,000 subscribers. You are hilarious. That's awesome, and you rock. We can't believe that you're going to do 10 hours of live content, but holy cow, we are here for it. Congratulations, man, and continued success. Bye.
Okay, so I played it again just because if you didn't hear it the first time, I got a lot I'm trying to play through here. Yeah, they're fascinating. You can tell with people who have that like authentic creative flow with what they do, that are like masters with what they do, and they've sort of mastered their sisterhood and friendship. So when it comes across to the audience, the authenticity is through the roof. Now, we don't normally like break that down. I feel like we don't normally break down like the X's and O's of what makes people worth watching, what makes people, one thing or another. Like I was going to buy a teleprompter at the beginning of the pandemic because, some videos started to pop off, and I was like, if I had a teleprompter, I could look directly at the camera, read my thing, blah, 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 blah. But then I was like, well, 90% of the things I say aren't things I wrote. So sometimes the written brain, the brain that writes down everything, doesn't line up with the sort of the jazz instrument of the brain. And I find this with stand-up where I'll write a bit, but then on stage I'll just say it funnier. And it's always good with new comics. It's always like, don't memorize the joke, have the feeling. Sometimes you got to know what the punchline is that you stick your landing onto. Like, I got to end it on pineapples. The joke is pineapples, not bananas, pineapples. So you got to know how to hit the joke, but at the same time, you got to kind of jazz your way into it. Because as an audience, we feel other people's lack of competence. Somebody like Leah, she's just so good at talking. And it's really hard to have a conversation through the internet. Obviously, I don't have the best bandwidth, this and that. It's very challenging. It's why on my podcast, I almost never take phone-ins because it's just tough. It's just tough for me. I'm not that good at it if I can't sit next to someone and ragtag and this and that. But she's so good. Leah's so good at just being present and believable and competent. And that's what, they say, warmth and competence are just really important. And to bring it back to Whit and Rye, they've just got boatloads of warmth and competence. And warmth doesn't have to mean just cheery. It's just you trust that they're gonna just deliver, I don't know what I'm saying. But the point is if someone's like, and then Matt James kept his eyes open and he, you're just like, okay, all right, next. Anyway, so big shout out to them. Not that they need a shout out. They're killing it. They're huge. They're big time. A couple comments. I don't know where my music went. I don't hear any music. We need music. Let's go back from the top. This is my intro song. I have this playlist saved as live stream ambience. For YouTube, I've one of the things I've done because of the generosity of the audience is when I started live stream, I did it the first week. So I've only done this for a season and a half, but I did it the first week and I was like, I don't know if people are going to show up. I don't know what's happening. I don't know what I'm doing. You guys saw it. Things are crashing. They still do. Well, people showed up, maybe 100, maybe 60, whatever it was. Tasha was floored. I was like, I got a phone call. I was like, hi, this is Marilyn from Minnesota. And we're like, oh my God. It just became sort of surreal that there was this conversation happening just because I didn't know what I was doing. But then I got some donations and I was like, okay, I need I need to upgrade things. The start of the pandemic is when I got this soundboard, and I got this mainly for my podcast. Let me see if you guys can see it. This is the soundboard, and I hit buttons. Whenever you hear me doing things, I'm hitting buttons. I'm turning up sounds and turning them down. You know what I mean? I got a whole different thing. I got my Bluetooth and all this set up, and this is about a $700 piece of equipment that I got. It's called a Rodecaster Pro. I bought it at the beginning of the pandemic, about just under a year ago, because I was like, okay, I need to upgrade my audio for the podcast, blah, blah, blah. The Patreon is my private podcasting community. People like Oz, Deirdre. We have a good loyal following there. But I was like, I need to invest in the next chapter of what's going to be happening. I didn't realize I'd be able to use this gear to live stream, but it's really fantastic because it mixes and does everything live here. So like if I wanted to come over here and then turn this one on, then I can just talk to you guys through here. I got to work on this ground noise, whatever it is. Sounds better like that. But you know what I mean? You can just, it's a whole thing. So I'm able to just turn, I'm able to run a tiny little radio program over here, audio, video. So what's the point of all that? Oh, the point of all that was, once people started sending in donations, I was like, all right, if people are gonna donate to me, I need to bring a quality that kind of can match what it's almost like people giving me faith. It's like if you go to a strip club and you give someone 100, they're gonna dance a little bit better for you. You give them 100, they're gonna get into it a little bit because that. So I'm your stripper queen, and it's an exotic dancer. I'm your exotic recapper, and for me to invest in things like Epidemic Sounds, which is like, I'm not saying this to promote them because I pay for it, but it would be nice to get them to sponsor. Maybe I'll see if my following's big enough that they'll actually start to give me the music for free because, as a sponsorship. But, they have all this music that I download. If you heard my Vlogmas, really good music because, of course, YouTube knows if you play like even the radio in the background, they'll demonetize it, which is good because basically, so what happened the other day is I had a video of Victoria on Good Morning America. I played a clip of it. After the video was uploaded and monetized, I got a copyright notification from YouTube, which basically says, we're not demonetizing you, but we're going to have you split your ad revenue with the composer of the Bachelor music because they played Bachelor sound, which is good. So they give you the option to split the revenue, but they also give you the option where if you press a button, it'll just delete the sections of your video that included that audio or mute it. And I was like, well, muting it's kind of weird. It'll just kind of mute out. So I was like, just delete it. So the sections where you hear that copywritten music, it's gone. And then as soon as it processed, it's back to being fully monetized. Now, could I, in good faith, have kept it monetized and share it with the other person? Sure. But it had no bearings on the video itself. So I was like, yeah, just get rid of it. So that's why I use this Epidemic Sound, which is all unlicensed music that I'm able to use. Now, if you were to rip it off, it would flag you because they know who's got a membership. ME said, please do a collab with Nikki Star TV. She reviews The Bachelor 2 and is super funny. I've never heard of Nikki Star TV. Hold on one second. We might have another Skype call coming. I apologize. I'm still learning how to do this. I don't know how. Hang in there with me, folks. I don't know who just texted me. Oh, it's Oz. Oz, hold on a second because I don't know how to accept your Skype thing yet. Just give me a second. Maybe, you know what? I'm going to have to look at this when I go on my 5-minute break here. So just hang tight. Thank you. Yeah, Oz said hopefully more people watch Vlogmas. Everybody go and watch. I think Vlogmas is cool even after this season. I think it's cool. Will I do it again? I think so. I think I'll do it again. Maybe I'll create a separate vlog channel by then, which would be a really good way to get people over to that channel. I think if I tried to estimate how many subscribers I'll have by Christmas, I mean, honestly, if someone said 12,000 subscribers or 120,000, at this point, I don't even know the difference, guys. YouTube, it could be a wave that I continue to ride, or we could plateau and then hit that next level. I'm not sure. But what has been proven to me is that, you see people like Bachelor Fantake, who I look up to in a stat wise, where I go, oh, so there is probably a ceiling somewhere for Bachelor content, but I don't think Bachelor Fantake is at the ceiling, and he's got 100,000 subscribers. So I like to think if I can get up to that level, then I can start branching off into some other things and then grow different ceilings. Like, all right, I'm at the Bachelor ceiling. Let's go into a different area and then go up to that ceiling. And then eventually maybe people will just stick around. I'm getting a call. I think that's for voicemail only. So let me let that go to voicemail. Sorry, guys. I need to turn down my Bluetooth here. There's so many things to do on this. I'm going to be taking a break in 8 minutes. Again, it's going to be a 5-minute break. That's it. I'm going to grab a water and use the loo. I think I could go another hour without a break, but I also think, having ran a marathon in my past, that it'll be better to slow it down. CCC said, I used to be a big Nikki Starr fan for years, but I had to give her up on the last Bachelorette season. She got to be way too much on my nerves. Bethany Bird says, what's your Patreon group? Would love to know more. I will show that to you. You know, I actually haven't been good at promoting it on here. A lot of people, I'll show you how the sausage is made. I'll show you the whole thing. So here it is. This is patreon.com/thesap. The Sap is a podcast that I do, but it's very much separate from the YouTube videos that I make. So a lot of people say, I love your podcast, but what they really mean is they love my recap videos. I'm not here for semantics. Like, whatever you guys are watching, I appreciate it. But the SAP used to be called Sex Actually Podcast. But I felt like I was a little pigeonholed into sex when the conversation was more about communication. I feel like good sex comes from good communication, and it's way more important in my world, I think, to worry about communicating effectively. As Leah and I talked about, learning your partner's love language, which a love language, look at it as a well. It's how do you fill love into your partner's well so that they feel loved, and vice versa. How do you give it to each other? So it's one thing to know what your partner needs, but it's another for them to know what you need. I'm an affirmations guy. I love it when Tasha sits me down. When I hit 10,000 subscribers, today's Thursday, I hit it Tuesday night. I didn't think we would have hit it till May, to be honest. I thought it was going to happen around my birthday, but this last week was insane. So when I hit 10,000 subscribers, Tasha sat me down and she goes, I'm so proud of you. And that meant a lot to me. It really did. It means a lot to me. I don't need quality time. I don't need acts of service. I do it like a good gift. Everyone likes a good gift. But what I really love is affirmations. That's the way I'm coached. Good game, Dave. You know, pinch my ass, send me out the door, and tell me to do a good job. That's all I want. Maybe it sounds kind of needy, but I think by knowing what you want, it makes it so much easier. Because I don't have to beg for it and just be like Tasha just knows, like, I've been getting so much love from a lot of different sources that my love well has been flooded, overflowed. I can't explain it, guys. It's been great. It's almost been like I've been working towards something, and not just with YouTube, but just my career in general for 10 years that has showed some payoff in a way where, you know, I've gotten little things along the way. I've gotten roles on TV shows and little bumps and featured on iTunes. When the podcast was featured on iTunes, that was a big deal, and having a good set at a comedy club, all good things. Wanting to be creative and not needing affirmations, that's the struggle. But I think I'm getting to a more healthy place. I think the more confident I get, the less I need. Like with my relationship, the more confident I've been in the relationship, the less I've needed a validation. But it's still nice to get affirmations. But of course, you know, you don't know what your love language is until you don't have it. Leave a comment below and let me know what your love language discussion is with your significant other. If you know what yours is. A lot of times when I talk to audiences out there in the world, doing stand-up and things like that, it's always usually one person in the relationship knows each other's love language and the other one might not. So if you don't know your partner's love language, there could be a chance you are doing them a disservice. Because for me, I could tell Tasha all day long affirmations because that's what I love. So I would love to give her affirmations. But she's grown up her whole life being a very attractive, successful person. So for her to be told good job, it doesn't mean the same thing as it does to me, if that makes any sense. If you guys know Tasha, I think you'll understand what I'm saying. What Tasha's love language is, and again, she'll tell you it's everything, the whole buffet, just load it on the plate. But what her love language is quality time. She's ride or die. She wants quality time. You know, she wants to know that, like, you know, and that's right on her. But I had to learn that. You know what I mean? I had to learn that. Heather says, I used to be acts of service. Now I am quality time. My husband is words of affirmation. I suspect men are more words of affirmation than women. I think women, their whole life, have been told, like, and I could be wrong, and I'm obviously generalizing. I just think men, I think we kind of grew up starved for being told we're good. Starved for wanting to be told we're worthy, we're enough. You know? Apathy Sucks says, congrats. Do you often get mistaken for Zach Braff? 4 times yesterday I got mistaken for Dax Shepard. Not mistaken. No one was like, "Are you Dax?" No. But Zach Braff, that's a good one. He is no scrub. Maisie Rose says, my husband is very much a gift giver, but I need a lot more words of affirmation and quality time. He loves getting gifts, so I do my best to step up to the plate. Kristen said, my man is acts of service and quality time. Kristen, what's yours? What's your and also, Kristen, do you, because if anyone's new to the chat, Kristen's my stepsister that we were talking to about our family. I've tried to tell my mom, Connie, by the way, she just sent me a text saying good luck today, which is very sweet. I appreciate that. I know she probably doesn't have the wherewithal to know how to watch this. YouTube, what you doing over there? But I tried to tell my mom what I like. Not that she doesn't know, but I think my mom has a hard time with like affirmations until like I really need it. Like I'll have to beg for her to be like, tell me I did a good job, which sounds so needy, but like, come on. We're all like, I don't know what our maturity level is with our parents, but it's hard. You know, we fall back into these childhood things. But Kristen says she's acts of service. So what's a good, like, Kristen, what's a good act of service that you've received? Do you mean like your man changing the oil in your car, or like, is that what you mean when you say acts of service? Like you want to see your guy doing something. You want, because you know what's funny, Kristen, is our dad, your dad, my stepdad, is such an acts of service guy, almost to his detriment. It annoys my mom so much because he'll go help other people, and she's like, we need to clean the garage out, and there he is putting a roof on someone who doesn't, a misfortuned person's house. So that's interesting, Kristen, that you like acts of service, because I think your dad is one of the most generous people I've ever met. Megan said, it depends on my mood. Men must be told good job for doing a simple task. Yeah, no, you're right. Absolutely. Even if I'm taking the trash out and Tasha's like, ooh, babe, looking good, taking the trash out, I'd be like, yeah. It's almost like when I walk the dog and I go, good boy, good boy, good boy. He starts to run faster. He's like, I am a good boy. I am a good boy. That's what it's all about. I'm taking a break. It'll be less than 5 minutes. I'm just going to go to the bathroom and grab a water, and then I'm going to read your comments. So don't go anywhere. This is my first break. Please don't go anywhere. We're at 163 viewers. I hope to see all of you when I get back. All right. Look at that. 2 minutes. I don't want to lose you guys. Hey, no one left. I lost my Queen's hat. What if I put the queen set like right here? Could be nice, right? See if that fits. Does that look good? A little distracting. I'm the queen, bitch. All right. We were kind of getting into a good topic here about love language. So Heather said acts of service for her would be mowing the lawn, helping with dinner, hanging a picture. It's so funny when I was at my Tasha's parents' house in Kentucky. This is distracting me already. It's like a shimmer. When I was in Kentucky, I offered to mow the lawn. We were there over the summer for a week, and Tasha's dad was like, "You don't have to mow the lawn." Everyone's like, "You don't have to mow the lawn." I was like, "Guys, I've lived in an apartment for the last 10 years. I'm mowing the damn lawn. I put my Bluetooth headphones on. I mowed the lawn. Tasha came out with a cold beer. I got my acts of service in. She affirmed me with a cold beer, which I guess would be a gift, but oh, I almost just spilled my smoothie on the switchboard. Wow. So I'm going to do a running tally of all the donations. 30, 40, 50, 55, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100, and 25, 30. We're at $130. You guys are just insane. That's nuts. $130. I would have begged to make that in a day. Lauren said, I had a boyfriend who was worried I wasn't eating, which, I didn't always do, so he would bring me food on my lunch break, and we could cuddle. I miss him, but it wasn't meant to be. You know what? There's something really great. Thank you for sharing that. There's something really great about people along our journey showing us what it is we want with somebody. Like, he might not have been the guy for you, but you were at least able to see something you loved, and you can look for that with the next guy or the next journey. You know? I think that's a big part of it all. Kristen said if he does something to make Kaylee happy, or if he folds the laundry, perfect example this morning. I forgot the $1 under her pillow for Tooth Fairy. He remembered. Oh, Kaylee had a Tooth Fairy. Oh, she must have been excited. Isn't it funny? Not having kids. I can't imagine that. I think Tasha and I think the kid thing, I said it so passively, I think the kid thing will happen so much, so quickly when we're ready for it, which could be, like I said, sooner than later. We had a big surprise on the last live stream, which was to announce that we were moving, and everyone thought we were having a kid because we were like, we got a big surprise coming. Yeah, Kristen, we're moving. We're staying in, let me see if I can airdrop myself the photo so I can share you guys this photo. We're moving to a place, still in Los Angeles, but it's in a part of town that's a little bit more spread out. So let me select these two photos here for you guys. I'm going to share with you guys. I don't know if my airdrop's going to go through, but I'm going to share with you guys, if I can. My MacBook might not be set up. Oh, you know what I can do? I know how I can do this. I'm going to text myself these photos, and then I'm going to share them with you guys. It's the backyard of my new place, which might not sound like a lot. I'm not saying this to brag, but when I talked earlier about the leap of faith that we're taking, the faith is like, it's almost like the leap of faith. It's like when a butterfly punches its way out of its cocoon. It doesn't really know what it's doing, but there's something in its DNA that's telling it to do that. You know? I heard that locusts are actually just grasshoppers, but when they're adrenaline maybe it's adrenaline or testosterone kicks in, that's what turns them into locusts, and then they become a different thing. It's a metamorphosis that happens. And the same thing happens to us spiritually, where like we just know when we need more out of life. And we've stayed in this rent control place, but we just knew we needed more out of life. Let me see if I can pull up the photos I just sent to myself here and share with you. This might mess with my processing power. My computer's going extra slow. Here we go. I just got it. So just give me a second here and I will share these with you. And this is just the backyard of the place we're moving to. This is a exclusive that I'm showing. So people asked me earlier about the Patreon. So anyway, I know I'm all over the place. The Patreon is right here. It's just a private membership. We have 25 Patreon members, and they pay a different amount, $5, $10, $12, or $50 a month. And it's a monthly subscription to private episodes. I get to it's really a way for people to connect with us on a way more personal level, where I get to play licensed music, so I can play anything on Spotify. I play new music. I treat it more like a radio program where I play some music. I take people's messages. It's very personal because it's for a private community. But people have asked about this, and this is a way that if you wanted to, you could continuously support. Again, I don't really promote it much yet. Maybe the Patreon will have a more Bachelor focused episode. Because if there's a demand there, I'll do it. I'll have to think about that. But if anyone has any ideas for membership only content that you would like, or maybe some people are members of Nick Vile's Patreon or other people, let me know. Leave a comment and let me know. So hold on one second. If I open this, and then if I pull it down here, this is the new, you have to bear with me here. Right. So this is the new backyard of where we're moving. This is a nice little private backyard. Again, it's a city, so it's hard to get. So this is, I've never showed this to anyone on here. I'm letting you guys see it. This is where we're moving in a few weeks. This is a cool wall they built to separate it from the neighbors, which in Los Angeles is really cool because everyone's on top of each other, but they have cool palm trees. And then in the front yard, they actually have papaya trees, which I didn't really know papayas grow on trees. And then they also have banana trees and a lemon lime tree. It's like a hybrid. Oh, I'll show you. It's over there. They look like lemons, but they're a little hybrid fruit. I haven't tried them yet. So that's that side. And of course, we're going to be doing a lot of work to this property to make it like content friendly for us. So this is it at night with the lights turned on. So this whole area up here we're going to put AstroTurf and then make a lounge area. And then Los Angeles can get very hot in the summer, especially in this neighborhood. And by very hot, I mean, about 100 degrees, but it's dry. So if you're from a humid place like the Midwest or the East Coast, it's not 100 and humid. A dry 100 is probably the equivalent of like 82 and humid. It's weird how that works. So a dry heat's nice, but it heats the AstroTurf up a lot. So we're going to have I got to use a little pointer here. We're going to have one of those like triangular canvases over here to give shade. And then we're going to probably build a couple more of these sort of planters with wheels on them so we can move them around to make sure they get enough sun. And we'll probably like section this off. And then over here, we'll have some sort of kitchen sectional furniture kind of couch thing. And my thought is if I do Survivor recaps is that I'll do the recaps outside at night with like the tiki torches. It'll be like a really cool setup, which I think can be really cool to just like get the color to look just like we were on the show Survivor and do a recap. Does anyone watch Survivor? Ben says, "Oh my OMG, Dave, this property looks beautiful." I'll show you the inside too. I guess I didn't send it to me. I'll show you the inside. I'm not afraid. This is stuff that we're obviously going to be doing a tour of and showing people. So I have no problem sharing it with you guys. But we haven't made the full-on like tour video yet. But the inside is very much like lofty like content. Like you can tell from the inside that we're going to make a ton of content. The actual place isn't that big compared to where we live now. It's a little bit bigger, but obviously you can't quantify the outdoor space. Like the outdoor space is amazing, Hold on one second. I'm going to share a photo. Let me enlarge it. Let me get rid of this one. I'm trying to do all this here. So this is, hold on. This is the inside, kitchen area. Again, if you saw my place now, this is a lot cleaner. These big, like, kind of high ceilings. And then where this photo is taken from is the living room area. The living room kind of opens into the kitchen. Then it has 2 bedrooms. The main bedroom will, of course, be where Tasha and I lay our heads, if you will. But then the other bedroom is going to be an office space that we also use, that I will be using to have my live stream set up, like, always ready to go. One of the things, the biggest drag on me creating content is that for the most part, I set up and take down every single time I create content. Now, I've gotten good at it. I can set up and take down everything in probably under 10 minutes. But it's a lot of cords. It's all over the place. So the new setup's going to have an office with the camera mounted across the room, set up, ready to go. All the wires connected on the desk, ready to go to you guys. I'm also investing in like a better video like background. If you take this, I made this one background here. Let's see. I'm going to play it. I'm going to get rid of my bullets. and then I'm going to play this background. So I made this one thing right here. You'll see, you know, I made this stupid little thing. It's just a video. It kind of plays and then turns off. I made that for my Bachelor recaps. But what I want to have is a video that's basically just like not a moving ticker, like in some annoying Times Square type of way, but just like something that gives the background a little bit more newsroom casual. You're tuning in, you're ready to talk with me type of vibe. Not that I've got a problem with this, but every time I make a new background, this is something that I just make in Photoshop and put on the background versus a live replaying video that I'll make. So I hope you guys enjoyed me sharing all that with you. Isabel said, where's Survivor being filmed during the pandemic? I have no idea. Let's look. New Survivor season 2021. Let's see. Let's see if there's a new season. Okay, so here we go. Let's look into Survivor right now. Do our picture-in-picture over here. Everything to know about Survivor. What was this highlighted part? And people have asked in the past for me to recap Survivor, and I'm always like, I don't know. But I started watching it again, and I'm like, this show is really good. And since my buddy Channing watches it, we're like, well, you know, we could probably do a fun thing. You know, if I have Channing on the show, we'll split the revenue together. Filming update. Production for the 41st season has now been pushed back to spring. The reason Fiji's borders remain closed due to the virus. CBS's new goal is to film the next 2 installments back-to-back in early 2021. If this happens, you can expect to see the episodes air on television in fall 2021. You know, that would be really good for me, to be honest, because by then I'll have my whole backyard set up. So I can have tiki torches. I can play some like Survivor theme music in the background. I think that could be a lot of fun, and I think that would be a good chance to do something that's a little bit different than... Oh, see, no, sorry. Now I got to turn that video off. Bachelor intro video, hide it. There we go. I really appreciate all your comments. Jacqueline said, wow, it looks beautiful. I'm jealous of your kitchen. I'm jealous of this kitchen too. I mean, if you could see, you guys have seen it before, but everything in my apartment, I'm in like a 500 square foot studio, but it's separated, like the living room, bedrooms kind of together. So like when I walk into the apartment, you're immediately at the bed, which stinks when I come home late from a stand-up show or something and Tasha's sleeping. It's like, it's not good. It's not good. We try our best, but it's just not good. So my place, the kitchen and dining room are next to each other. We have a beautiful light, beautiful natural light, most times of the day. Like I'm looking right at the Hollywood sign right now. I can see the Hollywood sign. It might be about 2 miles away, but I have a dead shot under the Hollywood sign, which is really nice. If you've watched any of my vlogs, you've probably seen the drone shots of it all. It's nice. But like I said, punch our way out of this cocoon. I need to be able to like wake up, and if there's a video to be made or something to be done, I need to be able to do it. You know what I mean? So that's what I'm excited for with the new place. The new place, I'll share these numbers with you guys. A rent-controlled small studio in Los Angeles. Put it this way, when we move out, they'll probably rent our place for $1,600, 550 square feet, old building. No real amenities. We pay like 13 something. So, cause Tasha's been here since it was like 900. It goes up when you're in rent controlled in California, it goes up at 3 or 5% a year, depending on the situation. I think ours is at 3%. So every year it can only go up 3%. Newer buildings that were built like after 1978 aren't protected by rent control. So they can move you in at a new building for like $1,500. And then the second year it could be $4,000 a month, you know? The place we're moving to is $2,200 a month. So we've had to go, okay, we're going to be spending an extra $450, let's call it $500 each a month. That's insane. We could fly on vacation every month for that price. But also, so that's the sort of, that's the side of me that is very much pragmatic, cautious. But also once the YouTube started growing, I go, look, we need to set ourselves up to produce efficiently. We can't lower our expenses anymore. So we need to set ourselves up in a situation where we can have exponential growth. Part of this, as you saw this beautiful, see if I can go back to it. Part of this, as you saw this beautiful house we're moving to, is this just the space to film something. It might sound so trivial to be like, we need space to film a TikTok video. But when it comes to broadcasting and connecting to the world, there's all these social media apps that it kind of pays to be on. You know, and if we're not on these apps, we're not able to Well, and we are on the apps now, but we literally don't have the space to, sorry, I'm pulling up the inside photo. We don't have the space to take a TikTok video, promote what it is we're doing in our current place. Like for every photo, if Tasha wanted to do like a outfit of the day on her Instagram, she's got to move so much junk out of the background. We have no depth of field here. So this place, you know, we've looked at a bunch of places, is super good, as you can see, with the lighting. Big open windows, vaulted windows, kind of like very light. The whole flooring in it's cement, which is kind of different because you wouldn't get by with this in New England, cold winters and things like that. But we've got a couple cowhide rugs that we love that are going to look really good in here. And, you know, like I said, studio loft wise, I think it's going to be really good. You know, what if I want to shoot an episode where I'm cooking? What if I want to put the tripod on a giant rollers like they do for soap operas and just move around the house while I live stream? Who knows? Who knows what we want to do? But to have us get a phone call. Getting a phone call from Vermont, but I think they want to leave a voicemail, so we'll let that go straight to voicemail. Yeah, it's amazing what little expectations we have. Like we're gonna have a window in front of the sink, which is really cool. We're gonna be able to open the door and let the dog walk outside and use the bathroom. Now we're still wondering how we're going to do the pee situation because it's cement, but there is like a little garden area where they have vines going up. So I think if he pees in that mulched area, that won't damage the vines enough because it's one thing when a dog pees on the same piece of grass every day, but if he's peeing in an area that's going to be watered regularly, I think it'll be okay. We'll see. We might also use a scrap from the AstroTurf as his pee area and just hose it down. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. Yeah, this is going to sound stupid. The fridge has nice LED lights on the inside. I was thinking this last night. I was like, I can't wait to get into that fridge late at night. And you know that feeling when you open the door and you just start looking around that fridge? You know that feeling where you're like, I'm not hungry, I'm bored, and I'm about to make myself a meal. Let me get this hat back on over here. I think if I press down, oh boy, really? Is that on? I think that works. All right, let me get out of this. So yeah, that's it. I appreciate you guys being pumped and happy for me. It's got one of those stupid, oh boy, that you can't really see, but it's got one of those sinks that you can take it off the thing. I don't know, guys. By all means, I hope you don't take this as me sort of showing off. Here's the kitchen window right here. So you walk in. I don't think you guys can actually see what I'm looking at. Yeah, there you go. Let me move it over. There it is. So there's the kitchen door. So to the right is the living area. Then there'll be a TV. Will be mounted right between the kitchen and the living area, or a big TV, so we'll be able to kind of watch from either end. And then out here, my thought is maybe why not create some sort of put it like a sheet out and maybe project movies in the summer. You know, because the summer here is really like 10 months. Like we're in the cold season, but then 2 weeks ago it was in the 90s. So like even in the cold season it can get hot. But like right now it's probably in the 50s outside. Average weather this time of year though, I would say 60s and gray. Anyway, back to your comments, everyone. Isabel said, Oz indeed, my first time seeing Boone. I love Boone. Go back to this here. Make sure I didn't miss anything. Dave, why did you leave the Catholic Church? I'm really interested. I'm actually 40 minutes behind because the conversation was so interesting. Oh, thanks, Diane. I mean, I don't look at it that way, to be honest. I don't look at it as I ever left. I never made a decision to leave. I think it comes down to more my personal me is do good, spiritual, but not like memorizing gossip. And I know that's not what the Catholic Church is all about, or other churches. I know it's more about community. I have a community in Los Angeles that is a lot of good and inspiring people. Would I go to church? Yeah, I would go to church. But are we cynical towards church? No. Like I believe in God, but my belief that I've been like pretty open to share is more so spiritual in the sense that I believe God is within us and not above us. So Marianne Williamson kind of says this. She's great, right? Where she says, you know, it's not cocky to say that you're a gift from God because we're all God's gifts. It's up to us to like facilitate that image whether it's sharing love in whatever ways. You're in architecture, you build something beautiful. You're a dad, you're a mom, you're mowing the lawn, you're loving your family. Those are just simple, good ways to share love. You're me, a stand-up comic. I want to make people laugh. I want to speak truth to some things that are messed up and try to be enlightened. So God being within all of us vicariously, to me, is kind of like Wayne Dyer would say, like, universe means universe, one song. So we all march to the beat of a drum. We're sort of divided by nations. We're divided by sort of these borders and social media. We're sort of pulled apart. And that's just a way to elicit sort of loyalty and response, to be nationalist. Our country's better than yours. Our X is better than Y. This political party is out to this or that. That's why, like with media, whenever anyone's like trying to make you feel afraid, I would always step back. Sometimes it's good to feel afraid, but if you're being made to feel afraid, that's just a control mechanism. And I'm not saying that the Catholic Church does that, but there is a history in religion where it's like, well, you're going to go to hell if you don't do this. And I'm not saying I don't necessarily believe in hell, but it's way more complicated to me when it comes to do I believe in hell? I don't know. I do believe that I do believe that we're spiritual beings on the earth for a very finite amount of time, and we're trying to overcome. We've chosen earth as like a very hard level. I think earth is a hard level where we've come here to really feel pain and overcome that. So whenever we feel pain in life, I try to frame it in that way where it's like, all right, there's a lot of, struggles that we all have. Whenever everyone's like, oh, you have it easier, this person's got it harder, it's like we've all got, hold on, the dog's pulling a cord. Come on, boo. Dog's sitting on all the cords. Hold on. I'm not asking much out of him. I just was like, can you move your butt away from the electrical cords? I'm not going to lie. I'm starting to feel a little raspiness in my throat. I might have to move to a tea. Yeah, he's a basset hound. He's 55 pounds. Leslie said, I want alien talk. I was going to mention aliens earlier. We'll get into aliens. I do, my favorite alien conspiracy, I guess we'll get into it now. Let me wrap up the religion thing. So there are plenty of non-religious people that are great humans, and there's plenty of religious people that are great, of course. There's also plenty of non-religious people that have no purpose in life and struggle with their identity and community and doing good for others, and they're kind of swimming in the deep end. When you're swimming in the deep end, they always say like lifeguard, there's been instances where like if you're trying to be saved from drowning, you have the potential to also drown your lifeguard or someone who's trying to save you because you're throwing elbows, you're swimming. What do they say? Haven't they had like lifeguards? Don't they train them to punch people in the face and like knock them out if they're trying to save them? It's almost like you got to get out of your own way. I could have made that up. I don't know. It's almost like you have to get out of your own way to, like if like your heart's racing and you're panicking, you can't then breathe, which means you can't like focus and oxygenate your brain and all this. Like we have this like really weird reptilian reactions to situations in life. And there's people that don't have faith, that don't know what they want to do with their life, and they're struggling. And this is a big problem with what we have in our country, is that the middle class has been sort of stiffed in the last couple of generations. The richer have gotten richer. The gap between wealth has never been bigger. There's like 5 people in the country that own more than like 90% of our country's wealth. It's messed up. People feel disenfranchised and they're upset, and there's different ways to solve the issue. Some are right and some are wrong and some are divisive. But the point that what I'm trying to say is there are plenty of people that would benefit very much from faith. My faith that I have is very spiritual. When I talk about leap and the net will appear, when I talk about the laws of attraction, I've always been attracted to that side of spirituality more so than sort of what I see as the religion being sort of a stiff, sort of like thou shalt not. It's like, it could just be a PR thing, but a motivational speaker that, and again, people like Marianne Williamson talks about God, Wayne Dyer talks about God, but they do it in a way that's more connecting to me. So I've been more, like I said, into my spirituality, knowing that things are going to work out. Positive energy. Positive energy is something that's easy to talk about, but it's hard to dissect. A lot of times before I do a recap, I'll play a pump-up song, this is another reason why I'm excited to have the new 2-bedroom house, because I'll be able to be in my own room and make some more noise. And I think for me, it's like getting into that groove. Here we go, sharing some love, messing around. We're doing it. We're getting after it. Let's do things. You can't just start off like that. You got to sort of ramp up to that. In comedy, you like to ramp up to jokes where you're hitting the thing. You can't just, you can show up that way, but it's hard to sustain. So it's about like building this like positive energy and then hoping that you guys are on board to receive what I'm trying to put out. With stand-up, you'll bomb all the time, and it doesn't mean my joke was bad, or it was my execution's all off, or I didn't connect with the audience. That's the number one rule in comedy, is connect with your audience. So for me to connect with you guys, that's like the spirituality of like, how do I connect with people? And it doesn't mean we're all like, everybody, open your chakras, do whatever the hell you want with your chakra, within legal bounds, Don't, be careful whose chakra you, okay. But the point is that I kind of just grew up in what was a kind of quiet, stiff setting, and I just sort of repelled from that. I just wanted more. Crystal said, no, don't talk about aliens now. I have to teach kids about it in 5 minutes, and I'm going to miss it. Crystal, you tell me when you're back, and we'll talk about aliens when you're back, okay? Heather Fitz says, Jess from Chatty Broad said Elon Musk's babies' names could be communications to the aliens. Yeah, it could be. I don't know. Kristen Harding, of course, said mine is with the universe. Yeah, some people like Kristen, she said organized religion isn't for me. Yeah, and maybe it's like we both had a very similar, like Kristen, we had a very similar, obviously, upbringing with it, where like the church we went to, our parents still go to, couldn't be more boring. Couldn't be more uninspiring. I mean, Kristen, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not saying I don't feel better after, but I probably feel better because it's over. That's not the community for me. And I'm not saying all churches are like that, but like that ain't for me. And some people that are like different energy levels, that like something like more quiet or whatever, maybe they can like sit down in church, and church is the only time for them to like quit their mind from racing. Like our stepdad, he doesn't meditate. He's got a million projects. His car's dirty. He's got stacks of paper everywhere. Maybe for him, going to church is just a chance to just take a nap. He falls asleep half the time. Maggie said, Wit and Rye, pleased to hear they're cheering you on. Yeah, aren't they great? Kristen said, yeah, it's boring. So for us, church has been boring. I guess that's what it comes down to, right? Boring. The whole Catholic Mass is one big yawn. One big yawn. Let's see if I can get some Catholic music here. Let's see what this is. This Catholic music? No, that's not it. This isn't Catholic music. How about this? This is it. Peace be with you. That's it. That's all I got, folks. That's my description of the church I came from. And look, and it's okay not to belong in church. Part of what we've been talking about in the past with Colton Underwood is potentially like his connection to his church. He was sort of labeled as a guy, and if you don't follow Bachelor, some people on here don't follow Bachelor, but he was labeled as a guy who was known for his virginity. He was like praised for all these things, for his purity, for his faith. So what happens if he loses faith? Does that mean he loses the identity that everyone cheered him on for? So part of my thought with Colton Underwood, slipping into love addiction, codependency, not letting the relationship end, stalking, putting a tracking device on his girlfriend's car, all these things happened. Apparently he had lost his virginity to her. Maybe he did, maybe he didn't. Doesn't matter to me. But it makes you wonder, did he need this relationship to work for reasons above like the simplicity of love? Did he need it to work because his identity was built around not failing, faith, X, Y, and Z? it couldn't have helped him. It couldn't have helped his cause, because we all know he spiraled out of control and he did some things I'm sure he deeply regrets. Alex said, I grew up going to Polish Catholic church and it was crazy depressing for the most part. The Polish are a good Catholic group. Where are you from, Alex? Emma said, I grew up Catholic and my whole family is now non-denominational Christian. I go to church with them from time to time and the music is fun. However, I just don't really know what I believe. And that's okay. Leslie said, Christ has died, Christ has risen, Christ will come again. Yeah, look, and it's not a conversation that's... Here's the thing when we talk about like us versus them. I never want to have the conversation as if my views are better or worse than others. We live in a country where in some pockets of the country, religion's way more focused. Like like Rhode Island, everyone was Catholic. Everyone was Catholic. Irish Catholic, Italian Catholic, Portuguese Catholic. We're all Catholic. Daniel said, Daniel's over there in England. Daniel's a Patreon member. I didn't shout you out earlier, Daniel, but I very much appreciate you over there in England. He said, I used to serve in 2 churches, one Catholic, one Church of England. Even visiting different churches of the same type can feel so different and not all engaging. No, you're absolutely right. I've been to Catholic churches that are like really beautiful, like the Abbey, right? Kristen, you've been to the Abbey. It's beautiful. It's still boring, but it's beautiful boring. There's monks, there's incense, there's good lighting. Our church is like, someone had referred to it as like a roadside motel of a church. It's just like, what is it? It's just off the side of the local highway. They're good people. Again, it's not me messing with it. It's almost like if you saw a band that wasn't your band, it's like, yeah, they just don't do it for me. Maybe their next album will be better, but as of right now, it's like, nah, that's just not what I'm going to breathe my life into. What's crazy too, and I don't mean this in any way to compliment me. I've got some family that are ministers, and we're all trying to get our messages out of love in different ways. Yesterday, to have 100,000 views, imagine a church that got 100,000 views. I'm not conflating in saying that I am a church. Even denying that sounds megaliomatic. Is that how you say it? What I'm trying to say is, if I have a message I want to send out, loving, I'm that younger brother kind of vibe. I just want everyone to be happy. I want to have fun. I don't want my jokes to hurt people. Sometimes people will get offended in the process. I've learned to you can't, someone's going to get pissed off at something, but if you got to crack an egg to make an omelet, if the greater good is there, then that's good. So like, I'm not by any means saying that it's church-like, but in the sense that we have a community, a common denominator where we're pretty, I think the following here is pretty good energy. You guys feed me that energy and I just feed it back. That's just the beauty of positive energy, is that we can sort of feed each other. And a good church can do that. Absolutely. But some churches, they're tax exempt. Some churches, Scientology is a church. They're a great example of it going too far. Now, you have churches that are in the South, like, that close their doors to flood victims. Again, I know this isn't the norm because I've been the first one to defend like Catholic priests. Kristen and I have an uncle who's a Catholic priest. He seems like a very charitable guy. He's done missionary work in Central America. Obviously, there's a huge stain on the Catholic Church. I'm not going to break it all down. I can be critical of it and also know that it's still like a percentage point. But it's almost like, imagine if you're a dad who runs a really awesome Boy Scout troop. The Boy Scouts are still known for like, homophobia, pedophilia. There's a million things that have been wrong within the organization. It's almost like I was in a fraternity. Some fraternities have horrifying, past to them. We all can't be judged by things that our community has done. Religion, for the most part, is meant to be good, but also in the hands of people that are mortals, it's a one way to really sort of like, attract power and ego. Jen said, we're all part of the Church of Dave Neal, and we are devout. Hey, anything to get a tax exemption, right, guys? Let's get out there. Be like, yeah, I got all these, super chat requests, but we're at church now. Jen Murphy's my, ministering the, what you're holding all the incense or whatever you do. Heather said, guys, I need to hop on the shower. Be right back in case anyone misses me. Heather, just bring the laptop into the shower, turn the volume up. Heather, what's your let me know. I might have lost you already, but what's your shower routine? I made fun the other day of this story where, let's break this down. By the way, let me see. Should I enlarge this here? I feel like my head's kind of small. Let's see if we can. Oh no, that's that. I'm trying to make my webcam bigger here. Is this it? See if that's there. It is. Make myself a little bit bigger here. Hey, there we go. Maybe even bigger. I made fun of the story where Matt James' ex-roommate named Sophia went on a podcast and talked about how he was a horrible roommate. You know, he had friends over, gave them extra keys. You know, she told him she didn't approve of it, X, Y, and Z. Now, that sounds like a horrible situation. Some people can't tell when I'm being serious and kidding, and maybe that's on me. That's, you know, I take partial blame for my lack of communication. You know, that video got dozens of thousands of views or whatever, only got a couple negative comments. So I think most people who understand me understand my humor, but I was like, look, you're going to be upset that Tyler Cameron's crashing on your couch? Dude's got 12 abs. It's amazing. Obviously, I'm kidding. But then I was like, you know what, really? Because she was like, oh, yeah, he was messy. I was like, look, women are super messy the way you take showers. Hair's out. You got hairballs everywhere. You got different types of shampoo, conditioner, body scrub, foot rub, cranking this out, snipping that, polishing this, buff this, skip it, bop it, boop. The fact that I made it, and then that's what I said. I was like, skip it, you know, bippity boppity boop, whatever. And then someone was like, you know, it's someone's like, you know, it's really toxic and misogynistic to tell women that they're dirty and filthy. I'm like, come on, come on. I was like, look, that one's on you. You could, you know, for people that take offense to everything, that's on you. That's on you to come to terms with choosing what to be offended about. That's one of the greatest tips I was given in life. Is it's up. I'm gonna tell you guys right this. It's up to us to decide what we're offended by. Are we going to be offended by everything? Every guy that cuts us off on the street? Tasha hates driving with me because I'm a safe driver. I drive, but my car's not like a super fast car. I got a 4-cylinder Toyota. So like, I'll let a guy pass me. Maybe he doesn't have the blinker on, whatever. Tasha's like, she's yelling at the guy. And I'm like, no, I just choose not to be offended by someone who might be late for work or driving like a jerk because, you know, maybe if we lived in a small town, say we lived in a small town and there was 100 drivers beeping the horn and flicking off people that wrong you, maybe that's a good thing. Maybe after a couple of weeks of doing that, everyone's like, all right, Tasha's out there in a red Prius. Let's drive nice around her. But when you live in a city of such anonymity, you can't do that. You can't get mad. There's so much you can't take the bait at getting mad at things. Lord Raina said, literally explained my bathroom. Oh, Lord Raina's back. I don't know if you were here earlier, but I had your stream. Oh, that's not it. I had your stream up. Oh, that's why I closed. Hold on. So because this is why I took it down earlier. Now I remember. Because my webcam, these balloons are a little messed up with your green screen here. I think that's good. We'll leave it like that for now. Lord Raina sent me these images. I had to expand it a little bit. I added black bars on the sides just to make it bigger. You probably can't even tell over there. But can you see that? Oh, there goes my green screen. What did Lesia say? I'm trying to go back. Lesia said, love the Jesuits, and I'm not even Catholic. I honestly don't know the difference between Jesuits and Catholics. Teresa said, Dave, I love Mass, but go to a Jesuit parish that is more moderate and accepting, really not boring. Yeah, no, that's for sure a part of it. You know, it's just being non-judgmental. The problem I was going to say earlier with a lot of Christians is like, I'm sure the Mormons have the same problem, but Christianity is like the largest religious sort of entity in the U.S., so that's what we talk about. Because I could pick apart Mormon, you know, I got buddies that left the church there and they really had a hard time feeling accepted. But, sorry, I just got a couple of text messages. People that feel like they need to save others, that's where the problem becomes. With the 12-step program, I've talked about this before with Alcoholics Anonymous, Overeaters Anonymous, you don't actively try to save others. They have to come to you. So I think the church would benefit from not really proselytizing and reaching out to people that aren't like there for it. It's almost like do good so that people want to know why you are doing so good. And there are plenty of, like, we've got Tasha and I talk about this. We have friends that are that are religious and they seem so dang happy. and they seem like they have their life together and this and that, and that's good. You should look at your friend Julia and be like, oh, Julia looks like she's vibrant. I should see what she's doing. Like, you should want to promote from within, and I think that's mostly the case. But of course, there are a lot of scenarios where people think, like, because I believe in women's choice to choose the very difficult decision to to decide if they need to abort a baby or whatever, that I need to have my views challenged. Like, I very much thought long and hard and critically think about what, complex scenarios that are way more complicated to me than just like, well, we're all for this, we're all for that. I don't know if that makes sense. But I do respect you guys that respect me, and I respect those of you that are religious. And like I'd say a prayer, I'm not like like I don't have the type of religious repulsion. I think I'm making up a lot of words here. That someone who like came out of the closet and their church tried to put them through conversion camp. Like, I don't have that kind of weight behind me. I was just kind of like, all right, kind of built a different community. This song's really boring. I will keep it. Abby said, that's so funny. I know a lot of Christians see The Bachelor as not having a Christian agenda because of fantasy suites with multiple people. Emma said, right now with my spirituality, I'm trying to distance from organized religion because I've seen it cause hatred. Oh, we're getting another phone call. I gotta get to some voicemails. Isabella said, not Catholic here, but I was deeply touched by Pope John Paul's life. John Paul II's life. Teresa said, come visit Phoenix. Teresa Phoenix. Okay, I didn't, when I'm reading your comments, it's so minuscule and I can't expand them. You're Teresa that invited us to Thanksgiving with the peanut butter, Teresa. Sorry, there's a different Teresa, and I didn't want to make the mistake, but I got your email, and thank you so much. You've been so kind to us. Teresa sent us a nice care package, just so kind. A lot of people have. Jen Murphy sent us, a big box of things. If you go to my Vlogmas, the Canadian episode, if you look through the Vlogmas thumbnails, you'll see the Canadian episode. But Jen sent us all this Canadian care package, and everyone out there has been so kind to us that I say us because everything I just share with Tasha, I share with her. It's so exciting to me. It's like if a scientist like did an experiment and like this thing they've been working on for a long time, it's starting to make sense. Look, Eureka! My Eureka moment has been you guys. Two hours, 42 minutes. Feeling pretty good. Probably going to need some sort of tea. Let's see. I got Tasha. I got to get away from this image so I can go back to the bullet. Oh, that's not it. I got to get away from this so I can go back to the bullets here. Tasha's coming on at 1. So in an hour, I got to put pizza in the oven because I'm going to do a pizza for me, and then Tasha's got her own vegan, gluten-free pizza. So she's only here for an hour between jobs, so I want to have the food ready to go. Leslie said conversion camps are horrible. Yeah, look, there's so many things that are done with good intention that are horrible, and I think generally speaking, we're getting above that. But when the damage is done, if someone went to a conversion camp in the 90s, they're my age. They're my age, and they're scarred for life. You're never going to get those people back. The Catholic Church, I think, has come a long way with like love, wanting to accept gay people into the world, and I mean they should. The whole world, for the most part. Obviously, there's countries and archaic, even some states. Like I've got family that are sort of either in the closet in the Midwest. They're still dangerous places. Kentucky, you don't come out of the closet. I mean, in your case, it might be different, but like one of my best friends in college came out of the closet after he graduated college. So even in 2007, he was like, I got to go move to Boston because that's you go to the closest city where you can walk freely, which might not sound much to normal people. You know what I mean when I say normal people, hetero society. Again, altruistic in my comments right now, but the hetero society, you can be at a farmer's market in the suburbs, but can a guy hold hands with his boyfriend at that farmer's market? Maybe now, but there's an imprint there of like judgment, and there's a stain there. I remember when my buddy came out of the closet, maybe a year later, I had a family member say, does Ty still think he's gay? What? And maybe Ty decides He wants to date women sometime. Who cares? But it's not that he decides he's gay. It's not that it's like it's dangerous. And again, that's not necessarily religion so much as cultural, being okay with that. But, you know, my stepdad too, there'd be a guy kissing scene in a movie. You need to go, ew. And that's saying a lot to like your kids. Like, I don't know of anyone in my family that's gay, but I hope if there are people in my family that are gay, in anyone's family, I hope that they feel comfortable coming out. I shared this story the other day, but I had a stand-up show in Chelsea, which is on 23rd Street, that neighborhood in New York City. Very bohemian, chic, cool, very gay friendly neighborhood. It's above the West Village, which is where they had that Stone. I'm gonna mess this up. Stone Hill, whatever the name of that. The riots were, where like there was literally a shootout in a gay bar. You know, I'm butchering these names, but I remember going to this gay club after my stand-up show. I was there with like a flight attendant, this female. She came to my show and we ended up going. I don't know how we got to this gay bar. We were like the only straight people there. There was other straight people, but you know, we were there. We were like hanging out, and this gay guy. This is 2010. You know, where New York has been gay friendly for a very long time, but not all of New York was. You know, so this guy brings his dad. There's a drag queen singing, doing the DJ, like it's like a drag queen karaoke night. Very stereotypical, amazing. It's like a Tuesday night, and they made like an announcement, like John's here, and John brought his dad for the first time. Everybody, give it up for John's dad! Woo! Everyone's cheering. Let me get to the thing. Everyone's like, woo! Tears of happiness, tears of collective tears of people that know what that's like to have a dad that accepts you, but also tears to know what it's like to worry if you're going to be accepted. All for what? For loving somebody that's a little different than what you loved. I get teary-eyed thinking about this special moment. I'll talk a little bit more about it. Queen Humarez, thank you so much. $20 chat. I've been writing all these down. Thank you so much. I've been writing them down right here. That brings the donations up to $150, which, guys, I'm not here for you guys to give me donations. I'm here to give back for this amazing investment you guys have made into me with 10,000 subscribers. But Queen, you are the queen. I'm the princess. You're the queen. Queen Ehumarez. Ehumarez. Let me know if I'm pronouncing that right. With a $20 donation. New subscriber in the building. I always enjoy your recaps. Congrats on 10K. Thank you so much. So anyway, I've had these moments where like I've never been anti-gay, but in New England, you do not hold back on calling people a fag. In the early 2000s, you do not. I mean, guys, we're gonna be honest here. Fag and retard were words that were used that no longer are accepted in the terms that they were used. Hurtful. And I do look at that as like, wow, what were we? But you didn't know. You're 12. Your older cousin calls you a fag because it's confusing. So you look back on it with such like, not necessarily disappointment, but like a little bit of guilt where you go, and again, we're talking mainstream. Black Eyed Peas, let's get retarded in here. That was the name of the song. This is recent, guys. So for us to just realize, like, look, we can have a good time. We can all have fun, but we don't have to have someone's identity be an insult, you know? Heather Fitz said, we used to say thank you for calling me a pile of sticks. Yeah, that's a good one, right? But it's so funny because words mean different things. Yeah, the fag was it was like a smoking term, right? Pile of sticks, twigs, whatever, in England. Daniel would know. He's an England guy. Megan said I have to head to work. Hopefully I'll be able to catch the last hour or so when I'm done. Or maybe catch you on my break. Congrats on 10K. Thank you so much. Leslie said it's confusing, but to the people that were called that, it has lasting effects. Absolutely. Teresa, Sammy, that is sad. We should all feel loved and accepted, especially by family sending hugs. Sammy said the rest of our family could care less. Okay. Oh, sorry. Let me go back. Sorry. I missed the whole thing. I'm back. So Jade said that this tough is when it has all gone too far because baby is a sexual term. No need to call them that. I think I missed something. Nikki, is this the same? Is this a different Nikki? I don't know if you changed your username. You're not San Diego, Nikki. Nikki said, when people talk about the South like as anti-gay, I can't even understand because I've never lived anywhere other than the South and have many gay friends and they have been loved and respected. Nikki, I'm going to get to that. Let me just finish reading this. Sammy said, I have a cousin who's gay. He's in his 50s, has never come out, and still lives at home with his mom. They're very strict Catholics. Very sad to see him not being able to live the life he wants. Lesia said, yes, they sent her to this Provo Canyon school, which was supposed to be some therapeutic rehab type of place, and it was totally abusive. I'm so sorry to hear that. Sammy said the rest of our family could care less if he's gay, but the most sad part is that he will likely come out after his mom passes or possibly never. Teresa said, Sammy, that's sad. We should all feel loved. Look, you guys, you're so spot on. And you said that you've lived in the South your whole life and you've never felt this, and that's good. I mean, it's by all means not North is gay friendly, South is not. But there is a history of ignorance in different pockets of the country. Like if you like Boston, the parts of Boston are super gay friendly, but parts of the suburbs are super like antiquated and racist. I mean, that's the same everywhere. I use Boston as an example because I know New England, but I've never considered myself anti-Semitic, but the word Jew was used in my town and by my friend group in a way that would not be right. And it wasn't until college where I actually interacted and met Jewish people. I'm not afraid to talk about this either. The people that think like, oh yeah, no, my whole life, I came out of the womb totally understanding. Good for you. But where I come from, there were words that were said that were very ignorant. And then I've had to have people tell me, like, I remember there's a buddy of mine in my fraternity was like, Dave, that's not a word you should be saying. Oh. And I kind of took offense to it. I was like, geez. But then I was like, oh, what? Like, that was a really nice way for him to tell me that. He didn't say it in front of a whole group of people to make me look bad. He was just like, hey, Dave, that's kind of like not, you know what I mean? And I think with society, we need to be more like that, where we tell people like in a nice way. And again, with the internet, there's nothing nice about it. But we tell people like, hey, come on, when you say that word, it means this. And I'm not a word police person. Stand-up comedy, you say whatever word you want, but it's up to you to make it funny. It's up to you to get the audience on your side. And it's also the context in which you say it. I have a couple jokes that say words that I would never say in normal conversation. They also work on stage because I say them in the framework of characters having a conversation, and it's built into that dialogue. You know what I mean? I know I have family members that are gay that didn't start going to family events until the grandmother passed away. We're talking about people in their 50s, 40s in the Midwest. I've got a family member in New England that never came out of the closet, who passed away a few years ago. And it took a lot of me becoming an adult to be like, oh, he was gay. Of course he was. He was probably open in his own community, but he never got that way with the family. Whether the family would have been accepting or not, it's almost like you have to almost be like overly accepting for them to feel comfortable. You know, the stories of the dad who's like, son, we've known you've been gay, and we love you, and you know, like, those are just so beautiful. I don't know why we're talking about this. Kelly said the other Kelly from Georgia has been here checking in. Driving to work now. I'll leave you on until my coworkers throw stuff at me. Kristen says I kind of thought so. We're talking about the same person. Has to be. Yeah, he was a gay man. Passed away. He supported a lot of things. It's going to sound cliche to say, but he supported a lot of things that obviously would be like, as an adult, you look at it and go, oh, of course he was gay. But what does that do to your health to not fully express who you are? I don't know. Tasha just texted me. Let's see if Tasha's... I don't know what she's doing. Oh, Tasha said there's a new neighbor. She said she got a scoop on her new neighborhood. Our new neighborhood we're moving to has some cool restaurants. I don't know why she's texting me. Awesome, call in. I said, awesome, call in, no text. LOL. I don't have the bandwidth. I can't take a text. Oh my gosh, it's already 11:52. When did you first know you were funny? I'm waiting to find out. I'll answer that question in a second. Kirsten said, I know, it'd eat me up inside. You know, but he came from a time where he was older. So like he grew up in the 60s and 70s, which you would think it's like the 70s is like, woo, open sexuality, but not when you're from like a quaint Catholic, really conservative family. A family's really conservative. I didn't realize how conservative part of my family was till I've grown up. I'm talking like really conservative. Kristen, we have family that's really conservative, which this makes so much more sense how you and I are, because we're kind of like just not that way. Kristen, I don't mean to share this story, but I know I will. I think you're okay with it. Tell me to shut up if you're not. But there was times when you were listening to rap music, and that was a big deal. And I look back on that as how I want to parent my children and go like, look, I can understand you don't want to be listening to some like music in front of other family that's super, whatever. But it's like, in hindsight, least of the problems in the world is what kind of music your teenage daughter's listening to. I just use that as an example. I was very lucky. Chase knows this, my sister. I was very lucky that I wasn't really overly parented. Oldest daughters, Kristen, have you ever looked into this? Oldest daughters are more counter dependent on average, and again, this could be quack science, whatever, but the oldest daughter has the higher chance of being counter dependent because they're overly mothered. Tasha is this way. She's the oldest daughter. My fiance Tasha is this way. Chase, my sister, sort of this way. Overly mothered. Mothers are very tough on their daughters. You guys let me know. I'm gonna look this up. Counter dependent meaning. Let's see what this says. Signs of counter dependency. I love Psychology Today. They always have such great articles. So let's look at this. Counter dependent. So we know codependency is putting somebody else's needs ahead of your own. So everything has a push and a pull. Positive, negative, yin, yang, left, right, up, down. Kristen says I overly mother. She said least of my problems. She said my dad hated Eminem. Isn't it crazy? Eminem, of all people. Yeah, swears, but Luke swears. He swears like a sailor too. It's just like there's like weird lines in the sand that sometimes parents say. Parents, they just don't understand. So, counterdependence. Signs of counterdependency when fear of intimacy is a driving force. I thought there'd be like a nice... Here we go. Describing as a flight from intimacy, they argue that the following 7 signs point to counterdependency. And a lot of people have said that this is because of being... it's like a fight or flight response. A codependent person like runs towards the solution in a way that's like, I'll put your needs ahead of mine. What can I do to help you? The giving tree is codependent. The counterdependent is someone who might do the opposite. So the following 7 signs point to counterdependency. Difficulty being close to others, a strong need to be right all the time, self-centered and egotistical. Again, I'm not saying anyone's this way. These are just signs that you could be this way. A resistance or refusal to ask for help. That's a big one. A refusal to ask for help, like putting your pride ahead of feeling stupid. It's almost like a counterdependent person might also run parallel to like a perfectionist. Someone who just wants to do it all myself. Oh, there you go. Number 5, expects perfection in self and others, which can be tough on a relationship. When if you're a perfectionist and you expect the other person to be perfect. I've had this with Tasha where like she thinks I do some things like half-assed, but I also think I like multitask very well. So my personality type is to get a lot of things done, be super productive, but I might like not, the trash might be open, a cabinet door. Everyone out here, right? The meme, the idea is like husbands are like always leaving the cabinet doors open. Yeah, maybe. But maybe like they built a barn. You know what I mean? Like there's always, you don't want to, I'm not saying anyone should be a slob, but like we've all got different sort of like worlds we live in where like the cabinet doors are closed right now, but you bet your bottom dollar that new apartment's they're all gonna be open like it was an episode of, the Paranormal Activity. The ghost just busted open. Extreme discomfort, appearing weak or vulnerable. Has difficulty relaxing and is addicted to activities like work or exercise. So those are signs of counter dependence. So basically like a perfectionist who sort of doesn't want to be told what to do. It's a real crutch to being able to communicate well, and has a hard time appearing weak. I've studied a lot of this, and a lot of times if you're like a successful or a golden child, you might feel like new activities you don't know how to do. So because of that, because you don't know how to do new activities right away, it's harder to have a growth mindset. It's almost like, I know how to play piano. That's what I do good. I'm not going to learn how to play guitar. I'm not going to look stupid. Looking stupid. That's kind of the thing where the crux of comedy, to tie it all in, is looking stupid. Comedy's all about looking stupid. Sharing our flaws, making fun of ourselves. If we have to be able to make fun of ourselves before we can make fun of others or society. A lot of times jokes I do at the front of my stand-up set are jokes where I make fun of myself. Abby says, I'm the youngest and I'm the one of my siblings who stuck around to take care of my parents. I'm trying to go backwards here. Someone wants me to take a test on the live stream. Am I the father? Jen Murphy said, yes, my oldest sister is so counter-dependent. Complete opposite of me. I tell people she has the emotions of a robot. All right, Jen. So there is something about older sisters being counter-dependent. Lauren said, I think that's the case with my sister. And then there's me, who's overly independent, who is the youngest. Lauren, I'm with you there. Where I'm super independent. I'm not afraid to take risks. Lisa said, do you think people are either counter-dependent, codependent, or is there a third option? Yeah, no, well, I think there's a spectrum to everything. So I think you can for sure fluctuate between the two depending on your situation. It's almost like if like a codependent person can be with another codependent person, it's going to be a lot. A codependent person can be with a counter-dependent person. Two counter-dependent people have never in the history of the world stayed together. They're just the same sides of a magnet. They just repel each other. The first fight, they're like, bye. Tasha and I talk about this all the time on the podcast. Tasha's dumped me probably 25 times. And then like an hour later, she's like chilled herself out. Like, and again, I'm not speaking for her. She'll say this to you guys. She's on her way back. And by the way, I missed the 3rd hour break. Happy 3 hours, everybody. I don't need a break right now. We're good. So the idea that it's right or wrong, it's really just about communication. In the end, a counter-dependent might be better at self-preservation. Because think about it, they're protecting themselves. Maybe it's a genetic thing. Maybe it's in their DNA. Or just the way they were raised. That's above my pay grade. But a counter-dependent person protects themselves by getting away from the risk of letting somebody else in. Whereas, and again, I'm not an expert. Correct me, please. A codependent person, which I would say that I am. I think it's something I'll always be. You just have to kind of like maintain it, keep the fire from ruminating and getting larger. A codependent person's survival, it's my dog. The codependency, needing to be wanted and loved by those around you. That's the safety. Dogs are codependent, cats are counterdependent. Kind of, right? Audrey says, I'm a younger daughter, and I wonder if that means I'm more codependent. Maybe. And again, like Lisa said, can you be both or neither? Yeah, absolutely. It's all about the spectrum, right? So you might, if it's a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being counterdependent, 10 being codependent, and 10 being like, baby, tell me you love me, need me. 1 being like, you disagree with me? Go to hell. Most people might be in the 4, 5, 6 range where it's a little bit of both. Like with Tasha, like she's super codependent in certain ways. But she's also counter-dependent in certain ways, and I'm probably the same way. There's things that repel me, but for the most part, like I'd rather solve things quicker. I'd rather get to the end of a fight quicker. I'd rather fix things. Let's get back to the safety. So for me, the safety is like good positive energy. Whereas Tasha, sometimes it's like, well, I'm just going to have to burn off my feeling a little bit longer. And what I've learned to do is to let her burn that off while I'm like in her periphery. So like, don't be on her ass being like, babe, let's just talk it out. Talk with me. Okay, well, that's not the solution to a counter-dependent person. You know, the solution is, I'm going to go walk the dog. I love you. I'm not leaving you. Ever. But I'm going to go walk the dog. And I'm going to give you some space. And then like 20 minutes later, you come back and you're like, it's a little quiet, but it's like, you can tell the mood's a little bit better. And then Tasha's like, so I was thinking we should get this couch for the new place. And then just be, you know what I mean? You know that post-fight conversation where you're like, there's a new Spanish place that opened up. I think we should get some takeout, you know? That's like the easier way for some people to say like, let's just move on. You know, I felt my feelings. Did I go too far? Did you go too far? Let's just move on. We know we're in it together. So the more you get to know love languages, codependency, counterdependency, it doesn't always mean every relationship can be worked on, but I wonder how many relationships could have been fixed with these solutions. And just, it's almost like if I moved to Denmark, I can either spend 2 years there, never learning how to speak the language and being like, Denmark sucks. Or I can slowly learn the language of Denmark. And then the people will talk to me and they'll support me stumbling through, trying to speak Danish, whatever the hell you speak over there in Denmark. You know, Danes. And it's like, which one do we want? Grow to learn others? My problem sometimes though is like a codependent struggle is giving up whatever points of view, giving up identity to please others. That's like the problem with codependency is like, you know, and I think Tasha and I are on a really good page where we've learned so much about each other, but you grow up thinking you just have all the right answers because you know what works for you. This self-narrative that we have within us, it's so easy to be like, no, I know what I'm doing. Tasha grew up thinking she knew what she was doing. Turns out we were like, if a scale of 1 to 10, we were pretty much on far sides during like heightened experiences. When we're together, we're fine. And you look at someone like Dale and Claire, right? Look at Dale and Claire and you go, well, when you're together, things are fine. But what happens when you move out other sides of the country? Claire is a poster child for a counter-dependent. Let's look at Claire. If you don't know, she was the lead of The Bachelorette. She was getting in fights with people every episode. Claire, difficulty being close to others. Strong need to be right. Self-centered, egotistical. A resistance or refusal to ask for help. Expect perfection in self and others. Huge perfectionist. Extreme discomfort, appearing weak or vulnerable. I'm a strong woman. I know what I want. She's weak. I don't mean that to diss her. Like you gotta be careful thinking you have all the answers. That you're vulnerable. We're all vulnerable. I'm not saying I'm strong. Has difficulty relaxing, is addicted to activities like work or exercise. This is Claire. Dale comes into the picture. She likes Dale. By the way, my posture is going. I'm getting tired. I should get like a lumbar support. Maybe I'll put a pillow. Let's see if I can put a pillow. The green screen's right behind me, so I don't know if this is going to mess the green screen up. Oh, that kind of works. The wall's right here. Like the wall's right behind the green screen. So Dale comes along and they get along, but then maybe Dale has an ego himself. I mean, he was a pretty high up football player. Like you don't get that from not really dedicating to yourself. So it makes you wonder, at what point did they have a fight? Claire's like, I'm out. And Dale's like, fine. And then a week later, or a day later, Claire's like, oh, I feel kind of better. I think we should get it. And just like, we broke up, you know? So Dale wasn't ready to handle whatever Claire's issues are. And you don't have to be ready. That's how a relationship ends. You're just not ready to commit to that. It's not right. Whatever. You didn't love her enough. And also maybe she's not putting the work in to sort of take a lot of that emotional energy out of the relationship. See a therapist. Maybe she is. Who knows? Oz says, she sure is, Dave. You are right. Julie said it could be a psychological field day. Vintage Violet says Dale gives me codependent vibes, actually. Yeah, sure, of course. A codependent would be attracted to a counterdependent. Absolutely. Julie said, I wonder what some of these contestants would be. Many codependent, maybe. Are those the girls that end up on Bachelor in Paradise? Well, I think codependency is a trait that can be sort of inflamed. I think social media inflames codependency. Right? So the ability to be checking up on your notifications, seeing where people are, Colton Underwood's Coda. Right? So let's see. Codependency definition. Let's go to codependency over here. We're learning something. Codependency. By the way, when's my computer going to melt? Excessive emotional or psychological reliance on a partner, typically one who requires support on account of an illness or addiction. Yeah, isn't that funny? Illness or addiction. So a lot of codependents are people that live with alcoholics. Now, you can be a codependent and exist fine in society. But if you are a codependent living with an alcoholic, you're now putting someone else's needs ahead of your own. So you're exposing that which you are. If you're a codependent person in a healthy relationship, chances are those codependent flares aren't going to be seen. So what is codependent behavior? A codependent is someone who cannot function on their own, whose thinking and behavior is instead organized around another person, process, or substance. Many codependents place a lower priority on their own needs while being excessively preoccupied with the needs of others. The way that I've battled my codependency is to be very driven. So a lot of times, Tasha might think that I'm too focused on my own stuff. Hold on, Christmas music came back. You don't want Christmas music, do you? Just for a second. All right, sorry about that. So like I'm codependent, but I'm also self-absorbed in the sense that if I don't push the gas down on my trajectory, no one else will. I've kind of put myself in a place where like I've had to self-actualize everything. And again, with the help of a lot of people and a lot of luck. But I've always seen Tasha as somebody who's so driven and successful. She's very successful in her modeling world. She does very well for herself. Like today, she's got several jobs. She's out there. She's been working more in the last couple of years as a fit model. So she works for like companies like Revolve and a couple other companies. I don't know. She worked for Kate Hudson's company or Gwyneth Paltrow, Goop, Ashley Simpson. She's done work for their shoe line or whatever. But the point is that I stay so driven with what I do because I see Tasha as the breadwinner I've had to catch up to, you know? It's a good conversation. Let me read a couple comments. And I do apologize if I've missed these. I'm trying to balance the two. Leah said, yeah, sometimes I need space. Don't poke me and force me to talk. I have trouble expressing my emotions, so I need time to think what I am feeling and why. I think this is a very common female trait. Again, I'm not saying all are one way or the other. I think I've got a lot of feminine energy with a lot of the ways I was raised by a single mom till stepdad came along. So when I think you can be a guy and have feminine traits, and it doesn't mean you're like, ladies. I think you can just like, we say feminine emotions and masculine emotions. It's like everything. It's on a spectrum, just like counterdependency, codependency, just like gender, just like, sexual identities on a spectrum. Like you could be bisexual, straight, gay, or anything in between. You can be, every stand-up comic has a joke about it. Like I'm 90% straight, but boy, I've had Zac Efron run by me on Runyon Canyon, and I'm like, geez, this guy is hot. Vintage Violet said, my ex-husband and I were both too codependent, too nicey-nicey, never set boundaries with each other. Broke up after 15 years, but we realized our codependence and are still good friends and co-parents. Hey, Vintage Violet, thank you so much for that comment. So often like divorce and breakups is seen as like a failure because it's very like it's a low IQ way of thinking of it. Like, like the relationship failed. And I get these are just terms we use. But for you guys to learn about yourselves and be able to coexist and co-parent, that's beautiful. That should be what everyone who, when a relationship ends or evolves to something different, should look forward to. So good for you guys. And a lot of times, like, you won't notice your codependent, counterdependent. You're not going to notice what your problem is until it's repeated itself so many times that you're so sick and tired of being walked all over, of being whatever. And that's when I talk about spirituality in our world. I talk about the idea of us putting ourselves in these human bodies to learn something. And as spirits, we're going to keep on being presented with the same baloney over and over and over again until we learn what that was, side pivot, move past it. Those are the levels of enlightenment. Let's take a look at levels of enlightenment. Let's take a look at levels of enlightenment in Buddhism. Why not, right, guys? I'll read the 4 stages of enlightenment in Buddhism, and we'll see. Here's 7 stages. Abby said, my husband is fiercely counterdependent and a firstborn. Oh, so a male who's a counterdependent firstborn. I just keep chasing him because I'm resilient and persistent. Good for you. And it doesn't mean he's not like wanting you on the inside. He just might feel his love by pushing away and by seeing you coming after him. It's like a dog. One dog's chasing the other dog, then the other dog's chasing him. It's all like energy just binds itself. And we're just balls of energy. So like an electron, they call it a quantum leap. Your outer level of the electron, the first one takes 2 electrons to fill up. The next one takes 8. So if you have if you have an atom that has 7 electrons and you have an atom that's got 1 electron, they're going to bond and they're going to fill that up, right? Well, the studies that they've done, and maybe this has been debunked, is that a quantum leap is when that electron is given to here to fill the bond. Now, they've studied the electrons, and the electron doesn't go from point A to point B in a linear fashion. It disappears and then reappears. That is what a quantum leap is. And we have to look at that like real basic quantum level of energy to think of who we are as a complete spiritual being. You don't know what you don't know, and you don't know it. So when we have an enlightenment, you don't get there by driving from one energy level to the other. You get there because you just get it. And I don't know what I don't know. And I'm okay with that. I'm okay with knowing what I don't. I'm okay knowing I don't know it all. I think the people that think they know it all are like the lowest level because they're like, I got all the answers. So we challenge each other to like find enlightenment and realize like part of Tasha and I deciding to move to this new place was kind of like a quantum leap. It was a quantum leap. We just said we can't do this anymore. So we made the active decision to start looking for places. I'm the worst because every place we looked at, I'm like, this is it. Let's move in. She's like, no, it's not it. It's not it. We looked at like 10 different places. I mean, we looked at hundreds online, 10 in person. But over time, we maybe looked at 30 others. Then when we found the place, we loved it in the photos. We were reinforced by that when we saw it. And we were like, this is it. Let's not worry about this being a forever home. Let's move. Let's quantum leap here while we create more abundance from a place that has the love that we need. Still reading your comments. TJC said, ugh, you're bringing back traumatic memories from Chem 101 in college. Leah's here. So scary things to grow. Am I missing a comma? So scary things to grow. So, or is it like so scary things to grow? TX Suze. Wow, Texas is proud of you, Dave. 10K and nowhere but up. Boom. Thank you so much. As long as no one unsubscribes. If you haven't already, hit the subscribe button. I'm gonna take a look at my YouTube analytics because I haven't looked at it yet since I went live streaming. And with these longer live streams, I just want to make sure that things are popping up. Oh, look at that, guys. Here, I'll put this. Oh, you know what I'll do? Here, let's do. This will be fun. Let's do this. Social Blade. Okay, let's do this, guys. Picture in picture. We just hit another milestone. Put my name in here. Dave Neal. By the way, my score on Social Blade is still a B-, which is cool. It's good to know there's room to grow. Obviously, it's 10,000 subscribers. That's B-. So let's see. Select a channel. There's my channel right here. Let's see if it's got the updates. Let's see. How do I do this? Live subscriber count. Here it is. Ah! Live subscriber count. I don't know why it won't let me go. Ugh. So annoying. Hold on, folks. I don't want to lose you. I'm trying to find the live subscriber count on my YouTube channel, but see how it goes over there? I'm trying to pull it over. But every time I try to pull it over, it swipes it back. So it says I'm at, you know what I can do is this. Pull this over. There it is. It says I'm at 10,900. But I don't feel like that's right. It's still incredible. I'm updating the YouTube live subscriber count. 10,900. But if you go here, let me get away from this and I'll show you guys when I just pulled up my my YouTube analytics. I'm sharing with you guys because you guys are here because you've appreciated the growth. But here are the numbers that just came in on my channel. So wait 1 second. Here they are, picture in picture. Look at that, folks. Hey, Tasha, get us a new balloon. Thank you, guys. 11,005. We hit 11,000 today. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? All right, get out of here. Get out of here. Full video. Kimberly Chow. Am I pronouncing that right? $34.99. Thank you. Thank you so much. That is very kind of you. I'm going to write that one down. Wait till I show this to Tasha. Tasha's going to be here in 40 minutes. Wait till I show this to Tasha because I think we're at 185. This isn't a telethon. I'm not here, I do look forward to sharing some other friends that are going through that have some GoFundMe's up. Let me see if I can find that. Here's the problem is I have a hard time. I'm blocked from Instagram. I can't comment until February on Instagram. I was unfollowing a lot of people. And when I was unfollowing people like I don't know and old people. And it was like, if you keep unfollowing people, you're a bot. And I was like, I'm not a bot. And then they blocked me. So I'm in Instagram timeout. I can still make stories. But the point of that is that we had a friend of ours, a friend of the community that has a GoFundMe up. And I just wanted to share it with everyone. I'm going to have to find out where that is. Here it is. Copy link. Maybe we can text it to myself. Gonna text it to myself. You'll have to accept my apology just for maybe I can do this on the next break. Grace and Matoka just sent an $11 Venmo. These are okay. I'm out of room on this paper. This was going to be at 10 hours, and I'm already. Let me do a Venmo up here. A Venmo tally. Thank you guys. You're gonna make a boy cry. This is 100% going into the new couch we're gonna get. Come to the party. She said for another milestone, 11:05. I'm gonna round that. I'm just gonna say 11. No, I'll put 11:05. Oh, I get it for 11,000. Wow. I was like, what? That's a weird number. 11,005. That's 11:05. I get it. Debbie Wright with 50. Come on, guys. You guys are amazing. Julie Strong, 10. Housewarming gift. Okay, I assure you guys, we'll do a house live stream so you'll see all the things we're buying. Debbie Wright, $49.99. Thank you so much. I can't do enough of this. Michelle, I can't read the full name. It says Michelle, you are amazing, $19.99. I'm sorry, could someone, I don't know, it's cutting off your name. Maybe that's because I need to open this up more. Let me see if it shows it to me if it's bigger. No, it doesn't. It only shows me Michelle just sent in 1999. Thank you so much. I'm gonna round that up to 20. Thank you so much. Get the good couch. You know, I think we are, but here's what's a crazy thing too with the uptick in YouTube subscribers. Like, to get 100,000 subscribers yesterday it's mind blowing, guys. I can't quite fathom what this is, but now I can reach out to influencer programs. Your boy's an influencer. I'm a basic bitch. I gotta agree. Like, I am a basic bitch. But to be able to reach out to like Overstock, you know, they're a good company. You know, I've never really thought to buy anything there, but I just know of them. I reached out to them, and there was an influencer program, and I was like, well, now that I can show that I can do like an in-video ad. And again, I'm not going to be like, Detox Tea is good, but you know, like if I want to buy a couch from Overstock and it's a good couch, I'll share the affiliate link with you guys. I'll do an advertisement. Like, you know, I understand how it all works. So I reached out to them, but like to be able to say, yeah, I get 500,000 views a month. And like 2 months ago, I would have had to say, yeah, I get 50,000 views a month. Like, there's equity there because of you guys. So just know, and I know I'm preaching to the choir, because of you guys, I can't spell this out anymore. Because of you guys, brick by brick following, subscribing, engaging, my new apartment, house, townhouse, whatever it's called, will be populated with furniture, better internet, and hopefully got to get, you know, all these things to further, like, the abundance is brimming, and in reinvesting this back into what I'm trying to deliver will just keep on expanding. Like, it's almost like Mr. Beast, right? He gives away millions of dollars. The more he gives away, the more he makes. And it's really just, it's like, you know, I've talked about on the podcast last week, Marianne Williamson's The Law of Divine Compensation. But when we can grasp that abundance exists, it's not like if I have $1, it's not like I took it away from you. Sure, you might donate money to me, but it's sort of like an exchange of energy and belief. And for you guys to do all that, again, it's a lot. It's just a lot in here. Thank you. Kyla, $15. Thank you, Kyla. Shout out to Kyla. I don't even know what this, I'll add this up before Tasha comes on. Ashley said, mind if I share my sister and BIL's brother-in-law's travel channel? They started 8 before the pandemic. They spent a month in New Zealand. Yeah, please share it. You can't share a link on there, so tell me what it is and I'll look it up. Tell me what is it on YouTube? Tell me what to search on YouTube and I'll pull it right up. Because I don't think you can share anything in the links. I'm going to see what I missed. Jen said, don't forget, HGTV is porn for us. We want the house tour, decorating the whole deal. Yeah, Jen, so this is what I'm working on, is trying to figure out how to best get this out there, because I know for a fact if I make a home tour video, it won't perform as well as Bachelor content. It doesn't mean I'm not going to do it. I just need to figure out how to brand this all in a way that is good for you guys, but also can be searchable online. So we have been, I'm not going to pull up the footage on my computer now because it's unedited, but I have all the GoPro footage of the initial tour. So we've got full tours of the empty place. And then as we move things in, we'll do full time lapses, the whole thing, drone shots, all of it. Absolutely. I love that too. I love all that too. What I love though is like, I'm telling Tasha, like, if we don't, because we have this giant sectional couch, it's not going to fit in the new place. The couch it's old. It's gotten to us where we need to go. Thank you, couch. We're going to move on. The giant couch is not coming with us. If we don't have all the furniture we want in the first week, let's just wait and find what we love. We have most of the furniture we need, but little things like I want to do it right. I want it to look good. I want Tasha to feel like she's pretty much running with her vision of it all. And of course, like, you know, I have my say, but in the end, I want her to be happy, codependent. And also, like, she does have a better eye with a lot of that than I do. Like, she's got vision boards. When she comes here, we'll share those vision boards with you. I'll post those up and you can see what we want to do. Absolutely. And we'll put that in a proper video as well. I'm glad you guys care. We appreciate it. We appreciate it. All right. Caitlin Rose said, let's go back to Caitlin's earlier. She said, do you and Tasha have a Pinterest for decor ideas? I'm going to write down your question for Tasha. So, for Tasha. Pinterest. You said Pinterest. Hold on, I might have missed it. What was the other one? This is how little I know. Morgan said she loved the latest podcast episode. It was so great. Well, thank you so much. Morgan, do you mean the latest podcast episode on YouTube or the one I did audio only? Because my last episode I did audio only. Just wondering. Ashley Barker, hold on 1 second. Abby and Weeb, hold on 1 second. So Caitlin Rose said, do you and Tasha have a Pinterest for decor? Okay, Pinterest for decor. Or Amazon list. Okay, so that's what I'm going to ask her. She'll be here in half an hour. If you're not around, bookmark it and come back. I'll make sure we talk about this. Tasha's going to be so excited to talk about it, and we'll probably go into it in more detail later on. Lisa Reed said, I have an oboe lesson now, but we'll be back later. I could probably Skype around 3:30 Pacific time. All right, Lisa, come on in, 3:30. Send me a text message to my cell phone if I don't see it on there. Amy Mitchell just paid us $40 in a Venmo donation. Amy, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Amy. Amy, I don't know if you listened. My last episode of the podcast was actually only on audio, but I probably spent 10 minutes talking about Amy's soaps. So she just left a $40 and it said, you rock. I'm assuming this Amy Mitchell is Amy Mitchell's from the soap, Amy's All Natural Soap. Let's pull that up for a second. See if I can find it. I just redid all of my software, so I can't tell if this is your Amy. Amy, can you tell me the name? Oh, geez, I got all these new requests. Oh my gosh, Amy, can you tell me the name of your website for the soap? I just want to make sure that I have the right one. Erica Rosales, $5. Thank you so much, Erica Rosales. 5. I refuse to ask for a donation today, guys. I so much appreciate it. This is not what today is supposed to be for. I have to challenge myself to accept your love and not push it away. With that said, thank you all so much. I don't love you any less if you don't have a fund to donate. We're here together. Julie D, $20. Thank you so much. Are you guys trying to mess with me right now? You know, we got 6.5 hours left of the live stream, and you guys are getting me emotional. I don't know if I have the wherewithal. Julie D said, Dave, I want to make this $20.21 like my 2 Venmos to you. Thank you. Keep it up. Oh, Julie, you're the one who you double Venmo'd. You don't have to do that. That's $60.02. No, that's $60.40. That's $60.41. Wow, that's good math. $19.99 plus 2021 plus 2021. That's 40.42. 50.42. 60.42 minus 1 cent. 60.41. Julie, thank you so much. Are you sure you double Venmo'd me? Can I return one of the Venmos? You're very kind. Shay, $15. Shay, come on. Thank you so much. Your gratitude for your fans is sweet and adorable. Congrats on success and new place. Your vids are the best. Now, normally I would say that you guys are overwhelming me. And I appreciate it all. But I have so much time to kill that I can truly share with you guys how thankful I am for all of this. Yeah, this is for sure going to get us a nice couch. For sure. Heather Fitz said, Pinterest, do love you. We appreciate you being here for us on the regular. Texas Sue says you're getting misty-eyed. No, I am. Yeah, no, I am. I've said this before. Like, I'm not going to shed a tear. Like, I know my tear levels. I'm not tear level shedding. I think my nose is separately stuffed, so I'm okay with my emotions. I'm good with my emotions. But I know when I'm getting misty-eyed, and it's when I sort of actualize and say out loud things that I'm proud of. Like the 10K is good. That's cool. That's like a personal, like, yeah, Dave. But then the people that are cheering me on, that's like, whoa. That's like the fact that other people care is like, whoa. I'm going to try my best to like not look at the subscriber count and just keep on delivering you guys content, because I don't want to I have become kind of addicted. It's fun to look at. I'm going to try to make it like, check it out once a day. But like normally, like last year in the fall, I'd get 100 subscribers every couple weeks or whatever. I think like November, I only got like, Caitlin Rose donated 5. Thank you so much, Caitlin. Thank you so much. So I'm gonna stick with all this. The Caitlin Rose donated 5, but if I just look at my analytics, I'm just gonna share this with you guys on my phone because it's a lot faster to bring up. But if I look at my analytics, I'm gonna do the subscriber count. How do I do subscriber count? So if I look at my subscribers, I'm gonna show you. Let's go to August 2020. August 2020. There it is. I got 39 new subscribers. Those low dips are days when it went below it. This was the month before the Colton video came out. 39 subscribers. September was the Colton video. 2,413 new subscribers. Okay? That's September. October, 1,800. November, 300. Everything dipped in November. YouTube shut me down for 2 weeks of monetization. I never found out why. All the money just flatlined, which means I think they put a stop on my account, to be honest with you. I think they put a stop to my account because it seemed suspect that so many new people were coming in. I'm not kidding. December started off. Vlogmas actually lost me followers. You see in December, that dip on the left, that's a negative followers. That means people left. And then by the end of December, I had a spike, 500 new subscribers. January, 3,192. That's 3,000. But look at that. That first half of the month was nothing. That was nothing. And then what happened? If I look at the last 7 days, 2,256 subscribers in the last 7 days. Yesterday, 650 new subscribers. Whoa. Again, things spike and plateau. There's some videos that are hot right now. Bachelor Nation's got a ton going on. Absolutely. But whoa. Thank you. So that's what gets me emotional, because when it's one thing to look at the graphs, it's another to talk to you guys. You know, this. The hell, guys. Thank you. Oz, $10. Oz, you remember the Patreon. You do not have to be donating. You donate monthly. I thank you, Oz. Love you right back. I appreciate it. Abby, $5. Thank you so much. You guys are going to make me get a second sheet of paper. Abby, $5. If this is boring to you, I apologize, but everyone deserves their equal shout out. She said, glad I found your channel before you absolutely get huge and can't keep track of us all anymore. That was yesterday. Yesterday, I just had to say I can't subscribe to everyone. I can't comment to everyone, but for the most part, I can. 167 viewers. Like, we can do all this. At some point, it became like conversations within conversations on the YouTube comments, and I can't. Like, I'm going to try. I think what I'll do is from now on, when I release a video, like that first hour, talk to people. So if you're subscribed, alerted early on, of course. But of course, obviously, I know a lot of your names, and I've talked to a lot of you guys on the phone, Skyped, in-person podcast. I know who you guys are. I respect you guys so much. Lauren said, I'm super new here, but I'm glad to be here. Lauren, there's a lot of people that are new here. So don't feel like you've missed out on too much. There's a lot of new people here. Don said, you're such a good guy. Look, I mean, I'm just a guy. I won't say I'm a good guy. I'm just grateful, and I've put myself in a position to really like this is I'm grateful that I had the opportunity to get something going that's been you know, like a platform. Sorry, I just completely lost it. This is going to happen. I'm trying to limit my caffeine so I can save some for later. But I've been lucky enough to put myself in a position where you've been introduced to me and vice versa. I got a chunky smoothie. It's a banana, strawberries, coconut water, chia seeds, and pineapple. The chia seeds are a little crunchy still. I tried to copy and paste the name of the YouTube channel earlier. I'm going to do it right now. I got distracted. So I cannot find it. So please. Oh, so Morgan said this was the audio only episode. Okay, so you did hear the audio only. Yeah, the last episode's not on YouTube. I only did audio. I didn't have things that were like Bachelor specific I wanted to talk about, and because of that, I was like, I'm not gonna post this on YouTube. I'm just gonna make this one like get out of my head solo episode audio only. And when I can do that, I can really focus on my voice and not worry so much about like what I'm seeing. Like I can really be, in there, researching and stuff. Kathy's got to get back to business. No worries. Heather said earlier that Tasha's probably all over Pinterest. I believe she is. Brooke said, did you already talk about Colton's new chapter? I did not. We're going to get into that. Hang out. We're going to get into that. Heather Fitz said, yes, attached it to other Bachelor houses. There's other Bachelor house tours. Oh, that's a good idea. So do a house tour, but try to keep it accessible for the Bachelor community. So I'll have to find a way to be like, tour of my new Bachelor recap house or my new Bachelor recap pad or Bachelor pad. I'm calling the second bedroom the Bachelor pad because that's where we're going to get down to business. D Naps, that's my best friend Darren, my brother from another mother over there saying, looking forward to the setup in the new place. Darren, I don't know if you're still in the room because this message is from a little while ago, but you missed out on a real serious religion talk. You would have been good to talk about your sort of leaving your religion. Leslie said, why can't you share links on here? I'm not sure. I just don't think you can, right? Emily said, I'm paying for streaming services, so I felt like it was normal to Venmo you since I've been watching most of your videos for months. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you. Did I miss? I'm looking all over for it. You might have to leave a new comment if I can't see the YouTube channel that your brother-in-law started. Susan said she can call in maybe 2-ish. Yeah, that's great. Call in 2 because Tasha will be here. Tasha's only here from 1 to 2, but she might not be here for that full hour depending on traffic and all that. LS said this whole stream chat is honestly so wholesome and positive. Thank you for the hours of content. Of course. Well, it's positive because of you guys. This isn't me just bringing you positivity. We're sharing it. Michelle said, we love your channel. Thank you so much. Get Boone a new couch. Yeah, we're going to have to get Boone something because, the hardwood floor, he's still sleeping right here. He hasn't been outside yet today. He's just still sleeping. He's old. He doesn't like to wake up before noon. We're definitely going to get Boone some sort of dedicated couch setup. Sorry, I'm going through a few of the older comments. That's a good song. Bethany said I was an August subscriber. Yeah, those August subscribers really stepped it up. Jen Murphy said you're gonna have a whole notebook of names before the end of this live stream is up. Who's the politician that said they had a binder full of women? Do you guys remember that saying? Binder full of women. Was that Mitt Romney? Here we go. I'm gonna play this for you guys. Binders full of women. Now, what he meant is that he had like a whole list of. Women, maybe that like agreed with him or whatever that were platforming for him while he was running for presidency. But this is really funny. So let me turn this music down. I hope this isn't something that will demonetize me. Oh, that was so low. Hold on. Oh, there it is. Okay, so here's Mitt Romney.
Who had backgrounds and so we took a concerted effort to go out and find women who had backgrounds that could be qualified to become members of our cabinet. I went to a number of women's groups and said, can you help us find folks? And they brought us whole binders full of women. I was proud of the fact that after I
That's it. I'm going to play it one more time if you missed it. This is binders. This has nothing to do with the conversation, but Jen Murphy said that I'm going to have notebooks full of donations. So it made me think of binders full of women.
We took a concerted effort to go out and find women
2012
who had backgrounds that could be qualified to become members of our cabinet. I went to a number of women's groups and said, can you help us find folks? And they brought us whole binders full of women. I was proud of the fact that after I stepped.
That's it. All right, that's all I wanted to share there. I should end every recap with that. Thanks to my binders full of women out there. Oh, whoopsie. Sorry. YouTube has a way of just playing anything nonstop. Boo. Back to this. It's background music. My neck's gonna hurt from looking at one side only. We've had a real solid, steady 150 people. This is way more than I expected for such a long stream. I estimate that this afternoon we're gonna get a lot of people for that 5 p.m. Toast. Katie said your batch content is next level because it's more than just a gossip continuing rumors. It's actual thoughtful discussion. Well, yeah, that's the thing. Is like, as a comic, I don't want to be like a reality Steve. Good for him. I don't really even know what he does. I don't really follow too much in the Bachelor like subworlds. I just watch it and then I provide my own thing. Full respect to it all. Just, you know, you can either consume or create. You can't do both at the same time. And I consume a lot already. Boy, you get me on TikTok, I'm done for the day. So, but anyhow, yeah, I don't want to just talk about gossip. I want to talk about life things. That's what you do in comedy. You talk about life. You talk about how it relates to you and why things are messed up or whatever. You know, one of the core principles of comedy is to find like the flaw in things. What's wrong with Mitt Romney's binder full of women? Because when you watch the video of Mitt Romney, it makes perfect sense. He's like, yeah, no, I've got all these people were given to me. They gave me binders full of women. What he literally means is binders full of like contact lists or whatever. But they ran with the binders full of women, and I'll only remember that. That's the problem with the media, is I'll only remember him saying binders full of women. Anyway, so I appreciate you vibing with my content, you know, and there will be a day. My friend Patsy, one of my best friends, Patsy's going to call in, I think, and talk about how we have to use the mediums that we have to spread our message. And if that's the Bachelor world, then that's where we'll exist. And it actually works out pretty well for me, being it that I like to talk about human dynamic stuff anyway. So I think that's why Survivor could work out well, because there's a lot of, it's still reality. They're still humans. And while it's a different type of conniving, a Survivor and Bachelor have a very similar business model. Leandri said, I'm from South Africa. How am I going to stay away for 10 hours? It's almost 11 p.m. here. Well, look, I'm going to be here for 6 more hours, so maybe you just wake up at 3 a.m. your time. Leandri, you should call in. Call in from South Africa. I'd love to hear. I love the South African accent. I'm so sorry for whoever left a comment about your brother-in-law's YouTube channel. I literally... Let me see if I can search BIL on... No, I can't. Try to Control F. No, it won't happen. There's no way for me to search back through the comments. I tried to copy and paste it, but I couldn't copy and paste it. There it is. No, that's not it. Fuck, I thought I saw it. Oh, there it is. Abby and Weeb on YouTube. Abby and Weeb. W-I-E-B-E. Let's do this. Abby and W-E-I-B-E. Let's see it. We're going to shout out this new travel blog channel from somebody. I'm not going to play it. I don't want to lose any. I don't want to lose any demonetized, but I will show you right here what we got. Oh, you'll have to apologize for these analytics. I can't move them. So it's Abby and Weeb. This is their... Oh, hold on a second. I got to move this out of the way. This is their little... This is the Abby and Weeb. Am I pronouncing that right? Weeb? That sounds like a Scandinavian name. Come explore with us. Travel YouTube channels are just amazing because you get to be creative in post-production, share. It's almost like, you remember everyone's like, oh, you're going to share your vacation photos with me? Ugh. But it's like you're able to present like a full journal of where you went to see, what you went to do. So I love this idea. 222 subscribers. Hopefully a few of you guys will go over there and check out their channel. Banquet tour, exploring, Hobbiton. Where's Hobbiton? Exploring with lanterns in the dark. That sounds amazing. Oh, it's in New Zealand. Enjoyed perfect weather and a beautiful sunset on the North Island of New Zealand. That's cool. Absolutely. You know, it was our plan this year to do some more. I'm going to leave it on mute just so I don't trip any of the audio. But it was our plan this year to travel so much. Obviously, that didn't happen. But Christchurch to Hokitika through Arthur's Pass, New Zealand travel blog. How cool is this? Love it. Great camera. Oh, this is fun. And this is your sister and your brother-in-law. Beautiful. All right, say this is we love. I'm jumping ahead, but we love seeing. Oh man, I got to go to New Zealand. All right, bookmark it. Abby and Weeb, subscribe. Boom, make it 223, baby. They filmed it in January 2020. Perfect. Oh, it's so nice that they were able to film a bunch of content. Sorry about that. It's so nice that they were able to film a bunch of content before. Like, I wish if we had known things were going down, we would have traveled a bunch more. I mean, we had flights to Costa Rica booked just to visit an uncle and all these other things. But, obviously that's all put on pause. All right, back to your comments. I can't see the comments right now. Hold on. There they are. Back to the top. Make sure I didn't miss anything. Right. Angel said, I bought some new Converse last night, so I cannot ship in today, but the amount of work I'm getting done with this on will make up for another time. Thank you so much. Enjoy those Converse. RM Army's back. Good to see you back. Weekend Lanny's back. Yo, that was fast. Congrats, Dave. Yeah, you're telling me. Does Boone scratch at the door, or how does he let you know he needs to go out? Boone used to, like up until last year, the leash is attached to the door, so he knows to hit the leash, which knocks into the door, so it kind of makes like a jiggling sound. That's his way of telling people he has to go out. But honestly, I'm looking at him right now stretching. He's so lazy now, he kind of stopped doing that. So, he can go, I hate to say it because he's so lazy. Sometimes I have to force him to go out because he could easily go, I'm going to have to make Tasha walk him because he hasn't gone out yet today. And I could have dragged him out earlier, but Basset Hounds are notoriously stubborn. So she'll walk him in the next hour or so. I wonder if she wants me to put pizza in the oven. Tasha's going to call me. She's going to come over. Yeah. Oz, sorry. Oz, if you want to call now, yes, anytime now is great. I don't know. We're going to try the Skype again. I think we figured it out, Oz. So if you want to Skype in, you got the number. And I think I don't know if it's ready to go. If you just need to Skype me, let me know if you have any problems with it. Sorry, Oz. I guess I'm reading comments, but I'm actually delayed here. The J. Marie says, really digging the background music. Yeah, this is just a blend of unlicensed music. I pay monthly for a subscription to Epidemic Sounds. Oz is calling in. Binder full of Bachelor bucks, you betcha. Allison Bell, love your channel. Allison Bell, I love your name. What a beautiful name. Thanks for distracting me from work. Yeah, we are totally distracting people today. Caitlin Rose says, for sure, I love that it isn't gross. Let's be honest. Oh, here it is. All right. Now I got Oz. Let's see if we can pull this up, Oz. Hold on 1 second. I have a lot of Hey Oz, hold on 1 second. I'm gonna try to turn off this background music. We got Sheriff Oz calling in. Music's on pause. Now the question is, are you audio only?
No, I can go to video.
It's totally up to you. Oh, there you are. Great. Hold on 1 second. Let me get you in here, and then I think if I expand you, picture in picture. Now if I just
expand this as well too, so
yeah, and I think you're good with you've turned off the YouTube, right?
Yeah, I turned it off.
Oh, you're coming in really nice here. You have a nice setup.
Yeah, I have a microphone. You see right here. I'm talking to you through the microphone. I have headphones.
Oh, you're
but
good.
I'm worried after the 10 hours that my ears are going to overheat,
Absolutely. I've been doing this
time,
like.
so I have the headphones not on my ears, so that's a good thing.
Isn't that so funny? I get like sweaty. Oh, hold on one second. I'm trying to adjust this as I talk to you. Have you ever live streamed before? It's so complicated. There we go.
Live streaming shooting a YouTube video is very easy, but live streaming is ridiculous.
Well, it's
Super complicated.
technically like it's kind of like has the layers like Photoshop or editing will be. What I love is once I figure it out, people are like saying, "Oh, you're able to make all this content." It's like, well, yeah, I took away all of the post production, so it's so much easier. I mean,
you have an iPhone 7, so it's a bit harder to do YouTube videos from the phone. But I discovered from my iPhone 11, it was really easy to do YouTube videos from the phone. I started a YouTube channel, and I already have a website which and I started my podcast as well. So that's been keeping me busy during the pandemic. It's been a difficult time not being able to leave the house that much. Everything's closed. You can't do anything. It's not that cold. Like 50 degrees, but like not being able to leave the house has been kind of hard.
Living in a tiny place, I sort of get it, but I also don't have the weather problems either. So I know what it's like growing up in Rhode Island to like be stuck for months at a time. But yeah, you were supposed to come to California this past year, right? So was that just
supposed to come in March, but it's gonna be delayed probably till October because that's when the tournament will be. I was there in 2018, right after I started following you on YouTube, but we didn't know each other like we do now. I was there for 3 weeks. Like what happened was I volunteered at this event, the JCC sports dinner, and Shaq was there. I got to meet him. That was nice.
Wow.
And then after I went to the LA, and then I went to the Palm Springs tournament. My friend played there, and he did really well. He made fourth round. He's been in the semifinals of that Rhode Island tournament before, the Hall of Fame classic tournament, the one in Newport where you're from. So he's been there, and it was nice to see him succeed, and it's nice not to pay for the tickets. So he's been my friend for a very, very long time now. So, and he's your age. He's top. He used to be top 30. He's getting a little bit old now, so he's not. So for athletes' sake, so he's not as good as he used to be. His name's Dudi Stella. So Dudi SELA, and then it's on his profile is on the ATP website, atptour.com.
The tennis, even if you're not winning, even if you're not like top 10, they make good money playing tennis. They like
top 100 you make money, but if you're not top 100 you're poor basically. But top 50 you make really good money.
So if you're if you're 105th, you have to just there must be a fight like hell to get into that top bracket.
Exactly. Yeah, there's a big fight for it because you're not for the Grand Slams. You have to be top 100, and even if you lose, you get $45,000 for U.S. Open.
Woo, baby! Oh, I'll take that loss.
That's all the YouTube. That's all the YouTube money for 3 years.
Yeah. That's the thing, though. That's how it is, as you'll find out with YouTube and podcasting, is like my podcast, I've suckered some people into sponsoring it, but it's just not at that threshold. Like you really do have to be like the top 1% of whatever you do to see money when it comes to entertainment, sports. There's like even like all these Olympians that were supposed to be in the 2020 Olympics, 99% of them have to raise money to even fund their trip. You know what I mean?
Exactly. I 100% agree. Not everybody is Tom Brady or like Nick Vile or Joe Rogan.
Absolutely. You're getting a lot of comments that people love your background there. You got a nice green screen background.
Yeah, I mean, I tried to do the good setup with the Mac. When I switched to Mac, it's way better because Mac there's less problems with the computer. Like Macs are way better. They're just a little bit more expensive, but you have to invest in yourself, like you always say.
One of the best decisions I made was upgrading to this MacBook Pro. I didn't have the money, but and I don't necessarily like support people going into debt, but they had a really cool 2-year no interest card. And I was like, all right, I can pay this off in 2 years. I'll just pay it off like $80 a month, whatever. And then I ended up paying it off like earlier, so I didn't get charged any extra. And I mean, the amount of processing I can do on my MacBook Pro is that much more. And it's just like now reinvesting with the new place with the new studio setup. The more that I can invest in getting my work done faster, the better it'll all be. Like the miser in me wants to just never upgrade anything, but then, you know, it takes a little money to make money. But yeah, you're absolutely right. This MacBook Pro, Tasha bought it. Tasha didn't have a new computer forever. And I was like, what are you doing? Like, she's got such good design aesthetic and all these things, but she can't do it just from her iPhone. And she finally invested this pandemic in a nice MacBook Pro. And since then, she's launched the website and done all this stuff. And it's tough because you do have to be your own business, but you can't, you know, you have to like sort of claw with your fingernails to get the tools you need to tell your story, you know?
Exactly, 100%, 100%. And this computer I got for $700 from my friend, but it was brand new. She hadn't used it, so it was just sitting there collecting dust. But it's completely brand new, and it's really important to invest in those things. But I've found that it's really hard, was really hard to grow the podcast because like to get an audience, you know. But with the website, it's been a bit better. But I've been doing the website for 4 years now, 5 years. So it's taken a long time to get a big audience.
Yeah.
But,
well, I think websites and YouTube are better at searchability. The reason I've started to invest less time on the audio version of my podcast is because I did it for 7 years. And for every new subscriber or new listener I got on the podcast app, there'd be 15 new celebrities would launch their podcast and they would shoot and bump right past me. So YouTube for me has been a better place to sort of promote everything. And then if people want to listen to the audio only, I paid my hosting service for all that, but ever since the pandemic, the downloads have gone down for audio only because no one's driving anywhere. Driving and commuting is like the main.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
I can't believe I found you 3 years ago when you had 500 subscribers on YouTube.
You know,
and now you're completely blown up.
Tasha and I were walking the dog yesterday, and she was like, she's always like, you need to make sure that you're telling Oz how much you appreciate him. And I go, yeah, I am. He's got his own music. He's, you know, you got your music, all that.
Yeah.
And, but she was like, where did Oz come from? Because for a little while there, Tasha was doing this streaming service and she was like, did he come from that? And I was like, I don't know. Like, where did you come just through the Bachelor network?
So I was watching, I think I told you the story at the time. I was watching Two Bros and Some Brick. I think it was January or February of 2018. You know those people, Two Bros and Brick?
I sure do.
YouTube randomly recommended your video, and I just started watching you. And I think I was one of the first Patreon people when you started Patreon. But it just how you grew. I always believed in you and knew that you're funny. So but the thing was, like, it's just by chance that I found you because I was on YouTube that day, and they just randomly recommended your channel. And at that time, they weren't recommending your channel to that many people because they didn't have that many subscribers. So it's just by chance. Thank
you so much. That's so funny because, yeah, they were a channel that had the same following I did, but then they like exploded and they got, I had like 1,000 subscribers or less, and they had like 5,000. And then they stopped making videos. Do you know what happened to them? We're talking about Two Bros and Some Brick. Yeah, they kind of like, they didn't see money into it, and they weren't getting the following anymore, and I think they went into different career paths. Their videos are still up, but they're not making new ones. Yeah, you know, that's especially when you have, I always recommend to people that want to start a podcast or a YouTube channel, you have to have like sole ownership over it, because your buddy might get a girlfriend, they move out of town. You never know. Like, it's so hard to collaborate with other people consistently. And it seems like, you know, they were traveling, they were shooting their videos out of a van, and they had a really good chemistry. Is Tasha here? Tasha, come on in. Come see where I'm talking to. Tasha's walking right in the door. Hold on 1 second here. Tasha doesn't have her own music. Let me see if I can give Tasha. This is Tasha's music. We got 141 live people here. Special guest. I'm waiting to introduce you till Tasha jumps on. I thought Tasha, I played a 10-second intro, and I'm still waiting for you, so I know you just walked in. You're probably out of breath.
15 seconds now. For 15 seconds.
Yeah, you're 15 seconds away. She's got a mask
okay.
on.
It's okay. You have to wear a mask, you know.
Yeah, usually
And-
Tasha's got her bra off by this point.
You have to cover your nose. You have to cover your nose.
Everyone who's all the ladies in the chat room know as soon as you walk into your place, you take your shoes off and then your bra off. That's what the ladies do. Which would be funny if a guy could just whip off his undies like, hey, here we go.
Yeah.
It's very tight in here, but come scooch in. You know, we're talking to Oz over here, also known as Sheriff Oz. If you
How
want,
are you?
actually, Tasha, you know what you're gonna have to do? Plug these in the back because it's gonna be impossible for you to hear. So plug those right in the back. Tell me which number you're in. I'm giving Tasha her own dedicated headset over here, and then also, oh, that's okay. You can. What if Tasha just ruined the stream? She comes in and hits a button and it's over. Here you are, and I'm gonna give you this, but just be careful. We've got a little sound issue. We have a little issue here, but if you take the mic, you're still not on camera. How are we gonna,
But I can see her, so maybe she is on camera.
oh, you can see her on the webcam, but Tasha's not on the other cam. So
Here, I'll scoot this chair in.
yeah, hold
Okay.
on one second. So what I'm gonna have to do is yeah, hold on. I'm gonna have to find a way to scoot over. Oh, there we go. There's Tasha. The green screen's all messed up, but we'll figure this out after. So let's do this. I'm gonna put my webcam above the display capture, and then I'm gonna move Oz a little bit over that way.
There we go. Look
And
at
then-
that.
And then hold this. You gotta hold that. And
Got
then
it.
what I'm gonna have to do with this is move. Oh boy, this is a real. Hold on one second.
What?
Well, I'm just trying to move it so that it's showing me the display captures all over the place. Whatever. There it is.
learned from you all these things, you know.
Oh my gosh, it's so complicated. But anyway, Tasha's here. Just watch this thing. I noticed that right here is where the
Okay.
feedback is. But everyone in the chat room, we got Oz over here. We're talking about kind of like what it takes to kind of create and take leaps of faith and invest in yourself and all these things. But Oz actually found us through Two Bros and Some Brick. They used to do the Bachelor recaps, and now they that's kind of like the kind
Completely
of
by accident. Completely like I wasn't planning it, and I just started following the channel more than 3 years ago already. So
Wow.
It's been a long time.
I'm going the other way. What's over here? I'm
Um,
trying to figure out what's this? What is that?
I can see your green screen and there's a white wall in the back.
It must be something else in the way. I don't know.
Oh, it's the light.
Oh, the ring light. Oh, it's the ring light. Tasha moved the light. Yeah, just move the light. Wow.
I can't help the cord,
All right,
honey.
we don't need this one here.
But
We'll
so
put.
Dave, those guys, Two Bros and Some Brick. One guy's from here in Seattle. Another guy was in Colorado. So maybe that's why they kind of broke up their videos and stuff.
Yeah, I was telling Oz. I was like, if you're gonna create stuff, you really need to have ownership over it because someone might lose enthusiasm or whatever, and like
Yeah.
it's so infuriating if you're investing your time into something and the other person's not or whatever.
And as soon as somebody's not excited about it, scheduling becomes impossible. Getting
Yeah.
the recordings edited.
And I said, you get a girlfriend, and the next thing you know, the girlfriend gets, why do you have to do it with him? And all of a sudden it's gone. But Tasha's here for, I want to say the next hour, but I really need your help just walking the dog. I need
You haven't walked the dog?
The dog smells like lobster. He smells so bad, but he doesn't go anywhere. He just reeks. So the dog needs to be walked. If I could take the live stream with me, I'd walk him and bathe him, but the live stream's staying here.
I'll walk him.
I wanted to share. Okay, Oz, you're going to be a part of this because you're a part of these donations. This is today.
Whoa. This is a
I know it's a lot of
long
money.
list.
It's a lot of money.
This is
You
today.
have a lot of thank you cards to send.
I could begin to add it all up, but honestly, here, let me add it up. 10, 20, 25, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90.
High school math is really paying off.
90, 90, 140, 145, 155, 160, 175, 85, 95, 200, 215, 235, 245, 250, 260, 70, 80, 290, 295, 315, 350,
For a couple coaches.
350,
A couple couches.
400.
Wow, that's crazy.
And then I didn't include Gabrielle. I did. Gabrielle Rosca donated $10 since we were talking. So big shout out to Gabriella. Thank you so much for that. And I might have missed another one. I'm not going to forget all of them. But then also while we were talking, I also got $11 from Audrey Strike, so that's $411+. Some of those were British pounds. I'm not going to do that.
The
That's
conversion
more
rate.
money. That's
But
more
yeah,
money.
yeah, exactly. Canadian, British. I don't know what's going on. So Audrey Strike, $11. Thank you so much for that. Everything's been insane. Yeah, Oz has been around forever, so it's cool that you get to see kind of like some things take flight. Oz also has been with the Patreon from the beginning, and that's just incredible. You know what I mean? So we thank you so much.
Yeah.
No pressure, but are you going to stick around for the rest of the stream, or you have things to do? No pressure.
I'm gonna try my best, but yeah, I downloaded Patreon especially for you. So.
Oh, thank you. Hey,
I basically didn't know what it was at all. So I was just like, "What's this thing?" And then Nick Vile got me on his Patreon, and he shouted me out a few months ago. So I guess he knows of me, but you're more famous than me. You're more famous than me in Bachelor Nation.
Look, I'm gonna move the one there, so
Yeah.
it's in your way. Oh, there we go. Well, look, don't feel like you need to stay. I always appreciate it.
No,
I know.
I'm just sitting here. I'm sitting here eating food. Maybe I'll order some Uber or whatever. Just like I said, most of the things are closed. So like what else am I gonna do? You know?
Absolutely.
Gotta stay
I
entertained
much
somehow.
prefer if I could be on the receiving end eating a calzone because I'm just like starving and dying. But actually, Tasha, I've only taken one break so far. I took a 2-minute break to pee, but I was like, what am I going to break for? I don't want to lose the followers. I'm talking. My voice was starting to get a little raspy, but I think I'm good. I think I need
you
You
like,
gotta drink
Water?
boiling water or tea.
yeah, I think I think a tea with some honey is what I
Here,
need.
Have a sip of this.
Is there
It's
honey in there?
chai. There's no honey, but
By the way, this isn't a sponsor, but I bought this for Tasha for Christmas. It's called Umite Chef, UMIT Chef. This thing will keep something hot for like 15 hours.
yeah, my friend thought it was one of the Yeti mugs because it's the same color.
It's
as
still
the
like
Yeti mug.
90 degrees.
It keeps it really warm. I'm surprised for like a cheap Amazon brand. It really does a good job.
See, Tasha, look at the green screen. See, it's kind of
Same
green.
color.
It's kind of green screeny. Anyway,
You get an affiliate link for that, Dave. Make some money.
I know that's what we're gonna try to do.
3 cents on Amazon.
The comment section doesn't know what to do with Sheriff Oz. This is like when the one cop takes the night off, the whole town's partying, they're all hanging out. I'm going to talk to Tasha about the Pinterest because people were asking if you had like a Pinterest board set up, and I was like, oh God, here we go. You know,
Okay.
because the ladies wanted to know how we were going to do a tour of our new place. But Oz, you'll be the first. You know what we'll do is I'll do a Patreon only reveal of new things before we roll it out to YouTube. Because I don't have, I do the extra Patreon bonus episodes, but I don't have too much that's like super exclusive content. So we'll do like a full, like either live stream or
You'll be like Meredith doing an OnlyFans.
Exactly. Whatever anyone wants, there's a price for everything. Have you seen Meredith's OnlyFans? One of my buddies signed up for it.
No, I don't really. You know, there's stuff that's free on the internet. I don't need to pay. So
Yeah,
you know.
she's. I mean, I don't know what she's making, but Oz is
making a lot of money. If it's $15.99 for each person, she's making like thousands of dollars a month.
Yeah, it's a smart. I was thinking she's probably making 10 to 15,000 a month.
Wow.
That's what I was thinking, which is wild to
That's-
think.
It's like 200K every year
He's
then.
balling.
Literally balling, balls in her face for
Oh,
extra.
Hey, whoa.
Hey, wow, what are you gonna do?
It's a little bit too much, but yeah, I don't know. So yeah, Dave, can you just pull up my website and stuff so that people can see it?
Absolutely. So what do you want me to promote? Website or YouTube or what?
Yeah, you can promote. It's called OzWorldOnWheels.com. I sent Tasha the link.
Yeah,
before.
I have it.
Wait, what's
Sorry.
that?
Oz World on Wheels.
OzWorldOnWheels.com. Yeah.
I got it.
It's important to get the .com. I got the .com about 5 years ago. The other domains don't matter, you know.
No,
.com
you're
is
absolutely
always
right. You're absolutely right. Let me shrink this down. I'm gonna you know what I'm gonna have to do is move Tasha and myself.
Yeah, wait, but you don't have it pulled
Hold on,
all
I'm
the
trying.
way. See what I
I'm
mean?
trying my best here.
There you go.
Hold
That's
on.
better.
But what don't I have pulled all the way? This part?
You just did it. No.
All right, so this is Oz's website. Clicks are always important. If anyone can just like click on his website, I can't post a link in the comment section, but it's OzWorldOnWheels.com. If anyone's watching this in post production, I'll make sure to put this in the description. Oz World on Wheels. He's got different sports and a whole bunch of things going on, and of course the podcast. And we'll keep on promoting you.
The podcast is World on Wheels Pod. It's just on Apple. It's on Apple Podcasts right now. I've only done 4 episodes so far. But we talk about mostly about NBA stuff. But I'm trying to expand, to talk about different things. And I also started like a YouTube like a YouTube channel. It's called NBA Talks, like NBA Talk with ofthe. So you can put that link there too. I have a few videos there. I just started it.
That's awesome.
Like I was asking questions. You were helping me because I don't know anything about this like YouTube. Like on this whole thing, I've been learning on the fly with all this moderator stuff, sheriff stuff in quotes. So I've been kind of learning on the fly because I've been always wanting to learn about YouTube because that's where the breadcrumbs are, where the money is.
YouTube's all about niche. So like, you get on get on NBA subreddits, or even if you like say you make a story about you're going to talk about Michael Jordan or like your time with Shaq. Well, then I'm sure there's like Shaq fan pages on Facebook. Like find like real specific things to share, and then that's how you like break in the door. What was my other thing I was going to say? Oh, Catherine Manning is my favorite YouTuber for YouTube growth. She shares all the tricks. She took her account from 5,000 subscribers to 300,000 in 1 year. So Catherine Manning, Cathrin. She's one of the few people I subscribe to, so you could probably find her that way. But yeah, her videos are amazing for growth. And dude, yeah, it sounds like you're on your way, but it does take time, so you'll get there.
Yeah.
Let's see. Anything else, Tasha?
No.
Tasha's ready to
So
go.
when are you moving to your new place?
Under all these lights,
We're
I need to take
moving
my,
the end of February, so we still have like 4 weeks. We're moving in 4 weeks, like to the day. And like I said, we saw it less than a week ago, or about a week ago, and we put the deposit down just a couple days, just Monday. And it's so funny because that day that I was deathly ill was 2 days before we saw the podcast. And for people that have been following, I got really sick on Sunday, like to the point where I had to leave the house we were going to go see and like crawl.
Poisoning's really bad.
I'm
The
pretty
worst thing
sure
ever.
there's barf splatter still on the back
I
of my car. I
crawled-
mean, I guess it rained.
I crawled to Tasha's car and like
When it rains
vomited.
in Los Angeles, nobody knows how to drive. What's their problem?
Well, part of it is
rains
this.
here, everybody drives.
Now,
It
here's the
rains all
thing.
time.
You're right. People suck at driving here. The second part is that there's a year's worth of smog, oil, and even soot from wildfires that sits on the highways. So the first time it rains, there's just like this primordial ooze of things that don't get washed away.
Yeah.
So whenever people drive here during the first rainstorm in a while, you always tell people like tap your brakes, make sure it's okay because it does. But yeah, aside from that, people suck at driving for sure.
We've driven from Vancouver. It's like 20 hours. It's not that bad. It's just a straight line right from my house, just a direct shot. It's only a 2-hour flight, but to drive is fun because you get to see all the other places like
It's a
Washington and
beautiful
Oregon and
drive.
Northern California.
Yeah.
So
That would be
driving is-
amazing.
Driving is fun, yeah.
So you take a ferry from Vancouver to Seattle, is that right?
No, we take the car. It's only 2 hours. It's 45 minutes to the border and 2 hours door to door.
Oh,
from
I'm
Seattle.
sorry. I was thinking of a ferry because we went to
Vancouver
That's
Island.
Victoria.
Oh, yeah,
Victoria,
yeah.
They have the Victoria to Seattle ferry. That's different. They're a little closer.
How funny am I? Tasha has to go walk the dog. The dog, like I said earlier, people were saying, how does the dog know when he wants to go out? Well, he doesn't give you much notice. Hey, Tasha, when you walk him, keep tension on the leash the whole time, and walk him out the back. We had a problem with the dog where like he would like start to pee halfway down the stairs, but it was probably because of another dog who did it. Like, you know how dogs are. So then he started peeing like 5 days in a row before he got outside. And then he knows not to do that, but he still fights his primal instinct to mark his territory. So this is the way. So we're so excited to move to the new place because we'll literally be able to slide the door open and let the dog go out versus third floor access to the bathroom. But
Yeah,
That's-
Dave. When I would pick up your soap, I would only go 20 minutes, and I'd be in the U.S. already. So
Wow, that's amazing.
We live very close. We live very close to the U.S. And I have my old Nexus card, so that makes me not wait in the line. But it's better for driving, for flying anyway. It's quicker, but you always have to pass U.S. immigration and stuff in the airport. So that's what makes it quicker, you know.
Yeah, that's wild. I'm trying to think. I've driven to Montreal from Rhode Island. Montreal is only like 7-hour drive, maybe less. It's
from New York, Rhode Island's only like 5 hours.
Yeah, I mean, New York's such a weird state because from Rhode Island to New York City's 3 hours, but New York City's on the edge of New York State. So then you can easily drive 5 hours through New York. It's so bizarre. But I would love to travel more throughout Canada. We loved our time in Victoria.
To be honest, I don't with Canada. I think the U.S. It's maybe I'm biased, but you know that's how it's been, and that's because U.S. is closer and cheaper to get to. So,
well, yeah, I mean I loved Canada. When we were in Victoria, they had such beautiful national parks, and I'm not saying the U.S. obviously has the U.S. has beautiful national parks too and all that, but you know, there's obviously like just a very sensible thing about Canadians that it's no lie that people say they're such friendly people, and I think part of it is just like I don't think you guys have to compete for resources the same way we do. So like we're out here.
I'm making money sitting at home doing nothing, you know, where you have to beg for it. So
I know
it's a little different.
Here I am. This different. Is it, right?
But for example, where Jen Murphy lives in Toronto or wherever, it's $700 to get there. But if I fly to LA, it's only $100 flight. You know.
Yeah.
Big difference.
Yeah, I mean, LA, what's cool is like when you live in a major city, not that Toronto's not major, but LA is such a major city that you can fly like LA, like Alaska Airlines will do the West Coast. So like LA to Costa Rica, LA to Anchorage, there's a lot of LA to Hawaii is really cheap. But then I also have to deal with that LA to Rhode Island. It can be cheap if I go to Boston, but it's also Boston, you know, to fly into Rhode Island can usually cost around $400 round trip. But pricing aside, it's still like a 5-6 hour flight if you can get a direct flight. And getting a direct flight to Rhode Island is nearly impossible. Usually you got to get a flight to like...
I know that from my tennis player friend. He sometimes flies into Boston or Rhode Island, but he has money. But the Vancouver to LA is very popular because there's tons of actors going back and forth. As you probably know, this is Hollywood North over here. So we have a lot of film, especially now with us doing better with the COVID. All the productions are shut down in LA, so they all come up here. It's been like that. It's just such a booming industry. So we always have actors going back and forth from Riverdale and Charmed and whatever damn show they're going on. I like so many shows, you know. All the CW shows shoot up here. So
you know, I had that one girl on my podcast. I can't even remember her name, and she had.
I know her. I saw her at the Common concert. You know, Common, the rapper.
Oh yeah.
I don't know her, but like I recognized her.
What's her name?
So I forget her name, but like she was when I met her, like with that day, she was a bitch, and the podcast. I didn't think she was super nice either.
Well, yeah, you know what? She's one of the reasons why I don't let PR companies. I don't even answer their emails. Because they bring people that are like celebrities or actors, they bring them, and then the PR person sits in the other room quietly, like on their phone on my couch, and I interview someone, and I'm like, this isn't what I do. And
I think she's from here. She lives in Vancouver, but they don't really shoot in Vancouver. That's a lie. They shoot an hour outside of Vancouver, which is Langley, the suburbs, where all the redneck Trump people live, you know?
But why do they go? I wonder what it is about Vancouver. I'm sure it's beautiful, but I wonder if there's a tax incentive up there. You know, obviously, like in Georgia,
the government gives them tax breaks if they shoot here, and it's cheaper for productions to shoot here. So
you know, for a long time, for a couple of years in Los Angeles, all of the pilots left LA because LA got rid of their tax incentives. So Georgia is a very friendly place to shoot because they're a right to work state. So they don't pay people union pay. So whenever you see someone like Tyler Perry, he shoots all of his movies in Georgia. It's like, yeah, no crap. You don't pay people as much money, but like production companies will go wherever they go because they're going to be in a location for 3 to 5 weeks or whatever. And, you know, Boston's had a lot of projects in the summer because, you know, I started acting in Boston. So I worked on The Town and every Adam Sandler movie that shot there.
Was that a scene? You were in Wolf of Wall Street, the scene, right? You posted that?
Wolf of Wall Street. Yeah, Wolf of Wall Street was in New York City. That was New York City, along with Wall Street too. And when I lived in Rhode Island, I would commute to New York for work. And when talk about like taking leaps of faith, I was telling this to Tasha last night. The leap of faith I took moving to Brooklyn. It doesn't seem like much in hindsight. It was 3-hour drive away, but like that was the most money I ever had for like a security deposit. I sold my Subaru. I had all this money, and I had lived paycheck to paycheck. And living paycheck to paycheck in New York City when you move there with no job is horrifying. But I kind of immediately got work, and all these things started to work out. I like hustled really hard, but it all worked out. And it's just this crazy feeling of just like taking chances and working. You can't just take a chance and not do anything, but taking a chance and then actively working towards it, all these opportunities open up. And that was my first big leap, was being like, all right.
Better.
Yeah, I was like, all right, I'm driving to New York 3-4 hours each way for random jobs, background in movies, things like that. I was like, what if I moved there? What if I moved there? I'll be there every day of the week. I'll be able to like network. And I moved there, and sure enough, I never looked back. And it was amazing. And, you know.
Yeah, that's good.
It's
That's good. I think LA is good for people that creators and actors and stuff like that. But if you're not in that space, it's a little hard. And now you have a mass exodus of people like Chris Harrison and Joe Rogan going to Texas because to avoid the taxes, you know.
And you know what? Like to completely judge them, Tasha's just walked back in. How'd the dog do? Good. Good means didn't pee on my sneakers. To judge
funny.
Joe Rogan for essentially evading taxes, and Chris Harrison and by evading taxes, we're talking about state income tax. So Texas doesn't have state income tax. So what he would have spent, maybe let's call it 10%, maybe it's 15% tax in LA, moved to New York, moved to Texas with $100 million pay from Spotify. He's essentially being able to upgrade to a full-blown mansion for free. No cost.
He's saving 20%.
Yeah,
easy.
and that's just the way it is. So you're evading California tax but the annoying part is this: you spent all of your years rising up in LA, and then you leave when you cash in. That's kind of the thing. It's like, but also it's like, hey, it's a legal thing you can do. A lot of California YouTubers move to Vegas because there's no state income tax, and I wouldn't be opposed to it either. I mean, if you tell someone, all right, you can get a mansion because you make $1 million a year, you can literally afford the mortgage on
way cheaper there too. Yeah.
Yeah, and then when it's all said and done, you can move back to California 10 years later, sell your mansion, do whatever you want. And that's just, and it's, of course, Vegas to LA is just a couple hour drive. But
I've been to Vegas a few times. I mean, I don't like it that much. It's stimulation overdrive. It's a little crazy. Just so many people. You need to be in the right mood for it. I was there last year. I was there last year on the trip that I went to Vegas and Portland. That was the last time I even traveled. That was already almost 2 years ago in April 2019.
Wow,
so
isn't it crazy? Time. I say we shouldn't count these years as aging because but actually Tasha's back in. We gotta do Tasha's Pinterest board before she goes back to work.
Okay.
And while Tasha discusses your Pinterest board, I'm gonna put that pizza in the oven. Is that what you want, Tasha? You're not hungry? Okay, I'm gonna put a pizza in for me. But so Oz, let me let you go, and then chime in. You're back in charge. Give him his badge back. You're back to the moderator. Also, by all means, if you can't stick around, don't worry about us. We'll fend for ourselves.
I have you in the background on his entertainment.
Well, we appreciate you. We'll just keep talking to you like you're here. Thanks so much for checking in. Thank you so much for supporting the channel, for moderating, and we'll have to get you an actual Sheriff Oz, like a label over here. But
I look forward to seeing you guys when I come out to LA later this year. Once I get the shots, I'm supposed to get the shot next month. Fingers crossed, fingers and toes crossed. And after that, I'll be able to travel to California and see my family and see you guys and see my friends and it'd be a great time.
Very much look forward to it. Stay safe over there. I'll see you in the comment section. Ladies and gentlemen, Sheriff Oz. Take care, my man.
Okay, thanks very much.
That was the smoothest. We had a nice smooth. How would I rate the quality of this call? 5 stars. 5 star. All right, back to full video here.
Was that your first Zoom?
No, Leah zoomed in earlier.
Oh, nice.
Let me get you another microphone that works. That way you can have a microphone. Will you take control of my stream for a few minutes?
Sure.
Talk
You trust me.
Tasha, all you need to do is keep talking
I'll read some comments.
and keep reading.
Yep. All right,
It's
thank you very much.
1:26. I didn't take my last 2 hours break, so I'm just gonna put my little pizza in the oven. I don't need it now, but I feel like if I eat the pizza now, it'll give me a chance. So let me put the music back on for Tasha. Try your best not to touch anything, Tasha. We're at 4 hours and 29 minutes. Over $400 in donations, which I refuse to ask, but I appreciate. Thank you guys so much. This isn't a donation. This isn't a telethon, so you don't have to do that. We're getting so many amazing comments. We also hit 11,000 subscribers earlier today. I want to make sure I didn't miss any super chat donations. A lot happened in here. Gabriella gave £10. Hi from Germany. Finally made it to live stream. Oh, I'm sorry, €10. Congrats on your 10,000. I wish you all the best, Gabby. Thank you, Gabby. Thank you so much. All right, we're back to it. If I missed your comment, let's just start over. Leah is in the comment section, Tasha. Leah called in earlier. She was kind of the guinea pig for the Skype. I think we figured it out. But we still had this one went a lot better. I think it was more of my processing speed. I think I figured it out. But of course, I'm talking about technical quality. We loved our conversation with Leah. We talked about love language. How Leah and her husband Stefan, not Stefan, how they communicate when they have their date night versus kids and this and that. I talked about how I make more money on YouTube when you're working because I can focus. So we talked about that, and we really got to create this. We were talking about this. We really got to make the iPhone case with a little mailbox flag. The mailbox flag. Who do we know? My friend Jamie has a
pop socket that has a full, like a Velcro.
So like a pop socket that you can but it has to be something people can see. Like I'm working. It's almost like you pull the stylus pen up. It has to be like you pull the flag up. I think that's a good idea.
Like red on one
even if
side,
it's as a
green on
joke.
the other.
Yeah, but my whole thought was, well, Tasha's gonna pull the thing up, and I'm not gonna talk to her for 3 days while she's on TikTok. Because she's going to forget she put the no talking flag up. Here, you got your headphones? Take this mic. I'm going to reset the mics. And everyone, Tasha's going to discuss... do you want me to pull up your mood board? Do you have a photo of it?
I don't have it on Pinterest, but you can pull up my Pinterest.
I think...
And I can show you, and I can share some boards.
Your home boards are on Pinterest. Okay, hang on, folks. Tasha's going to share with us the vision... Okay. Pinterest. People were like, does Tasha have a Pinterest? I'm like, does a white chick have Pinterest? It didn't have to be white. But does a chick have Pinterest? I got to make sure I don't pull up porn. Pinterest.com. You'll go through a standard security check. What the hell is this? That looks like not a Pinterest thing. Let's try this again. Pinterest. Yeah, see, I didn't press Pinterest. No, but I bet you they were just trying to scam me. Pinterest.com. All right, and then what's this frickin'? I hate nothing more than keep it business. Okay, how do I get to your Pinterest page? Just search your name, Tasha. I'm doing this with one hand.
Tasha _Courtney. There you go. There it is.
This one.
Click it.
All right, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to change you to picture in picture, and this is a display. This is going to show. You're going to sit where I am. I'm going to make this a lot smaller. Should we take off this thing right here? Okay, so you can see. Yeah, but do you see the problem here? Oh, you know what? No. Here's what I got to do. I put the display capture above the webcam. There you go. All right, so go through this way. All right, I'll be right back. Making pizza. Oh, watch my queen. I do declare. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Tasha Murray.
I didn't know I was going to be running a live stream today. This is pretty exciting. Scoot that over. Scoot it over just a little bit. There we go. Yeah, there's my Pinterest.
All of the super chat donations during this time still go to me. Just to be clear. No, I already told everyone it's all... Oh, so Tasha, this is what was asked. I wrote down the comment. Someone asked, does Tasha have a... Can you hear me okay? Oh, you got to put this on. Of course you can hear me now. Can you hear me on this? Guys, what am I dealing with?
Oh, the music's on.
Oh yeah, I mean a little bit. Sound okay?
Yeah.
You can adjust the music right there.
Okay, cool.
Turn that off. So, do we have a Pinterest for decor or Amazon list?
Yes,
That's
I
the
can
question.
handle that question. Can you hand me my phone? And I will answer that question for you.
What's the phone for?
To show everyone my Amazon list. I just have to
You wanna
look it
talk
up.
through this part.
Oh, okay. Well, Dave has worked it all out for me. All right, are we set? I think
Milwaukee,
I'm sitting
Texas
too
has
far.
no state income. They're still talking about taxes.
Taxes.
Dave said, "Does a white chick have Pinterest?" All right, go for it.
Hi, everybody. Hello, hello. I'm going to look at some comments real quick. Hi, Jess. Hi, Julie. Oh, Julie wants to know how we met. Which Leah also wanted to know. Let's see. Oh, you hit 11,000 subscribers. Did you see that?
Yeah, I told you that.
Hi, Heather. Hi, B-Bean. Hi, everybody. All right. I'm just scrolling back down. Oh, Maisie, you're so sweet.
Yeah, talking and reading is hard, isn't it?
No.
Oh no, it's not. I just listen to
Can
the
you
dead
just
air.
leave me alone?
You want me to leave you alone?
It's not dead air.
Okay,
All
I'm
right.
gonna
So
go
you guys
pee.
asked about Pinterest. So I use Pinterest. I create some pins. I save some
Let me
pins.
just help you. Hold on.
I don't
No,
need
no,
help.
trust me. Watch this. I'm gonna open this up right here, so it shows. Hold on 1 second. Whoa.
You clicked my pin.
So I do this, and I open that up more, so we get more of the web page.
But you actually are making it bigger than the web page. See what I mean? That's that. So you can make it a little smaller. There you go.
So
All right.
don't move the web.
I'm not planning
Now
on
we
it.
Go over here.
Everybody's probably so annoyed by how annoyed I am at you.
We
All
talked
right.
about counterdependency and codependency, and how counterdependents are bitchy.
Oh my gosh. I'm moving it. He's just got to relax. All right. So here's Pinterest. As you can see, I post a lot of travel content on here. So these are the pins that I've created that just like link to the blog post that I wrote about like Thailand and us, Vancouver Island. Hi, Oz. Bouchard Gardens. Just, this is all blog stuff. But on where I save pins, I have a board that is home interiors. So this is all my home inspo, and it's not all interiors. Some of it is exteriors, like patio inspo and stuff. But this is kind of my vibe. I love like these like plaster moldings, fun tile. So this is my vibe. So this is where I've been pulling a lot of my inspo, for like the things that I posted on Instagram the other day. Which I'm going to turn those into pins, but I haven't done it yet. But I posted it in my stories. I've made it a stories highlight, the home decor stuff, because we're going to be making so much home decor content. At least I am. So I posted a highlight in my stories if you want to check it out from a couple days ago, the little mood board that I put together. But I love like Tudor homes. I love like this classic Tudor styling. Like I'm really all about like old stuff with character. Lots of texture.
So the thing, I'm in the background here. Can you hear me okay?
Mm-hmm.
The thing that someone had recommended was that we somehow make a home reveal Bachelor related to sort of attach ourselves to the Bachelor community. So
our own Bachelor mansion?
Yeah, well, this is like our Bachelor recap pad, because all of the like Lauren Zimas and all the different Bachelor contestants do like a Bachelor, like their home tour is popular. So that could be a good way for us to kind of create a hybrid of our algorithm and the Bachelor algorithm. But either way, we'll do a non-Bachelor related tour, but it would be good to feature that so that we can, continue to ride that wave. All right, back to you.
All right. I'm just looking at comments here. Let's see. Let him mansplain. Everyone said you're mansplaining.
This is a live stream. Let me tell you how that's a...
Everyone says stop mansplaining.
Well, trust
Leave
me,
her
guys.
alone.
If she'll hit the wrong button and I'll be gonzo.
Oh, Kyla says she likes my curls. I did a different style of curls today. I'm gonna do a hair tutorial and like post it on stories or TikTok.
Yeah, Tasha's
or something.
your Instagram. It's very she'll use like tube socks and random things to curl her hair without using the heat. So it's good to protect your hair from damage. And you're very you have a lot of ingenuity when it comes to your hair, and you should share that more because I feel like
I didn't come up with these things.
Yeah,
These are just things I learned on the internet a long time ago.
Oh, popularize them. All right, they say leave you alone. All right, I'll be back. I'm making pizza.
All right. So let me just keep looking at some comments. If you share your Pinterest, we can all get inside your head. So my Pinterest username, I don't know if you can see it here. You cannot. Let me just push that up a little bit. Oh, do I have to press shift or something to?
What do you want to?
I was gonna move that up.
Option. And now she wants me to mansplain. There you go.
There we go. So there's my Pinterest. You can type my username, which is Tasha_Courtney. And then you can check out my Pinterest and you can look at my boards if you want.
Alteration for you. So now without hitting Alt, we can actually make this bigger. Because you know exactly what you're doing. Make it bigger and we'll
But now I'm gone.
I was gonna drop you in front of it, but okay, never mind. Bye. Bye.
All right. I want to see what's going on over here. Oh, I see. Wow, I feel like I'm learning so much about streaming right now. So I'll just close that up a little bit. All right, let's see. Okay, I gotta catch up on comments and see where we're at. Bouchard Gardens is so beautiful, Milwaukee Motor. Yeah, that was like something that I really enjoyed on our trip to Vancouver Island. We went on one of the nights in the summer where they do a fireworks display. I don't know if it's like every Friday night or every Saturday night, but they were doing a Disney themed fireworks show and it was so cute. Nikki, yes, I do love essential oils. I normally just like put them in a diffuser. I used to actually use like essential oils as scent, and I still do sometimes like for headaches or like jaw tension. I have a little like roll-on that is like peppermint or eucalyptus infused with CBD, and I love that. But yeah, I really enjoy essential oils. What is this?
Get a ton of new Instagram followers.
Oh, how exciting.
Ton of new people have followed on Instagram.
Congrats.
Not even asking people. Thank you guys so much. Don't forget, Tasha's Instagram's at Tasha Courtney.
That Karen just asked that question. What's Tasha's Instagram?
Yeah, you'll get
at Tasha Courtney. No underscore.
You know what I can do?
I have an underscore on TikTok and an underscore on Pinterest, and everything else is at Tasha Courtney.
Keep talking, and I'm going to add your handle. Keep talking.
Okay, I just don't know what to talk about. Oh, somebody else asked about an Amazon store, and I do have an Amazon store set up under my account. We put some of Dave's stuff on it too. We put the podcast equipment, camera equipment that we like, stuff that's good, like small point and shoot cameras that are good for traveling, extra like dumb sort of gear, like the little waterproof cases that you can like put your phone in if you're like going to a beachy place. And then I also have like supplements on there because I take a ton of supplements for my Lyme disease. So I've listed like really good brands of supplements, different beauty products and skincare products that I use. I keep all of those highlighted on my Amazon storefront. But I do need to update it. It's been a long time since I've updated my Amazon storefront. And I still have like some sales that probably aren't active on there anymore from like Prime Day and Christmas shopping. But I'll get on that. I'll update that soon.
Boy, this font looks so ugly. I've never done
Yeah,
this
what are
before.
you doing?
I'm just doing this on the fly, so just keep talking. Don't worry about me.
How about that? And don't put any like stroke or anything on it.
It's not the stroke. It's whatever this.
Yeah, don't do that.
It's whatever this It's got some weird.
That is weird.
shade to it.
Just leave it.
You
Who
can
cares?
leave it. Tasha Courtney on Instagram. Wow. All right.
All right. Good job, Dave. Julie, I found the You Might Chef tumbler on Amazon, 2-pack, $19.99. Exactly, right? It's such a good deal. And it really works. I was truly surprised because I've never actually had a mug that like kept things warm for very long at all. And some of my jobs that I go to are in like warehouses and they've got concrete floors and they're really
It comes with two straws.
You're so loud.
It comes with two straws and they fit right into the top. I don't want to show you and dump it. They fit right into the top so you can have your iced coffee as well. These they're not we don't have an affiliate link set up, but we should.
You can put it on my Amazon storefront. Or I'll do it later tonight when I get home. All right, I'm just going through comments again. Hi, Teresa.
By the way, can I say this? And I don't mean to sound cocky, Tasha. I think and I'm not going to do this, but I think I could do 24 hours. I think the 100,000 subscriber benchmark will be a 24-hour live stream. Does that sound like a good idea?
No, that sounds like a terrible idea.
We're 6 hours in. I feel like I've just started to stretch my hamstrings. I've peed once. I got a pizza in the oven, and your boy's not stopping.
Oh, Kristen, I actually just took Boone out. Poor guy.
That's my stepsister.
Yeah, I see.
So I didn't know if Tasha, knew who we were talking to. Kristen and I were bonding over how conservative our family has become and how we're both sort of outcasts of the family. Is that your mom, the J. Marie? That's like your mom.
I don't see.
No, that's not your mom.
No.
Julie said,
lots of people want to hear the how we met story. I'll try and give a spark
this is going to be your version.
This is I tend to Dave makes fun of me for how much I ramble. But anyway,
make this story.
Why don't you just go away and let me do my stream?
Again, that's counter dependency.
Oh man. Oh my gosh, he can't. I mean, I get it's his baby. The stream is his baby, but he can't just let me do anything. All right, the how we met story. So Dave and I met years ago in New York. I would guess May 2009. I'm not positive about that. I would have to scroll back through my Facebook because this is pre-Instagram. This is the days of Facebook. We met on an HBO miniseries called Mildred Pierce, which I have actually never watched. We were both just there being background. We were wearing costumey, period attire. So all this old vintage mothball smelling clothes. And they had a bunch of classic cars on set. And hold on, I'm turning down this music a little bit. And we met, I guess, on the bus. So we were both coming from Manhattan, but it was filming way out in Long Island somewhere at a big mansion. So they had a 5 a.m. call time for us to meet at the bus that was going to drive us out to location. And everybody, rolls up in their sweatpants. No, but you don't have to come, you might have to come with your hair in curlers or something, but you basically just show up and buy your coffee on the way. So everybody's just waking up except for this fool. This fool was wide awake and talking at full volume on a quiet bus where everybody just wanted to sleep at 5 a.m. And he sat 2 rows behind me and he was doing that peacocking thing where he's talking about all the stuff he has going on and I'm auditioning for this and auditioning for that and taking this class. So loud. Who were you with? I guess I don't know. Do you know who you were sitting next to? But anyway, I was just 2 rows in front of him, with my headphones on, trying to catch some Z's. So I was this MFer is not going to be my friend all day. But sure enough, he wanted to sit at the table I was sitting at and hang out and talk. So that's how we got to know each other. We took a picture together on that day and he tagged me on Facebook, this cell phone photo from 2009. And then after that, we just stayed in touch because that made us Facebook friends and Twitter friends. And I moved out to Los Angeles shortly after that. And I think he came out maybe a year later just for the summer. And he was dating someone in New York. I was dating someone here in LA. So we're hanging out a lot just as friends and getting to know each other. And then you moved back to New York for about a year and then came back out to LA permanently. But this time when he came out to LA, he was single and I was single. So there was maybe a little more undercurrent of tension and chemistry when we were hanging out, and then yeah, the rest is history. I'm sure I have it somewhere, but I would have to hunt for it. All right, I'm scrolling back. All right, if you guys go to Bouchard Gardens, again, you have to rent kayaks from the hotels nearby. Whoa, really? I never even thought about that. Does it go through the gardens or just like on the outside of it? Hi, Lisa. Okay. Erica, thanks so much for following. Let's keep going. Yeah, Oz, Pinterest is super convenient for just like having a place to put all of your like stuff together, especially if you're doing something like home design to get like good inspo. Let's see. Scrolling. Lord Raina says 24 hours when you need to sleep, just throw up some lo-fi beats. I'm digging the lo-fi beats lately. That's every one of my Instagram stories has the lo-fi beats music lately. Is it more expensive to live in New York or Cali? You know, they're both really expensive, but they're kind of expensive in different ways. I would say generally the rent is higher in New York for what you get square footage wise. Although I managed to luck into an amazing deal. I was renting a big studio in New York for only about $900 a month, but that's unheard of. I just like completely lucked into a rent controlled apartment. But most of the time it's pretty expensive to live there. And you don't get a backyard. You don't get a patio. Like if you want those things, you have to pay a fortune, to have them. But the thing that is inexpensive about New York is food. Nobody pretty much cooks groceries. Everyone just eats out, like gets takeout. And so in general, takeout is pretty affordable. Like my favorite restaurant was just across the street from my apartment, and I would like get off the subway at night and I would call in my order and I would go like set my bags down and then go pick up my food, and I could, no joke, get enough food for 2 days for like $9 from this little like hole in the wall Chinese food place. It was called Golden Dragon and it was delicious on 107 in Columbus. But yeah, in LA, and same with like breakfast foods, like there's trucks everywhere that keep like donuts and croissants and bagels. Oh, Dave's bringing in the photo from the day we met. But yeah, so food is super cheap. You can get a coffee and a bagel for $2 in the morning and you're set for breakfast. If you, here comes the picture. In LA, breakfast is $10.
What we're wearing and why?
I did. I already told him we're wearing period costumes.
She complained the whole day about how bad
It was itchy.
Never seen someone complain
So that's the day we met, 1930.
Of course, what did you boys
We're
do to a
vampires.
complainer? As I just said, I'm gonna get her. I need more of that in my life. Then here we are, 88 years later.
Haven't aged a day.
The temperature's never set. Yeah, we have told people that this is our great grandparents, and it looks believable because I shot it in sepia tone. Yeah, big thanks to Kate Winston. Is her name?
Winslet. Kate Winslet. All right. But yeah, so Los Angeles is expensive for food. Like you can't get a breakfast here for under $10. It's expensive, you know, like for lunch in New York, you could grab a falafel sandwich for like $3.50. Here, food's more expensive, rent's a little cheaper. You get a little more bang for your buck with the rent. New York, rent's a little more expensive, although right now I hear it's super cheap because of COVID. So if you're looking to move to New York, you can probably score a major deal on an apartment right now. I'm scrolling back. Let's see. Tension. Facebook friends. Yeah. How did he propose? I can see why Dave might have a different version. No, he knows he was being loud and annoying. Way too early in the morning to be talking loud on a bus. Okay, so no, he didn't propose in Kentucky. Dave proposed, I guess it was, gosh, a long time ago now. We're coming up on like a year and a half we've been engaged. We've done zero wedding planning. But it was September 2019. We went to Thailand. And because of the time difference, like being on the other side of the world, we had major jet lag. And we got in late the night before. I want to say we didn't get in till like midnight or something. But for some reason, I was wide awake at 5 a.m, like wide awake, ready to watch the sun come up. And so we went down to the beach and we were going to get breakfast, and we were like the first ones up, and there's like a nice little beachfront restaurant at the hotel where we were staying. And we had taken, so this must have been our second morning in Thailand. The day before, we had taken a little photo. They had like a fun little wooden swing tied to a bent over palm tree on the beach, and it was a cute place for Instagram photos. And we had taken some photos the day before, but the sun was a little harsh, and so we were up eating breakfast in the morning super early as the sun was coming up like over the horizon. And Dave was like, oh, the light's beautiful right now, we should go retake that Instagram photo. Dave is messing with stuff. See, you can't just leave good enough alone.
I'm trying to make it so that I can expand you.
Doesn't matter.
No, but I just wanted to
no one's here to see me. I'm just filling time while you make a pizza.
Then you and I can actually...
I'm leaving in 7 minutes.
Okay.
So I don't think you need to worry about it.
I'm just trying to make it so that we could sit down together, but I guess if you're... All right, keep talking.
All right. So anyway, he was like, let's go retake that Instagram photo. Do you want to do it now? And I was like, man, I don't know. We're eating breakfast. Okay. I'm a sucker for good lighting. So he's like, okay, I got to go get the camera from the room. So he runs back to the room to get the camera and also the ring. And, when we left the room that morning, there was a massive spider web right in front of our door, and with a big spider right in the middle of it. And the way we could see the web as we were going out, the way the light was hitting it. So we just like ducked under it and didn't mess with it. But when he's trying to go back in the door, he couldn't really see like how to duck around the web. So
I'm going back. I'm sweating. It's 7 a.m.
I can't hear your mic.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
You can hear me now?
I can hear you.
So this is my story. So I'm going back there. I'm running. I'm sweating. I'm panting. I'm talking to myself. I felt like Newman from Jurassic Park when he's running and he's in the... so I'm going, and then all of a sudden there's a... That's
my warning.
All of a sudden there's that spider's nest, and I go, you know what? I went and grabbed a branch that I was going to hit I was going to Zorro the spider's nest, and then the branches in Thailand are like Jurassic Park, like prehistoric branches. So I went to pick it up, and I just cut through my hand, my right hand. And when you cut yourself with like a palm frond, jagged, it burns. The sweat's creeping in. So that's burning. I go inside, ripping through my stuff to get the engagement ring because it wasn't in the safe, because she's like a safe connoisseur. So you can't put it in the safe. She's going to know about it. So I grab it. I put it in my bag. I'm like military jogging with flip-flops on, and I've got the bag with all the stuff. And then I set everything up, put it in my back pocket. I set the camera up, hit record, get on the hammock swing, the hammock bench swing, which was underneath a palm tree overlooking the bay of Phuket or whatever, where we were. And she's like, all right. And I was like, let's take a photo. And then she's like, well, the camera's not turned on. She's super controlling. So she was like, the camera's not flashing. What's going on? And I was like, honey. And I got down on my knee. But as I went to get down on my knee, it shifted the balance of the thing. So I almost fell off the bench. So in the video, you can just see me go, whoa, like, whoa. And then I got down, and I probably overly mansplained what an engagement is and what it means to me and this and that, and we got proposed and cried. It's all on you. We actually have a commentary of us on YouTube. There's no audio. Like, the camera was set up so you can't hear anything.
I have a TikTok I like put it in a TikTok from the one that I made of us, all the videos of us telling everybody.
Why don't you find it when you walk out of here, or Find it when you get out of here, and then
I'll text it
we'll-
to you
we'll
or
share it.
something, and you can put it
But
up.
that story does it justice. It's it's
It
pretty
was
much,
so funny. Like when Dave came up, I knew something was up, right? He was pale as a ghost. He was like almost green, and he was sweating a lot. And he was wearing this linen shirt. And you know how linen is sort of like a round fabric? Like it kind of like it's curvy. It stands away from the body. His pocket was like shivering. Like his shirt was shivering, and he was so white. But
I knew she was gonna say yes because.
then what were you so nervous
Because it would have been
about?
a long vacation if she said no. You don't want to do it at the end of the vacation. You do it at the beginning of the vacation. Honestly, part of my thought was do it at the beginning of the vacation. Get over the stress and anxiety of it all. And then for the rest of the vacation, you can just tell people, we just got engaged. Like,
Yeah,
so,
that was Dave's favorite part.
Fondue
We
on the
told all
house.
of our friends. We met some really fun Australian friends on our first day there. Two nice couples from Australia,
But you
and
know
they
we-
were teasing him about why we've been dating so long and
Well, that
weren't
was it. The
engaged.
first night after we had met them and hung with them all day, they were really sweet. So even though it feels crazy to say it was the first full night, but it was, they invited us to dinner. So we went out with this nice older couple, Kevin and David, and Australians, and they love to travel together. And when you're married that long, you want to travel in groups so you can take
So you
the
can ditch each
pressure
other.
off.
The women are like going to get massages, and the men are going on bike rides.
when we met them in the morning, we met the guys. So I assumed they were just like a couple Aussie lovers, Oh, crikey, here we are, But they were just ditching their ladies, and anyhow, so we had a few beers. Kieran, is that the name of the beer? Kieran, Tiger, whatever the Thailand actually has I like a good golden lager because I'm real basic. And the lager start flowing, and then one of the guys goes, you haven't proposed yet. What are you doing? And that was very Irish.
Yeah.
What you doing? He goes, you didn't propose yet. And then his girl was like, Kevin, no. What do you think? Because women know, like, it's kind of a thing. You're not going to be asking. And then I was like sauced. I was drunk. And then the next morning, proposed. She says yes. And then we see them one at a time, and we see who do we see
at breakfast.
Which of the ladies did we see? Either way, we saw someone the next morning, and I was like, we just got engaged, and she looks at us and goes, no. Oh my gosh. And then we got to tell them like one by one, and they're like, and it was really nice. It was really nice that we could share it with relatives. Are you crying, Tasha?
I'm not. I just have
Tasha's
allergies.
Crying. All right, I'm gonna get
Somebody
the pizza.
asked if you cried during the proposal. You did. You got a little teary.
I mean, bleeding. The whole thing's a mess. I was
Don't
bleeding. I was
blame it on
sweating.
your-
It was hot. I wanted to get the cinematography in me. Give me like 1 minute while you get ready to get out of here.
You only have 1 minute. I'm walking out this door in 1 minute. All right, let's see. Oh, there's my alarm. Time to go. All right. Mr. Orange KR says, I just hit 10K as well. Wow. Congratulations. Must be something in the air. That is such an achievement. Yeah, pandemic for sure. Let's see. All right. I'm just reading some comments. Is that what that is? I have a ton of clients who travel in groups. Never understood that. My hubby and I aren't there yet. Very much enjoy traveling together. 23 years. Wait, 23 years you've been married? Or you're 23 years old?
Well, you know what's great? When you travel in a group, you can share all that transpo cost. So like
Yeah, for
Tasha and I
sure.
had to rent a van. That was still a good deal, but that van could have fit 16 people. So like we could have like dirt cheap traveled if we had a couple other partners to switch it with.
Yeah, that's true. And a lot of these places, like where we stayed in Koh Samui, that's a huge rental house that had 3 bedrooms. So you could absolutely split the cost between 6 people and save yourself some money. But anyway, guys, I have to get out of here. It was fun chatting. 23 years married. Wow. And you guys aren't sick of each other yet. I mean, that's quite the accomplishment.
Let me give you a proper outro. Are you ready to walk away?
Yeah, I am
right.
walking away.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was Tasha Courtney. She'll be joining us for the 5 p.m. toast that we're going to be doing.
Oh, I am?
We have a 5 p.m. toast.
Okay.
Leah's coming back. She's going to give her kids a little bit of NyQuil beforehand. So that was Tasha Marie Courtney. Everyone, say goodbye. How does that sound? Good?
Nice jam. All right.
can't post. I don't know how to post links. I've been sharing these things. Oh boy. I just hit my crown. Just hit my crown there. Oh, this is good music. Isn't it nice to like control the music? I haven't played any voicemails other than Wit and Rye. I've got so many voicemails. I'm going to play those next. I'm also going to eat a little bit. I didn't take a proper break. I'm not going to take a break this hour. I'll take a break in about 15 minutes or so. Everyone says, have a nice day. Yeah, Heather, congrats on your 23rd wedding anniversary. That's amazing. We've had a pretty solid 150 people this whole time. Pretty solid. It's funny because the other YouTube videos are doing well today. Not as good as yesterday. Yesterday was a crazy day, but I also didn't release any other proper videos today, so it seems like we're all hanging out here. All right, honey. The dog's back. Everyone, the dog is here. I just moved the balloons to get them a little higher up so I can have a little more flexibility with the green screen here. We'll go back to the bullets. I know we haven't talked too much. I do want to get into the Colton's new chapter. I've got so many things I want us to talk about. Did Tasha properly talk? Are you still here, Tasha? Did you talk about your storyboard? Or did we get away from that? We'll talk more together when you come back about like what's next for us. Oh, good. All right. Tasha's got it on our Instagram story, so we'll go do it. We'll check that out. So we've talked to Leah. We talked to Oz. I have to reset up my Bluetooth. I turned it off because I didn't want I'm gonna have Susan call. Love you. I'm looking down at my phone. I'm not ignoring you guys. I'm just setting up upcoming calls. If you guys don't mind, I'm just gonna read your comments. Eat a little bit of this pizza. Trader Joe's makes so many great pizza options, but I love their little Bambino pizzas because I can make it one at a time. If you give me a whole pizza, I'll eat it all. So it's nice to have a smaller pizza. That way I don't stuff my face. I made an Instagram story saying 6 hours down, 4 to go. And then I did the math and I was like, no, there's definitely 5 hours down, 5 to go. All right, so Susan's going to call in 20 minutes. She's a very kind supporter. And also, speaking of pizza, has been the generous pizza giver. The dog's down here looking at me. He wants a crust. Abby said, would love to tell you guys from a legal perspective if Brittany has a defamation claim on The Bachelor. Abby, I'd love to hear that. You want me to show the dog? Here's the thing. He's in a very tight area. It would be very hard to pick him up. There's a lot of cables. I will get the dog up, but he's literally just a dog licking his paw right down there. The Church of Dave. Can you imagine if I was like the priest that didn't want to be the priest? I'm like, all right, if you guys keep showing up, I'll do mass. I want to have my Diet Dr. Pepper, but I also don't want to like overdo caffeine right now because I'm feeling pretty good, so I want to kind of save that as a reward. The final 2 hours I think will kind of flow relatively easily. That's when we'll do the champagne and this and that. Like I said, guys, honestly, 10K. Again, I don't know on your end. Maybe I'm super boring, but just doing this and chatting with you guys is very nice. So, Abby, do you want to call in and tell me your legal perspective? DeverX said we two are so sweet together. Yeah, I mean, we have like stupid fights like anybody, you know? Just try to like respect each other, plan, communicate. Yeah, I love a Diet Dr. Pepper. Right now, it's just like a cheap tangerine sparkling water. And then I got my coffee. I'm still kind of nursing. Emily says it's only champagne if it's from the Champagne region. You know what's funny? That's what I saw the funniest thing where after the Capitol riots, where it's like, it's only a coup. If it's from France. Otherwise, it's a protest. You know, coup d'état. It's a French word. Nicoletta says, I discovered about your existence recently. Hey, thanks. You're an awesome human, and I'm a fan of your talks. Great job. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. I'm surprised the camera hasn't turned off yet. I thought the camera would have for sure shut down by now. If the camera does go, I'm going to switch to the computer's webcam, and then I'll just put the camera in the fridge. I'm just going to put the camera in the fridge to cool down. It's safe to do. It's like if you went outside in the snow to use your camera. The sensors overheat. They just need to cool down, and then we'll get another couple hours out of it. Abby said I can Skype around 3. Absolutely. I've got a phone call happening shortly. Yeah, let's do a 3 p.m. Skype. It's at D Neal's. I think we got the Skype going. D Naps, brother from another mother. You'll have to do a series in a kiddie pool once you're in the new place. Yeah, wouldn't that be fun? Just me with my fat nipples hanging out in a... But I think what will be cool is for sure making a Survivor-like Tiki Torch recap. I think that's for sure going to happen. My Bachelor recaps, I'm going to keep a very similar setup to this. You guys might not see a big difference, but it's going to be a much more serene environment for me to shoot in, a more proper green screen. The green screen now is a giant, it fits about this big, and you fold it like a pop-out tent. You fold it into like thirds, and it closes. Right now it's a giant oval, so you can't see it, but I literally can fold this into a very thin sleeve. It's kind of a brilliant piece of technology, but I have to have the framing right. So it's good for talking head stuff, but if I wanted to, green screen me in a fighting sequence, you can't do too much mobility with it, but it works. All right, Abby, I look forward to you. Leave a comment if you have a trouble getting in. Just let me know because I'm kind of new to this Skype, but it should alert me if you're trying to call. Aaron said, "Hey Dave, check your Skype, please. Sent you an audio there. I need my shut up before I go to bed. It's past midnight here in Zimbabwe." Great. Let's get a check in from Zimbabwe. Don't mind me. I have to figure out how to do this. You sent me something on Skype. Oh, I just saw a few others on Skype. Whoops. Okay, just give me a second. Notifications. You sent me. Forgive me. Now, I'm not saying you didn't send it. I'm just trying to figure out how to get to it. Aaron sent me a voice note on Skype. Can you send me like a text message on Skype? Let's see, notifications. Hey, Kristen's taking me to dinner with you. Very nice. Hello, everybody. We're hanging out here. I'm going to be taking a few phone calls. The Tati Westbrook defamation case. I don't know much about that, but maybe if Abby is following it, I'm looking forward to hear her legal opinions on it all. So I've got the chat. Again, I don't see your voice note at D Neal's. I've got this black and white photo. So let me know. I would love to get in my voice note from Zimbabwe. Who's this? Oh, Leah texted me. That's an old one. Sorry. All right. Just double checking my Bluetooth here for these phone calls. Roadcaster Pro. You guys have all been incredible today. Real special day. It's been a real special day for me. I know when 7 o'clock hits, and I am going to shut this thing off directly at 7. I want a PM Pacific Standard Time at the 10-hour mark. Wait, do I have that right? Yeah, 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. Wow, I got confused. I was like, is that 11 hours? Wow. So I want this to be airtight 10 hours. So I will start my goodbyes at 6 p.m. and really make sure we get everybody. Okay, here we go. I have a text from Aaron. Accept it. Hi. I just said hi to you. Now the question is, where's the audio message from Aaron? This is going to be my first audio message from Zimbabwe. This is really cool. Kristen, my stepsister, and her family are watching at dinner. Hey guys, how are you? Sorry I'm such a stranger. I'm on the other side of the country, very far away. But I love checking out everyone's photos. Everyone's growing up. Everyone's looking adorable. I'm sure Kristen understands this feeling, but tremendous guilt not being in Rhode Island with all of the family. I remember once one of Katie's children said, I was on the phone and someone's like, who's that? I was on the phone with like Chase and they were in the background. And one of the nieces goes, it's the uncle we don't know. I almost broke down crying. I was like, oh my gosh, she's not wrong. There's something so funny in truth, yet jarring that I was like, I'm the uncle that people don't know. And I'm still waiting on this Skype note. I responded. We're friends now, so I feel like it's coming in. Thank you guys so much for sticking around. 138 viewers. Everyone's kind of been sticking around. I totally understand that I've got these bullets up, and it's hard, obviously, in a 10-hour live stream to get through all of this at any specific time. I am going to talk about the Colton's new chapter, and I think tomorrow I will make a proper video about that. People have told me Matt James responded to... maybe we'll go straight to that. Let's go to... I am hearing Skype noises. Let's see if we got it. Oh, there is an audio file. Okay, we're going to go right to this. I need to make sure I turn off the music. And this is a message right now from Zimbabwe. Let's play this message here. Loading up.
Hey Dave, what's up? This is Aaron from Zimbabwe, the place with the Victoria Falls. I hope you remember. Anyway, I just wanted to say congratulations on the 10,000 subscriber mark. Man, that's impressive. I've been a fan of your channel since you had just maybe a couple of thousands, so it's very exciting for me to watch the channel grow. You are doing amazing. Thank you for always pumping out content at a very fast pace. You always keep us updated. Your witty sense of humor, the way you are so balanced in your analysis of what's going on in the world, what's going on in Bachelor Nation, we always appreciate that. I'm such a huge fan, and I'm sure I'm not the only one. There are 10,000 plus of us who are also fans. Even when I'm supposed to be working on my own channel, I am always watching your content because it's that good. So I hope that very soon we'll be celebrating the 50,000 mark. And before you know it, we'll also be celebrating the 100,000 subscriber mark. So wishing you nothing but the absolute best. And yeah, cheers, man.
Cheers. That's Aaron from Zimbabwe. Thank you so much, my man. What a nice voicemail. People in the comment section are saying that you've got such a great accent. I know, obviously, we have an accent to you, but regardless, you sound great. Thank you so much. I know you know what's funny is because this is going to sound, I don't know what this is going to sound like, but when I hear of someone from Zimbabwe, I wouldn't think of their name being Aaron. So when you commented earlier and you were like, I was like, oh, where are you from? You're like, Zimbabwe. I'm like, Zimbabwe. I mean, to me, that's just a different world, you know? I mean, that's my own ignorant, like I haven't been to Africa, but I would love, Tasha and I would love to go. And of course, you talk about Victoria Falls and all of the natural resources. I mean, it must just be so amazing. Thank you so much, Aaron. If you're still in the chat, I know you got to go to bed. He's at 11,000 now. That's right, my man. Let me know what your YouTube channel is, and I'll make sure to give you a shout out right now. There's so many tabs I have open of things I was gonna get talking about that I didn't. It's so incredibly hard to get anything done right now. You go, oh, you got 10 hours. You can talk about so much. It's like, yeah. And then I get a donation from somebody, which I appreciate. And then I'm like, all right, let's talk about this. We got Tasha for a while. You sure did. We had Tasha. I've only taken one cut the stream break for 3 minutes. The other break was when Tasha was talking. I made some pizza, which I just politely was eating, and then I kind of felt bad that I was eating it while listening to the voicemail. But I think it's nice when there's a voicemail. I can but just enough pizza to keep me going, but not too much where I'm stuffed. Let me see if I've got my Bluetooth set up here. I think I do, and I'm gonna play a couple more voicemails. But Aaron, if you're still there, let me know what your YouTube channel is, and I'll give you a shout out. Yeah, visit Cape Town. I mean, that's the problem. You want to go to Africa, you kind of get that paralysis because you want to do everything, and you're like, well, I want to go to Africa. I'm going to need months to go to Africa. But then, it's like, well, if you can only get there for 2 weeks or a week, see as much as you can see. But obviously, there's so much. Hey, Melissa. Hey, how are you? Good to see you. All right, let's play a couple voicemails. The first one is from 9:05 a.m. I know we're going a little back in time. Although, who's this? Liz. Liz from good old... Oh, I don't know if I played this one. This was actually sent to me at 5 a.m. this morning. So I'm going to play Liz right now. Let's see if we got the audio here.
Dave, this is Liz from good old Orlando, Florida. On YouTube, it says Miss Liz, or used to be Miss Lola Liz, but I had to change that once you read that enough times out loud.
That's right.
Congratulations on 10K. I'm working today, but I'll try to pop in on my lunch or maybe after I clock out since I'm over at Eastern time. You so deserve this. I can't wait for 50K and 100K, but for now, it's super fun to be a part of all these lives. And good luck. Have fun today, and don't drink too much coffee. Bye.
Thank you so much, Miss Lola Liz. Oh, hold on. That's loud. I'm getting a voicemail from Alaska. I'll let that go to voicemail. Thank you so much, Liz. That's very kind of you. I came up with it today, but I was thinking, well, I think not to say that you guys want to be a part of it, but I think I could do a 24-hour live stream at my new place, where I have, once the world opens back up quarantine-wise, I could invite friends to come over, just have people to chat with. But to be completely honest, there's enough of you that have kind of come and gone in the chat room that it's kept me busy. I don't necessarily know if it's the most entertaining to you. Linda says, hey, Dave, we're eating, watching you too, so it's okay. I wish I could just be sitting on my couch eating and just burping, but instead here I am, trying to respectfully not turn you all away. I just got a Venmo request, so let me make sure that I respond to this. I don't want to inhibit somebody who's trying to donate here. I don't know why some people you have to be Venmo friends with others and some people you don't have to be. I don't really know how that works here, but so Audrey sent me the Venmo earlier and said for 11,000 subs and because you're awesome. Oh yeah, she donated $11. That's great. Amy with a 40 said you rock, and then Grace, of course, gave me $11.05, another milestone. And then Julie had given me 3 separate $20.21 donations. Thank you guys all so much for that. That is truly quite amazing just to see that happen. I appreciate you. It's all going to go. That's what it's all about, right? It's all about you guys are sort of investing in me. And this is all going to go towards a lot of the, like I said, home renovations we're going to do on the new place. We have so much that we have to get done. Chris wanted to be friends, so I just confirmed him from 2 minutes ago. All right, Chris, we are friends on Venmo. Now, let's get to some other things. Miss Liz says, gosh, I made that call outside, and it sounded like I was calling from a potato. No worries. It might be the Google Voice. Like this free Google Voice app, I think, kind of electrifies things. I'm also playing through my phone, through the Rodecaster Pro, through the computer, so it's kind of distorted. Katie said, back after my workout, it was unenjoyable and cold and mass weather, but happy to be back here. What kind of workout were you doing? You weren't the one who was on the Peloton. Daniel said, I have managed to do washing up, cook, and eat dinner. Has been a very efficient stream. Hey, good, Daniel. Don't you love it when you're listening to something like passively? I love actually listening to David Pacman's stream because he's kind of just got a quiet, not quiet, but like he's got a soothing voice and kind of just, you know, he's someone you can just like turn on, and if you like zone out for a minute, it's all right. You just get back into it. Let's see here. Oh, this was from Brody. Let's play this one from Vegas. This is Brody in Vegas.
All right, Dave, this is Brody from Las Vegas, Nevada. Please do not play that first message because it was an absolute tragedy. I blame it on something else, but I'm not going to say what it was. All right, but I just wanted to congratulate you on 10,000 subscribers. That is major, man. I'm the one that always compliments you on your tone because, I don't know, you have this like weird like Ryan Seacrest thing going on, but it's like also something else mixed in, and it's just really pleasant to listen to. But anyways, I love your content. I think you do a great job, you know, balancing like the things that you feel are important to talk about, and you also have fun with it. And I think that's really cool. I think that's what we need. We need that balance, and you provide that. So I just want to give you a shout out and give you my respect. You know, I'm really proud to be a subscriber, and I'm going to continue to support whatever you do. So have a good day. Thanks.
My man. Thank you so much for that call. Brody in Vegas. Really appreciate that. I mean, I don't mean to disagree with you, but I guess everyone hates their own voice. My voice is getting raspy today. I have a stand-up show tomorrow. I might not be able to talk. Thank you so much for that. Very kind. I mean, I really do appreciate all the kind words. This is Nomad Chica, our good friend. Let's play her. This is from 3:50 a.m.
Hey, Dave. This is Nomad Chica, a.k.a. Consuela, calling you here from Portland, Oregon, early in the morning on the day of your epic 10-hour live stream. I just want to say congratulations. It's so exciting that you've achieved this milestone of 10,000 subscribers. I'm so excited for you. It's very well deserved. I'm loving all the content you're creating. You've got the Bachelor recaps that make us all laugh out loud. You're making these wonderful videos about important social issues, and you're doing it in such an informative, insightful, honest, fair, and compassionate way. It's just lovely. And then it naturally, organically creates a forum for intelligent conversation about the issues, which is even better. And then you've got these fun series that you're creating. Vlogmas was awesome. Mansplaining. Mansplaining is hilarious and it has heart. So everyone out there, watch the mansplaining videos.
Oh,
they're short and sweet and a lot of fun. And then, of course, there's the SAP. So I just want to thank you for everything that you do and everything that you create. You've created such a wonderful community here, and I really enjoyed being a part of it. I'm bummed. I'm going to miss.
Oh, sorry. I just cut that off. Sorry, that was my fault. Here it goes.
Most of the live stream today because I've got a couple of medical appointments, but I'm going to catch what I can, and I'm really excited to watch the recording when you post it. So good luck. I know you're going to be drinking a lot of coffee and energy drinks. I hope you have an absolute blast, and I hope you don't pee your pants. Happy live streaming.
Thank you so much. That was very kind of you. That's Consuela calling in from Portland, Oregon, I believe, right? Over there in Portland. Of course, I promoted this last time. Please, if there's anyone who can, who is considering sending me a donation, I just say pass it along to Consuela. She's got this goal of hitting $5,000 for a GoFundMe. I know a lot of people like in Canada and other places don't realize this, but unfortunately, with the way things are here, a lot of times medical coverage we need for certain issues isn't covered. It's just not covered. So she's looking to get some issues taken care of. You can look through all of it, but obviously $5,000 doesn't go that far in the medical world. So anything can help. I know a few people. A lot of people left anonymous donations, but Jen Murphy, thank you. Thank you. Oh, I just hung up on Susan. Thank you so much to everyone who's donated. You guys have really been great. I'll post this back up in a second here, but it's on my last live stream. I have the link to this in the description, and I will share that again. But that is something that for those that have shared it, we really appreciate your generosity. So thank you guys so much for that. I accidentally hung up on Susan, so let me call Susan back right now. Susan's calling in here from, I believe, outside of Seattle, Washington. Susan. I think I just hung up on you accidentally.
Well, I guess I'm a little behind. When I started to call you, it sounded like you were still talking, so I held back.
Well, thank you. I was just I appreciate that. I was just finishing up my last call, but how are you? How does my voice sound? We're 5.5 hours in. How long have you been watching?
Oh, I've been on since the first thing. I did have to step away for a phone call, but you're doing great. You're weaving everything in, and it's making sense, and it's great flow, and everyone seems really engaged.
Oh, thank you.
It's pretty impressive, actually.
You like how I asked you like how much you've listened, like I'm quizzing you? Were you here for the 10 o'clock hour? You know what I should have done? Just for fun, I should have done maybe I could still do this, do like a quiz at the end of the 10 hours to see what people remember. But I don't expect anyone to stick around. It's nice that like people come and go, and the story, like if I keep the conversations short enough, then people that show up won't feel like they're like missing what we were talking about,
Yeah, well, and since you do have a lot of common themes and the things that you talk about, it's like you can come back and get connected with it again. You know?
Oh, my internet tabs that I had pulled up, I've got like Buddhist enlightenment, Instagram gossip. I mean, Google must not know what's going on my web browser,
You're throwing all their data off, right?
Now you've got, to catch everyone up, you and I have a fun connection because and it's all because of you. You're very generous. You were in the comment section talking about how you used to surprise your son with pizza, and I was telling you how cool of a mom you were for that, to call him up and have it delivered. So you offered to deliver it to me, and of course we captured that all on one of the Vlogmas episodes where you called in pizza to me, where you live in the Northwest, and asked me what a good local pizza place is, and had it delivered. And then again did it, I think, on Christmas Eve, which was really cool. We're out there Zooming with our families, not really worried about dinner. We're kind of like, doing all the Zoom Christmases. So it was really cool to dip on downstairs and have you deliver me a giant pepperoni pizza with 2 cookies. And of course, I've blamed all of my weight gain on you, but more so my own.
Okay.
So thank you for all that generosity. That was definitely, I think, something that impressed Tasha a lot. The fact that we had someone cool enough that would, like a mother from another, part of the country. You're out there saying, "Oh, you guys are alone out there for Christmas. Let me send you guys a pizza." It went a long way. I appreciate it.
Oh, you're welcome. It's a great joy. You just not only to know that you appreciate it, but just that to get the chance to actually see someone on the other end enjoy it. That's a great gift too. So just to tell you a little story about that background, my oldest son had we were in Virginia. My oldest son went out to Seattle, and he was taking classes at DigiPen that specializes in the video game world stuff. And he's younger. He would be playing. He'd have all these, techie roommates, and they'd be playing games, and then he would let his brother play with them, and so they were playing at the same time, and so that's how I knew what he was doing, where he was. I ordered a pizza, arrived to their house while they were playing games, and of course I ordered one for my other son, and so anyway, so I was happy to get to share that with you as well, and maybe it'll just make it a thing.
Well, what's funny is like sending a pizza to Los Angeles is complicated because everyone's stealing everyone's stuff. Christmas season. I made sure, and then you had called me saying that the guy, he didn't speak English well, so you didn't know if he got the order, and everyone's shutting down at 5 p.m. on Christmas Eve. And then sure enough, there he shows up with this beautiful pizza. It was very, very much appreciated.
Yeah.
I know. Yeah.
Oh yeah. I was freaking out because I talked to one guy, he's like, "No, we close at 5. And I called back again, and then I got someone who said, "Oh yes, as long as you do this, this, this." And I call back to check, and again, the English. I'm like, oh no, I think they're going to close. It was a little crazy, but it was a lot of fun. But I want to thank you too about all the discussions you have about relationships and, you know, how connected it can be. Because like other people, I'm going to tell you that I first found you showed up after I watched a Wit and Rye podcast.
Okay.
And I'm like, hey, this guy's really good. And then I never found you again. I'm like, where is that guy? So I took a while. I was trying to find you, but when I found you again, then I found Staff. So I was watching a while. But when you, and I think when you also started talking about the codependency, and I had a family member I shared about with you, and you were just so kind and supportive, and, you know, to, you know, get your perspective, for you to share that perspective. That meant a lot to me, and I really appreciate it. And so then it's been exciting to get to watch you grow like you deserve to grow. So I want to thank you for connecting me with that.
Thank you. You know what's funny when you say that you found me and then lost me? It's so frustrating on my end. Like now I'm just happy because people are finding me, but it would be so infuriating when people would say, "Oh, you still recap The Bachelor? I don't see your stuff." Meanwhile, I'm on my end shouting out to the world, trying to get my own slice of the pie. So it's funny how that all works out. But you know, as you've seen this last month or so, it's just when they, you know, once you hit a point of critical mass, there's just like I don't know, you know, I'm sure there's plateaus and surges and this and that, but it's nice to start 2021 off with just some like boost, you know, because it's one thing to create and it's another thing to know that people are sort of expecting something good. It really helps because I'm the type that I do need, I'll tell you this, I had an audition with an agent a few weeks ago and I kind of blew it off, like the preparation of it. And because I didn't know who I was meeting, it was set up through somebody else and it was on Zoom. And then they had asked for commercial copy. So I had to read this copy. And it was like, you know, I choose overstock.com for blah, blah, blah. It was real garbage. And then I met with them and they told me it was one of the worst auditions they had ever seen. And I was like, you know what? I really needed to hear this because I've spent the whole year in my apartment not knowing if anybody's listening. And then all of a sudden someone's like, yeah, this isn't good. So I was like, you know what? The competitive in me, I didn't take any ego to it because I was like, geez, I mean, they're not wrong. It was horrible for what a professional should be. It was pretty bad. And they were like, you know, as a stand-up comedian, we just thought you would have been better. And I was like, yeah, no, don't get me wrong. It was bad. I treated it like something on my to-do list versus actually enjoying it. So I redid it. But it was a good example of something that didn't really matter. Like, you know, that audition, like they ended up signing me anyway because the second audition I actually tried and it was better. But the idea that like we forget that there's like an audience no matter what we do and just try to put your high frequency out there no matter what, that can be hard when you're trying to show up every day. You know what I mean?
Well, and the other thing is I think you're being a great example to all of us about not being, you know, try to fight being like too self-aware. In other words, just be, because what's happening is the reason you're skyrocketing now is you've got that confidence, like, listen, this is what matters to me, this is who I am, what I'm going to talk about, I'm just going to be me. And guess what? People are liking that. People are accepting it. You're not, you know, hesitating.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, that's something that definitely, you know, comes with, like I said, I think earlier in the stream, just, you know, getting to know your voice. And it's one of those things you always think you have your voice, but then there comes a point when, like with Bachelor, the more recaps and the more videos I was making about the Colton situation or whatever, the more it's almost like when you do stand-up, the more you run a bit, the better you get at the bit. That's why like a lot of good actors, like they'll do like 50 takes because after the 40th take, they know it so well, they really get to the root of the authenticity of it. And I kind of feel that way when it comes to the more Bachelor content and podcasting content I've done, the more it's not me rehearsed talking. It's just what I've already, you know, opinions I've already made on the situation instantly accessed.
Yeah.
By the way,
Well,
you have a compliment from Leah. She said, "Mom goals. Can't wait to send my kids care packages and pizza."
Aw.
It's a great idea.
Well,
We need to
yeah,
name it after you, Susan. It's gonna be called the Susan gift.
Well, it's interesting because after listening to Leah this morning, I was thinking about the struggle, and I'm gonna hear about all this. A lot of parents, moms especially, struggling with having their kids home all the time. And I was a single parent from when my kids were 4 and 1 on. Excuse me. And but I learned a lot of things. There's a lot of trial and error. But I also had the good fortune. From when I was 9, I decided I wanted to be a veterinarian. So that was my goal. Took all the science classes, got accepted into the pre-vet program at Virginia Tech. And then I found out, I had an empathy problem. I would see the animals' faces in pain, and I would almost pass out. I'm like, it's not going to work out. But then I took human development, and those human development courses really ended up helping me so much in my real life. Sorry, I have a little cold. But the reason I mention that is, I learned a lot in how to help my kids get the structure that they need, but also the freedom to be creative. And I would imagine that's kind of the struggle that parents are having now with their kids home all the time. It's like, how much room do you give them, and how much, control do you give them? So I just want to throw that. I don't know if it matters to anybody, but as I was listening, I was thinking about how important it is to, just like have family meetings, have house rules, like here are the rules, and have the kids come up with the rules, like, no kicking, no biting, no whatever, no doing this, this is my quiet time, whatever boundaries they have, set boundaries with each other, set boundaries in the house, and everybody knows the rules. But then on the flip side, give them a space that they can mess up. Like, like this part, your room, like forget about worrying about how clean your room is. Say, beyond the door is your room. Because here's the thing, kids need time and space to make a mess. And the thing is, it's only a mess in our eyes, it's not a mess in their eyes. Like, fortunately I had a basement. And when I went down there, it looked like a cyclone had hit. But you can explain to me, no, you go through here and you go under here and then this goes here and this is this area. And look, this part is the tent and then this part. They knew all of it. And I remember taking in this class, it's like don't make them clean up after every time they play. Because they're going to come back, they're not done. And so anyway, I just want to throw that out there. I know a lot of parents get stressed out about kids' messes. And if you can define a space for them to make a mess, it will really be helpful to you and to them. So I'm sorry, I'm just throwing that out.
I think that's so great. You're so right. You know what's interesting? My mom, I'm sorry, I'm getting another call that I'm trying to mute the sound. So if you hear a weird tone, I'm sorry about that. My mom raised us from, an early age. She was a single working mom without any real support. And so I had so much time, like you said, to just explore, make mistakes. Like my mom had bigger worries than to wonder if my bed was made. I could have used some structure that I didn't have. Like Tasha's almost got military like structure. She was raised with that sort of being a priority. And my priority for my mom was like, let's just get these kids fed and keep them alive. You know what I mean? So she, I think, naturally was very supportive of my creativity, in a sense that she could just let me, like, same as you, like I had a little art station in the basement, Rhode Island, it's probably covered in mold, just damp, humid basement. And there was a real chance to not worry about, getting in trouble, or it was just, just room. And you're so right that it's so important to like give enough room to make mistakes. and knowing that they're not mistakes. You know, you don't want your kid to run in traffic, but if the kid, you know, messes something up and puts some crayon on the wall, you know, what's he trying to do, you know?
Yeah, I mean, and you know, it got to the point where like my youngest son would say, like for example, they were both in the gifted program, and the youngest one, when it's time to go, you know, apply to go to the high school, and we were in the DC area, super competitive. Everybody like had to outshine each other. But my son said to me, he goes, "Mom, I don't want to go there. That's an hour bus ride each way, and when am I going to have time to just do my drawing and my creative stuff?" And I'm like, okay. You're right. And of course, this is the one who does improv comedy.
There you go. There you go. You know, improv. First of all, improv's one of those things that doesn't get much love until you're like on SNL. You know, there's so much. Yeah. There's so much skill. Like if you were like a pianist and you have done piano for 10 years, people are like, "Oh, that's a good pianist." If you've done improv for 10 years, people are like, "Yeah, so what?" Unless you're on SNL. Stand-up gets a little bit more credit because you're alone on stage, but improv is a real hard thing to master, and also the amount of listening skills that are needed. It's an incredible tool. But also, people at me being in Los Angeles, the punchline's like, "Oh, you do improv." It's like, you know, because it's like saying you play guitar. It's like, well, people are so we're so demanding on knowing where you stand within that community versus being like, "Oh, that's cool. You spend a lot of free time creating and goofing and playing." Like those are things we almost look down on people for doing when they're no longer a child.
Oh yeah. But and you know, on that note, the reason I encourage that is, you know, I did everything like for me growing up, I was the middle of 5 sisters. I was the only one who went to school. I left home in high school. I put myself through, and then I'm like, oh, I just want a normal life. But then I got there and went to Virginia, one of the right schools to go to. Virginia Tech was one of them in the area. I was working for defense contractors. But Guess what? I was spending my life in a cubicle. And I was like, this is it? This is normal? And, you know, that's why I encourage my kids, like, you know, don't worry about and of course all the parents compete, but don't worry about that, because I'll tell you where this ends up. It ends up sitting in a cubicle and you're going to be miserable. And I'm not saying that that's not the right thing for everybody, but it wasn't the right thing for either of my kids, and it wasn't the right thing for me. So the reason I'm saying that is I don't think it's childish to want to explore your creative side. Absolutely.
It just becomes something where people don't understand what it is. Like it's easier to say, "Oh, I'm a VP at Dove. Yeah, I work at Dove's corporate office. I'm the VP of soap distribution in Europe." Oh, that's really cool. Versus like, "Yeah, I've done stand up for 10 years." People go, I mean, I meet my old jobs in hospitality. You meet so many people, they want to say, "What do you do?" And you tell them, and then they go, "Well, I hope it works out." And you go, "Thanks." You know, it's just, there's always a lot of weight that's thrown around. And I don't do what I do to get a bunch of random people. You know, it's not for the business card, but but it is hard to quantify creativity unless you have a verified Instagram or like it's hard to show. Like my peer group knows what I'm doing. They're impressed by 10,000 subs because YouTube's a hard sub to earn. It's not, 10,000. You can get 10,000 TikToks by slipping on ice. But YouTube, it's like people will watch you for years before they subscribe to you. And the one thing that's helped me is to just stop asking for subs. Like now I'm just telling people to just like the video, because if you like the video, you can be a subscriber and like every single video. That's more important than subscribing once. So like the actions that everyone takes to like keep supporting me on YouTube, I'm able to see it more than I have in other creative art forms. But that's YouTube's they're the best, and that's why they're the only real social media that has a built-in monetization system to like reward what you do. Otherwise, what's the motivation to create other than, when you're inspired. And I think YouTube teaches you don't have to be inspired. Like for me, whatever the topic is on Bachelor, I'm going to turn it into something I want to talk about. And as people who listen know, half the time you know, the title of the video might just be the first 30 seconds of what we talk about, and then we're going to go on a ride. But it's kind of like, that's the system that that's the system that gets the eyeballs on things, you know?
Well, maybe YouTube is giving you that balance of structure and creativity.
Oh, no, absolutely. I mean, to know that there's a community sort of, you know, waiting and expecting good things. Just like I said with the agent that told me my thing was horrible, they weren't wrong. And I don't want to make stuff necessarily for others, but I do want things to be like respected. I think every creative person, like, I never want to bomb on stage. I have my first stand-up show tomorrow night, and I'm already, you know, my first stand-up show in a while after, you know, normally performing 5 times a week. You know, this whole year is just like just stopped that train of momentum. And I'm like freaking out, because there's going to be 30, you know, it's a small quarantine only, so 30 people in the audience. I don't even know who these people are, and I'm already worried I'm going to mess up for them because I want to present my best. But that can also be the creative person's nightmare when you want to show your best, and sometimes the fun isn't trying to be perfect. It's just being, and then being goofy, you know?
Well, and so what I would say is, like, this is a time, this is for you or my son, I would say, this is a time for you to just trust yourself. You've already put the work in. You think of this group of people it's just a subgroup of all these 10,000 people who are fans of yours.
I'm writing down that comment. Trust yourself by Susan. Okay. I wrote it down. Yeah.
Just trust yourself. You put in the work. You know, you're naturally funny. Clearly, people are responding to you, and just do your thing and let them respond to it.
You know, that's so funny too, because some of the worst bombs in my life are when you try too hard. It's almost like with baseball, if you throw 95% of your arm speed, it's the velocity still at 99%. So the point being, in baseball, the faster you try to throw, the more flat the ball goes, and it's easier to hit. You just have to throw within what you can physically do, and that's actually better. And I feel like with comedy, it's the same way. You know, you try too hard. Audiences are so smart, and they're so ready to pick up on somebody who's trying to people please and all that. So I'm going to remember that. I'm going to write on my hand, Susan says, trust yourself. So when I get on stage tomorrow, I don't freak out. But again, you know, stage anxiety for me, it really comes because, you know, I know it's something I love to do. And I have to just remember, like, hey, I'm getting back into it. It's all right if I strike out on this one, you know, be competent and have my, you know, preparation down, but also have fun. You're getting some great comments from people. We've got a lot of young mothers that are loving your life advice. Miss Liz is loving this life advice from Susan. Leah says, I care more about them being good people than them having a messy room, and it works. And some other people are loving your advice. I wanted to ask you this, because I know we talked about this through text message, but I come from a mom who left my father when she was pregnant with me. He was sort of a wounded Vietnam vet, emotionally PTSD, manipulative, things I never had any problem with because she left him. Like, I never had to deal with it. But you became a single mom, you said, when your kids were 4. Is that right?
4 and 1. Mm-hmm. I'm glad you brought that up, because, you know, I think it's really hard for women to, you know, I was married to a narcissist, and the scary and the crafty thing about narcissists is they don't really reveal themselves to you until you're already in deep, and that's usually like when you're married. And, you know, the way I put it is, I'm grateful that it got as bad as it did. Otherwise, I might have just, you know, I'm glad it got terrible, or I would have lived with that.
Right. You could have walked on thin ice the whole relationship, but it got so thin, you were able to get out of that.
Well, the breaker for me was seeing it, my oldest son at 4, you know, what it was doing to him. That was it. You know, he was a super smart kid. Like I said, he was gifted. You know, this is the guy in video games. at 3 he could do addition and subtraction, and anyway. But he reverted so much. He was walking. Nobody knows him out there. He was walking around with an empty bottle, sucking on it, and he had so much anxiety and fear. So, sometimes we're willing to put up for ourselves, but when we see something in our kids, it's like, okay, this is not okay. So I had the reason I'm happy to talk about this is because if there's anybody out there who says, this sounds familiar, or I know someone who's going through this, some of the signs are, everything is your fault. Of course, this is the whole on the internet. Everything's your fault. But also the minimizing, like don't laugh, don't sing, just trying to really like I said, minimize you, make you less than. You can have any opinions, and when you're sad or crying, it's almost like it fed the monster. And I brought up leaving or us separating or whatever, and of course I did not have a say. I had to wait. He had been in the Air Force, and he was in the Guard, I think. He had an away weekend, and I had to set up everything in a week's time. A storage place, a truck, people helped me. I literally had to pack up and go when he was not home. That was the only way I was going to get out of there. And that's been over 25 years now, and I have zero regrets.
Amazing, Susan. So much love in the comment section from so many people I respect. They love your story. Patsy says Susan is a diamond. Huey nominates you for Bachelorette. And then Kristen, my stepsister's listening in Virginia, and she said so spot on. She said it sounds like her life, and that she noticed her bad partner with how her ex treated her child, and now she's out from that. And so for me to hear your story through this medium of YouTube, and it's reaching my my lovely stepsister on the other side of the country, is still mind blowing for me to listen to. But how brave you are, the ovaries on you to make that move is very special. My mom actually was visiting. My mom was living in Minnesota, pregnant with me and a 1-year-old. My sister and I are 11 months apart, so my sister was actually only a few months old. And my mom went back to Rhode Island to visit my grandmother for her birthday. And my uncles knew that things weren't right, and they just didn't let my mom get back on the flight. And
listen, Dave, I want to tell you this, and I don't know fully, and there's no way to really know what might have been. But I will tell you this, and to anyone else out there, if they think they're in a relationship with a narcissist, just don't go any further, because it's a lot harder to get out of, not just to leave. But then he spent the next 12 to 14 years, over 12 years, fighting me. He had nothing to do with the kids. They were terrified of him, fighting me just to get back at me, just to hurt me. And my kids have been very, very badly hurt emotionally and psychologically because of it. And so I guess what I'm trying to say is their wish for him to not be in their lives, if that helps you at all. That sometimes none is better than.
Oh, absolutely. I was so guarded, having not met my father, I was so guarded from whatever bullshit would have existed. I was so guarded from whatever toxic, and I got to know my father a little bit. I got to meet him in my early 20s. He passed away a few years ago of Agent Orange because of Vietnam. He was a legit undiagnosed PTSD for decades before figuring it all out. And I got to bond with other siblings I didn't know I had, that he had with other other wives. I mean, he had like 6 different wives separately. He could almost like had the charm to meet a woman, but couldn't keep it all together. And so he was cursed on his own, but it didn't mean that my mom had to put anyone else through it. So my mom, with the help of my family, was very good at cutting that lineage of whatever baggage would have been passed down to us. And then I was able to meet him on his way out, where I think at that point he was just happy to sort of get finality with a lot of failures he made in life. So it actually had a beautiful ending, but your beautiful ending seems to be that you've been able to get your kids out of harm's way. And that's what I think with moms, it's like, y'all don't, I get to see my sister with her 4 kids, and I get to see how she is as a mom. And, moms know how to turn it on to protect their kids. And that's something I think we can all appreciate that you've exhibited.
Well, and thank you. And, it's a long haul, but, we talk about a life purpose, it's really, and I'm very fortunate, because, I feel like I'm now at a place where I get to start my life. And, it's delayed, but it's never too late. And I'm going to throw out a little plug here. I have decided, so that I'm also a writer. I've been a writer. And I was an English teacher. But on top of that, just to throw this out, I was trained when my ex was stationed in Guam, I got a job as a facilitator at a Navy base. And the University of Arizona had the contract for, this is their drug and alcohol program. And it was like a wellness program. The PhDs from University of Arizona came and trained us. It's intensive facilitation training. And I would deliver week-long classes on wellness. It was, preemptive, reducing the chances that Navy members would use alcohol, for example. But I learned so much about stress management, communication skills, assertiveness, decision-making, all these skills. And I trained them every week in new groups of 25 people. So I'm now at the point where I'm thinking about my life story and how it has twists and turns, just like a novel. And it's like a movie. And that's true for every single one of us. So I am working on a workbook to help people find their own individual, authentic life stories. Or I call it live your life as a hero. You're the hero of your own story. And the hero stories are full of obstacles, and it's but you can kind of give yourself a path. And so I'm creating a beta workshop, and I'm trying that out. But if anybody is interested, in what I produce after my beta, I'd be happy to share things with people or talk to them or.
Absolutely.
Anyway.
I think, if you want, we'd love to have you talk on the podcast where we can really dive into things. And, I think that's great. You sound like you've got such a collection of skills that would lead up to this, that this sounds like some people in the comment section said that you're all the mom we need. So we appreciate that I appreciate that you took the initiative, because, I respect people that just watch. I respect people that support my channel, but for you to go out of your way to comment, to voice what you're doing, that's such a brave, interesting thing. And I think that's great. When do you think you're gonna, what's your plan moving forward with it?
Well, I've got a beta test, just like a Zoom with, five women that I know. And then, I also have a background in teaching instructional design. So part of that step is then you kind of test it out and see if you need to tweak this, tweak that. So I'm really just kind of starting off, you should talk to Leah about trying to get marketing and socializing. As you can see, I don't even have Instagram or anything. I'm just getting started.
I will definitely put you in. I'll put you in touch with her for sure, and also do whatever you do whatever you need to do. And as my channel grows, we'll keep on pushing and supporting what you have to offer.
That's really cool. Thank you, Dave. And like I said, you know, all the things that I've spent all these years learning at your younger age, much younger age, you seem to have a handle on, and you are promoting and sharing that with other people. So I want to thank you for that, because I'm learning from you as well.
Well, thank you. I am horrible at accepting any sort of compliments. I was saying earlier, my love language is wanting compliments, but pushing them away when I get them. But I really appreciate it, and I've got a long way to go. But it's been amazing just having this community show up. People say thanks to me for putting this community together. I just turned the red button on, and then people started showing up. So we actually, there's a new commenter. I just lost him. Thomas Peterson just joined the chat, and he goes, "What even is this channel? I just stumbled upon it." And I'm like, well, this is it. This is our 10,000. We hit 6 hours while we were talking to you. So congrats for being a part of the 6 hour stream. And yeah, when I hit 100,000, we'll do a 24-hour for sure. I mean, I think we can do that easily. Get a little extra. I'm going to be sad at 7. I'm going to be bummed when it's over.
Thank you for including me in this. It's very special to me. And I want to thank everybody else in the community too. I love seeing them online, what they say. And so I want to thank you. This has been a tough year all around, I think, but you've been a bright light. So
well,
thank you.
I appreciate it, and go back and look at all the positive comments that you're getting right now, because you're onto something. You got a lot of people who want to know about this framework. So keep me posted with it all, and we'll do a whole live stream or podcast or whatever when we can get people checking it out.
Oh, that's cool. Thank you, Dave, and good luck on the next couple hours.
Thank you. Here. So good to talk to you, Susan. Everybody. That was amazing, wasn't it? We just had a chat with Susan. Hey, thank you so much for the new people that are in the chat. I know, like visually speaking, it's tough on the phone calls because we're just listening. But I really do appreciate everyone who's in there. I've received a few more donations that we're going to get into. How do we even begin to recap what Susan just said? This is for sure going to be a me re-listening to it all, because she's been so supportive. Not to say that my family's not, but families, you see somebody like grow up in minimal change and this and that, and there's always this like sort of calcification of who we used to be, who we're becoming. No atom in my body was the same as who I was 10 years ago, yet we kind of just have this residual sort of chemtrail that follows us. So when you meet someone who's like, hey, I like what you're doing, I like where you're at, it's like, whoa, thank you. Trust me, my goals for this channel have never been something that's like my goals have never been. Let me keep it simple. I'm not here trying to create some sort of movement. I'm just me, and I just want to be able to control my future and my audience and build equity into what I want to do. And I would have taken this deal right now if you told me I could get 99 people at a comedy show 5 days a week. That would be it. I'm not greedy, but also I understand with YouTube, this conversation we're having, you could tack in a couple extra zeros on the viewer count, and it's not gonna affect the conversation. So the more people that can be part of such a positive conversation, the better. And Susan just recognizing that means so much to me. Let me know. Also, Patsy, do you want to Skype in soon? Just asking you here live if you're listening. Andrea, just wanted to say quick hi, keep it up. Love the Seinfeld references. Boots from Canada? Who's Boots? Canadian condom rapper. I don't know who this is. Someone just texted me and I don't know who it was. Let me know. I got a couple of Venmos. This is insane here. I'm going to tally these Venmos. If anyone has sent me a donation or hasn't, but you support me, I want to send you guys a postcard. So if you could just private message me on Instagram if you sent any sort of Venmo donation or any sort of donation on the channel, just let me know your address. I'd love to send you a postcard anywhere in the world, including Zimbabwe. I know Aaron went to sleep probably in Zimbabwe, but I got a $25 donation. Oh, pardon your ears. We got a $25 donation from Jessica. So let me write 25 here. Keeping tally on Venmo. It says, "I'm Jess in the chat. If you read these out, please don't say my last name." Oh, good. I didn't say your last name. Whoopsie. It was so funny. If you guys remember, one of my first live streams ever, I was playing someone's voicemail and they had left their phone number in the voicemail, and I played their whole phone number on air. Not that it's a big deal. No one called her, but I deleted it. I X'd it out in post, but I was like, oh, I'm not good at this. Chris Carlberg donated $50 on Venmo. Thank you, Chris. That's very, very generous. He said, "Congrats on 10,000 subscribers, man. Proud of you and your success. It's nice to see other guys enjoy and talk about this series. Put this to good use." Chris, my man, I truly, truly thank you. That is very generous. Thank you so much. As I'm reading that, $10. Is it Ione Sarahu? Congrats, Dave. Been watching your content for a few years. Keep coming back for your humor, creativity, populism, and emotional maturity. I don't even know what populism means, but let me know. I ain't smart enough to know what that means over there. Let me add this. To the running tally here. And that is Ione with a $10. I am exhausted in a very much overwhelmed with gratitude way. Thank you, guys. I'm not exhausted physically. I haven't even had second coffee yet. I'll be honest with you guys. The real all-star of this stream has been my DSLR, because it hasn't died yet. And you guys know that I've watched from the beginning. I could barely get 30 minutes out of this thing. I figured out how to get it going. It's probably going to die any second now, which is fine. If it goes, we'll just put it in the fridge and let it cool off. Wish we could do that with our significant others. Have like a walk-in fridge. I'm like fighting with Tasha, and I'm like, "You're burning kind of hot, Tasha. Get in that fridge." I come back half an hour later. She's just sitting on a tub of ice cream, just eating it. I worked in Newport Creamery. It's like a diner that serves ice cream in New England, and there's a walk-in freezer, and that's where like everyone would go to get it on. Nothing sexy about, bumping Harrison's over there in a 40-degree chamber. Jess said, "Are we still hearing from Abby Thomason with illegal stuff?" Yeah, you tell me. Is she still here? Oh, I'm getting noises on my Skype. Let's see. Oh, here it is. Sorry about that. Accept it. I'm on deck whenever you're ready for the Bachelor discussion. Let's do it. Let's do it. I'm excited for this talk. I don't know if Patsy was over there. Patsy, I'd love to get you on next or soon if you're around. Tell me when I'm ready. Oh, I'm sorry, Patsy. Let's get you going, Patsy, after this conversation with Abigail. Wait for her to... it looks like Abigail's calling me. Boop, boop, boop. Boop, boop, boop. Hello there, Abigail.
Hi, Dave. How the heck are you?
Hold on. I'm great. I gotta I'm running a little slow, so let me get you on air. Everyone can hear you, but I'm like a dad where I have to talk my way through what I'm doing. I'm turning the music off. Okay. Now I'm gonna go to picture-in-picture, and then there you are. Now, if make sure your sound's off on your end. It sounds good to me.
Okay.
And
yeah,
then
should be good. Let me know if there's any feedback or anything, but
you sound great. We have never met before, as far as I know, at least.
No, we have not.
And Abigail, where are you calling from, and what's your story?
I am from Central California, Fresno area. So, yeah, the armpit of California, really. But
it's farmland, right?
yeah, pretty much. I mean, I'm more in the metropolitan area of it, but there's a lot of farming going on.
Is that near Bakersfield?
About 2 hours away from me.
Oh, okay. California is so ridiculously large that everything out of Southern California, I assume, is all the same thing.
Yeah, it's kind of like its own country, really. It's yeah, but thank you for having me. I'm excited to geek out on this this Bachelor issue, I had to talk to you about it because I saw your video that you posted after that episode aired, and you know, about whether Brittany could sue. And I had just watched that episode, you know, and I had the same thought. And before I saw your video, I was in my I'm a third-year law student, and I work in the legal field. Not graduated yet, so it's not legal advice or anything, but I you have to do the disclaimer. No, but I immediately, we were studying defamation and slander in my law class that night, and I'm going, I have to ask my professor about this. We have to talk about this.
What a great topical thing for your class.
Right. It ended up being perfect timing, really. And then I saw your video right afterwards, and I'm like, oh my goodness, I know exactly what's going on here. But
Abigail, by the way, I'm sorry to interrupt. I hope you understand. You're officially going to be my legal counsel from now on.
I humbly accept. Yes, absolutely. No, I'm happy I found your videos before you, because I think you're going to blow up. I mean, you're already blowing up, but I think you're going to be huge soon.
Thank you.
So I got in, you know, and I'm like, oh, this is fun because it's still small enough and people can interact. And I love the content on your videos because you really get into the deeper issues behind some of the surface content of whatever you're talking about. So I loved that you made a video about that episode in particular. So
was it enraging to watch? Just as a human and as a woman, how did you feel about watching? And again, just for people that don't understand, there was a lead up to this latest episode of The Bachelor where a new contestant was coming onto the show, and there was a rumor that she was a sex worker. Now, they led this up with promos, and we have to remember, Bachelor controls their messaging. They control the show. They let it slide that there was a potential sex worker on the show. Anna and another girl, Kaylee or whatever, accused her of being a sex worker. She denied it. She said, I'm not a sex worker. I'm not a sugar baby or whatever. And then that kind of was the end of it. And then they said later on, maybe she is. And they kind of just let it linger. And while we were angry at Anna for accusing someone of being a sex worker, shaming them if they are, very dangerous. If she is, it's dangerous. If she's not, it's dangerous. And her whole life, if you Google her name, Brittany Galvin, first 15 things are titles like, oh, Bachelor contestant accused of being a sex worker. None of it was true. And if it were, it still was outing somebody. So I watched that enraged, but also enraged at Bachelor because how irresponsible of them to do this for the paychecks of a bunch of rich guys in Hollywood.
Absolutely. I had the same thought. I almost expected that kind of behavior from contestants like Anna. So as enraging as it is to see women not supporting each other and throwing these false accusations around, it was more enraging to see ABC, who does control the narrative, who knew that she would respond and say it was false and continue to publish it anyway. And that's why we have defamation law. And so we had a really thorough discussion on, is this speech from Anna, and then, you know, later I think repeated by Victoria, is that slander? And then, you know, is it slander for ABC to republish that like they did? And then once you conclude that, you go, well, who's liable for this? And can she recover if she wanted to sue either ABC or Anna, and possibly Victoria or anyone who republished the information? But there is a standard of proof that you have to meet. And it's kind of an interesting way that defamation law has developed in the United States, because we have this huge, robust history of free speech that we want to protect, and it's foundational to democracy. So that's why we have sort of a high standard of proof to show that you've been slandered. But I can tell you what that is and what
Please do.
I think about it. So, okay, when you want to prove that someone has committed, when we say defamation, it's either libel or slander, right?
And I'm sorry, can I just clarify? First of all, it has to be something that's false. If Tiger Woods, I just say this because I was watching the documentary, if he cheats on his wife with 10 women and it's true, I can talk all I want about it. Freedom of speech, it happened. But if it did, so it's almost like normally it's innocent until proven guilty, but it sounds in defamation, you have to prove the opposite.
Yeah, you're pretty close.
I'll take it.
For you to recover, the information does have to be false. But when you say the information, when you speak it, you don't necessarily have to know that it's true for certainty, especially if who you're talking about is a public figure. But what the standard is, it's called actual malice. It means that if you say something and you either know it's false or it's reckless disregard for the truth. So for Anna to say, someone sent me a text message and alluded, because you're associating with rich men in the city, you must be a sex worker, and she then repeats the information, that's the standard that we look at that speech and say, well, did she know for certainty it's false? Probably not, but is that reckless disregard for the truth that she didn't, confirm that, ask her questions before repeating that information? And I think it is reckless disregard for the truth.
Also, earlier on in the show, they do the testimonial where she talks to camera. She goes, if this is, I'm paraphrasing, but she does the whole thing where she's like, well, if she's going to be a problem, I got some news that's going to stop her. So you can see that she's weaponizing it before she uses it.
Absolutely.
So that proves that has to prove malice.
It definitely seems to show a malicious intent. And then you can hold someone liable, not only the person who says the slander or the defamation, but anyone who repeats it then, if they meet the same standards. So if Victoria repeats this information with reckless disregard for the truth, she's also liable. Now, ABC, obviously, if we put aside their contracts for a second and who might be indemnified or signing away their rights, normally ABC would absolutely be held accountable for republishing this slander. And that's what she would want, is to recover against the defendant with a lot of money, right? Because Anna probably doesn't have, a ton of money. We don't know. But
it's basically, I like to run it up the totem pole. She's against Disney. Disney owns ABC, so Disney with their princesses and putting all the money into all this, it's garbage that they're then promoting a show that recklessly accuses somebody, and not just on air, previews leading up to it that were worse than the actual true events. That's what made me so upset, because when you find the truth, you go, oh, I thought we were going to defend a sex worker, which in its own deserves defending, but instead we're defending a defamatory statement.
Exactly. ABC doesn't seem to have much of a moral compass here, for sure. And, just because she may have signed an indemnification agreement saying that she would not hold ABC accountable in the event of something like this, doesn't necessarily mean she can't recover. And contract law is not the field that I work in, but I do know that courts will sometimes invalidate an agreement like that because there's unequal bargaining power. You don't get to negotiate your rights when you sign this ABC prepared contract with their team of corporate lawyers, and you don't have equal bargaining power there.
It's all there to protect ABC, and there's no union to protect the contestants. There's a huge supply of people that want to do it, so they can pick and choose who's going to play by our rules.
Exactly. So a court may say this is unfair and invalidate it. Even if they were to hold the contract to be valid, she could still go after Anna and, potentially other contestants who repeated it. But the reason it's so hard to prove a defamatory statement against a public official, it's a pretty high standard, not a public, we call them a public figure, anyone who is in the public eye. So Normally she'd just be a private citizen if she hadn't gone on The Bachelor. But we want to be able to critique our public figures and public officials, and that's why there's a high standard of actual malice that you have to meet. But if my neighbor says, puts out slander that I'm a sex worker and I'm just a private figure, I haven't put myself in the public eye, I don't have to show that she knew it was a lie or had reckless disregard for the truth. It's easier to recover as a private figure. So there's just a differentiation between, is this a public or private figure, and is this a matter of public interest? An early sex life is not a matter of public interest, but when you're on the show The Bachelor, your whole romantic history and everything sort of does become a matter of public interest. So that's why she has a little bit of a harder road ahead of her. But I do think that it absolutely qualified as defamation, and I hope that she can recover and repair her reputation. It was just really hard to watch all around.
Let me ask you, how do you, by the way, the comment section's lighting up. I really do appreciate this legal advice, because I am a bloke who Googles things. So for you to come on and talk these words, I'm just happy to. I mean, I wrote down actual malice because I'm like, oh, that sounds smart. I'm going to talk next time I'm fighting. I'm going to fight with Tasha, and I'll be like, Tasha, you're providing a lot of actual malice to me in this argument, and let me get Abigail on the phone here because I feel like you're defamatory.
That's great. I'll mediate.
Yeah, please do. So the idea that the show does revolve around love. It's almost like the show goes so out of its way to protect its own ass when it comes to not having controversial characters on the show. It doesn't always do a good job. You can't, you got a video, all these issues with Rachel and all these other issues we can't get into now of people like the woke police are out there. But we're talking about something that's like court of law. What the case is here. Now will Brittany recover? To me, it's like a butterfly effect. Well, I act, I do commercial auditions and stuff. If anyone Googles her, whether she committed the crime or not, she's not going to get the commercial over the other girl. She's not going to get the toss-up jobs that she would have otherwise been entitled to get as a working model, spokesperson, whatever.
Yeah, absolutely. The ramifications are huge. And that's why traditionally we do have sizable awards for damages if you can prove this. And hopefully she can recover a substantial amount of money. But you're right. It's not going to rectify. You can't unring a bell is something that we say in court. Once somebody hears something, you can prove that it's false. You can be awarded money for it, but it's out there.
It sounds. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Well, to me, it sounds like you go, wow, what's it worth? 20 grand? Yeah, on the day, but this is also like $1 million thing. This is like a big thing. Her whole life is, and I use the example, what if she doesn't want to be in the public eye? What if she wants to start a nursery? And then Leah Googles Brittany Galvin and she goes, I think I'll pass on that.
Yeah.
It's just
it'll affect her whole life. Unfortunately, that's just how it is, and it's so hard to watch Anna and Victoria, these girls, still be on the show. I'm just so over it, and I'm eagerly looking forward to when they go home and we don't have to see Anna's face anymore. But it is providing a lot of entertaining.
Boy, Anna's face! I tell you what. Now I'm not here to shame anybody, but she looks mean.
What is up with it? Yeah. Somebody, I read a comment that somebody said she looks like she's trying to keep her bottom and top lip from ever touching, and that's just the permanent set that her face is in.
I like that because that's not necessarily body shaming. It's more like a action. We're shaming what she's doing with her body. No, but right. And of course, then photos came out. This is what happens when you want to play this game. Photos came out of her being a bottle service girl, which I looked into because if anyone's watching on the new Tiger Woods documentary on HBO, talks about how Tiger was caught cheating. And one of his main mistresses was Rachel Yucatel, who had a $10 million lawsuit. After it was all said and done, she was awarded $10 million, which crazy. She just filed for bankruptcy. Another story. Don't want to get into that. But she was a bottle service girl, and they did this whole expose on bottle service girls, and they themselves describes themselves as half stripper, half pimp, because their job's to just like get these wealthy people, the girls off the dance floor. So the morality issue, it's like, how tone deaf was she to be like, I think I know something about you? And it's almost like, at the very least, shows that negativity, like no amount of her knocking another woman down is going to make her look any more attractive. It's just a weird game they do on Bachelor.
It is a weird thing to do. It's a power play. It backfired horribly. And it also makes you wonder why ABC, if there's ever a scandal or something that a male contestant does, a lot of the times you don't hear about it. They don't focus on it as much. They don't drag the name through the mud, but it appears like they've really just done Brittany a terrible disservice. And it kind of exposes that there's sort of a gender inequality possibly that ABC's playing into.
Can I ask you this about now, what if you're Brittany and you were a bottle service girl? Are you worried, which legally fine, I've got no moral issues. My whole thing was the hypocrisy of Anna doing it. Love bottle service girls. You got I'm going to make Tasha be a bottle service girl at 5. I'm going to put a sparkler in the champagne. She'll be in a hoodie, But what sort of issues is she going to have if she were to decide to sue, which it sounds like no one wants to touch ABC, but would then ABC be forced to like play their hand and like scrub through her past to be like, well, she wasn't an escort, but she did receive money for working as a bottle service girl, so therefore the statements are sort of true.
That's actually a really interesting point. You might have been a good lawyer. You might have considered a different career path.
I did background on the Good Wife, the law show, The Good Wife, and
wow, did you really?
and I worked on every spinoff of Law and Order. So no, I know nothing.
Yeah, you you might see, if she did take on ABC, you might see them digging through her background and attempting to prove that maybe she had some type of escort or escort-esque service in her background that would show the statement wasn't false, or it wasn't, almost false. You have to really be sure that what you're saying is false for it to qualify. And so if they can cast some doubt and they can say, well, maybe she didn't know when she made the statement, but you also have to take into account, if Anna doesn't know about, Brittany's anything in her past, then it's not going to change the statement, because we look at what she knew at the time she made the statement, not really what comes up later. So I think that's probably how that would play out.
It's so fascinating. I could talk to you for 10 hours about this. I know you don't have the time, but it's so fascinating because
I did my whole day. I had things planned for the day, dude, and this stream has been so interesting, and the comments have been so interesting.
Oh, thank you so much.
Just been plugged in pretty much the whole time.
I couldn't do it without all of you guys, because I didn't bring anything to talk about. I was going to have like old joke books to go through if the conversation got stale, but everyone's been so amazing. Now, what's so funny, because I'm definitely going to have to clip this conversation together as a separate video, because you're so informing, and people are going to be like, people are going to be listening to some tort law and wonder why I've got a mini hat on. It's for my 10,000 subscriber special. But I have two questions about this. So I would think that the bad publicity, it's almost like if I'm Brittany's lawyer, I go, look, you want to dig through a 23-year-old's history to win an argument? Go have at it. Go Me Too your own contestants right now and see how many people want to be on your show in good faith. I think you play ABC's hand so hard that they settle this thing. I mean, I'm talking big time. Get this thing settled, but also the thing I hate about settlements, the thing I hate so much is it helps the individual person, but then they always put like a gag or whatever it's called where they're not allowed to talk about it. So then it's like, no. Admit wrong, admit it was reckless, complete apology, and you better pay her an undisclosed amount. That's where I'm at.
Yes, I think the law is moving in that direction where NDAs they're less popular, and there's a movement to change that because of Me Too. Some of Harvey Weinstein's victims, some high profile victims haven't been able to tell their stories for decades.
How many women were sexually assaulted because of these gag law, throw money at people? I mean, how reckless is that?
Exactly. The next girl can't benefit from the truth you could tell. So I hope we see a change in the law over the next, it may take 5 to 10 years, but hopefully these NDAs become less and less common.
My other question, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
So my other question, to relate it back to a sort of intimidation factor, it's so funny. So much has happened in the last year. So much has been going on. And because I've had so much free time, I've been, deep diving into it. But Luke P. was sued for $100,000 plus $20,000 in court fees. So essentially, Luke P. was a quote unquote villain. He had a religious sort of differences with
his season. Yeah, he was wild.
So he decided to go against whatever the contracts were, and he spoke on 4 podcasts, and he was sued for $25,000 for each podcast he spoke on that wasn't part of their approved program. I've invited people onto my show. They've told me they can't do it. I'm not an approved show. Fine. I'm more counterculture. I want to ask real questions. I don't want to be part of this sugar fluff. I know some of the producers. I see them in my neighborhood. My buddy, I got a few buddies that were producers on the show. They're airtight. No one's talking. I totally get it. You're not talking, fine. But for Luke P. to not like the way he was portrayed, whether you believe in his ideologies or not, for them to take their powerful lawyers and sue this man for $120,000, who's going to go against ABC now?
And it's really not a good look for ABC. It's
Horrible.
Not to go after their own contestant, So hopefully they have some common sense. And if Brittany can get that indemnity agreement invalidated, then hopefully they'll just settle with her and not take this to court and have it be a high-profile case that gets bad publicity for ABC. You hope they have that common sense, but I don't know.
And look, if I'm paid by ABC, I got to worry about providing for my family. we become very guarded when it comes to things. Like I totally understand how some people are complicit with certain things and not whistleblowers in certain ways. I totally understand. You don't bite the hand that feeds. So I'm looking at the Nick Viles, the people in the Bachelor community, the Lauren Zimas, even Chris Harrison. I'm looking at them going, all right, Chris Harrison, you're going to move to Texas so you can avoid taxes from the state that made you. Fine, sure, that's legal, great. But you're also going to slander a 23-year-old, a lady half your age, because what? You're going to bump a couple extra ratings? The ratings this season are horrible. Apparently, I watch it, whatever, but apparently it's bad. And so many people are saying, look, I want to boycott this. And I don't think you should have to boycott it. I guess that's how the civic kind of, I guess that's a solution, but I don't think you should have to boycott it for them to want to change and do the right thing.
Yes, there's a middle ground. And, you keep doing videos like this, keep discussing all of the optics and digging into the heart of the issue. And the more publicity they get, the more this stirs discussion. Hopefully they will move in that direction. Hopefully we'll see some change without people having to boycott, because it is a fun show. Everybody enjoys it until things like this happen, and they really make you question whether you can watch it in good conscience. So,
and that's what it comes down to, is just wanting to watch a show and be like, look, I'm cool having an edible, watching some people throw some elbows, do a little boxing. Oh, we like Serena. Oh, we don't like her. Fine. Then all of a sudden they're sluts, whores, slores. They're doing all this. And it's like, when did I become this voice of reason where like, I'm cool with drama. I like a little bit of drama, but this is reckless. And then I challenge all these people that aren't talking about it. And then Kyla in the comment section said that Chatty Broads is the only one criticizing it. They've always been kind of like, go at their own speed. They're also like I'm not saying they're not welcomed by the community, but they're not like they're kind of on the peripheral. And it's like, what, it's just, what's next? We know there's been reality shows where people kill themselves or have trauma. It doesn't happen the next day. It doesn't happen the next week. It's something they live with until you find, I hate to be also morose, but then you find someone with a vacuum cleaner around their neck and then they're dead. And this is what happened from the contestant Gigi or whatever her name was that was on Bachelor Pad. It's happened in other countries. It's so reckless. And it's just, I don't think that's what you need on Disney, ABC, when it comes to creating this drama. That's all. It's just it's not a tall ask we're asking for.
No, it's not. And if we're going to be complicit in watching it, then the least we can do is discuss it and point out that it's wrong.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, I know. I love what you're doing, and thank you for letting me be a part of it. I am happy to comment on any of the legal implications of these dramatic things that happen. So.
Absolutely. Well, I appreciate you calling so much. I know the comment section does as well. So go back and see all that love you got. And you're for sure gonna have your own private practice opening up with all the people that need help. What just so people can tie a little bow onto you? That's weird. What's your next steps with once you graduate? What's your plan?
So I'll take the bar. I have law clerked for my local district attorney's office for about 2 years now, and I really like that. So I'm going to stick with criminal law, hopefully, and be a prosecutor. So if all goes well, yeah.
You got that nice, you got that innocent, you got the nice dimples, and then you're going to lay down that law.
Yeah, they won't see it coming.
Well, please. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I left you a voicemail earlier this morning. Disregard it. I was trolling you for how you said you were Dax Shepard's second cousin a few days ago.
Oh, that was your comment.
That was me. And I believed it. And I even, my husband's in the other room, and I was like, babe, look, this is Dax Shepard's second cousin. I knew he looked like someone. And he goes, oh, he totally does. Yeah.
I just get that 5 times a day.
You had me dying laughing.
Hey, maybe I am. I got to do a 23andMe. He lives up the neighborhood. I never see him, but I run through his neighborhood because it's over there in Silver Lake. But well, tell your husband I said hi. Tell him Dax Shepard's fake second cousin says hi. And I'm gonna for sure be in touch with any other Bachelor legal stuff, which I hope is never this serious. But I really appreciate hearing from you because, like I said, otherwise I'm just some bloke Googling these things. So you've added a lot of credibility to the discussion.
Well, sure thing. I look forward to hearing from you and watching your channel grow. I think you've got, nowhere to go but up, and you're doing great. So keep up the good work.
Oh, thank you so much. All right. That's Abigail, everyone. Take care. What a great chat that is. That was really informative stuff right there. You never know. I didn't, I mean, I appreciate you so much. Let me put the music back on. I can't have silence, not on this 10-hour stream. But leave a comment and let me know what you guys think about this. I don't know of a better way to put a bow on the Britney conversation. I don't want to go in and raise hell and make a free Britney meme or whatever. I just think it's absurd. And I'm not kidding. Someone had called me the Karen. They're like, you're turning into a Karen. Well, a Karen has senseless, objective. I'm getting a call from Jersey. I think that's for a voicemail. A normal Karen's like, I'm not going to put my mask in a Starbucks. This is real shit. This is like wild. And I'm sure other people are talking about it. Like I said, I don't consume too much Bachelor World, so for all I know, Nick Viall has talked about it, or I heard that Lauren Zima didn't address it, but the problem is, and like I think someone had mentioned in the chat, I think Kyla had mentioned in the chat, the problem is, we're the idiots, we collectively, we're the idiots that are getting mad at Anna. Yeah, it came out of her mouth, but on this international landscape of the show. Get mad at Anna. Get mad at Anna all you want. But this issue goes up the ladder. And I'm sure there's discussions from someone being like, the hell did you guys do? She signed a contract, it's fine. The hell it is. Read a couple comments. Jen Murphy says great input. Deja Vu missed it. He says repeat it, please. All right, let's go back to the beginning, the 9 a.m. hour, okay? Hey, everybody, welcome to my 10-hour live stream. There's a rewind button. We'll get to that. Lauren says, this is serious, not just Starbucks messing up an order. Yeah, that's right. Dax, Zach Braff, and Tom Cruise. You know what, Julie D? I'll say this. I get different celebrities based on the ethnicity of the person asking me. Does that make sense? This might not make sense to you, but I'll use my own empirical evidence. 99% of people that have said I look like Tom Cruise are black. Black women say I look like Tom Cruise. No one else goes, they go, I don't say it. Black women, I am their Tom Cruise. That's it. I don't know what it is. White people think I look like Dax Shepard. I don't know what that is either. We are crushing it with this DSLR screen. It's been amazing. I'm just gonna, if you guys don't mind, and I can't get in. Marion says she can't get in. What does that mean? You can't get in? Can't get into my chat? I'm just trying to see what's going on over there. Everyone's in my chat. We have 165 people. Someone said they couldn't get into the chat, but it is public. I wonder, wouldn't it be interesting if it went private after a certain amount of hours? I'm going to turn this volume off. It says it's public, and let's see, 166 people are watching, and the ads are still playing. That means we haven't been demonetized yet. 335 likes and 3 dislikes. Let me just send this person the live stream. I don't know why it doesn't work. It worked for me. You guys all got in the live stream okay? 1 second. And then Patsy, if you're in, I'd love to get you on the Skype. I've been missing my bathroom break the last few hours. I just got the voicemail from Marissa Anderson. That's a different. Let's play a few voicemails while we work that out. Oh, Marissa just left a voicemail. I am backlogged on voicemails. I will get to a lot of them, but let's go to Marissa since she just left it.
Hey, Dave. I hope you can hear me okay. I'm in my car. This is Marissa Anderson. First of all, I want to know about Anna and how she could have possibly gotten any information on these girls anyway in the middle of filming. Because they didn't, Anna shouldn't have known that those 5 girls were coming. So how was anybody texting her and leaving information and saying, watch out for this girl, watch out for her? I don't get it. She's not supposed to have a phone. So I don't know. How would she even find out? So that's my whole thing with this. Yeah, great live stream today, by the way. I'm thoroughly enjoying. I've been popping in and out. but I'll be here for a while. I'm taking a trip to the dispensary, and I'm listening to you in the car. So keep up the awesome content. Talk to you soon. Bye.
Thank you so much for calling. That's very interesting. How did Anna know? And I don't have an answer for you other than maybe beforehand there's a list of people that might be on the show and there's rumors and this and that. But yeah, it seemed very targeted. It does make you wonder if the producers were like, here are the new girls coming. What do we know about them? Very, very interesting. I'm going to respond saying they are saying you need to log into Gmail. Okay, so Patsy, give me a call on Skype. I got a fun idea for us. If you're there, give me a call on Skype. We're really churning these out right now because I know it's 3:40 and we're doing the toast at 5. And I hate to say this, but it's flying by for me. It's absolutely flying by. Rosie said, wow, 10-hour live chat. When did this start? This started at 9 a.m. Pacific time. We are on 6 hours and 41 minutes. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. All right. Turn off. Mute your background. I'm going to turn my music off on my end. This is exciting. This is exciting. Now, you're not on the video yet because I'm just going to frame this up right. I've got it. I don't have a assistant. So I am doing this all me lonesome, but I'm very excited to announce my next. Is there any way you can go? Well, let me see if I can do you. Let me see. Horizontal actually might work. Hold on a second. Let me see what I like here. I'm gonna go picture in picture. Horizontal might work. Yeah, you know what? That looks really good. You're about to. Everyone watching this, you're about to meet one of the best people in the world, somebody who I have such a close spiritual soul friendship connection to, and somebody that has, I would say, saved me on more occasions from my own bad self-flagellation. Patsy Kenny, everybody.
Hey, everyone. So nice to be here. Dave.
I get teary-eyed just telling people that you're a good person. That's how great you are. Now,
the feeling is mutual.
Patsy,
and all these people have been here all day.
Wild, right? Patsy, I have a fun idea. Can I share my idea with you? I'm going to give you 1 minute to say anything you want about me while I go pee. I would never do this with anyone else. I'm never going to hear it. You have 1 minute. Are you okay with that?
I'm totally cool with that.
All right. The clock starts now.
Take your time, by the way. I probably can go on and on for 5 minutes. All right, fam. This is such an honor, but Dave and I go way back. We formed a deep and, like you said, soul friendship in college, and he and I have had those conversations over the years that really, like, we're that people, those people for each other when things are really exciting and we're ready to celebrate, and also to each other, you know, the people that talk us off the ledge. So I just have been beaming all day, and I know many of you have been tuned in throughout the entirety of the live stream because you're also feeling super excited and believe he is so deserving of this celebration. And so I had it on in the background thinking, I'll just have this playing while I'm getting, my work done. And that has not been the case. I've been fully engaged for the majority of the day. And I'm going to finish up here. I know you're back, but it has been such a joy to witness today's celebration and the engagement that you've had from this incredible community that you've cultivated. And it brings me to tears because, like, this is Dave. You authentically show up here. And what I love about what's been created is that you have, like, you found this audience and you found your way here just sort of by happenstance. Like, you were doing you and creating content around this show that you fell in love with, but that was just one piece of content, right? And your greater creative landscape. And because people were here and talking about it, and this is all the things we learned in public relations and throughout our schooling and everything, like you kept showing up and they're showing up for you. And I've just been standing here all day, like seriously got shit done, nothing done today because I've been celebrating with you all day. Like I am in awe, like the things we've been talking about for years, and your stick-to-itiveness that I've admired since the day you stepped into the space and said like, I'm going for it. Fuck, man. Like it's here. You've been working so hard. I'm like getting emotional forever. And like Abigail just said, like you're only going up from here. Like now you can start to, I know you've believed in yourself for a very long time, or you wouldn't keep putting yourself out there. But now I feel like you've reached this new place of like knowing, you know, like just like I hope so anyway. I hope it is really clicking in for you, man, because you're doing it and you're inspiring me too. Like, and I'm sure many people are thinking that too. Like, you've opened the door because Bachelor was like the starting point of the conversation, but people are staying because you're talking about deeper topics. You are creating change and transformation and hope and like inspiration for people. And who doesn't want to be part of that?
Why are you trying to get me emotional, Patsy? What are you doing? You're so sweet. By the way, you match the color of this. Your shirt matches the thing. You're always matching. You're so very kind. Leah says, Patsy, you're lovely and your skin is stunning. That's what Leah says. Patsy's got that. She's got that Maine skin. She's got that Maine Irish skin. Look, I don't know what you said when I was gone, but Patsy and I met in college and we really hit it off as friends. I feel like we were both kind of, balls of energy, having like in our own little Greek life. And then we met playing like beer pong or flip cup. And I was like, you're cool. And I just got back from, I think, France, studying abroad. And you had transferred. So there we were like sort of well positioned in our who we knew. You know, you don't, big school, but you still kind of know who you know. And then I'm like, who's this chick? And then we became friends right off the bat.
We did. And then didn't we find ourselves in like a marketing class like the next day or something?
Yeah. Isn't that funny? Yeah, that's how it always works. And then all of a sudden it's like once you know to look out for Patsy, you can't avoid her. Every turn, there she is.
Dave Neal.
So yeah, you know the types of conversations we have are always I feel like every spiritual conversation we've had about like growth, it's been because we've both put ourselves, and I don't mean this to pat myself on the back, we've dropped ourselves off in the middle of the ocean with some of the things we've tried to do. We've both done it.
Totally.
We've both respected each other's. And I've always said this, like we have other friends that have, just more standard jobs, nurses, pharmacists, just like I'm jealous of that. That's amazing. But some of the things we're going after, you don't see in that sort of framework, building that equity in your own business and an entrepreneurial thing. We don't have the luxury of seeing it that way. And so you've always looked at me as this beacon when I'm poor, when I'm not doing anything, but, got no money in my pocket. I got a hole in my jeans. I'm on the road with my lady. Who wouldn't want to be me? And of course, no, that song didn't mean anything to any of you guys, but we're listening to Keith Urban from the 90th row at Gillette Stadium.
The nose beats, man.
I'm levelating and crying, very much so probably, because who wouldn't want to be me? No job, got fired. You just decided I wasn't gonna. The gift of being the gift of me sucking at that job and moving past it before I had to wait till I was 40 and realized it was no good for me. The gift for them to just. I mean, so you've always got that because you knew me in college and you knew that like I've just been searching for a platform or community to do what I want to do, and YouTube is so much of that, along with stand up and podcasting. It's so much of that, like. I have this 10 hours is for me. I got to burn this off. I got so much to burn off. We're 7 hours in and I'm like, do we start yet?
Without skipping a beat, it has felt like it's flown by.
I'm doing 100,000. I'm going to do 24 hours. That one, maybe I'll have some guests on to like guest talk for an hour or two, but I will for sure feel sad in a way at 7 where I'm like, oh, I guess I'll just watch some TV now. Your life, and again, I want to talk more about your life on like a dedicated podcast. We need to like really dive deep into your life, but just so people know where you come from and your identity. You come from first of all, an amazing family. Your mom and grandma, if anyone's wondering, identical. Just you guys all, your lineage is just, it's just one redheaded, boop, boop, boop. You know what I mean? The whole, going back to the Scots or wherever you're from, the whole thing, and Irish, and there's something with family that they want the best for us. But I've come to realize more often lately that family can be detrimental to us because they're so risk adverse. They want safety.
Totally.
And you come from a world that demands you to be the center of the thing, leading this powerful group. Like that's where you belong. What's the road been like to get there?
Oof. It hasn't been straight and narrow. I'll tell you that. And it has been, I'm just so grateful for friends like you who remind me to keep taking the steps in carving my own path. So because the fear and their desire to keep us, they really want us to thrive, but they can't see a way forward in thriving because they haven't walked that, sort of carved their own path. Right. So they've led the more traditional, well, to them, this is how you thrive. You graduate, you get the desk job, you work your way up the ladder. It's very linear, and that hasn't been the case. And I mean, my story is not all that different from yours in the sense that I pretty quickly learned after getting in the cubicle that that's not, there was something that was like, really
it takes away it takes away the aura of what you are. I mean, you personally, it takes away the Patsyism.
Yeah. And I didn't get fired, so it was harder for me to like
you're way better at everything, so no one was gonna fire you. They let me go quick.
That's not true at all.
No, but you
weren't meant to be there.
But you would succeed at anything you want to do, and that's the thing. You would succeed. I'm pointing at you at the screen. You would succeed at anything you want to do, and that in itself is dangerous because you'll succeed 10x, 100x with the thing you're meant to do.
And that's what my path has been for the last decade is chipping away at what am I meant to do? What am I meant to do? And you've seen every iteration of that. I have tried, I think I'm at like version, 10.0 now. But just around the holidays, I relaunched a platform called And Celebrate. And my desire is to really celebrate the entire human experience, meaning the breadth and depth of life, like the duality of life, the good, the bad, the joy and the pain, to see the greater connectedness in it all and really like embracing what it means to be human. So interviewing people of different life experiences, highlighting and celebrating our differences, but also showcasing our likeness, like drawing attention to the fact that, we all are more alike than we actually are different, but our differences make us beautiful and create different perspectives and allow us to see, the greatness of the gift of being here and being alive. And so you are such an awesome example of just like living your truth and pursuing it, even when there's been adversity, even when there's been doubt. I mean, you put yourself on stage for a living. Like that that requires so much courage.
Nothing makes me crap my pants like a big stand-up show. The nerves, the anxiety. It's like every stand-up show at a new place, like an important one. It's that first day of school vibe. But
I can imagine.
That's just the process of how it works. There's no other way to do it. You talk about And Celebrate, and I talk a lot about finding our authentic self, and it's very much intertwined. knowing we can be our authentic selves with our friends is always good, but sort of monetizing that and finding a way to say, I've got a message to share and my message is worth money. I'm not talking about me, I'm talking about you here. How has it been to get away from, like, how much have you realized the brand is really you and your face?
It's becoming super clear, you know, and I think what's interesting is I sort of boxed myself, even when I stepped out on my own to start a business, I boxed myself into helping other people tell their stories, right? Not really sharing my own and not really sharing my philosophy. And part of that, I think, was my own growth and coming into that clarity around what that was. But what I'm, again, admiring what you're doing here is, like, you are doing it. You are the art. Like, you have a medium. Comedy is one of them. You're creative. You're, you know, got the visual piece. You're technical. You're pulling it all together. But you as Dave are the art. You are the message. And I'm just sort of coming into that realization fully for myself.
Your big energy. Patsy's big energy here. And you've always been one to figure out what you want to do. And it's just, like I said, it's just about getting you to the doorstep of people that need it. The world is so big that they talk about, like, the 1,000 fan principle, where you really only need 1,000 people who support you. Now, obviously, yesterday I got 100,000 views. That was awesome. A lot of those people stopped by and they'll keep going. But some of those people are like, hey, that's really cool. We'll talk to you. And it's like, gotcha. Let's go. Let's do something. Not because I'm trying to sell you something, but I'm trying to just, like, have some people to bounce some things off of. YouTube's so great because you can open up to a very specific niche that is still hundreds of thousands of people, but it's still very specific because they're loyal and they're an army. We've already got people in the comments saying, Stephanie said, so what is Patsy doing? Let's support. I mean, aren't these people kind?
Amazing. So kind.
And I love our conversation. I'm sorry?
I've been excited to chat with you, and we haven't really had a chance to do this one-on-one since I don't know when, but around the holidays, I had the epiphany, like, I'm starting a YouTube channel this year. So it's coming.
What's good with you is you're way more, well, I'll say it's good and bad. The good thing is you're really good at making something beautiful, putting a bow on it. And again, I don't think this is really a crutch you have, but the danger is, am I worried about perfection when, as you see with my channel, I did 3 videos yesterday. They ain't care about perfection. Hit the button. Let's go. On what you got. Now, obviously, you want the Patsy wand on it. You want it to look good and this and that. But also, if I told you that you had to make 50 videos before the following comes, you just start getting to those videos. Just get them out of the way. Totally. So, and you can always hide things and this and that. But the thing that works with YouTube is, are people going to click on this video and how long are they going to watch? So Bachelor Recap has been good because the longer people watch, the more it gets promoted. It's very highly talked about. So naturally there's a lot of discussion there versus, like, you couldn't pay someone to watch my stand-up because that's the type of thing you Google Bill Burr. You want to know, you know, there's certain things that online you want specific thing. You know, there was such a thirst for Bachelor content that people that you heard them mention, they would watch 3 other recaps. Then mine would show up. Maybe they're half asleep and they kept the channel on. It's like, gotcha.
Yeah, I kind of like this guy, what this guy has to say. And so that's what's been so cool to witness. You know, you kind of, like, stumbled into the room almost. Like, and now people are staying. They're not leaving the room because you're offering so much more than, like, yeah, you know? So one of the questions I'm sort of pondering, because I have a clarity of the philosophy, right? And I value collaboration and co-creation. So I mean, I have a ton of people I would love to bring into conversation around these topics, but what are people searching for? You know, it's a different sort of, like, way to grow that attention.
Yeah, I think you mentioned this on text yesterday when I was kind of like, you know, like, Bachelor's great, but, like, I don't want to be like some of these guys that are pigeonholed. And to me, it's always just been an avenue for whatever I want to talk about. So I guess, and I think, what did you say that, like, you had mentioned something about seizing, like, just the platform?
Sorry, I keep getting these messages. So had this sort of reframe around like it doesn't necessarily matter the subject or the stake or the search, like the topic to begin isn't that important. It's like a structure for you to be who you are and offer all that brilliance to the world, right? So like the Bachelor Nation has become your community. But now, which is so cool to witness today, over and over and over again, everybody's invested in your story, where you're headed. You and Tasha are creating your new home, like Boone, like it's so cool because it's more than just talking about The Bachelor. And we're learning a lot. And Abigail's segment was awesome.
Wasn't that amazing?
It's so great. Takes it to a whole nother level.
That's the stuff that blows my mind, where I go, I had a law student wants to talk to me about this issue. Wow.
Yeah. And you never, like, the community is so much part of who you are too, right? Like, it's natural for you to nurture. And I don't think, and this is sort of like what I would teach clients when we were building events and brands, and their questions were always around, how do you build a brand? Well, it's like, back to your point about the 1,000 true fans. It's like, nurture those who are in front of you already. And you're doing that so naturally. Because that's who you are. You're going to send everybody a postcard who sent you something today.
Oh, I do that all the time. I've sent more postcards. People don't even know you can still send postcards. I send so many postcards out.
But that is such a high touch point and something that I believe, and like you and I have this in common, but it's like, we don't even overthink that. That's just like a natural thing to do. But the majority of people don't think like that. They're just like more focused on the outcome.
Yeah.
Than the process or the like.
How can I squeeze money out of it? Yeah.
You know what I mean? And that's where the authenticity can't be, like, you can't fake this. That's why I was like, I hope I come on here and just validate that credibility or that authenticity you're already sharing with the
You're
world.
the only person I could say, talk for a minute while I go pee. I was like, this is a great idea. I really got to pee, and Patsy can do it, say whatever she wants, and I trust her. And I give you the keys. We have a great commenter who just joined the live stream. Her name's Nikki, and Nikki Raz lives in San Diego, and she's been around since like the first live streams, which of course it was only a few months ago when I started doing live streams, which is still, the live streams are not nearly as successful as just the packaged videos. I think that's more of a search tool. They always say live streams are good for like maintaining convo with people you already have, versus the other videos are like casting out, the nets. But Nikki was watching the live streams while waitressing at an Italian restaurant.
No way.
And I was like, this is so cool that we got you over here. And, just so, she's so sweet. So she just joined and asked who you were. She just saw you and asked who you were. So Patsy's a friend I met in college. We've been friends forever. I mean, we're getting old. Patsy is exactly 6 months older than I am. So I'd like to wish her a happy half birthday to me on her birthday. Now,
That is true.
So people have said, oh, so someone said, oh, what's she doing? Well, she's going to start a YouTube. You've obviously accomplished so much. So starting a YouTube is by no means like a shot in the dark for you. You've got a lot of other things going on. You've done sort of corporate planning of events. You've led women's groups. Like, talk a little bit about that, because we have obviously like 90% of the audience is women, and there's, I'd love for you to be in touch with Susan, and I'd love for you to be in touch with Leah, and whoever else that feels like that you can be a part of your community.
Amazing. And I think Leah does social media marketing, right?
Yeah.
So it sort of all interlaps. I've been concentrating on supporting mostly women, but small business owners build their brand. The first few years of my business, that was focused on event creation. So they were utilizing events to build their brand awareness and connect with their audience in person. Strangely, a year prior to COVID, so last year kind of rolled events into the brand consultancy that I was running with two friends, and we weren't concentrating so much on an in-person experience, but really, how do you tell your brand story? How do you create that community and audience through online storytelling, marketing, and opportunities like this. And I've always really been sort of like a community builder, and it's looked a little bit different over the last few years as I've been building my business, but I've been self-employed now for, since 2014. So I've been at it in a variety of ways, and recently I've been taking on consulting clients where I'm doing information gathering, like insight gatherings for larger organizations, like national brands, where we're speaking specifically to their ideal audience and gathering information to take back to their marketing teams, and supporting a couple of small businesses locally with their brand strategy and relaunch, web design, all that kind of stuff falls into under the same umbrella.
Now, when a lot of what you know me, I'm really a broken record when it comes to regurgitating very smart spiritual people. Wayne Dyer, Marianne Williamson, love it, right? Leap in the
I
Net.
think we have all the books on our shelves.
Marianne Williamson's The Law of Divine Compensation is one that I was reading at the beach the other day when we had a little heat wave, and it's just like I got to read a chapter, and then I got to go walk into the water and let that water hit my toes, and then I didn't do this for years, but I used to do this in Newport, and then I would just say my thoughts, knowing that I got this ocean out there supporting me. And we so forget to ground ourselves in the things that we're a part of. We mask ourselves obviously behind the technology. It's good. It's a good tool, but it's just a tool. But we really need to, like you said, Leah said in the comments, add value first, show up authentically. It's like, you're a good example because you've had a lot of people sort of hire you word of mouth. They just trust you. When you talk about warmth and competence, you're in the dictionary when you search warmth and competence. It's just you and some warm, chocolate chip cookies. They're like, oh, that's warmth and competence. So what was your leap in the net will appear moment cutting away from that safety net of renting? I call it renting out your time.
Yeah. It's so funny. I feel like I had a couple of lily pad moments, right? Where like early on I would leap and then like try something on for size. I had like saved up, through a leeway, like a little bit of a stretch for like a quarter at a time, right? Like 3 or 4 months where I'm like, I'm going to go try this thing. And I was like building websites and creating logos for a minute. And then I'd get to that point where I'm like, oh shit, I don't see a next thing coming in. And somebody inevitably would just like offer me a full-time job again. And then I'd go back into the corporate world for a hot minute, and I'd help them out for like a year and a half. And then I'd get like the courage up again and the savings up again. And I'd go do another like leap into a lily pad. And then kind of did that for a handful of years. And then I'm in one of the leaping moments, or the lily pad moments, I got this offer from a coach. She was building her business, coaching other business owners around how to build to actually get clients. Like, how do you get clients kind of thing. And I was connected to her because a friend of mine knew I was like secretly building my business on the side. And she's like, I think you need to talk to her. And that led to a business opportunity. She's like, I'm planning a live event.
This is the Australian.
That came later.
Okay.
But I had done a handful of events. This anchor client had fed me a handful of clients. So I built up like a portfolio. And then I attended an event that led to a recommendation. And I was hired by someone from Australia who was doing a book tour here in the US. And I helped her plan 6 events back to back over the course of 6 weeks. That's when we ran the events, but in 6 different locations. So anyway, it's sort of been that like continual buildup of faith in myself and knowing what I can offer people. And I'd been just sort of adapting to what people needed. Then I sort of found myself, I have a business, but it didn't feel sustainable. So I morphed again. And so it's just been this constant evolution.
I love it. I have a business. It's almost like getting from training wheels to 2 wheels. Then you're like looking back, like, am I doing this? And then you fall over because you lose focus. And with me, the insane growth this last week accompanied with the insane growth the last couple of months, I'm like, I'm okay that it's going to stop. Like, I'm telling myself it's going to stop, so be okay with that. And you're telling me before, like, no, be okay that it's going to get bigger.
Yeah, be okay. Like, lock into that. Like, let this be proof to your brain. Like, you know how our brains need evidence? That's why it's so interesting, because, like, when we're first starting out and then the training wheel phase, we're like, oh, this has got to be a fluke. Like, oh, I'm kind of doing it, but, you know, like, maybe the training wheels are going to fall off and I'm going to go falling flat on my face. But I feel like for you, just please allow, even today, you got 1,000 new followers.
Wild.
Subscribers.
Wild.
You went from 10 to 11 today in the course of like a few hours.
And that's the internet.
You know?
It took 3 years, maybe 4 years to get my first 1,000 and then 2 days.
Right. So like Abigail just said, it's only going to go up from here. So just keep doing that and believe that. Like, shift into that. Of course, it's only going to go up from here.
Yeah.
You've got the foundation and several floors now on the house.
Yeah. And I think, and I totally know what you mean. Like, don't knock it. But at the same time, I am okay knowing there are plateaus. I'm not saying I've plateaued, but just knowing that I got to keep on creating, because like I had these initial videos go viral in October. It made a chunk and then it flatlined. And like I was saying earlier, it literally flatlined to the point where I think they were accusing me of like fraud. It's all like an algorithm, but like I went from like good things to pennies. And I got on the phone with them. I just gave up on it. I was like, whatever. But then it started to build back up again. And then I'm late to go get coffee with Tasha in December. And there was a story that came out. I was like, let me just make this story real quick. I make that story and that blows up. And I'm like, I almost missed this opportunity to show up to this story. And then same thing last week. I kind of made a throwaway video. That one's over 100,000 views. And so I think what I need to tell myself is, don't be so short-sighted to know which of my content will hit the stream, but make it. And then just let it be.
Let it be. I think that detachment is valuable, but I would say don't detach so much that, right? It's finding that balance, like everything. It's like the equilibrium factor. Like, don't be so detached that you think it's all going to go away, you know? But at the same time, if it does go away, like, look what you've created and you can be grateful for that. I feel like you're really grounded in gratitude always, and that's showing through today for sure. So keep doing what you're doing, but don't be surprised.
Well, it's nice to have certain friends like you, and I don't know if he's still here, but Darren was in the comment section. And there's only a certain amount of people. Obviously, Tasha, unfortunately for her, gets the neurotic version of me, where like I'll obsess over something and she'll just look at me and I'll be like, good point. I'm gonna go on a run. Good point. But to be able to take a screen grab of we just hit 7 hours, folks. We're at 7 hours. We're doing it. To take a screen grab of my growth and send it to Darren, and then him share it with his girlfriend, and then be like, congrats, Dave. There's no, like in my industry, I can't share that with another comic. And some of my friends are supportive, but there's also like, well, then what can I do for them? Which I want to help others out, but there's always something in Hollywood about, oh, what do you got going on? Oh, how can I be a part of that? You know, my friend group in comedy is for sure on one hand when it comes to people that believe in me, that aren't looking for, like, we're all focused on our own thing and how can others help me. With someone like you get this YouTube going. I'm still going to be building my pyramid, and I am going to promote whatever you have going on. A lot of people in the comment section have asked. I posted this. The fonts on this website are so bad. I just posted your Instagram, so people can see your Instagram.
Very cool.
So the font is horrible, but I think they can read it. Patsy Kenny on Instagram. But you just work on, and of course talk to me. Work on what it is you want to do. I know you asked me about cameras and all that, and my goal for 2020 a year ago was professional editing software. I already got the professional laptop a few months earlier, and
new laptop's on its way, by the way.
Really processing, baby. I mean, this is only a year and a half old, and I had to delete every every photo from this thing just to get the fact that you're not lagging on the screen is huge, because I couldn't make a phone call last week. People know it was really bad. So I'm finally figuring it out. Fingers crossed. I cannot believe my laptop hasn't melted 7 hours in.
Mine's about to die right now. I'm doing barely anything, but I've had it.
But the point is whether, I got to get it. I got an iPhone 7. It's like, come on. What am I trying to do with an iPhone 7? I need the 12. I'm not a huge gear junkie, but I think I need to upgrade my phone if I'm trying to share things in competing against, whatever. So for what you need, other than a very specific angle to get the video seen, is to find a way for people when they click on you to never doubt what they're clicking on. Like, the only thing that can get in your way is like an intro that's not your face. They got it right on that face, and you immediately deliver. And I know you can do it. And then we earn the privilege of the irreverent. You know what I mean? Like, be irreverent up front. What do I know? But there's a lot of people out there that are clicking on new creators, and there are people that I watch. I mentioned Catherine Manning, who, you would love her story. You would love her story, but she went from 1,000 subscribers to 350, and she's making 50 grand, 30 grand a month, and she shares all of her analytics. The cap for people that are sharing their message is out there, and it get like what I would love more than anything is to get Tasha back into creating versus a lot of what she does. She doesn't necessarily love. She'll be the first to tell you. A lot of the high-paying jobs she doesn't love. But if I have a sort of a following that like a small percentage of wants to buy merchandise, and Tasha's making vintage what was, I had a fun idea for some vintage something or another out of like old vintage T-shirts. Tasha got the sewing machine. She's design school. That's so, like, to be able to create knowing there might be an audience is so valuable, and I want that for all my friends that are creative, that are looking for that platform, because the audience is there. It's almost like I tell guys when they get back before COVID, you're hitting on someone at the bar, you get rejected. Most of the time you're getting rejected on your approach. It's not, some girl's not saying you're a lousy person. You're nervous, you're bumbling, you're sweating, you drank too much. It's like, come on, man, you're disgusting. And like the idea with a lot of YouTube and learning all the ins and outs of like getting really sharp at editing and all this stuff. And again, I'm not a good example of this because my videos are kind of more just freeform, but getting them to believe you, even with something as simple as like the green screen or something, it's like, oh, okay, why don't you have more subscribers? I love when people say that, because that means they think you belong on a tier that you're not at.
Totally. Absolutely.
And you've got all those skills when it comes to design and the aesthetic and all, and the look and of the voice and the energy and all that. It just comes down to, like, for me, it was, all right, I've created all I can create in iMovie. I just can't do what I want to do in it. I couldn't tell my story there. But I was like, Adobe Suite is $44 a month. I'm not spending $44. I can't afford not to spend it now. I can't afford not to have the Photoshop skills. It sounds so stupid, but just to make a good, my first video that went viral, the Colton Underwood one, the thumbnail had text messages. I had the deposition of what he had said, which was really creepy, but I didn't have the actual text messages. So I texted myself what he said, and then I clipped it, but I just learned how to clip it. So like I just had learned how to clip it and put a little drop shadow. The click-through rate is called CTR. Click-through rate is very important. Watch time and click-through rate. You get those to a certain level, it's just a matter of time before you get going. That click-through rate was through the roof, and then people stuck along to watch a 23-minute video to the point where it got millions of impressions, and it's clickbaity, but you deliver on the clickbait. I read the text. I read it all. I just had to buff it up a little bit.
Yeah, of course. And you're great at that. And that's what I think is that, again, it's proving, you're living it. It's proving sort of the philosophy of all that we learned in school, because you got to get people to pay attention. There's a million things that are grabbing our attention all the time, fighting for our attention, right? And how are you going to break through? And then when you break through, they're getting more than they thought they would because of the value you're delivering. And I think it's amazing, and I'm so inspired. And so, yeah.
Well,
watch out.
what's a like huge picture wish for you?
So long term, I see, separate from like building, I was starting to think, how do I communicate this sort of philosophy and bring people into the conversation? So had this major download during quarantine around creating a magazine, like a tangible physical magazine. And from there, it's evolved, because while I see that in the future, I started thinking about YouTube as a platform that's free, right? So like, how do I take those column ideas that I've had that are showcasing, again, the breadth and depth of life? I know that's broad, but I've gone through some real shit in the last couple of years, and I have an evolved perspective on the interconnectedness of it all, from a spiritual perspective, from an, finding your own, as you call it, like getting in touch with yourself from that authentic place. And I want to encourage people to find that within themselves, to create a path that is true for them, whatever that looks like. And so to be able to showcase different people's stories and ways of doing that, one thought I had was magazine. But that, of course, timeline is intense. Investment to get that published is intense.
Boy,
so
you know that colossal failure that I pitched in college, that calendar. I mean,
it wasn't a colossal
no,
failure.
it wasn't a failure, but I remember being on the treadmill at the school gym and being like, we should do this, and then we had someone donate, like we were gonna sell them, but like college kids are broke, no one's buying this stuff, so like we ended up just giving them away. We had like boxes of them, and it was all donated, so it wasn't a failure, but it was like the idea was there. And I had no part in the execution. You guys were all amazing. I was almost guilty of putting a big project on a lot of people, like, hey, we should do this, and I'm kind of like, well, we'll see how you guys do. Like, but you've still got that same, like, you've got the power to make these types of things happen.
Yeah. Well, likewise. I mean.
But for you, you're right. YouTube, there literally is a zero overhead.
It's like, the only thing is investment in my time, obviously getting the right equipment, but not going crazy at first, like producing it, getting it out there, getting eyes on it, and then if that turns into a physical manifestation of a magazine down the line, awesome. But it's really more creating and logging, chronicling, is that the right word?
Yeah.
These ideas, and that's a platform to do it.
Well, there's people that decide to do, like, there's a lot of guys that have got into podcasting from radio, like guys that got fired, because radio became very PC, is where like guys get fired left and right. Yeah. And there's been people that have created like private only communities, which is fine. But you don't have access to this incredible world that you have on YouTube, where people will find you. A percentage will show up. I mean, this is, you know what I mean? Like, this is $500. $500 was donated, and I didn't ask for it, and I feel bad. But it's all gonna be invested back into, the furniture and the stuff that we're buying for our new place. Because I was talking earlier about the new place and how we're taking that leap to be like, we need. I know the loyal people are listening, but we need, when someone clicks on it, to go, whoa, this is a jam. This is cool. Yeah. We need to host events, and we need to do things that we've sort of neglected even before the pandemic in Los Angeles. We've homebodied a little too much, and and part of the work is getting out there and rubbing elbows with other creators and things like that. One thing I didn't talk about at all today once that I had written down on my dry erase board was the YouTube studio space. When you hit 10,000 subscribers, you gain access to the YouTube studio space, which is... I've been there before for other YouTube companies that had over 10,000 subscribers. So it is a multi-million-dollar facility in El Segundo, which is nearby. And it's got multiple green screen rooms. You show up and you can just check out whatever equipment you want for the day. They put it all in a cart. It's about $100,000 worth of equipment, multiple cameras, big green screen rooms, lighting, whatever you want. And you get it once a month at 10,000 subscribers. There's like silver, gold levels. There's crafty, so there's a room full of snacks and drinks and coffee. There's editing suites. There's outdoor amphitheaters. They've been shut down since the beginning of the pandemic. I don't know how long the waiting list is. You have to go through a very simple, like, hour-long seminar to get your access codes. I've already literally done it, but for another YouTube channel, so now I'm going to have to redo it. So I know it's all there, but it's been amazing because even if it's once a month, I'm going to be able to go in there, meet people, talk to people, collaborate, and all that. And I mean, nobody is like YouTube when it comes to paying their people a fair share, they're starting with these applause buttons so people can donate now and leave special shout outs.
I realized that was a thing until today.
Well,
I
don't know what the level is. I mean, they have so many tiers to jump through. So when you get to 100 subscribers, you can customize your URL. When you get to 1,000 subscribers with 4,000 watch minutes, which can take people years, when you get to that is when you can monetize. And then you start to see like last January, I made $16. That's what I made last January. Yeah. That's it. But I was happy about it. And the funny thing is, the more on the Bachelor recaps at the end, I share the revenue from the previous week, and people just got excited. People want to see an ant farm going up. They just want to see so I would start Yeah, so I read the growth, and people are just happy to be a part of the growth, and I know that because I feel that way with YouTubers I watch, where I go, wow, that's really cool that you're like. There's this one guy I watch. He's something like he's blown up because he talks about the stimulus plan, and when I look on YouTube, I can see my stats versus someone else's, which can be crazy, but it's also inspiring because he's making something like 70 times what I'm making. So he's making $250,000 this month. And that's YouTube ad revenue that direct deposits every the 21st of the month. So that's not like, oh, am I going to clear this check? That goes straight into the bank. And when you get to that level, YouTube ad revenue becomes about 20% of your total revenue, because at that level, you've got seminars, merchandise, live shows. For me, it would be less like seminars and more like live stand-up comedy, merchandise, like what I would love more than anything. And you've been there with me after like a stand-up show is I love performing. The hardest part is getting an audience that actually cares to be there and wants to be there. And there's this weird thing that happens where the more professional, better up you get, the more people are there to see you, the more they listen, the more they laugh, the better the energy of the room is. The exponential growth to go from an open mic to a show where people want to be there is like, whoa.
Yeah.
So to have that as something like, all right, I'm going to be in Scottsdale at a 99-seat theater, not trying to sell out a Coliseum, 99-seat theater, tickets are on sale. The venue, they take all the drink revenue and I get the door. Boom. Sure. We got a business. So that's
totally.
And so doable. And I look at the comics that do that go like, all right, I'll tweet this on sale, and on one level, you've got comics that will do that at the Madison Square Gardens. They'll tweet it and it's sold out. And the blessing to not have to worry about that. And I'm at the level now where I don't pretend to be any farther along than I want to be. Like, it's a long, slow growth process. You've probably seen me have better sets and worse sets. You've probably seen a little of both. But getting that stage time in is so important. So if you can get an audience that builds a little equity and a little demand, that's the key. That's the key to opening doors.
Absolutely. And again, you're doing it. You're doing it.
So we got a revolving door of new people and old people. We're talking to Patsy Kenny here. I've had you on the phone, for 47 minutes. I got to let you go.
Oh boy, that's easy for us to do. I don't want to take any more airtime.
I'm about to read the phone book. You've got a lot going on. People right now, get on her Instagram. Anything else
Good, because it'll invite me to show up there more consistently as I get the other stuff going.
Absolutely. And for everyone who's listening, a lot of people have said, are you going to promote her? Yeah. Whenever Patsy's got the content she needs, we got you on here. So just hang tight for her. And what else is there to say?
I just adore you. I'm so grateful for your continued love and support, and I have had the best day celebrating you in Little Roadie in my office, getting nothing else done but just being distracted by the amazing conversations that have been had here today. So thanks.
Well, I appreciate you, as you know, that goes without saying, and I'm glad everyone got to say hi to you and read the comment section. There's some nice comments there for you, of course.
Awesome. Nice to meet everybody.
What's the saying? 1 mile down, 99 to go. How does that saying go? 10,000 more. It's like 1 mile down, 10,000 more to go. Whatever it is, we've got a long journey ahead of us. But what I love about you is you've always appreciated the ride, and that's the most important part, right?
It is, totally, and right back at you. So why we're kismet. All right, big love.
All right, love you, Patsy. You're the best. Say hi to everyone out there, and everyone go support Patsy on Instagram. I'll talk to you later. Enjoy the rest of the stream. Take care. All righty. There it is, folks. Patsy Kenny, one of the best. One of the best. I got to get the music back going. Loving these calls. I don't know if we had some really great ones back to back. Everyone's been great, but I was spacing it out so much at the beginning because I didn't want to burn through anything earlier. I am just shocked my camera's still on. Isn't that special? I guess Tasha's coming back for the toast. We're going to do a 5 p.m. toast. It might not be exactly at 5 p.m. because she's not here yet, but it might be. We're going to do our little champagne toast, and I'm going to start dipping into some hard seltzer and all that jazz. If I missed any comments, rather than me going back a whole bunch, just let me know if there's anything. If you just tuned in for the end of my chat with Patsy, she's just a really good friend of mine, very creative. I've always respected how creative she is, but also like she's got we just call it the Patsy touch. She comes from a small, quaint town in Maine, just very friendly family, very creative, and she's going places. She's been places. So anyhow, we're here to talk to our friends. I guess I'll play a couple voicemails here because I can't quite get through them fast enough. For a live update, we're at 11,087 subscribers. There might be more than that. I don't really trust these stats right now. Doesn't it feel like it's hard to tell. Hard to tell, folks. 180,000 views in the last 48 hours. So thank you for all of that. And for all the new subscribers. Thank you guys all so much. I'm going to play a couple of voicemails, which is just going to give me a chance to take a sip of water. So let's get into voicemails. I'm going to try to get into this right here.
Hey, Dave. It's Huey calling from Alaska again. Hey, I just wanted to call and say congratulations on 10K. That's awesome. Me and my wife, Gemma, has been watching since, I think, like Ari's season, maybe. We've had a friend come over one time that was like, you guys got to check this guy out. It's just like a funny review. And we watched when I first started watching, it was like, I think he just had like a laptop at the kitchen table. Yeah. And you were doing poems every time, which I was going to ask last time, what happened to the poems? When did that just phase out? But anyways, it's all hilarious, and it's kind of cool to see a dude talk about it, because I don't know, it's kind of hard to justify why I like the show. I've been sucked in. I can't stop. Actually, one of your videos, you just posted the video where you're like, I'm close with this show, and I kind of feel the same way, where it's like I watch it and I'm like, what am I doing? Like, why are we even watching this? But I feel like I'm just too invested at this point. So I don't know. We really like watching your reviews and interacting in the live. So good job. Talk to you later.
Oh, thank you so much. First of all, I love the name Huey. I'd love to know more about what you're doing up in Alaska. Are you from there? And also, The Bachelor, give it credit. If you got to get stuck watching a show with your lady, it ain't the worst show to watch. Some of the period piece shows Tasha gets me to watch, I can't follow Old English. These shows, they're like CW, like Victorian era shows. It's just a bunch of chicks with their tits pressed up to their chins, clearly not even in British accents. And I don't know. I digress. Apparently, I say I digress a lot. Let's play like a drinking game whenever I say I digress. Thank you so much, Huey. I think I just had... Sorry, Darren, if you're in the stream still, I'm sorry. I'm really trying to blend this all together. Do you want to call in? Also, I got a $5... Got to play the cheer. $5 from Emma Tilson. Patsy summed it up perfectly, Dave. You deserve this milestone for all your hard work. I've got it all written down here. I've got it all written down. Those are all the donations. I didn't plan on making this a donations list. I just wanted to keep track of all of it. If anyone's given a donation or loves receiving mail, let me know in the description and I'll send you a postcard. Now, if you've already gotten a postcard, just tell me what the postcard had on it because I have multiple postcards, so I don't send you the same postcard. I'll gladly send you a new postcard. We got some voicemails. Lisa just said she's going to Skype in. Let me see if Darren's coming first because let me say, can you Skype in now? I don't know if you're listening. Sorry, Darren. You know, I know the smart thing would have been to have like people Skype in at certain times, but I didn't want to hold people to specific time frames and all that just because, you know, people come and go. GJ said, this is Dave and we love it. Stick-to-itiveness. Yeah, thank you so much. Sunshine said, Dave, you have reached over 11,000 subscribers. Woohoo. Esma said, my favorite bachelorette was Hannah B. I liked Hannah. Let me see if Darren called. I liked Hannah, but also I don't like people that like get extra dumb Southern. I'm not saying Southern people are dumb. I'm saying he's like, roll tide, y'all. Like it just kind of bothers me. And it shouldn't because I'm like, yeah, Cole Brady. Like I get it. I just have this thing where I'm like, ugh. Like when you play into the whole like, you know, it's probably me that I'm jealous because I don't come from like a state where college football was big. So like I don't have that whole like, yo, Connecticut sucks. Yo, no, Rhode Island sucks. Like we just don't exist there. By the way, we're gonna eat this. This is a chocolate. This is a chocolate heart or chocolate rose I've had here. Maybe Darren has tried to Skype me. I'm a little clogged up on here. I knew my chat with Patsy would be great, but I'm surprised by my chat with Abigail because I didn't know what I was expecting. And talk about really eye-opening, eloquent conversation about defamation. I mean, you call me. I'm telling Darren, you call me. I don't know how to call you. I'll try to call him. Nikki said, I tried leaving a voicemail. It must be too late. I'm at work. I just wanted to say I'm super proud of you. I might have to leave when the reservations come in soon. Thank you so much, Nikki. No, the voicemail should be live. Maybe you left one. Maybe you didn't. I'm not really sure here. Lisa wants to Skype in. Lisa, let me get to you after Darren. Nikki said, try to Venmo me. Darren, my Skype is my handle, D Neals. It's D Neals. Nikki, I appreciate you so much. You've been such a kind supporter. It's always good to know people's names. Huey in Alaska, Nikki in San Diego. 21 minutes ago, I got a Venmo from Bethany Bird. That's very kind, Bethany. I'm going to shout you out right now. The Venmos don't always go through right away. Hold on a second. Nikki left one too. Nikki, I got your Venmo. Thank you so much. I'm just seeing these. A lot happened in that conversation. So Bethany said, congratulations on reaching 10K. So glad I stumbled across you while watching YouTube when disgusted. When I was watching YouTube when disgusted by TV. You're amazing and this is well deserved. Thank you for your wonderful content and being genuine. I don't subscribe to many, but we truly... Yes, husband even has been listening. Enjoy your content. Congratulations on hitting 11. So Bethany sent a $10 Venmo for 10,000 and an $11 Venmo for 11,000. That is so kind. That is so kind of you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, Bethany. Nikki left $13. Nikki, really, so kind. I can't keep up with this. Jessica, I got Jessica earlier, and then I just got... I'm just refreshing this, guys. I just got Anna left $15, and it says, get some pie. Anna, thank you so much for that. Please, everyone who's donating, shoot me your email mail privately, and I'll send you a postcard. I'd really love to. Anna, okay, I recognize your handle. You know, it's hard to tell on it's hard to tell sometimes when I'm seeing who's donating. But thank you guys so much. I mean, it's overwhelming. And I don't. Sometimes people wonder if I'm being sarcastic. No. It's overwhelming. I mean, Tasha's gonna come home and be like, it's crazy. Marion said, "I'll take a." Okay. Marion got the Christmas card, not a postcard. Good. I was worried because I know I sent you something over there. So Marion, let me know. So you never got a postcard. Tell me that when you message me. If you wouldn't mind just messaging me on Instagram, because these comments just fly by and I'll never remember who wanted one. Lynn said, my dad started watching The Bachelor with me, Matt James season, just for the women, then quickly realized how ugly inside the women are and stopped watching with me. I mean, this season would be a bad season for somebody who thinks they're going to watch a show about female empowerment. Bad season for that. Just because it's been so ugly. I got to add a few people on Skype here. It looks like I added Lisa on Skype. You said you're going to call back. And then let me see if I can call Darren. I don't know if I have you, Darren. Oh, I'm getting something. Let's see who this is. Is this Darren? I didn't really get to see who this was. Hey! All right, hold on. They can hear you, but they can't see you. Hold on one second. You know me and technology. This is gotta pause that. And then let me.
It was like I was back in 2005 having to use Skype again.
Now I can hear some. You got to turn off your YouTube, I believe. I sound like the radio guys. Please turn off the station. Yeah, I'm going to set you up. I'm talking to my man, Darren Napier over here. You're the first caller that doesn't have something you're trying to sell me. No, I'm not saying anyone has anything they're trying to sell me, but everyone's got something they're promoting, and there you are, just ready for COVID to end so you can go on the golf course.
Exactly. Although, hey, golf is a COVID-friendly sport. So.
Oh, that is true. Now, you moved to we've sort of tic-tacked around each other's lives from University of Rhode Island. Well, I said before that, from baseball, high school, different towns kind of knew each other. University of Rhode Island, fraternity. You moved to Nashville. I moved to LA. You moved to LA. Now you're in Texas. So we've kind of sort of been our friendship has stumbled around the country, if you will.
Yeah. Say that.
How's the new place? You're in a brand new place in Austin. I know you haven't really gotten to experience Austin in a complete is the COVID culture in Texas just off the rails?
It's tough. So news that cases terrible. Which I think Claire and I do a good job of self-quarantining. But the one thing I will say is that when it comes to Los Angeles, one thing that we really loved doing was going to local breweries, things along those lines. So from that standpoint alone, I would say, that old saying, everything's bigger in Texas, that it holds true in the sense that the breweries are larger. So they I think every brewery that we've visited has had an outdoor space so that everyone is socially distanced. They all require masks. This is like the liberal oasis in a massively conservative state. So from that standpoint, everyone, everywhere I've gone has been wearing masks. They require masks. So you don't have any crazy people screaming that masks are a conspiracy or any of that stuff. But yeah, it's been good. Obviously, I think one thing that people, when they think of Austin, they think of the music scene. Just being able to get to a sense of normalcy where the city is operating the way it was pre-COVID, I think it'll be really fun to kind of really get to explore more about.
I was going to say, you moved in the early stages of COVID, but so you haven't been there at all in a COVID-free life.
Exactly.
That's crazy. Yeah, that's wild because you're you got a job there, you're ready to go, you move there, and then nothing. You can't. I guess you can do a little bit, but and didn't you guys get snow a few weeks ago? Is that right? I'm not good with my geography, but does Texas get snow?
Yeah, it's pretty chilly here. Obviously we're southern Texas, but I'm pretty sure that Dallas gets snow somewhat regularly.
You know, we were 46 degrees this morning. A lot of people don't believe Los Angeles gets cold. Obviously, you lived here, you know, but a lot of people don't realize that, like, this ain't like Miami. West Coast is like a desert. It gets cold. We've actually got a crazy storm approaching, and I was looking, I mean, I don't know when it's coming, but it was supposed to be a really big storm. It's going to dump a couple feet of snow up in the mountains nearby. But like, yeah, you can literally, you know this from living on the beach, you can literally on a clear day be sitting on the beach and from the right vantage point, see snow on the top of the mountains. It's wild out here.
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing I will say that I miss about our old apartment in Manhattan Beach is we walk out the front door, you can just kind of see over the crest of the hill, and so you could see the ocean. And if you turn to the right, you would just, to your point, if there had been moisture that had come through LA, you would see these snow-capped mountains. And it was almost kind of like, I don't know, unreal, because you have the ocean and then you know, so two serious elements that appear to be so close to each other, which obviously those mountains are not entirely nearby. But.
Well, you know what I love? I'm gonna pivot this. You know what I love about you, and I'll tell you this just in a phone call or a text message, just like I tell Patsy, like my close friends. I was telling Tasha yesterday about my leap to move to Brooklyn, and as I was describing my move to Brooklyn, I was like, yeah, Darren drove me to Brooklyn to move me there. You drove 4 hours to move me and then drove back that night, I believe. I don't even really remember that. But that was insane of you. Like the generosity and it all kind of like, hopefully when it's all said and done, we've both helped each other. But just knowing I've got like a brother like you that does these types of things that no sane person in the world would do. Like you and I, for the people watching, have traveled to a bunch of random cities for a bunch of random jobs. We've done New Year's together in Times Square. We've done it in other Nashville. We've been all over the place, and we've lived in the same city and we've lived apart. And one of my favorite memories is always something so mundane, but I've spent so many nights like passed out at your pad in Newport and riding. I would pay money to have like security footage of this, but riding with you on your tiny scooter after playing like tennis together. Like we probably looked in the no fault, you know, in this, but we probably looked like the gayest little couple scooting to tennis practice together. And you're literally barely a motor scooter.
Shorts, hey.
Are you going to get a scooter in Austin? Are you going to go back to the scooter life?
Funny you say that, because that's actually one thing that I will say about the city is parking seems to be a bit annoying. And so, I mean, I guess it makes me wonder of like, okay, if parking is annoying now, what is it going to be like when everybody is allowed to go and do whatever they want?
Right.
And so that was one thing that Claire and I had talked about, was maybe, I want to get a motorcycle. So if I did that, then that would be replacement. That would be a replacement of the moped. But otherwise, I could see the benefit, because it's just so easy to just stroll up to wherever you're going and just kind of throw it off. You don't have to drive around for 10 minutes looking for somewhere to park to then walk 2.5 blocks.
And of course, when we lived in Newport, parking is very impossible in the summer, and to be able to pop your scooter. Now they've got these little electric bicycles, not like the little ones, but like they're basically like motorcycles for like the city. They're just ridiculous, and the people are just, and I mean, don't get me wrong, these are still like probably $10,000 bicycles. And then you got to be careful because they can get stolen super easily. But it does seem like it would be great if you live in like a small, or like a place where you don't need that much of a range just to zip around in.
Oh yeah, I mean, honestly, if I were to ever move back to Newport, I don't think I would be there in the summer without having a moped. Just because a moped in the summertime in Newport, Rhode Island is like the ultimate, form of transportation.
Well, what's so funny about you, for those listening, like one of your jobs was a waiter at a very exclusive restaurant, and when you tell me, but when you wait, each level of the restaurant had like a different class system. So that top class system was like white tuxedo. So like you'd be on your scooter after a shift, just dressed like you owned the city. So it's like the only people that ride scooters are like wealthy people and poor people, or maybe not, but I like the premise. And there you're going around looking like this eccentric billionaire, just zipping around town.
Yeah, man. I mean, honestly, speaking of that, I'm surprised I didn't kill myself with some of the nights, just leaving there, just absolutely annihilated from every time I was serving somebody a drink, I was having one of my own. But yeah, that was.
Susan Rich commented that I have some really good friends, and I do. And you and Patsy, and you guys are just top shelf in the support you've given to me. When, as I was saying to Patsy, I can share with you growth on my channel as sort of like I was saying this before. It's like if I believed in some science project I was doing, and then I can finally go like, look, it works. And to be able to share to be able to share that with you, for me has been more just like, I know you guys care so much about all of us kind of succeeding. So I've appreciated ways that you've reached out that you would never make public, you would never share with anybody, but your generosity and always wanting to make sure that like I'm taken care of, and showing up to comedy shows that I would never promote at flights and dive places, that just, it means the world to me. And living in a world where like, I don't think everyone's out to get me. I just think everyone's so focused on their own thing, to know that I've got friends out there that would drive me to Brooklyn. And I don't even remember that as the top 1,000 things that you've done to help me out. But to know that that's one of them, what is just like, thank you for that, Yeah,
man. And obviously that's really kind of you to mention me in the same breath as Patsy, because Patsy's a phenomenal person. But yeah, speaking of comedy, that's one thing that, as you've said, the city of Austin is getting more and more, they're upping their comedy game. So I do look forward, that's one thing that I've said before, is when it's all said and done, to have you out to hopefully get you on stage somewhere here to kind of reminisce from when I was the guy in the back row, kind of laughing at it.
I would love it. I would absolutely love that, and I can't wait for that to come. I got a surprise for you. Someone just entered. Tasha, you want to guess who I'm talking to? Take a guess. She goes, how am I supposed to guess? I mentioned this person yesterday when we were in the shower together. That's weird. Can you remember who? Hold on, she's coming in. It's Darren. I'm with Darren. Darren's on the show. Come on in, grab this microphone when you get a chance, and grab those headphones so you can hear Darren. I got a mic and a headphone ready for Tasha. Susan called in. Our pizza mom called in. Patsy called in. And we're actually almost at the 5 o'clock happy hour, which is, what is that, 6 o'clock your time? No, I'm sorry, 7, right? You're 2 hours. You're 2 hours east of us. I don't want to blow up your spot in what you do, but I did want to highlight your faith in yourself from leaving a job that most people would, like I was talking to Patsy, right, about how family sometimes they've got good intentions, but they're not risk adverse. You were able to pivot from one career without any guarantee of another job employment and learn, train, grow into something, I would say, completely different. Can you you don't have to get into specifics, but I don't think you've ever, I don't know, maybe you give yourself credit and you're being modest, but that's like a gigantic gamble in the self, knowing you've got one thing that's not exactly what you want, and then just going for something else. And when I know people that can be successful in multiple things, it's like Tom Brady leaving the Patriots. Was it the system? No. Tom Brady went to the Bucs and he gave it to him. Like, you got it. So like for you to, so what was that like making that decision when things were probably going in a good direction, good pay, this and that, to just change it all up?
Well, thank you for that. I could die happily now that somebody's compared me to Tom Brady.
Careful.
Yeah, I think it was not easy. And I think largely in part, maybe I was a little naive because I maybe hadn't done enough research to know exactly how scary of a leap of faith I was taking. But yeah, I think it was just something that, like, I know that I've always been a problem solver, and the role I was in as a sales manager for TCL, like one of 4 of their sales managers at the time, it just seemed like I wasn't using my brain enough. It was just like this really old school method of sales because it was, it's retail. And, oddly enough, televisions are one of the few products out there that every year consumers expect them to not only get better, but to get cheaper. And so just kind of dealing with this old school, I don't know, it's just everything about it. It just was super stressful, especially when you consider, again, retail. Your typical holiday for everybody in the United States is what? A sale at some store somewhere. So like days where I was supposed to be able to have a vacation, I was getting emails and just I couldn't sleep well. And so it was just really kind of an assessment that I said to myself of like, if there's ever a chance, one, to be able to see if you can use kind of your cognitive thinking ability, but then two, like hopefully have a better work-life balance. Like this is it. And worst case, like you can always go back to a sales job, I guess that was my thought process on it, is that I was willing to take a gamble enough on myself, knowing that worst case scenario, I wouldn't be back in the same position I was at the time I left that job, but I could probably get back there within a year or two's time.
And how would you objectively say the leap has been? Now, Tasha's doesn't have her headphones on yet because she's just getting in here. I'm talking to Darren about taking the leap off of one a successful job and moving without any sort of like basically only having faith that you can do it. Like, what was did it pan out as quickly as you thought it would? And all that. Let me know.
Well, I mean, I guess the one thing that, again, not really knowing too much about it, like about this industry of software development and just computer science, is you'll never know everything, And so the one unique thing, when I think about the anxiety I used to have, is that in this industry, there's a thing called imposter syndrome, where, don't get me wrong, like every day I work with these guys that have been doing this for tens of years, and so they make it look extremely easy. And like when we have these conversations, some of the times it's just like so far over my head that it makes me wonder, like, wow, like how am I teamed up with these people? Did something like go right in the interview process, or did they miss some flag?
They sure missed some flag if they took you. They didn't call me for references. I had a couple stories.
But no, yeah. So, I mean, I guess, so from that standpoint, it's great because technology is always evolving. The languages that people use to write software are always changing to try and make them more efficient. And so it's, from that standpoint, I'm always going to be learning. So it's never going to necessarily get boring per se. I mean, don't get me wrong, like, here I am trying to solve this problem as to why this certain query is not working. And, it's tons and tons of lines of just what looks like gibberish. Trying to figure that out, it can be mundane, but it's like the sense and the satisfaction you get when, I still remember the first time I made like a really basic application, and to see it like show up on the screen was just like, oh my God.
Yeah, it's like a reward mechanism for, not to equate it to building IKEA furniture, but like on a lower level, it's like, oh, I followed directions and I made something happen. And then your level is obviously way more complicated, but there is something about the human body that wants to create. And in some jobs in a cubicle, if you're forwarding papers and stamping this, you don't feel any sort of like purpose, like you're not doing anything. So there's definitely like something to be said about learning how to find ways to create and do something that's, got value.
Oh no, absolutely. I mean, I've definitely, I've been in a sales job where it felt like every day was hopping on a hamster wheel to run as fast as I could to, at the end of the day, get off, and then, you go back in and rinse and repeat. And, there'd be times where we're closing $1 million or more contracts, and like, oh, great. You give like a second to pat yourself on the back, and then you just got to dial the next number.
Yeah, no, then they're like, all right, now you can do X amount in sales. So show up every month and do that.
Right. And it's an entirely different, mentality and just kind of everything about it. But
What? Do you have any drinks nearby?
give me a second, and I'll be right back.
All right, Darren's going to get a drink. Tasha, how are you? Good. Tasha's over here. Tasha, do you want? We're at 5 o'clock actually, so I'm going to put the music back on. I might actually. Sorry. No, I can't put Jimmy Buffett on because I'll lose my monetization. Although, but I can put this music back on, and then just turn it down a little bit here. Keep that music on low, and then Tasha's going to come in here for a toast. Darren's left me with an empty bedroom. What if Claire came into the bedroom, Tasha? Well, he just left his screen on. This is why I love the movie Paranormal Activity. Oh, there you are. I love the movie Paranormal Activity because they'll leave these like security camera shots on where nothing's happening, and you're like, I'm waiting for something to happen. I'm looking in the back. It's like, is Claire gonna walk by? What's happening over there? I didn't want to get a full bottle of champagne because I got a busy day tomorrow, and I know my voice is already going to be fried. Although I have to say, my voice is in way better shape than I thought it might be at this hour because 2 hours in, I was feeling really rough. But as you know, I've committed to a 24-hour live stream when I hit 100,000 subscribers. What did Tasha say?
Oh my God.
Are you ready? All right, Tasha, I'm going to let you pop it. Tasha's in charge of popping. Tasha, we had a great conversation with Susan. You're going to have to re-listen to it. Oh, and also, Tasha, Abigail called. Darren, were you here for that conversation? The lawyer?
Yeah.
Yeah. Let me turn down the audio here. We had a third-year law student call in. Oh, pardon me here. I'm just trying to... I'll just turn the audio off. Move more?
Yeah. No, your chair. So I can
Oh, my chair? Oh, this is going to ruin the whole green screen.
No, I got it. I'm holding it. There you go.
This is a real setup here. Darren, you know our place. The fact that we can put a studio in this kitchen is laughable. You need a microphone and that microphone should be good. I changed the port, so you should be good on that microphone. Darren, you got a drink?
I got a drink.
Okay, we're gonna do an official. Do you want to pop it or you want me to pop it? All right, I'm gonna pop it and I'm gonna try to spray it. I guess I'd rather hit the green screen than all the expensive stuff. Spray
it this way.
Yeah, I don't think anything's gonna happen here. But I do want to, Darren, I'm glad to have you here for the toast. It's the 5 p.m. happy hour champagne toast. I want to thank everyone. I got to look at the real camera. I got to thank everyone so much for 10,000 subscribers. I know it's just a step along the way, but I wanted to just have a concrete moment of just gratitude in the midst of all the other things that are going on. So thanks so much. And here's to all of you guys for being a part of it. And also, are we on camera here? To all the subscribers that are yet to come. I think I got this, right? Just trying to give a good little... You got to get it like halfway and then...
I remember the pop the bottle of champagne.
What's the secret?
You're supposed to grip it with your hand and not
Well, I'm
actually
trying to get it so I can shoot it kind of nice. The dog's going to freak out. There it goes. Here we go. Hey! There it is, everybody. Let me get a little pour here.
A little baby.
Who's here?
Whoa.
Is someone
I
here?
left the door unlocked.
Who's here? Is it Channing?
Hey.
Whoa! What are you doing?
Channing,
What
come on in.
is this?
Here,
Oh my gosh. This is stupid. This is... Oh, this is dumb. I got Darren in the screen. Darren Channing. I think you guys have met.
Yeah,
Man, what's
up,
happening,
man?
buddy? How are you?
What's up, buddy?
Look
Congrats.
at this. This is hilarious. How dumb is this? You're the bottle shot girl. Is this from you or from Channing?
Crystal made that.
No way. Crystal made
That's
this?
handmade.
I love Diet Cokes. How do I get this in and then the dog's freaking out. Here, put some headphones on if you want to listen. And then that microphone's live if you want to talk onto it. I love Diet Coke. This is a culmination of a lot. This is hilarious. Channing just texted me a few minutes ago saying, how do I call in? And I was going to be like, Skype in, bitch.
I was gonna, but I didn't want to interrupt this call. I was gonna do a Skype call and then have it while
that
I was
would have
walking
been
in.
that would have been good.
Yeah, but
This
you
is
talked too
funny.
much and you were on this one too long.
You're out of breath. You must be winded from your entrance.
I am. I came up those stairs fast.
Do you want some of this? You want some champagne?
Sure. I was trying to get here for the bottle pop.
Well, there you go.
I missed it.
Cheers, my
How
man.
do we do it? Cheers.
All right. Cheers, Darren.
Congrats.
Out there, everyone out there. Cheers to everybody. Oh, I just spilt. I just
I almost got
I
on
just
your
cut it on
computer.
the cord.
But do you want me to hop off so you can have somebody else?
Yeah. I wanted to finish my shout out to Darren. Thank you so much, buddy, for being there. Drove me to Brooklyn from Rhode Island to move me in. I mean, that says, you know, and that's the least of all the things. So thanks, my man. I hope to see you soon in Texas or wherever we see you. Like I said, we got to get on a boat, find some like Texan lake we can go hang out on or whatever. And tell Claire we said hi and thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. All right. Darren Napier, everybody. Let me get out of that. You see how this works there?
Later, Kenny.
Later, buddy. Take care.
You do this, then we do this. It's like editing. You just go to your screen. It's all like layered. Pretty cool, right?
That is pretty cool.
I'll put the music back on. You got one? Oh, you got headphones on. All right. I'll just put some tunes on. So I'm going to be talking to Channing over here, my co-creator. Oh, there's got to be some people in the chat room that are really excited. Oh, no. So sorry. Your microphone might have a problem. You got to play with this part. There we go. Maybe not touch it at all. Tasha, you know what you might have to do is get a separate... feedback coming. Yeah, it's a problem that might be with this microphone. You know what we can do is I think you can just talk into this one. Yeah. Let me just
need to do much talking. I'm not here to stay long.
What have you been up to?
Nothing. There's nothing to do.
Can you guys hear Channing if he talks like this? It should be pretty good. I was dreading this. You were texting me yesterday and I was just like, oh, turn that off. I was dreading like the anxiety of wondering how we were going to pull this off, but the toast is with 2 hours left, and I feel like that last hour is just going to be like housekeeping, cleaning, you know, not physical housekeeping, but just like, you know, saying goodbye to people and everything. Mm-hmm. Dude, look at this. Look how nuts this is.
These are all people who called in?
These are all people that donated.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. I mean, it's about $500. And I think there was a few that I haven't even gotten to yet. And I didn't even ask for, I wasn't doing this to ask for donations. They just were.
That's enough to cover the mover's fee, so I guess I don't have to show up.
Yeah, well, it'll cover a lot of pizza.
Oh, yeah. There we go.
I've nominated Channing to help me move, but I feel like if you do help, you'll get your fair share of usage of the pad, as we'll be hosting events and potentially be doing Survivor recaps. My thought is
Did you already discuss that?
I thought I was with people.
Yeah, with people. Did you bring it up?
I said that it might be an option to do a backyard like tiki, like set up some tiki torches. You've got the nice lighting. Can you guys hear me? Okay, I think it's fine, right? Everyone is getting home from work now, so we'll be there busy. Yeah. We've had about 150 people come and go the whole time,
awesome.
Which is more like 1,000, maybe 2,000 people because people come and leave and all that jazz. But what I was gonna say is. The idea of tiki torches, maybe you have a stupid bandana. You said you already have one.
Yep.
And then just going live after the show from the backyard seems like
it's called a buff, actually.
Yeah, it's called a buff.
Yeah.
So here's what I did last night. I'm watching season 20 of Survivor.
It's blood versus water.
It's heroes versus villains.
Ah.
So the last episode, from what I knew from previous seasons, was like they do a live tally of the votes. Mm-hmm. So I've watched 18 episodes, 18 hours is baloney or whatever, and then I knew I fell asleep, so I went to the last episode to start, and they had just crowned the winner. So I literally and Tasha, are you there? Yeah. Tasha, I was in bed like, damn it! I started. She goes, what? I was like, I just spoiled the Survivor for myself.
Have you started getting Survivor sleep anxiety yet? That's when you know you're in too deep, because I've gone back. I've done season 28 all the way up to 33, and then back to like 18 or 19 through 27. I don't even know where the fuck I'm at. Can I cuss?
No.
Sorry. I don't know where I'm at.
I mean,
but
you can, but yeah.
And with that crazy music that they do, the crazy intro music and all the drums, and then the haka chants that they do.
Well, yeah, we have to get that made for ourselves. We'll get the torches.
Have Chris do it.
I feel like it'll be pretty easy, and then we have the live stream set up, and then it'll just cut right to us with like some sort of Kontiki, whatever it's called. People can't see, but the dog is obsessed with Channing. He's our go-to friend who watches the dog. I don't know why I'm not picking up audio. Oh, there it goes. Oh, loud. I've been playing my...
Crystal's watching live right now.
Oh, Crystal's watching live. Crystal, thank you so much for this 10,000. I don't know how to get it closer. There's so much on the table. Maybe if you put it up front.
Block you?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, maybe. Here. You know what? Here, I'll hold it right here.
I think they got a good look at it.
No, this needs to be featured.
This is 10 cans of Coke.
10 cans of Coke. We hit 11,000 subscribers today.
Crystal told me. She was texting on the way here.
So obviously Channing is a huge part comedically of what we do. We've been friends for a long time, And I tell you this, and I know you don't take a compliment well because we're all weird. But I thought you were funny the second we met. Huh. Like I said, it wore off. No kidding. It wore off. You're right. This is big.
Polar opposites.
But I love that we got a little comedic duo thing happening. Mm-hmm. And my hope though is that this channel can just dominate on such a level that it'll just naturally feed other things. People that are following mansplaining, that's something that Channing and I jumped on. It was kind of another friend's project. Oh, the dog's gonna break. Tasha, the dog's he's gonna trip all this stuff out. I can see you. You know when you watch Jurassic Park and you see the grass moving? I see cords moving. The dog's about to. Hey, Tasha.
He's gonna spray venom.
Hold on, the dog's about to knock over the tripod. We're gonna get 9 hours in and lose the stream. I don't know what the dog's doing, but I gotta get him. I gotta move him. So let me move the dog. You just hold that cord. Hold on, he's reversing. You got him?
Should I just take over?
Oh, watch him. Yeah, you got it.
What's up, guys? All right, so welcome back to the Channing Apodaca show. I'm so happy to have finally hit 11,000 subscribers today. One of the easiest things I've ever done. It
Tasha,
just comes naturally.
Will you hang out just so he doesn't? You want to be a part of this, or? All right, dog. I'm literally watching cords move. The other day, he just sat on cords and it pulled everything out of the computer. This is just.
That sounds like me playing Xbox.
Yeah, so Channing knows I'm a psycho. I was talking to Patsy and a few other friends on the live stream about how like poor Tasha has had to deal with my like obsessiveness, and you've had to deal with it when I'm like, bro, this is the analytics, this is what you need to do. But like, I don't want to be that guy. I just see basically like a wave of like a river of us to tap into, and it's just tough when we create content like Posers, which we love, but it's almost like the show has just been shadow banned. Like people love it, yet no one can find it. It's not searchable right now. It just hasn't. It's almost like we've been tapping the maple trees trying to get syrup, and 20 trees there's no, and everyone else has syrup, and we're like, or sap or whatever, and it's like we know we're making good stuff, but it just hasn't gone anywhere. So hopefully the people that follow this will kind of like see the other content, and eventually it'll click. But I don't know.
Well, today it's just all about this channel and all the hard work that you've put in. I just wanted to come by, drop that little pinata off, give you a 10-pack of Diet Cokes, and tell you that I'm stoked for you. I don't ever want to hear about any promotions anymore. No, I'm just genuinely happy for you. You've been working really hard.
Oh, man.
And you did it, and it came up kind of just a little bit out of nowhere, right?
I thought this would happen in May, just by judging.
May of this year or last year?
I thought it would happen in a few months.
Gotcha.
Like the 10,000. I mean, don't get me wrong. A year ago, it was at 2,000. So I think it's kind of one of those things that hopefully 10 turns into 50. I'm gonna do the 24-hour live stream at which that'll be. I think that'll be fun in the sense that 10 hours is cool, but like you're not gonna see me being like messed up. Whereas like if I can find a time to do a 24-hour, like maybe start midday, go throughout the night, and get the next day, it could be kind of fun. But again, this is all kind of just for me. Like this doesn't really benefit anybody other than a couple cool interviews and all that. But we're at 8 hours and change, and then the rest will just kind of be smooth sailing at this point.
Hour and a half left over.
Yeah, just an hour and a half, and I'm gonna stop right at 7 because I know Tasha knows this. When I say the live stream's gonna end, usually there's like, an hour left after that because it's kind of like, sing goodbye to someone. Then you're about to sign off. Someone donates $50, and you're like, okay, we're back.
And we're sticking around.
We're good. But
it's like having an OnlyFans and somebody's like, just one more foot pic, and you're like, all I gotta do is take one sock off.
One more cucumber.
Crystal was asking about it today, and she's like, that guy's gonna talk for 10 hours straight, and I was like, if anybody is going to talk for 10 hours straight, it's going to be Dave Neal. I probably have 10 hours of voice memos in my text chats with you. Enough to fill up a whole block of this.
I'll send you voice notes, and then if you turn the phone at all, it'll like delete the voice note. So I'm like, I'll send like 3 minutes in, and then it'll delete. I'm like, here we go again. Yeah, I don't know. I have a hard problem with silence. Even after someone gets off the phone, I'm like, put the music back on quick. I'm gonna lose somebody. But yeah, I mean, you can see this. This is humbling. I mean, I couldn't get.
That's awesome.
I mean, this is just a list of 50s, 35s, 20s, 10s.
What is that? Queen
Amures.
Sounds like a Nigerian scammer.
Well,
she actually gave you money.
This isn't Nigeria, but Aaron called in from Zimbabwe. I haven't even gotten to half the voicemails. You want to listen to a few voicemails?
Sure.
All right, let's listen to a few voicemails. Thank you guys all for calling in and all that jazz.
And what are you going to do with this information that you have?
I'm probably just going to shout it out. I just started writing it all down. There's this weird thing that happens in the world where when you start acknowledging donations, more come in. It's something that I've just noticed with Bachelor. The first donation that I ever got with Bachelor was...
The rich only get richer, huh?
Well, the first donation I got was last year, and I mentioned it, and it was like, the whole joke was like, oh, I can get some guacamole at Chipotle, you know? Got $3. Then someone's like, you want guacamole? Get a burrito. And then someone donates $8, and the next thing you know, someone donated threw it $100. I was like, Jesus! Like, I mean, I'm happy for everything, but this was like, whoa!
Did you actually buy a burrito with it?
I don't think so. No, I don't think so. I mean, I like burritos, but I was gonna buy one
wasted your
either.
money.
So let's go through a few of these and see where people are calling from. I feel like
These people are just waiting on a line?
No, these are voicemails that we got. My phone's... Hold on, I froze my phone. So just hold on, folks. We'll go through these. Crystal, is she outside?
No.
Okay, I didn't know if she was like outside.
She was gonna come, but I wanted to get here. She had to make that pinata, and then we just wanted to save time.
Now notice, let me ask you this, and the people in the audience, as a guy, when I listen to a female voicemail... Tasha, do you do this? Do you ever hear a guy voicemail and assume it's like the sexiest guy ever? No, you don't do that? I do that. When I hear a voicemail, I immediately... And maybe it's like an optimistic thing. I'm immediately like, this is the sexiest voicemail.
You start falling in love and making plans?
Yeah, absolutely. I go,
I could
Tasha, I'm
marry
getting
you."
calls over here. This is Courtney from South Carolina. Let's see what she has to say.
Dave, it's Courtney from South Carolina. It is so great to see that you've hit 10K. And I've been watching your Bachelor recaps pretty much from the beginning when you used to make mad fun of the franchise. But I'm so glad to see all of this kicking off. And again, congrats.
Well, thank you so much for that, Courtney from South Carolina. I love a nice, concise, sweet voicemail wishing us congrats. Thank you so much for that. I really appreciate that. And thanks for being around. Look, I still make fun of Bachelor, but by all means, I'm doing it under a guise of, gaining those internet bucks at the same time.
Are these people who call in and who follow your show, are they primarily Bachelor watchers?
Yeah.
Or is it, because nobody's tuning in for your actual comedy, right?
No.
Yeah.
No. I don't. There's something about the of picking a niche, and a lot of people know. A lot of people do support my other things now. Like Jen from Canada, she got us. She got Boone gifts. She got Tasha a Harry Potter mug and me a Tim Hortons mug. She did a whole thing. Yeah, you can put that on if you want. And she watched all the old videos. So like there is a portion of people that will like super trickle down and watch all the stuff. Let's listen to George.
Georgia, I'm calling from New York.
Oh, Georgia.
Congrats on the 10K subscribers. That's awesome. I watched some of your recaps in Bachelor Nation. But I was curious. I didn't know if you were taking questions during your live stream today. But I was curious about what your experiences, the sort of overall perspectives are on, being someone who's just started a YouTube channel and is like really actively growing
Inspiring people.
Community on the site, and how's that been for you so far? What's been the hardest, and then like what is it that you're how do you feel about the next steps and continuing to keep growing your subscriber base? Like, are you like positive outlook, or things you're worried about? Just curious your thoughts. Congrats again. It's awesome. Thanks for doing the live stream. Bye.
Thank you so much. That was Georgia from New York. Look, I've had my YouTube for 10 years. I just didn't work that hard for like 7 years. It wasn't until last year that I realized you couldn't swear on YouTube. Like they'll kind of like sort of not deplatform you, but it doesn't help you grow if you're swearing.
That's probably why none of my videos have gotten more than 400 views.
They scan the audio. I mean, you couldn't talk about COVID for the first like 5 months this year without it getting demonetized because they weren't letting that happen. So I can't talk about certain topics and I have to skirt around certain issues. But anyhow, the best advice I can give anyone who's trying to grow their YouTube is to follow Catherine Manning, her YouTube channel. She talks all about everything I do. I kind of followed her. Live stream has been great to get to know people, because normally I just present things to the camera. So the live stream, it's like me talking to people. That's been an amazing community. Oh, Uh-oh. Getting a phone call from Florida. I'm going to let that go to voicemail, and then we'll pick up the next one. Do you want a drink or anything? We have hard seltzer.
I'm good.
Tasha, you want a hard seltzer?
Georgia
go get a hard seltzer. Can you see if that works now? And I'll just pull this over.
Check. Yeah, it's working.
All right. The feedback comes sort of, it's in there somewhere.
I just won't touch it.
I think it's a cord issue.
Georgia had like lawsuit voice vibes. Did you hear that? Like I for a second I was like, it sounded like she was gonna be like, "Hi, this is Georgia calling from New York. You hit my Range Rover last week, and I am in coordination with your insurance company."
I am worried about those calls. Daniel just sent us £5 from.
What's the exchange rate on that? I think he just made like a quarter.
It's good. Daniel is I'm going to turn this down. Daniel is a Patreon member, and he's over there in England. He said, just a quick congrats. Can't wait to see what you get up to next. Well, thank you, Daniel. I appreciate the support on the Patreon as well. And then, of course, Nora said $10. She said, I really appreciate all your hard work you put into this. Always entertaining, and I really enjoy listening to your opinions on things. Congrats on 10K. Thank you so much. So let me just put the $15 down just so I have
You've been pushing social media on me for a long time.
What do you mean?
Like all the different platforms it took. You were pushing TikTok on me forever.
Yeah,
You've been trying to get me to grow a personal YouTube account while doing the Posers one.
Well, you see the people that make it work, and you go, all we want to do is tell jokes live. Look at that. JC, $20.21.
2021.
Thank you so much. I like to play the women screaming for the people. So thank you so much for the 2021. Again, for anyone who's donating or not donating, even if you just want some love, slide me a message, because I can't see your addresses. Slide me an Instagram DM, and I'm going to send you guys a postcard. I love to send everyone a postcard. Let's go to our next one over here. Tasha, grab yourself a drink. Get partying. Tasha's drinking again.
What?
And not that she was sober for like being too drunk. She was sober because of Lyme disease and her medication. But Tasha's
just an illness.
Tasha's the sweetest drunk. She's a great drunk, and I got her to have 5 milligrams of weed, which to the normal person would barely get you buzzed. 5 milligrams for Tasha. She ate an edible while I was live streaming. I went into the other room. She like came out in her bathrobe and was just like fiddling around. I go into the other room. There's 15 different meals. She had dips, chips, veggies. Can you hear me, Tasha? She's laughing in the. I can tell she's laughing.
Attack?
She got high, and the best part about Tasha getting high is she can't like lie. She just has this look of guilt, as if it's illegal for a grown woman to get a little buzzed at the end of the night, and I love it so much. All right, let's play another voicemail. We're waiting on you, Tasha. This is Jason calling in from North Carolina, Charlotte, North Carolina.
Hey, Dave.
A lot in the
How are we doing today? Jason Foster calling you from
we're
Charlotte,
talking.
North.
Hold on, is this Jason Foster from? Oh, this is good. Hey guys, everyone who's listening, this is Jason Foster calling in from this past season of The Bachelorette. Jason Foster went to the University of Rhode Island, where I went, played professional football for the Buccaneers, and he was a serious contender on Claire's season of The Bachelor. What happened was, and I know you don't really care about this, Channing, but Claire found a guy like 2 weeks into the season, and she's like, I got to go with this guy. Jason had a nice date with her. Tasha, you listening to this? Jason's calling from, and I'm just about to play it. So Jason had like a really nice like date with her, and he decided not to stick around for the new Bachelorette because he was like, look, I was falling for her. I'm not going to stick around. Everyone loved Jason. Claire and Dale had since broken up since the show aired. So this is Jason. He's calling in.
You have actual contestants calling.
Yeah, this is actually
That's pretty cool.
I think one of the only contestants I have calling in. But let's see what he has to say.
You have correspondence.
Hey, Dave. How are we doing today? Jason Foster calling you from Charlotte, North Carolina. Visiting my parents right now. I just wanted to call and give you a shout out and congratulate you on the streaming and growing it right now, and also to all the Bachelor Nation subscribers. Just want to give you a shout out, and also just shout out to Bachelor Nation. You guys are amazing. You guys are so fun, vibrant, and just an awesome spirited people. So thank you so much for all the love and support you guys given me when I was on my journey. And I hope you all have an amazing and beautiful rest of your Thursday and upcoming weekend. Take care, guys.
That was Jason calling in from the latest season of The Bachelorette. I have to say...
so it's a recent one, too.
Oh, just happened. I have to tell you, I reached out to Jason on Instagram as it was airing because I was like, dude, I went to URI. It was just cool to me because it's like, random connection. He's, I'm getting so old that he I knew guys who played on the football team, but he was so much younger than me. But like Jason's a beast. I'll show you. Jason, let me just search Jason Bachelor.
Let me see this.
So
beefcake.
Jason has lost a ton of weight. I think he was like an offensive lineman.
And this guy didn't. Do you win? They call it winning the show if you get.
Yeah, you could call it winning, sure. So this is Jason.
guy,
I'm gonna go to picture in picture here just so people can see what's going on here. This is Jason. So he really came off well. I liked him before I knew he was, a URI guy, and he just was nice. And I just said, hey, all of Bachelor Nation, all of my people that watch the show really enjoy him. We got look at this. I love Jason. He's so sweet. Is he campaigning for Bachelor in Paradise? No, he's not campaigning. He's just doing me a favor. He's just reaching out. Jason for Bachelor. Jason is better off without Claire, people said. Would love an interview with Jason. Really like him. Jason's literally the MVP. Nice. Congrats on the call. Like Jason's great. Such an honest move. He's just a good guy. So all these other characters they all stayed on the show. After Claire had left and Tasha became the new Bachelorette, and they didn't really get to know Claire, so it was like, all right, we'll stick around for Tasha, we'll see what happens. But Jason was like, oh, I kind of like got to, Jason Bachelorette. Let me search Buccaneers so we can.
You might as well be explaining astrophysics to me. I have no idea what you're talking about.
I know.
Tasha could be a constellation for all I care.
Tasha is a constellation.
I'm sure she's fine. She's a great person.
She is a star. So this is, I don't know. Let me go back to picture in picture here. I don't know if people care too much to see this, but this is trying to see if we can get like is this him right here? This is him.
Holy shit.
Well, what happens is, no, it's okay. What happens is like some of these guys, sorry, I lost him already. Some of these guys were big guys. Like even Bennett, they're skinny and like trim now, but a lot of these guys played pro football. It's been kind of an interesting thing that a lot of ex-pro players have gotten into it. And he's not necessarily like look at him now, like the dude, but he came off so authentic. He didn't put up with the BS, zero drama. He was competing for this girl.
That's Tasha?
No, this is Claire.
Oh, Claire.
Don't you guys love that I'm sharing this? Let me just move this along here. If I do this, and then if I do this, I think I can open it up a little bit. So this is, there it is. It's going to get a little confusing with the green screen if I move the green screen. So anyway, that was Jason calling in. He told me he would call in, but I wasn't really looking. I kind of forgot, what to expect. But really nice guy. And Doheny just gave you just gave $11 for 11,000. Tasha, Doheny just donated again. Doheny, thank you so much. You're gonna have to stop donating. Doheny's a really talented photographer.
He's already on here, I think.
Yeah, he's already on here. So let's up Doheny from 10 plus 11.
That's 21.
That's 21. So let's go through a few more. Gemma said, Jason, please dish on any comms with Claire. A lot of people have wondered if Jason's been like dating Claire, like if they got back together. Look, here's the problem. Like when I like somebody, I'm not going to ask them about their personal life. So like I would rather not like get the scoop and just be nice to someone. So unfortunately, that's just not something I'm going to ask, but I appreciate you asking me for that. Duchess of Essex says, I love that we are teaching Channing about The Bachelor. By the way, my eyesight is gone. If anyone's watching me right now, I literally can't read this anymore. I'm trying to keep it like out of the green screen. There we go. By the way, shout out to MacBook. 8.5 hours in, and this hasn't crashed yet. Nice. This is pretty nice. I'm trying to see if there's any other comments we missed. Gemma Wasson, $5 just because. You're killing me. Gemma, did Gemma already donate? This is insane. Either way, Gemma. We're gonna round
Winston.
Winston.
Not Lawson.
Winston, sorry.
Wow.
Lynn said, so I'm Googling him. I saw a rumor that Claire will return for Bachelorette. Claire's not returning for Bachelorette. That's not going to happen. I hope that stays a rumor because I can't stand. No. Claire's not returning for Bachelorette. That's
can't stand her?
Well, she's kind of got like a lot of anxiety. Let me get rid of these bullets in the background. Isn't this cool? You can just turn off bullets and things like that. It's really cool. So let's play a couple more voicemails. I think Channing enjoys. This is fun because you're actually getting to see what
I'm here 5 times longer than I thought I was.
Isn't this exciting though? Isn't this exciting?
I'm excited.
Hey, Dave, I'm watching your live stream here, and I don't see on the topic list what time you're going to have your cousin Dax Shepard on the show. I think that's why we're all watching. So if you could just add that to the topic list, that would be great. Okay, thanks. Have a good day.
There's a rumor that he's my second cousin because people yesterday got 100,000 views.
Your second cousin?
So I yesterday's got 100,000 views, and when you get 100,000 views, 5 people ask if you're related to Dax Shepard. You don't think I look like him because you know me. But if people like...
I think you look like Down syndrome Tom Cruise,
Jesus
but that's just me.
Christ. The fuck? All right,
You're
here we
not
go.
allowed to cuss on this show,
Oh,
Dave.
boy. Here we go. We got Pittsburgh calling in.
Hey, Dave. It's Ben from Pittsburgh. I've been listening to this app for a few years now, so I know just how much work you put into making content. I'm so glad that the YouTube channel is blown up and you're seeing the fruits from your labor here. Have a great day, man. Enjoy it. Catch you later.
Thank you so much. That's Ben. He's a longtime Patreon member. Ben sent us a Christmas card. Thank you so much, Ben. I love sharing times like this with people that have stuck around for the journey. I wish there was a way on YouTube to see people who were like following from the early days. I know a lot of names, so like I know you guys are out there, but it is literally, I always say this, like if you've ever been a member of Patreon, free tickets for life.
Somebody says they just left a fresh one.
They just left a fresh
You have
what?
like the most a fresh voicemail. This is the most wholesome like following.
I know.
Everybody's so nice and so generous.
You're
It's like,
you're used to like comedy YouTube. Comedy YouTube's like, dude, you suck, blah blah blah. Like everyone's trying to like mess with each other and roast each other.
That's
These
right,
are just
man.
nice people. Kelly donating $10.
yeah, just
Thank you so
another
much, Kelly.
$10. That guy, the guy who called in, talked about his life as a journey. That's so wholesome.
Which
and beautiful.
guy? Which guy?
The guy, the Bachelor guy. What's his name?
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, like for him, it's
Anybody
like
who calls their life a journey.
well, that's
Ooh,
but
boy, that's wholesome.
Journey is like the drinking word for I'm getting a call from Utah right now
for my troubles.
Well, journey in Bachelor Nation, when you say it's like
Why am I getting a call?
It's an accident.
Some scam.
Journey is like a very common word in Bachelor Nation. Like, I'm here for the journey. It's my experience, blah, blah, blah. So Kelly wrote, something I love about your channel is including your subs and your financial achievements. It makes us all feel like we're in on the goal. Well, Kelly, that's what I'm talking about. The second I started getting, work begets work, love begets love. It's a law of attraction. The second people started sending in donations, it's nice because, I'm not going to tell you if you can't afford to donate, please don't. And if you've only got money to donate between me and like Planned Parenthood, go donate to Planned Parenthood. But if you're over brimming with abundance, I accept it. But Chinny, I've said this like 5 times today. My love language is affirmations, but when I get an affirmation, I push it away. So many people have left me such nice things, and I'm like, oh, come on, I'm a piece of crap. Like I really have
But that's true though.
That within me or in general?
In general.
We just want that love, and when it comes, it's like, oh, come on, Tasha the other day gave me like a really heartfelt congrats. She like got on top of me, gave me a big hug, and she's like, I'm so proud of you. And I was like, get off of me, you wench. Right, Tasha? I mean, it doesn't mean don't do it. It's like, oh, stop, keep going, but stop. You know what I mean? All right, so we got a few more. We have a new one here. Did we just play the new one, or is it? Oh, here we go. This is Michelle. We didn't play this one yet.
Hey, Dave. This is Michelle, also known as Sunshine on YouTube from Tampa, Florida. I just actually wanted to say I am here for the comedy, definitely. Found you through Bachelor, but I love your comedy. My husband hates The Bachelor, but man, does he love when I watch it because he just sits and cracks up in the background at your jokes.
Hey!
About The Bachelor. But anyways, I want to say congrats on over 11K now. I unfortunately was not able to watch you most of the day, but I'm actually on now. And I've been on for the last 2 hours since we are a little later here in Florida. But congrats, and you're going to be hitting 500K and 10 million before you know it. Well, okay.
2-week live stream.
Heck yeah.
Thanks for the content. I love it. I tune in every single time. Love that you talk to us in the comments as well, and take care to you and your lovely fiance.
Well,
Bye.
Thank you so much to me and my fiance Channing. Wow. We've switched ships here. Now, if you're tuning in now, she means my fiance Tasha, who's in the other room.
Whose seat I stole.
Thank you so much for that genuine
Calling
call.
in all the way from Tampa, Florida,
And
home
you
of
know-
the Stanley Cup champions and the new strain of COVID.
And Tom Brady, everybody. What I love, let me move some stuff out of the way. What I love about this is, yes, the audience is like 90% female, but you have to imagine, if we were to go do a comedy show and everyone came because they were like females from Bachelor Nation, if they dragged their husband, we're actually, I think we're more tailored to men's senses of humor. So it's really, I mean, at least like, look, if Tasha ever dragged me to something and it turned out to be like a bro that was like a good, a comic, and I'd be like, oh, this is cool. So I feel like, even though this following is 90% women, that we have a little bit of cross appeal to the men. Now, we just got a donation from So What's Your Point? $20 with an A. Is that Australian? You're Australian, right? So we just got a $20 Aussie, which is just incredible. So
The Australian dollar. What's that?
Your
like?
name? It comes with a dingo, actually. It's got a dingo on the bill. Not funny. I don't feel like I'm bombing till I'm next to you. Like, this joke would have crushed if I was alone. But instead, I'm like, ugh, okay. We got a couple more voicemails. You guys are so great.
All right,
I know
do
you're
a couple more, and then I'll give Tasha her seat back.
All right, let's do
get out of here.
Okay, geez, there's two. They keep coming in. This is your last chance to call the voicemail. This is it.
Say hi to me.
This is why I said I would do a 2-hour ending, because we're 90 minutes left. And Tasha knows this. 7 o'clock. I'm gonna turn this off at 7, mid-sentence. 7 o'clock is gonna come around. I'm gonna sit on the couch and I'm gonna annoy the ever-living piss out of Tasha, because I'm gonna be like, the algorithm, the Venmos. She's gonna be like, Tasha, please get me an edible for the last hour of the podcast so I can be tranquilized by the end, because
the analytics text that I know I'm gonna be getting tomorrow morning. I don't wake up till 11. Okay,
well,
I'm gonna have 4 messages from Dave that are this long, and in text form, that's big. That's a big text.
I've been nervous to check yesterday's. Like, it hasn't come through yet. Oh, it just did.
Look at you crushing.
Okay, this just came through. I'm not going to share this with the audience.
Share it.
But look at that. Do you see that? Do you see that yesterday?
Oh, shoot. All right.
We're not kidding, right?
No,
that's great. This is a fun moment. This is a fun moment, because
I'll see none of it, but it's great.
No, that's not. I mean, look, hey. We're getting a call from Clearwater, Florida.
There you go.
Hold off on Clearwater.
Take a live one?
Scientology right there. No, because it shows up, but it's actually Google Voice. So I don't want people that are calling for voicemails.
I was wondering if you put your real number on there or not.
Well,
it's a Google number?
No, but it connects to my real number. So they don't know what my real number is, but like at this point, what's the difference? Not that it matters.
If you guys want his real number, just message me. Hit my DMs.
Tasha, the revenue from yesterday just came in. We're going to get that couch. We're going to get that couch.
You're going to get that GameStop stock.
We're going to get that Bitcoin, a small portion of it.
It's Dogecoin now. It's going straight to AMC. Not in stocks, but in movie stubs, baby. I'm talking Tenet. I'm talking Tenet again, because that's the only thing in theaters.
Everyone unsubscribes. Channing, you ruined everybody by talking about GameStop. We just found out yesterday's 100,000 views was a very large ad revenue. It was more than I could have hoped. I had imagined it would be that number based on the math, but you never really know. It is more than several weeks of a side job I don't love. So thank you guys so much for tuning in, for hitting the like button, for commenting. Channing got to see it with his own 2 eyes.
Mm-hmm.
It is something. I mean, our big goals, Tasha and I, this new place we're getting, we really want to invest in the landscape of it, creating like a Palm Springs like backyard, creating a place that looks great, feels great. We create content post COVID, maybe a mimosa stand-up show, Survivor recaps. We're going to split the revenue if we decide to do. By the way, I looked earlier. Survivor hasn't shot yet. You might know this already, but they're shooting in Fiji, but they've had like a sort of travel ban. They're going to be starting shooting in March, and it'll air this fall. So assuming I'll have all of the donations put in place and the landscape set up in the back, we could literally watch the show and then walk outside with our tiki torches, put some eye black on, and just go straight into our recap.
Just straight into our... Would any of you guys... Leave this in the comments. Is that how that works? You look into the camera and you say,
"That's the camera."
Let us know in the comments, you guys. Would you want to see a Survivor recap show starring Dave Neal and myself, the one and only Channing Apodaca?
I think they would. Some people have asked me, Bachelor, Bachelorette, it's good because you get to analyze human dynamic. There's so much unknown. It's not like some stupid Law and Order show where it's scripted. Like, these are humans. So the thing is with Survivor is there is a lot of gameplay strategy, and by just this people have asked me to do Survivor recaps in the past, and I've said no way, but then I'm watching it again, I'm like, it's a good show. Survivor's a good show. It's weekly, which is good for recaps because they don't dump it all at once. It's highly talked about. It's potentially a different market, so it looks like people say yes, let's do it.
There are people who are obsessed with that show, and guess what? I'm one of them.
Leah says she would watch it just for us two. Leah's my long lost second cousin. We've just learned we've got a lot in common.
You got a lot of second cousins.
Yeah, well, this is a fake second cousin, but honestly, I don't know. I've got a lot of
Disney.
Leah tackles Disney. I've got a lot of Midwest seed spread from my father. So
I don't like this. I don't like your Instagram handle by me.
You don't like that?
I don't move that.
Oh, that's not it. Is this it? There we go.
That's Dave Neal.
Isn't it fun that you can just do this?
Yeah.
Like if I actually had a producer like doing this would be great. Gemma Winston, $10. Okay, I want to be in the over $10 club. Gemma, that's Gemma and Huey. Okay, so Huey called in earlier from Alaska with his wife Gemma. Tasha, did you hear that? We got some connections in Alaska.
Favorite Survivor player ever, Boston Rob, Russell for sure, Russell Hans.
Russell was good.
Tony.
Russell didn't get any votes. I couldn't believe it.
Well, yeah.
I couldn't believe he didn't get one vote.
He's a snake. I go around my house all day just pretending that I'm Russell, and I just go, Russell, Russell.
But the season where that crazy chick threw the rice into the fire, these people are nuts.
What about when Brandon Hanson was peed in the beans?
I didn't see that one. Spoiler.
Yeah. See, this is already turning into a Bachelor show or a Survivor show.
So yeah, Susan said we'll watch just to follow. Susan's the one who delivers me pizza. She delivered me a pizza from Washington State.
Nice.
She asked me for the local pizza place, and she called them up. She covered the tip, 2 cookies, delivered me pizza on Christmas Eve, and another time. She called in earlier today. If for Tasha, you're gonna have to listen to my chat with Susan. What a boss lady. She talked about overcoming being married to a narcissist. Be careful, Tasha's going to take notes. I'm not a narcissist.
Yeah, you are.
Tasha, stop. She's not saying anything. Come on, I'm okay. I do get ruminate and obsess over the stats, but at least Tasha knows that she's marrying me, so like the stats are good for both of us. You want to do one more voicemail before you got to go?
Yeah.
Do you have somewhere to be? You look like you got.
Well, everybody's texting me right now. Sorry. Oh, dude. Hello, Netflix? I'll do a special.
Let's do... Roxy sounds good. You want to do Roxy?
Yeah.
This is Roxy calling in from California.
Dave, my name is Roxy, and I'm from California. I just wanted to call in. Sorry, this is not an international phone call. Big bummer for you.
Sorry. I'm getting a call from Montreal. Sorry. I don't know how to... I should have turned this off beforehand. Let's restart. I can't delete the call, but let's go back to Roxy. Hold on, guys. I think I need to wait for this call to play out. Again, fire my assistant. This is not professional. Channing, the funniest part was the first time I did Bachelor recaps. I was like, here's the voicemail number. I found a Google voicemail number. I put it up, and I was like, I don't know if anyone's going to call. I don't know if anyone's going to show up for live streams. I don't know how it works. I got a phone call, and Tasha was like in the other room, and I was like, hello, this is Dave. Who am I speaking with? And it was like, hi, this is like Mary from Michigan. And Tasha just like cracks up hearing it because it's like, here Tasha is marrying me, some bloke. And for her to think someone wants to call me is hilarious to her. Right, Tasha, would you agree? How funny was it the first voicemail we got where you were like, oh, people, this is actually, it was almost like I had a kooky idea and like I got my first sale. So Tasha just said, it was like Tasha was saying, Dave's going to take calls. Is anybody going to call? And then like, sure enough, I'm like, hi, we're talking to Aaron in Zimbabwe. Literally, do you want to, I mean, for those that haven't listened, do you guys want to hear Aaron in Zimbabwe called on Skype, so I won't play it, but you guys can go back and find that. But yeah, Aaron called from Skype, from Zimbabwe, and he had his, typical, I can't do it, but like a Zimbabwe accent, and everyone's like, he sounded amazing, he sounded smart.
Give it a shot.
I'm getting another call from Alaska. And I'm gonna let that go to voicemail because
the people want to hear your Zimbabwe.
If you want to hear, I will actually. Let me see if I can
see just how far off this is. Tosh, listen up.
No, because I'm gonna do some I'm
100% it would be Jamaican.
Who's the captain now? Well, that's not really it. Let's see if I can go to the chats over here, and I'll play a quick part of this. Is Aaron calling? And his YouTube is Aaron Shu. SHU. If anyone wants to follow him, I wanted to promote that earlier. I'm going to shout you out again on future episodes, Aaron, because I totally missed this earlier. It's called Aaron Shu, and he said he talks about his life as someone born with a disability. So this is Aaron Shu in Zimbabwe. I'll play a quick one for Channing over here just to hear him talk, but he's a real smart guy.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm over here.
Victoria Falls, I hope you remember. Anyway, I just wanted to say congratulations on the 10,000 subscriber mark. Man, that's impressive. I've been a fan of your channel since you had just maybe a couple of thousands, so it's very exciting for me to watch the channel grow. You are doing amazing.
I'm going to stop it there because I already played it, but how badass is that?
That is pretty sweet.
Not to mention that the music, I didn't plan this, but the music was on in the background. So when I put Aaron's sound on, like this music came along, which I'm going to leave this on. This is kind of good music.
Drums, yeah.
And I don't mean to fetishize like a foreign accent, but like I live in Los Angeles. I don't hear a Zimbabwean, I don't know if that's how you say it, accent too often. Tasha, we got a call from Aaron in Zimbabwe, and he's just got this beautiful voice. You could tell he called with like a nice, like he had like a nice microphone, and he's like, I'm not gonna do his voice, but he's like, this is Aaron in Zimbabwe, like it's like Bill in Des Moines. He's like, no, you're in Zimbabwe. Like that's a big deal for me.
You're at the end of the alphabet, bud.
Yeah,
brag about it.
And you got the Victoria Falls. So when Aaron first wrote in, like I'm from Zimbabwe, I Googled cities in Zimbabwe, but I specifically didn't.
What'd you learn?
Well, I didn't want to learn anything. I wanted to look like I knew what I was talking about. So I was like, I like Googled cities in Zimbabwe, but I didn't choose the first like 4. So I picked like some obscure city, and I was like, oh, what do you think of this city? And he's like, oh, how did you know about that? I don't live there. And I was like, no, I just Googled it. I don't know anything about Zimbabwe. But I did know Victoria Falls is in Zimbabwe, which I don't know if it's, do you know Victoria Falls?
Nope.
I don't know if it's the largest city. Let's go to Victoria Falls here. City. I don't know if it's the largest waterfall, but it is for sure one of the most famous ones. So I think you will know. Let's go to picture in picture here. I think I think when it comes to waterfalls, this is better than whatever's going on in Des Moines.
You know what it looks like? It looks like one of those flat Earth globes. Have you seen those?
Yeah, this looks like
like
the turtles on the underneath.
It's such a perfect flat incline.
This looks like it doesn't exist.
Book your tour, Mr. Baller. There's a button right there.
Zimbabwe, Africa. So forgive me for how naive I am, but Tasha, we need to go to Africa. Are you on board? All right, if we can just get a Venmo donate. No, I'm kidding. I am kidding. We're gonna go. It's on. Tasha said it in multiple syllables. When your fiance says something in multiple syllables, it's a go. She goes, absolutely. So Aaron had recommended some places, but he's got a YouTube channel. Again, I'm really not that great with technical things right now, but Aaron Shumba, and he goes by Aaron Shu. That's AARONSHU, Aaron Shu on YouTube.
Man a follow.
And his channel's, he says, I basically talk about my life as someone born with a disability. So God bless you, Aaron. I know I talked to him literally 5 hours ago because of the time difference. He's like, I gotta go to bed. It was like 2 a.m. his time. He's like, I gotta go to bed. I'm like, all right, I'll play a voicemail and then we'll move on.
Crystal says the fans want to know how much you made. I don't think you're gonna share that. That's who's texting me.
It's up to Tasha. I think we should share.
Oh wow.
I think we should
Big
share.
moment, guys.
I think we should share how much yesterday's ad revenue was, and I say this because it's not something. Again, I do expect growth, but yesterday was like a special day. A lot of videos. Really, like I had several different videos take off yesterday. Are you okay with that, Tasha? So I'm going to share this with you guys because there's only 160 of us watching. But let me go. I don't know this like the exact specific number because it's a bar graph. But Tasha, you ready for this? You want to come over here? I want to tell you, Tasha, yesterday made over $1,100. Yeah. So we decided a few weeks ago to upgrade apartments to this nice little townhouse. We're not going to spend money frivolously. Am I pronouncing that right? Frivolously. But we are going to get like a nice little Palm Springs vibe to it. And the key is like we want to buy a home. We're not there. This growth has all been recent, so we're not there. It'd be reckless of us to think we can get a 30-year mortgage, all that jazz. But we want this place to be growth, to have the second bedroom broadcast ready to go, to have the backyard content ready to go, to just feel that love, that energy, that frequency. When too often, Channing, you know all about this. Mm-hmm. We met working for Bud Light. We met working for Bud Light on the Up for Whatever tour as like live comic performers. I stumbled onto this job. You guys were all way more qualified than I was as improvisers. I'm really horrible at it. Groundlings 101, gonna pass one of these days. And but that was a big job for us to get like a chunk of change, and it doesn't come every day.
yeah.
So for us to know that we've got a voice, we've got a message, and that there's an audience internationally, it's one, like a lot of people have said, I'm talking to Channing here now because you guys know I've said this, but a lot of people have said how impressed they are, how grateful I am. But like, we know this. We perform in front of 3 people. We know comedy doesn't work with...
performs in front of 3 people, you guys.
We know. You got a good looking face on the camera there, Chan,
I am
man.
so much fatter than I realized.
You think so?
Yeah.
Did you gain weight?
I actually lost a little bit of weight.
You gotta get these
I probably
TRX.
put it back on, but
You got to get the TRX cords I have. They're really solid stuff. We know what it's like to perform to an empty room.
Yeah.
We know what it's like to perform at Flappers, where they go, look, if 3 people don't show up, we can't start the show. I know what it's like to be on the back end of a show, hoping audience doesn't leave, or else they're going to shut the show down early. So when people say, "Oh, it's nice that," all this, it's because we have a decade's worth of satisfaction. I wouldn't change this. I honestly mean this. If I had the chance to go viral or whatever my first week on YouTube, I would not change this experience for that, because there is like an acknowledgement of what it's like to build it. And a lot of people that find success early, whether it's, an actor or a YouTuber that goes viral, they piss things away. Comics are, as crazy as people think comics are, they're generally very level-headed with their success because it comes so gradually.
it's such a slow race.
People
for a
might
comic to find any success. So.
People might hate Dane Cook. That's very hack. It's very easy to be like, oh, Dane Cook sucks. That dude is known for staying after and shaking hands with every single person that shows up to an arena show, because he understands what it's like to treat your fans as not fans, but like they're just there ready to see you. So cheers to you guys, because I get it. Like, I understand. It doesn't come from a place of like, wow, like I show you and I regurgitate the ad sense, which is what, it's called AdSense. I show it to the audience because it's important to see that like this, there is a reward to it all. And I've been saying this all day. No social media but YouTube rewards people for their content,
monetarily.
Yeah, I mean, you got to do brand deals on the back end for TikTok. You got to do it on Instagram. There is no social media platform that will direct deposit money into your bank account for providing content. And last September, go back to it. Let's go back to last February. It's as far as it'll go. Look what I made in February.
Oh, wow.
What does that say?
$56.73.
I was so happy for that $56, because to me it was like, that's bank. $56. I was going to do this anyway.
Yeah, it's great that you're making good money on something that you would already be doing anyways.
Pick a month. July. $28. $28. $28 in July.
All right.
Anyway,
let's do
what? One more, 2 more.
One, however many more you want to do, and then I got to give Tasha her seat back. I already drank her champagne. I already stayed way longer than
Tasha has. I got a 6-pack of really cool. You sure you don't want another, I have a cider. I got a seltzer in there.
I'm good.
All right.
I do not like seltzer waters. If somebody offers me a water and they hand me a LaCroix, jump off a bridge. How about that?
LaCroix, Tasha. I mean, where are you, Tasha?
I know, that's fighting words. I'm probably going to get hate from every single one of your followers right now.
I got Tasha lubed on 1.5, what's it called? Bud Light seltzers. Lubed up. She was there like done ordering Chinese food. The power that Tasha has with online Chinese delivery when she's had one alcoholic beverage should be inspiration to everybody out there. By the way, Channing, I do want to tell you this. Normally, that camera only lasts 40 minutes before it shuts down because it overheats. Do you see what's on the back? That's a Post-it note. I have a Post-it note, and you pull out the back, the viewfinder, and that's supposed to help keep it. For whatever reason, the grace of God, this always lasts 40 minutes. It has lasted 8 hours now.
What was your backup plan?
This has a one too. So I was going to go to this. In the past, I've taken that and just put it in the fridge. I've just put it in the fridge to cool off.
Your deep dive into becoming a gear junkie over the last 2 years or so, Tosh? Dave's deep dive into becoming a gear junkie. It is ridiculous.
Tasha will have to. I'll have to like run. I need to run all my bank accounts through Tasha, and then I can pitch her to be like, I think I need a new microphone. Here's why, and I have to like present to her because I totally
a little PowerPoint.
But as you know, a lot of the things I have bought, I do use them all like interchangeably. This is Kim calling in from another country.
Ooh, baby.
This is Kim. This is Kim. Wow, way to spice it up with that yawn. Wow.
All right, I was up late night watching Survivor.
You're just prepping for our show.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, just do this. And again, I might have to cut you a check. I'm gonna make a whole company out of this. But we'll do our recaps. We'll just split it down the middle. Whatever our recaps make, we'll put our handles out there. They can Venmo. If you have a good line, they can Venmo you. Whatever. If you want to show up and do the recaps, we'll see what happens. We'll do a whole season. We'll see if we get an audience. Maybe you and I will be like the Survivor guys. Who knows?
Maybe they'll put us on the show.
Tasha, would you be okay if we go on Survivor? She's quiet now. You don't think I'd look good 40 days of no cookies? She said, do what you want. That's not good energy, Tasha. You don't want me to go on the show? She goes,
She does
She
not
goes,
believe in
I
you.
mean, do you think you'll be good at it?
I think you'd be a challenge beast, but people would have personal issues. They'd be like, this guy never stops talking about YouTube analytics. It is unreal. There's not a camera or a computer in sight, and this guy's going on about YouTube.
They just like call me the Dave the YouTube guy in the bottom, but they don't share my handle, so I don't get any love out of it.
All right, let's do this so I can get out of
here
your
we go.
hair.
All right. Oh, I'm getting ghosted on. All right, here we go. This is Montreal calling in.
Hey, Dave. This is Kim calling from Montreal, Canada.
Montreal.
So I just wanted to leave you a quick voicemail to congratulate you on 10K subscribers, which is now 11K. Great job. I've been tuning into the live stream all day, and it's honestly, time has just passed by. It's been great listening to you. So I pretty much discovered you a few years ago on Bachelor Reddit, and tuned into your recaps, starting with JoJo's season, I believe, and just been a loyal subscriber since then. And really quickly started listening to the Sex Actually podcast with you and Tasha, and really quickly became invested in your relationship. And just it's been great seeing you guys grow as a couple, and so happy for your engagement and your upcoming move. Just everything, it looks great for you guys, and I'm so happy for you. So yeah, I just wanted to say congrats, and keep doing what you're doing. I couldn't be happier for your success, and I'm sure it's only going to keep growing. Okay, thanks. Bye.
But we'll see, though, right, guys?
That was Kim in Montreal. Kim, do me a favor. Send me your address on Instagram, and I want to send you a postcard. I love Montreal. One of my best friends is from there. I love going up there. I can't wait to go back. And I can't believe I get this. I know what it's like. Like, I listen to a few podcasts where Robert Kelly's my favorite podcaster. He's a stand-up comedian from New York.
One of the first, too.
Yeah, he's one of the first. He's great. He's in the Bill Burr crowd. I love him. If and when, like, we all pass on, right? When he dies, I'm going to have a rough go. Like he's like my dad I never had. And I love this man. And I've never really met him other than like maybe a stand-up show. Early on in comedy, I started in New York, so I would see him, but I wasn't, anyway. So I get what it's like to like invest yourself into other people. I totally understand that. And it's funny when someone who calls in that we've never even heard from before has listened to the podcast and YouTube and this and that. I totally understand and get it. What I wish Tasha and I can do is like deliver to you and keep sharing our creativity and give you something to be proud of. Like, I want you guys to be proud of what we do. And that's like a tall burden we put on ourselves. But in the end, like this is reason enough for me to want to like show you guys that you're kind of your investments are worth it, So I look forward to the day we can all hang out after a comedy show and chat in person and all that jazz. Isn't this cool that, it's weird, right? But it's cool.
It's instant gratification. It's pretty awesome.
It's weird.
I'm digging it.
Yeah. And a lot of the live streams, I used to love, I would do my Bachelor recaps, the night of the show, and then the next morning, I would love the couple hours I could like respond to people. And I got to say, and I don't say this with ego, yesterday, I couldn't get to 10% of the comments. I just couldn't do it. Gemma Winston just donated another $5 more couch money. Huey and Gemma in Summer, who sometimes watches in passing and was upset she got no cred last time. Can you guys send us like a selfie of who you are? I would love to know Huey, Gemma, and Summer. Is Summer a friend or a dog? Like, I don't know who Summer is, but it sounds like Summer's important to you guys. And also, let me know what you guys are doing in Alaska. And we just got a $10 from Shay. And I don't think I can properly write all these down, but Gemma, I'm just adding plus. So Gemma's up to 20. Look, Gemma, you're all set with couch money. There's always a couch ready for you guys. And then Shay has 10.
You guys are all getting couches.
Yeah, everyone gets a couch. That's my pledge. I reached out to Overstock yesterday to see if we can get a free couch because I want to get in their influencer program. Tasha's been so good that a lot of
their influencer program.
That's
what
it.
they're developing over at Overstock.com is more influencers.
Hey, easy. I'm on the radar. They're going to show up to you and be like, all right, no to that guy. Well, we had such a large female following that I feel like with Tasha's help, we can actually, populate our area in affiliate program and all that jazz. But I'm going to let you go because I know that you've, you've
taken up too much of your time.
I'm so glad. I was shocked, but I wasn't surprised at who it was once someone walked in the door. But I got from Channing and his wonderful girlfriend.
Crystal made it, and I helped.
This is 10K. If you know me, you know I love a good Diet Coke. On your way out, because I'm going to sit in, will you grab me a Diet Dr. Pepper?
Sure.
I have a diet. I do
already getting put to work.
I like these, but these are warm, so I'll do a cold one. But I feel bad because I don't feel like I can eat. I feel like this has to live behind me now. Can I eat? Can I drink these? This I'm gonna save. Where did you guys find this?
Crystal made that. That's handmade.
What do you mean it's handmade?
She's crafty.
This is.
She's like that Beastie Boys song.
By the way, it's like blending in with the green screen kind of. This is handmade
and
from
I
Crystal.
bought the Coke.
So
she did all that, but I bought the Cokes.
This is all handmade with. Look, Tasha, did you see this handmade? Did you plan this, Tasha?
She knew about it.
Tasha, get in here. All right, Channing's going to go.
I'm sliding out.
Thank you, Channing.
Tasha, get back in here.
Let me do some outgoing music for Channing.
All right. I love you. I'm very proud of you. There's a pat on the back for you.
Don't you love this music I got?
Not really.
Cheers to you.
Cheers. Tosh, do you want me to watch this? Okay. All right. Proud of you. Keep it up. You're doing great. You're going to continue to do great. Maybe this will be the year that I actually watch The Bachelor. Probably not. Well, definitely not.
You get your Survivor ready because we're going to have I don't know if we're going to be on the same page or opposing views because we really are very abrasive with our appreciation of everything.
Yeah, you're going to be the Sandra to my Russell. All right. Peace.
I spoiled Sandra. I didn't know she won till I saw that. I can't believe she won. She didn't deserve it. I know, it's crazy. So we're going to be... Take the dog with you, please. That's Channing Apodaca. He's, again, to have some of my best friends show up on Skype and then Channing shows up. to have you guys show up on Skype and then another best friend, another brother from another mother shows up. It's weird. It's weird in hindsight. You guys will agree. It's weird in hindsight how the world sort of shuffles itself together. And we met at an audition. It was the dumbest audition, and he does a really good Hispanic. What would you call it? What's that accent even called? It's like a Hispanic, La Jolla accent. What would you call your act? Can you do that for us? I don't want to put you on the spot. It's almost like you're saying your AccuView bit. It's that's the accent you did where I was like, dude, this guy's funny. Because Channing's family's of Mexican descent, and oh, that'd be great. Thank you so much. But you did that accent in our audition together, and that's when I don't know if you remember this, but I was like, oh, this guy's funny. He's got voices and all that shit. All right, Channing Apodaca, everybody. Thanks for stopping by. Tell Crystal thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Do you guys need an air conditioner or anything? Let us know if you need any of this stuff before we go.
You don't need your handout.
That's Channing, everybody. I I've been trying to be in the moment with Channing, so I haven't really been watching or listening to too many comments. We're down to 55 minutes left. Tasha, you're gonna come in here? I can't stress this enough. I don't mean to be cocky. Can you hear me, Tasha? I don't mean to be cocky, but if I could be cocky about anything, I've never. You guys have seen me. I haven't gone up to pee. I've never been so confident and so nonchalant about 10 hours of talking. I said this with no sort of knowledge of whether or not I'd be able to do it. And I also say this knowing you guys have helped me out so much. There are literally topics we just didn't get to. I'm gonna get to them tomorrow. The Colton book, I'm going to do my research on it. I'm not going to get to it today. It's just not going to happen. I hope you guys understand that. It'll just be me doing it half-assed. Play a little music right here as we get going to the final stage. We're on the final stage. Please take these. Yeah, please. Tasha's got beautiful hair today. She's having a great hair day. It's important to always acknowledge your women's hair day. Huey, do you acknowledge Gemma's hair day? So apparently Gemma, Huey has called in, and I've been getting these donations from Gemma, but there are a couple in Alaska, which is important for us to know, because if you recommend anything in Alaska, I very much think it's something Tasha and I would want to visit. We've got a gigantic amount of stock in Alaska Airlines, as they've canceled every flight we've tried to book with them. Because of the pandemic. So whether it's Alaska or Mexico or somewhere on the West Coast, we do plan on getting through Alaska. I do want to do a rough tally of how much money you guys have donated. But again, sharing the revenue from me, trust me, is nothing. It's nothing. There's no ego related to it. It's inspiring to my buddy here who creates comedy with me to see what is possible in this world we're creating. Channing's gonna be successful. He's been on the NBC Diversity Showcase. NBC or CBS? I think it was NBC. What's the difference? He's very talented. He's risen the ranks in Groundlings, which is a choose your own of SNL alumni, from Will Ferrell to Sherry O'Terry. They're all Groundlings, right? So he's got the talent, the skill, the training, and he's chosen me as a friend, and I respect his talent. I respect his hustle. We're completely different as far as some of the the ways we've communicated. It's like a relationship. I'm codependent. He's counterdependent. We've been on fights. I remember I was driving to San Diego. He'll laugh at this when he hears this. You remember this story? I was driving to San Diego. We were fighting about something, and he hung up the phone on me. And I was on a 4-hour drive, maybe 5 hours traffic. I let it go. An hour later, I text him. Stuck in traffic, literally, not moving, not texting drive. I'm stuck there. And I go, let me guess. You got mad at me, hung up the phone, put your headset on and started playing video games. And he goes, you bastard. We know each other. We're like brothers. I've got a couple younger brothers that I love to death, Jack and Jameson, but they're a lot younger. And I've always kind of searched for the fraternity and the camaraderie and brotherhood within my community. And Channing's, he belongs, he's on the totem pole for sure. So thank you. And to show up, I'm not one who judges anyone if they're if he didn't call in today, I would have been man, we didn't call. But to show up and stop by and for his amazing girlfriend to make this. They are. Tasha knows this when we talk about it. Tasha knows when we talk about Channing and Crystal, they're good people. They've got our backs, and I think Tasha, she'll agree. When something about living in Hollywood, not everyone has your same sensibilities, your same they help us out. They're with us, and there's no expectation of exchange. They're just good people. So. Did you know this was coming, Tasha? Come and talk to me. When did you know that he was going to send me this?
We were kind of talking last night about him stopping by today and surprising you. And then as I was leaving my last fitting, he texted me a picture of 10K.
Isn't it amazing?
Yeah.
You know what we love about them? Not only that, the dog, Boone is Tasha's baby. So Tasha's loved Boone forever. And it ain't easy to find someone to sit for the dog, but it's been non-negotiable ever since Channing and Crystal have started dog sitting. It's been non-negotiable that they are entrusted with the dog, which is probably a compliment beyond words. It's like they love the dog. The dog goes nuts. I don't know, you might have heard it, I don't know, but the dog went nuts when Channing stopped by. I mean, when we got out of town, the dog's sleeping in the bed with them, and the dog almost doesn't like us anymore. I feel like we're basically like, there's plenty of. I put a few seltzers in there. There's like a cider. They're all gluten free. Just look on the floor. Dig for them. They're on the floor level. I can't wait for this new fridge that has little LED lights. I just can't wait. The Duchess of Essex said the music changed as soon as Tasha sat down. It's cheeky, sexy music. Isn't that funny? I don't know if she can hear, but yeah, you're right. It's not a special thing, but the music did become kind of sassy for Tasha. Did you get it? I have to pee, but there's 15 minutes left. Can I tell you a funny story? Patsy came on Skype. Hold on, I'm trying to get this going here. Oh, there it is. Patsy came on. What do you guys think? Mango? Bring them all over here and we'll let them decide. Mango. What do you want Tasha to drink? Mango, strawberry, or black cherry?
No, mango, strawberry, or tropical cherry.
Okay. I mean, she's going to drink both. Mango, strawberry, or chocolate cherry? Tropical cherry. I would go with the tropical cherry. Sounds good, actually. No, honey. We're over on this one.
Yeah, I forget. Cherry is a risky flavor, though, because sometimes cherry tastes like cough syrup.
Yeah, but you're not on a microphone, so hold that. I'm hearing mango, strawberry. Trusting someone with your fur baby is priceless. You're sure right. A lot of mango here.
Is mango getting the quick vote?
Oz says, Dave, it's been a wonderful day. A wonderful day indeed. I do. We're gonna have to figure this out. Let's.
You're gonna have to share your thing with me.
What if you just hold it right there? Just hold that.
Got it.
Well, it's just better that way. You look good, honey. You look great.
Thanks.
Can I get a hug?
I can't move.
Tasha Marie, everybody. Look at her. It's so funny because we podcast all the time. We see each other all the time, but it feels special to have you on. A lot of people have been asking about you. Tasha was here for the 1 o'clock hour. I was talking and hanging out, and all of a sudden it's pitch black outside. Just incredible. I'm ending this exactly at 10 hours. So, don't get me wrong, easy 16 hours in me.
You're 100% going to go overtime.
No. I'm ending it at that time. So, we've got a few people calling in. So anyway, Patsy called in, and I had gone 2 hours without peeing, and I put Patsy on the screen, and I said, Patsy, you've got 1 minute to say whatever you want. And I just walked out, and she was like, all right. I have no idea what she said. I'm sure she said something nice about how we met or whatever.
Probably very nice and motivational. She's very, I guess motivational is the right word. She's always posting really uplifting, optimistic stuff on Instagram.
And Patsy and I obviously went to very similar business school, blah, 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 URI, and both in our own experience, getting out of the mold of working for herself and this and that. Patsy called, Darren called, and then Susan called, who's got an incredible story. Susan was a writer. She was a teacher. She's got all this, just so much life experience, and she's creating a program that, I'd love to have her back and talk to her. She left her narcissistic husband when her children were 4 and 1, and was able to get them out of a situation. My stepsister Kristen related in Virginia. So I was having this crazy moment as I'm getting all this advice given to me. Everyone in the comment section is like, Susan's the mom we all need. It was just really, really amazing. Then we get a phone call from Abigail. And, when people say they want to call in, I'm like, oh, okay. I'm like, Abigail calls in, 3rd year law student, to talk about defamation lawsuits, brought up the Bachelor case in her law class, and we talked all about it. And, fascinating stuff. She's talking about, what cases Brittany have about defamation, how do you prove it, this and that. And it was very fascinating. The comment section lighting up. I've been running off of, pure adrenaline on what people are giving me. The donations one after another. I mean, it's literally insane. If you don't mind, Tasha, well, let's play a little bit because I want to make sure we get through all these. Last chance, call in if you want. Last chance. I know there's a few I haven't got to yet. Here's Kathy calling in from Minnesota. We love Kathy.
Hey, Dave. This is Kathy Steiner. I'm the one from Minnesota, the little crazy grandma. Anyway, I just wanted to let you know I am very, very proud of you, and I hope that all goes well for you for your next 10,000 subscribers. You're totally doing it. You're killing it. You're doing a great job. Thank you.
I don't know what it is about Minnesota, but Kathy from Minnesota is bringing the warmth. Thank you so much. Isn't that sweet? Kathy's always been there. I appreciate you. I see you in the comments section. Thank you so much for calling in. It means so much. Now we have Maisie in Pennsylvania. Let's hear from Maisie.
Hey, Dave. My name is Maisie, and I am a friend from Pennsylvania. I'm also a chatty broad, so I hope you feel a little more welcomed by the broads. Actually, I was on a chatty broad thread the other day, and we were talking.
Oh, sorry about that. Sorry. When I get a phone call, I need to work on it. I'm getting a phone.
How the producers we feel like the producers really went too far this season, with, allowing contestants to not only bully each other to such a crazy extent, but then to also choose to air it. And one of the girls brought up a great point that just a couple of seasons ago, I think it was Peter's season, during the tell-all, they brought out Rachel Lindsay, and they were doing this whole thing about, bullying and cyberbullying, and you need to start treating us all like human beings because this is going too far. But here it is, I think the next Bachelor season, and they're just completely going back on everything that they said and being the worst bullies possible to their contestants, especially with like Brittany and spreading rumors about her that are following her back to her hometown. So I was just wondering, is there any way to keep producers accountable, because this really has gone too far, I think. So anyway, I hope you guys have some ideas about that. And thank you so much for listening thank you so much for listening to my voicemail. Sorry. Have a great day, and I'm watching the live. See ya.
That was Maisie, a friend from Pennsylvania. Look, Maisie, I'm so sorry. You called in at 9:05 a.m. So I'm so sorry. I just got to it. Are you going to be done with that? I think you're fine. Here.
No, it's still broken.
There you go.
Okay, there we go.
We did get to this. We did talk about it. The producers should be sued for defamation, whether or not they have a case or not. If I was a lawyer, I'd be licking my chops to just see them try to defend their actions.
But here's the thing. They're going to have airtight releases from all of these contestants.
Can I tell you what? I heard a great analogy from somebody. Imagine if you go to an ice skating rink. What's the matter?
I'm going to scoot over because I'm too far away.
You're too far? Yeah, here you go. Imagine going to an ice skating rink and you sign a waiver saying, I won't get injured. I won't sue if I get injured. Now imagine if the owner of that ice skating rink pushes you down. Things change. So these lawsuits have to be operated in good faith. You sign your life away that they can manipulate what you say. She didn't even get a word in before there was defamation.
I'm just saying, you don't think that ABC has a full team of lawyers? You don't think they have a firm dedicated just to them?
I would
making their contracts as airtight as possible.
But here's
thinking of every possible loophole.
Imagine the Me Too movement. Now imagine if ABC was forced. They would never want to take this to trial. You're playing their hand to say, "Oh, you know what? All right, prove that you didn't defame somebody. Oh, so they were a sex worker? Okay, so you thought it was okay to air that out before you talk to them? Have at it, boys." They would settle this every day of the week. It would go nowhere because it's just ridiculous. We talked earlier about this. Thank you so much for the call. But you agree that it's so immoral that it's almost worth challenging the contract.
But we know that Bachelor and the producers have this is how the show is successful.
This went too far.
I absolutely agree with you. I'm just saying this is their MO. Everything that they do is manipulate to make bigger drama, right? Because when they can tease in the previews, big drama coming up next week, people tune in. It helps their rating. It makes them more money. So that's literally the whole way the show operates. And of course, they come on and they have Lindsay come on and talking about bullying, the whole thing, and how hard it was on her and how we need to treat each other like human beings. And then they turn around and do a bullying thing again. But that's just what they do. We've seen it time and time again. They have real loose morals when it comes to like treating their contestants well, I think.
It's yeah, and at the end, it's like these contracts are signed in good faith. They really need to figure out what they're, you know, do you want the show to continue? Is it worth this momentary success that you now don't get good people that want to be on the show? I want to play a few voicemails that I already received.
Can I find out which drink I'm drinking first?
Mango. People said mango. Go for the mango. Let me help you.
I've been waiting on a drink for over an hour.
This is mango strawberry here. You guys see that? I don't know if you guys can see that. There it is. And here you go. Cheers to Tasha. Give you this, a little music. Where there's no better person to celebrate the 9th hour of this live stream than with Tasha Marie Courtney, my soulmate, my fiance, and all the love that we've got from both friends and strangers. I very much hope we can make this more of a regular thing. I very much expect that we'll be doing live streams from our beautiful new backyard. We are really going to, I really think we have a good reason to invest a lot of this money back into the beautiful scenery. It's good for us. It's good for the energy, and it's good for the growth.
I don't like this. You're going to have to drink it.
Wow. That's it, folks. That's it, folks. That's delicious. Wow. Ladies and gentlemen,
Look.
There it goes. Oh, now you're showing it on top of the stream. I still have my morning coffee out. How great is that? I still have my morning coffee out. Tasha spilled a drink. She's fully inebriated.
I had one sip.
A shout out to Sony a6000, our amazing camera that for no reason whatsoever hasn't died yet. This has been, I've kept the window open, which must help.
It's a cold day, so I think you're right. I think that helps.
I wanted to play some Bachelor Nation phone calls from people that I wanted Tasha to hear and also for new people to hear. This is from recappers that I very much look up to.
Dave Neal, stand-up comedian and host of Bachelor Recap, a guy's review. This is Wit
And Rye, congratulations on hitting 10,000 subscribers. You are hilarious. That's awesome. And you rock.
We can't believe that you're going to do 10 hours of live content, but holy cow, we are here for it. Congratulations, man, and continued success.
Bye.
So that was Wit and Rye. As most of you guys know that follow Bachelor community, they're very lovely sisters that we would love to interview them. I think it would be great on the podcast for us to interview them because, it'd be nice to hear more about their personal lives, and maybe after COVID we can do that. But I do have a few more voicemails. Oh, well, we do have a bunch. This is, we're back to Alaska here, I believe.
Hi, Dave. This is Gemma Winston from Alaska. Huey called in earlier, and I was jealous that he left you a voicemail. And we also have someone else that wants to say hi. Hi. That's Summer Winston. She is 11, and she loves your show as well.
Summer!
Anyway, just wanted to say hi. All right, bye-bye.
They sound cool.
Yeah.
You guys sound cool. I don't know what you're doing up in Alaska. Do you have an Instagram? I want to stalk you guys. I know this might sound cliche, but like, are we hunting moose? Like what? We love Alaska. I understand there's some like city like Fairbanks or whatever, but also my father used to live in Alaska before I had met him. Whole thing, he mushed a bunch of huskies. I don't know what he was doing, but I do feel like I have a spiritual connection to Alaska. I would love it if we visit. You know what I would love? Is a cruise up Alaska. I know Tasha's afraid of cruises, but I wonder if there's a time to take a cruise where I don't think there's too much of an ocean current during certain times of the year. But
I think it's pretty rough waters, actually, is what they say.
Well, I said that just in hopes that you would agree with me. But if you want to, get your Dramamine ready, here we go. Couple more. Here we go. Thank you so much. Call Huey and Gemma. Call back in one more time. Summer's killing it over there.
Michelle.
This is funny.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'd say my name. Dave. I'm the one from Clearwater with a Clearwater number, but I live in Tampa now. I don't think any Scientology really watched the show, but we have gorgeous beaches. It's amazing here. A few people in the comments were like, wait a second. Us Florida people.
A lot of Florida.
Scientology church is in Clearwater, a very small part. Clearwater is huge. I was born and raised. Lived there a very long time. Had my children at the same hospital I was born.
Wow.
Just don't live there anymore. And love the Channing. I left a message earlier before Channing came on, literally right before he came on. So love to you, Channing, and I hope you have a great night. Thanks for joining the show.
Thanks so much for the phone call there, Michelle. I really appreciate you. You guys are all great. Looks like a lot of Florida. I don't know why. YouTube's like, oh, yeah, put Dave in Florida.
You know, it's time for bed in Florida, so everyone's peeking in at the live stream right before they go to sleep.
Well,
saying hi,
you know
thinking
how
they'll
it is.
call.
You know how it is. I've had the 10 p.m. live stream. I've had Florida call in what's there 2 a.m. and it's like y'all keep
Staying up late, night owls, a few night owls.
All right,
in
we're back
Florida.
to Toronto. Let's play Toronto here.
Hi, Dave. This is Kyla from Toronto. Congratulations on hitting 11K today. Really exciting. And sorry, I think I just messed up, interrupted one of your other voicemails, so I apologize. But yeah, thanks again for all your great content. It's honestly really cool to be part of this community. And I had a favor to ask of you because I would love a postcard, but I was wondering if instead of sending it to me, you could send it to my grandmother. She's 96 and she's been really isolated during the pandemic. And watching The Bachelor and talking about it is something that we really connect over. So it's really fun actually to hear a 96-year-old's opinion on The Bachelor. But I know that she would love to receive some mail. So yeah, thanks again. And enjoy the rest of the live stream. We're about 45 minutes left.
That was Kyla in Toronto. Tasha loves a mature female's point of view. Kyla, what are you going to write down?
I'm just going to write down that we owe Kyla's grandma a postcard because
I was gonna
absolutely that is my priority this
Kyla,
week.
send me a message on Instagram and let me know the address, her name, and all that. And we'll make sure that your grandmother gets a nice postcard from us, of course. Thank you so much. Very sweet.
96.
96 years young. There it is.
I can't believe she even watches the show. What is she? She must be shocked.
I'm sure she's watching that fantasy suite like in my day. We don't give a hug on the fantasy suite. All right, this is my last one. If anyone wants to call in, this is the final half hour. This is where we do it. 10 hours, you're cut off. You're done. I got to go. I'm doing pizza tonight. This is Devin from Florida.
Hi, Dave. This is Devin from Jupiter, Florida. Just wanted to say congratulations. Was going to say on 10K, but you hit 11K throughout the stream. So congratulations. That's just so amazing. And don't know how you've been going for 10 hours with a smile on your face, but good job. I've been tuning in and out of the live stream throughout the entire day. I have a 1.5-year-old son, and today he actually figured out how to climb out of his crib. So I've been dealing with that all day. But all I wanted to add was I'm disappointed in Matt as the Bachelor, to be honest. I think he is a kind and nice individual, but I just thought he was going to be funnier, more personable, or more entertaining. I just feel like he's so boring. I'm so bored. I don't love Victoria, but thank God she's there because it would be a snooze fest if she wasn't. I'm just hoping it's maybe because he's just so nervous and never done this before.
Oh, I'm sorry. The phone dies on a long voicemail. Sorry. Let me continue it. There we go. Oh, boy. Hold on.
He'll let go and open up a little bit more in the future, but I didn't know if anybody else felt that way because that's how I feel right now. But I hope you and Tasha have a great night, and thanks for taking my call.
Thank you so much. That's Devin in Florida, in Jupiter, Florida. Thank you so much for that phone call.
Yeah, I get what she's saying about Matt. But also it's still early in the season. What is it, episode 4?
Yeah, I don't feel like I know him. You know,
Yeah.
so much other drama.
Well, that's exactly it. They've been focusing on and fueling drama with the girls. And so we haven't really gotten to see much of Matt's personality yet. But I do think that as the show goes on, hopefully in the upcoming weeks, will put some of this drama to rest, and we'll get to know Matt a little better. And
yeah, I think so too. Although there's so much drama even with who he chooses. There's so much drama that's
why, do you have a spoiler?
I do. I'm not going to get into it.
I don't want to hear.
It's just seems like the drama is going to follow, and it's not. It doesn't feel like the ship's going to be set in the right direction, which I'm sure the Bachelor loves. Miss Liz, which is Miss Lola Liz, she changed her name because she was so sick of me saying Miss Lola Liz. I'm still going to call you Miss Lola Liz. Miss Liz said, I could never do 10 hours. I have one 30-minute meeting where I have to have my camera on, and I'm exhausted. Well, Liz, let me tell you something. There is something about your energy in the comment section that has kept this going, and I promise you, this isn't me. That I have just been sort of like a reflection of what's happening. Like I've almost been like moderating what's happening. So I promise you, this isn't. I joke around, 10 hours. If there was like 2 people in the comment section, I would be my brain would be done. But you're giving me so much that this is easy.
You want to hear like a feel good kind of story?
Yeah, always.
So there was this girl. She's like college age. She's on TikTok, and she said she noticed that like her teacher was like kind of feeling sad because all of the students turn their cameras off in class. And so she decided just to turn her camera on and just see what happened. And she turned her camera on, and the teacher smiled so big. It's true that like you get your energy from other people. With teachers teaching a class during the pandemic, totally virtual, people working virtually, like it takes us all vibing off of each other to make it bearable and enjoyable.
And it's a little weird, right? Because we're looking at the monitor, but you guys are right there. So sometimes I got to speak to people, and you have to train yourself to like talk to people. And you know me, like Tasha gets so annoyed when I get on a rant and I start like ramping up the energy. Like you get annoyed by that, but I love when I get into something and I can almost like see comments coming in, and I'm like, I'm doing something right now. And you guys know in the past that I've had chats where like the audio goes out and I don't check. So for like 20 minutes, I'm just like, "Hi, Dungs, good," and I speak German. And then all of a sudden, I'm like, "Oh yeah, you guys didn't hear any of that." And they're like, and then people in the comments are like, "Well, Dave's really onto something." Should we have this? I'm already sad that this is ending. We're at 26 minutes left. I'm gonna say last call. You know what I'm gonna do? The voicemail number's gone. There it is. It's gone. Because I know people are going to call in last second. We just got another voicemail. Julie from Colorado. So this is Julie.
Hey, Dave. This is Julie from Colorado. Just had to tell you I've been watching you all day. I'm just a big fan. And thanks for doing this. And congratulations. And look forward to seeing and watching what you do next.
Thank you so much, Julie from Colorado. Did I have it right? Julie from Colorado. Thank you so much. You know, it's nice when people ask questions, but it's also nice when someone just leaves a nice 18-second compliment.
Dave loves a compliment.
Oh, no. What the hell?
You were being a little too precious with it.
First bite's for the lady. Here, I'll hold it. Here. Should I hold it in my mouth? Is that weird? Yeah, here.
That's very Lady and the Tramp.
No. You got to bite it out of my hands.
No,
Come on, you're getting a good... No, go for it.
It's weird.
Oh, what a pretty... You think the 96-year-old wouldn't take this bite? She'd be chomping into it.
You just got to chat.
Oh, we just got it. Well, here, bite that. I think it's hollow. Oh, there goes the tooth. Oh, it's hollow. There it is. Hollow, just like a Bachelor contestant's soul. Nothing on the inside.
By the way...
Not bad. I don't like milk chocolate, but okay.
Duchess of Essex had an idea that everyone should send whose grandma? Kyla's grandma? Kyla's grandma a card. What if we flooded Kyla's grandma with cards?
Kyla, can we do that? Obviously, I don't want to give out her address. I don't know how to do this. Let's figure it out.
Like a P.O. box or something?
Or
send them to Kyla first, and then she can drop them off?
Yeah, wouldn't that be great? We're getting a call from Kissimmee, Florida. I'll hold on to that.
My teeth hurt now. I might be getting a cavity. That's sweet chocolate. Wow, Lala, thank you. 11K.
$10 from Lala. Thank you, Lala.
Heather said, "Please don't Lady in the Trip."
You know, I know what's gross, and that would be gross. I think I got everybody, but I wanted to give one more shout out to I want to make sure I have the right one here. Here, Tasha, I want to play this for you because you know Jason Foster, right? from Claire's season?
Yeah, from Rhode Island.
All right, I'm playing this one more time for Tasha, and if you just checked in, this is Jason Foster calling in today from Claire's season of The Bachelorette. Hold on. Sorry about that. This is Jason Foster calling in from Claire's
Hey,
season.
How are we doing today? It's Jason Foster calling you from Charlotte, North Carolina. I'm visiting my parents right now. I just wanted to call and give you a shout out and congratulate you on the streaming and growing it right now, and also to all the Bachelor Nation subscribers. Just want to give you a shout out, and also just shout out to Bachelor Nation. You guys are amazing. You guys are so fun, vibrant, and just an awesome spirited people. So thank you so much for all the love and support you guys given me when I was on my journey. And I hope you all have an amazing and beautiful rest of your Thursday and upcoming weekend. Take care, guys.
That, my friend,
So nice.
is a voicemail. That's a voicemail.
You know what's funny? As soon as I heard his voice, I could see his face.
You could see his face.
You know, like he has such a distinct voice.
Absolutely. Now, did I get a call from Skype? Who was that? Oh, was that Matt Doheny? Did Matt call in? I'm not sure who called in. Yo, it's Matt. Let's Skype. Let's give Matt a call if we can. He called in here. Let's do picture in picture. We'll get this going right away. Matt Doheny is a good friend of ours. Hold on. Hey, there he is. This is Matt.
He's going to call us right back.
No, I think he's calling the other person right back.
Oh.
Yo, it's Matt. Let's Skype. Hold on. I hear a background noise. Oh, boy. Hold on.
He's watching the stream in the background, so there's a lag.
I got 2 monitors.
Oh, there you go.
Wow.
I think you took the lag down. Oh, you know what I got to do? Hold on. I got to turn off the background music. How are you, my man?
There we go. Oh, hi. There I am.
Oh, you look.
Over here.
You could tell you're a professional photographer because you're.
Look at all the rolls and the ladders and the lights in the background.
Everything looks good. Your camera looks good.
Can you hear me all right?
Yeah,
Yes.
sounds great.
Well, I saw you guys open a drink, so I thought I'd crack one open and join you
Please.
guys.
Absolutely.
20 minutes to download Skype.
How old are we that we're like, fire up the Skype?
I know, right? So
Dude,
funny.
how are you, man?
Dude, doing great. Just shooting a bunch and living in downtown Zombieland. You know how it is.
Dude, you got to set up, Matt Doheny. I mean, we talk about, I've always said, like, anyone can fart into a camera and take a decent photo, but this is a professional photographer.
Background back there, maybe a little bit. I don't know.
Oh, look at that. He's got ladders and lights.
I appreciate the shout out, though, man. You're super sweet. I appreciate that. I'm tuning in and out all day today.
That's so sweet.
Can you imagine we're on the final 20 minutes? Can you imagine that?
Hold on. See, I see Tasha every day. She's on these cards I made like a few years ago.
Oh my gosh! Wow, look at that. Yeah, we shot that. That was the day we met. That was the day I met Matt.
That's the day we met. We shot this for Vivi, like jewelry company.
Wait, can you show that one more time so that people can see?
Yeah, that's Tasha.
Nice. That was a long time ago.
Oh, this is years ago. Honestly, this has been on my wall forever, and I forget it's there.
I love it.
I look at you every morning.
Hey, Matt, where am I on your wall, Matt?
Dave's jealous.
You're my special wall, Dave.
You know what, Matt? You've tuned in back and forth today. Some of the calls, some of the comments. I mean, these are the people that have donated. Oh, you twice too. You first of all, you don't have to be doing this. Come on, what are you doing? Get out of here. What are you doing? But like, isn't it incredible, this community?
Let me see how you got a lot of names on there. Wow.
Bro, look. I mean, honestly, it's over $500.
Oh wait, I see what you're gonna do. I'm gonna see it over there. So I got another monitor over here.
Yeah, it's not. I haven't asked for it. I'm trying not to be like, don't, but I appreciate these people. It wasn't about raising money, but
Right.
Tasha and I are moving to a new place. We can't wait to
host you.
Can't wait to host you.
I'm there.
You've said you're gonna donate us that light, which is amazing. Thank you.
Yes, I got a couple lights for you just to kind of even out your lighting because I've been tuning into your stuff, which is looking great. It's fucking hilarious. I love it.
Well, you've got like, I love that. Last time we took photos, what camera? A Hasselblad, like an old
Hasselblad. Babe.
He had a Hasselblad.
I'll grab it really quick.
I mean, guys, for those people
This is a
listening,
cool
it's
camera.
one thing. We've got some point and shoot cameras, this and that. The true art of photography needs to be something not like devalued. When a real photographer with their gear.
Yeah, like we make do with our little cameras. And
right
our
now.
oh hey.
Like the iPhone. Yeah, here we go. So show us what we have here.
So this is my Hasselblad. It's a 500 cm. It's a 1971 film camera, medium format. This thing, so many famous shots have been taken on this camera. Like this was the fashion photographer's camera of the day. This is actually the same model that went to the moon. Well, kind of the same model. There's another one where it has like a advanced winder battery on here, so they didn't have to do this in space. But yeah, this is the space camera.
It's so whenever you can like do anything like the world is so point and shoot that it must be tough for you to see that some chick with an iPhone 12 is like, I can take a good photo, and you're like, I know.
You're literally talking about me.
I don't mind it, honestly. I think like everyone should be out there taking photos. It's definitely made the industry a little harder, but you know, it kind of just weeds out like
There's
the
a
hobbyist
difference.
Professionals.
Yeah, exactly. You can tell the difference between a Pro and an iPhone.
Well, if you ever need the scenery of our place, come on by. Our new place, I might have sent you a photo, I'm not sure. It's very much like it's very lofty, like with the cement floors and the cool like modern kitchen, and the backyard's going to be very much like sort of a Palm Springy look. Like we're going to just make it as comfy as possible and just really make it our home as long as we're there, and hopefully blow it up to wherever we move after. But hopefully, soon we'll have the housewarming and all that.
What?
When are you moving?
End of the month. So we have a month to pack up all our junk, sell all of our.
My dad has a truck, so if you guys need help, let me know.
First of all, thank you.
Yes,
I already
thank you.
I already reserved a U-Haul, so I think
But
we're
you
all
never
good.
know. We'll keep you on speed dial.
The worst thing about having a truck is getting phone calls from people that are like, "How you doing, buddy? It's good to see you. By the way, Sunday, where are we at?" You're like, "It's the Super Bowl."
Well, here's the great thing. My dad has the truck, so not a lot of people know I have the truck. Only a select few that I'll tell.
Dude, I used to have a truck, but I had one in high school. So like I was at the age where like I wanted to pick up people's stuff, and I'd have like a buddy be like, "Dude, there's a bar. It's on the side of the road. Get down here fast." And I'd be like, "I'm on the way." And like next thing you know, we have a bar.
Dave, did you not have a lot of friends growing up?
Not many. So what's good with you? How's 2021 been, and the whole pandemic and everything?
2021's been cool. I just had a editorial come out with Omari on that went viral. So
Dude,
that was super
congrats.
exciting.
Wait, you just moved
Is it on the internet? Oh, I'm sorry, I just moved you. Is it on the internet at all?
On the internet. So this is the photo that went viral.
Oh, hold on 1 second. Okay. Oh yeah, there you go. Beautiful.
Abs.
Yeah, that was really, all the girls like that. This is the cover for it. But yeah, so that was really cool.
Wow.
Shooting a little bit, got a few projects going on. I had Dave come over sometime last year to do this project, which I'm still wanting to do, and I just not finished yet because COVID, and I'm having people screaming the camera on film, which Dave did, and I just don't feel like it's kind of safe to have 100 people come in my studio and scream at me.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm really just playing the odds at that point.
That you said last year, but that feels like yesterday to me. That was only a couple months ago, right?
Yeah, it was like 2 months ago. Well, my goal was to have it out by January, and I was going to do 100 portions, but the virus just got so crazy that...
Yeah, you kind of want to wait until things settle down a little bit, or people get their vaccines before you start having people come into your place and shouting at you.
People come into my place, but like everyone's wearing masks, but they're not actively excuse me. They're not actively screaming at me. You know what I mean? So I feel like that's a little much. So I'm just kind of waiting for it to die down a little bit, and then I'll get that project going. Tasha, Dave will explain the whole project to you, but you should do it.
Absolutely.
Well, I was going to show, if you don't mind, I was going to show a photo from your Instagram. Now I know you had I know you had some photos of people that were in way better shape than I was, but the idea of the project, and correct me if I'm wrong, was to just like let out your aggression over the weird year.
Yeah, well, the project's called Release, and my whole goal is to do 100 portraits on film, on black and white film, all shot on my 1971 Hasselblad. And it's called Release just because everyone's got so much pent up anger and just
this was a photo you shot on your Instagram of this project, correct?
I don't think I could see it. Or is it up on your thing?
This is I posted this on this is on my stream now. This is a photo of a lady covering her boobs yelling.
Yes. So that is her name is Lex. There's just a lag on the YouTube, so I'm sure I'll see in a second. But yes, there it is. Yes, that is Lex Lou. She goes by the Bay. Probably shouldn't have said her full name, but okay, whoops.
I'm scrolling through them right now.
Yeah, super cool. But yes, that's one of the projects, one of the photos for the project.
This is my
and
favorite.
I just grabbed some photos from my black friends that I did and posted a Black Lives Matter thing for them just in support.
Got you.
So that's why those are up there. But I actually have not released any of these other photos. So I just released a little snippet. I think it was like 5 photos. They're all shot on film, except for that one. Actually, that one wasn't because his roll of film got messed up at the lab. So, but everyone else's film. That was just my digital backups.
Oh, well,
that's
that's why you have
WB
backups,
star.
right?
What's up?
That's why you take backups.
Exactly. Sorry, there's a lag, so I'm telling you what photo I'm looking at after you've already scrolled like 30 seconds ago.
Well, I'm sharing your Instagram for everybody. It's at Doheny Photo. By the way, congrats to you for just hitting 10,000 followers
10,000, thanks.
on Instagram. We're both in the 10,000 club. We should get some jackets and walk around town. So I'll post this so everyone can follow it because it is important to support artists, especially during a tough time. And you have been beyond generous, not only with your donations today, but just with your time and just as a friend. So thank
people.
Yeah.
I wish I got to see you more, but virus.
We need to make it more of a priority. You are so close. Boone, the dog, came over last time and he's just hanging out. You got the nice little outdoor area. The dog's hanging. He's barking to himself because he wants to be a part of it. And he's, you've got such a cool vibe. You put music on. I think when I did it, we put on Rage Against the Machine. So we got like killing in the name. We're just like yelling at each other, and it's.
Did you come for the 8 o'clock cheering thing? Is that what that was?
No. I came like noonish time, but we played Killing in the Name of, or we played Rage Against the Machine, and you just took some photos of me yelling, which was even,
that's right, yeah.
And I didn't, we weren't yelling like full pitch because, neighbors, but we were just like, ah, and there was some like haka vibe to it that was very much like releasing to just, like we're so, our society's so like, I do declare, and it's nice to just get wild. It's nice to just release,
Yeah. No, I feel you. That's what the whole point of the project was, is just to kind of get some outlet. But I need to take more of a therapeutic approach to it to try to really get people to really, really open up, not just scream. Wait, hold on. I'm trying to see if I can find a shot for you. I don't think I gave you any of the screaming shots yet. I'm looking at your photos right now.
I'm going to need, is Oz in the chat? Can we get rid of some commenters, please? We have some commenters not in good faith.
So we got some hecklers in there?
No, there's just like one guy who creates multiple YouTubes and he gets blocked. But unfortunately, I would have to go into my own YouTube, which I don't mind doing, to block him. But
I've had one person like that on Instagram. Like it was like Ashley Erica or something like that, and she just kept making new accounts. And I even made a thing like I got my first troll.
Yeah, no, it is nice. It is nice to get a troll. This troll wanted to even mention that he was friends with the old troll, which means it's the same person. We're not famous. We don't get trolls, but I don't mean to give them any life. But I don't know if Oz is still in the chat. It's been a 10-hour day. Oz is like my normal, like moderator. We call him Sheriff. Like he like deletes people, but I might just have to go into the chat myself.
Yeah, shout out to Oz for being on this stream for 10 hours.
Yeah, he's a friend of ours, and he's over there in Canada. And he's actually the only moderator I have. I feel like bigger channels have like multiple moderators, and they keep the chat room clean. But I don't really have that. So for me, it's just I have to. What this person is forcing me to do is waste 2 minutes of my life to just block him. So I would appreciate if he just stopped on his own. But I digress. It doesn't matter. I just have to physically.
It's almost the most sincere form of flattery.
Yeah. It for sure is. It for sure is. What are you looking forward to for the rest of the year? Like, are you just waiting for things to open back up, or what?
I'm waiting for things to open back up to get more projects running in, because it's been really up and down. November was pretty solid. So was October, but December sucked. January's been eh. So I'm just kind of waiting for things to open back up, and once the virus kind of goes down, I'll start booking more stuff. But yeah, that's about it right now. Just kind of trying to redo my website and catch up on old stuff.
Isn't that the thing where it's like today, like all we got to do now is clean our room and get things ready. It's almost like just get everything in order so that when things open back up, we're good to go.
I don't know if I'm ready for things to back. I got real lazy. You can call me Santa Claus right now. I'm ready to go. I've just been hanging out.
You look pretty good to me. My first quarantine purchase was a wok, and my last quarantine purchase was a scale. So clearly, I put on like 50. I gained weight and lost weight so much during the virus that it was probably about a 50 pounds up and down. You know what I mean?
My first quarantine purchase was the Canon 5D Mark IV.
Hey.
I bought that right when quarantine happened. And then my last quarantine purchase was the Canon R5. So now I got these two like insane cameras. So clearly anything I make, I put into my cameras.
Well, Tasha always needs to shoot. So you gotta just lock her down.
I'm gonna come over. It's been a minute since I shot with Tasha. The last thing I shot with Tasha was the teeth whitener thing or something like that.
Yeah, the aligners.
The aligners, that's what it was. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not
a cool headshot that day too.
Say what?
We got a cool headshot that day as well.
Yeah, we did. We got some really pretty photos that day. And that was just like natural light on your patio, and you had all of those plants on your patio, so it had a very like jungly look.
Oh, it's looking even better now. I got this like day bed out there. It's all good. But hey, dude, I know you guys probably only got a few minutes left, so I'm gonna let you guys get back to saying hello and goodbye to everyone. But it was great chatting with you guys, and let's link up soon. And let me if you guys need help moving.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
We appreciate you.
Clearly, yeah.
Sorry about that. Well,
Wait,
hold on. Sorry about that.
background's
I was in the process of kicking that person out.
I already took care of it.
Sorry about that. I had your video was playing in the background on a lag, so I'm 10 hours in and I'm ready to go. But dude, thanks so much, and I'll let you know. Is it okay if I pick up the light closer to when the move-in date is, so I don't clog up my area?
No, I'm just honestly like they could be here for another year if you really want. They're just here when you need them. I just want to give them to you so you know get a little couple extra lights. Like I said, they're not the greatest lights in the world, but they're definitely help.
Bro, I'm no expert. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, and hopefully you get some of our fans will go over there and follow you because you really got some talent, and we appreciate you.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate it.
All right, thanks for joining.
The rest of your stream. Congrats on 10K.
Thanks, buddy. Take care. Oh, isn't that great? All right.
Amazing.
Yeah, it's kind of a good,
so nice talking to him.
Good end there. I wasn't sure we were gonna get that call in there, and we're at 9 minutes left, and we're gonna have to get out of here right on time as I promised.
Do you want to move that over?
Oh, I'm sorry. Jeez, yeah, you're right. Let's go back to full video. I got all this stuff in the background there. Hey, Oz, thank you so much. Oz, Tasha says, oh, you got to take care of Oz. I'm like, oh, Oz has his own music. This is the Oz. When Oz kicks somebody out, we play this music. So thanks so much. Yeah, I don't know. I can't.
I didn't even notice the troll.
I can't. They said, they go, you cheated on Dave, and there's this one troll who must have a new account, and he goes, he's just been saying this thing, and
he's convinced I cheated on you.
I don't know what it is. And he called in once. I didn't play it on air, but he called in because I was like, I like to find out what people's deal is, but then there's such bad faith people that you can't crack them. And most people, as you know, you can crack. Most people, you address them and they go, oh, I'm sorry. I just wanted, blah, blah, blah. But in some cases, these people they're ridiculous. And thank you, Oz. And I really appreciate you being there for that because I don't have the time and bandwidth to get in there. But I think we have 2 more voicemails. So let's bang these puppies out. Florida is just stepping it up today.
Hi, Dave. This is Kimberly from Florida.
Can we get this?
I was calling to say congrats on 10K subscribers. I definitely love your humor, and I like listening to you recap. Like, I like your little inside dirty jokes and just how you review everything. I like watch you and the Bachelor fan take, and also I wanted to say that ready for a future video. Maybe you could do Tasha's makeup and hair, and we'll see how it looks like. I think it'd be pretty funny. So, just an idea, and just want to say congrats again, and look forward to seeing more of your videos.
Oh, that's Kimberly in Florida calling. Thank you so much, Kimberly. I appreciate
Thank
that.
you.
It's getting late in Florida. Kimberly sounds like she had a few drinks, which I don't blame you. I've had a few drinks too. Don't get me wrong. I'm spilling things everywhere.
No, it really is late night in Florida.
We have 6 minutes left. I am going to be done in 6 minutes, so let's get to this final one. And
Hey, Dave. It's Watchy Point from Australia.
Just wanted to say congrats on the effort, the 11K. You're so funny. You and Tasha are the best. So keep doing what you're doing. I'm just here to support you. I don't watch The Bachelor, but keep going, and you're making you laugh for 10 hours. So good on you.
Thank you so much. I think that's it for the voicemails. Tasha, I want you to talk. Can you just give your final gratitude or whatever to people? Jeez, we have two more.
You gotta, let's play.
Here we. Oh no, these are phone calls. Hi Dave. By the way, no, that's not it. Greetings from Ireland. Hi Dave. Greetings from Ireland. Hope I have the right international dialing code. Hey Tasha, loads of love. Jackie Conway in Ireland. Thank you so much. Trying to figure out how to connect on live stream. Love you and your channel. I have just shared for several friends. I'm from Utah. Grew up Mormon. Loving your thoughts on religion. The most Christ-like thing is to not judge anyone and just love everyone. Gay, straight, flawed, and we all are. I think all that matters is love and acceptance. Shouldn't religion be about just loving and accepting? Loving your vids. I created an account just to subscribe to you. How to donate. Thanks for entertaining us today. Love, heart, and admiration from Utah. You guys are such a cute, sweet couple too, and congrats on your new place. Thank you so much.
Thank you
give your final gratitude in the next 30 seconds, so I can count this up.
You really put me on the spot here, but okay. Thank you so much to all of you who have tuned in today, who have called and left voicemails, who have Skyped in. You don't know how much we appreciate it, and especially Dave. It means the world to him and to me, and I just cannot believe, but I am so thankful for this community that you guys have built. It's wow. More community. It's a really cool thing to watch how you all are so supportive of Dave, of us, of each other, and show up every day in the comments, show up to watch the videos. And even like someone subscribed to my Pinterest. We were talking about Pinterest when I was on here at lunchtime, and then I got an email notification that someone followed me on Pinterest.
Can I tell you what we're at?
Thank you guys so much for being just so supportive and so wonderful. It's really been a joy to watch.
Everything Tasha said, we mean so sincerely. I think we're going to hit the button and shut this off. I'm going to walk the dog and just
decompress a little bit.
$600.
Wow.
Didn't ask for it. I appreciate it so much.
Are you getting a little emotional? Are you okay?
Yeah.
Are you all right?
I am okay. I'm choked up. I'm literally coughing, and I think we might have one more
voicemail.
I think that might be it. I don't know who just called. We got 4 minutes left. Let me see who just called here. But it was a text message. Sometimes it comes through as a text. Dave, congrats. You and Tasha are amazing. It might have just been a text message. You guys, I'll respond to all of your social media comments. This is at the very least 600. I'm counting this with foggy eyes, guys. Thank you. Thank you so much. We're gonna end here in the next 2 minutes. So I want to say this was a this was an experiment. By all means, this was a fun one, huh, Tasha?
Yeah.
Tasha showed up. Tasha worked hard all day. She came by in between your jobs. Oh, I mean, if anything, I'm a little delirious. If anything, in a good way. I'm delirious in a good way. I mean, from Susan to Patsy to Darren, from Matt to Aaron in Zimbabwe, to all of our Canadian friends, to Oz, to phone calls from Utah and Florida and South Carolina and North Carolina. My mom wished me good luck. She doesn't know what this is, but my mom wished me good luck. I think Chase called earlier too, but she didn't leave a voicemail. I don't know if she knew I was on the podcast. She just wanted to chat. I don't know, but the point is that it is overwhelming. It is not. I don't know. I can't imagine what people with larger subscribers feel, but I've always said this: the slow growth of the YouTube channel has allowed us the chance to individually let people into the club. Thank you so much, thank you so much, thank you so much, and the generosity of all of you guys in donating. It's to say it's brimming over wouldn't do justice to the breaking of the levees of this feeling. Would you agree?
Yeah.
You could win the lottery and get money thrown in your pocket. This is a different thing. This is you guys and your generosity. 6:58, folks. B Bean says, Dave, go pee. I will pee in 2 minutes. I'm going to shut this off at the ripe hour of 7 o'clock. like I said, 100,000 subscribers will for sure be a 24-hour live stream. We'll see what it takes to get there. I'm going to keep creating content and responding to your generosity. Marissa Anderson gave us $5 and says it's easy to support good people. And likewise, the law of attraction, we appreciate you. And give Tasha a kiss. Tasha's afraid of PDA. Ready to give you a kiss?
Yeah.
Only at the last second do you get a kiss. It almost feels like this is almost like our New Year's. This is our New Year's.
We got the balloons and the streamers.
Because don't get it twisted. I could go for 2 more hours, but I promised we were going to get this on the dot, and I think we dismounted hard. And thank you guys all so much. When the stream ends, if you still have a comment you want to leave, I might not respond to it right away, but once the stream's over, you can go into the YouTube video itself and leave a comment. So I appreciate all you guys for taking part in this journey. Actually, the live says it's been 10 hours and 1 minute, but I'll wait till the official 7 p.m. because I went live a minute and a half early just to make sure the stream was set up. The 24-hour live stream will come whenever the 100,000 subscribers do. In the meantime, you guys are all so much appreciated. We're at 7 o'clock. Cheers.
We did it.
There it is, folks. Good night, everybody. Thank you so much, Tasha. I appreciate you, and I appreciate all of you. And that's the end of the stream. Bye, everybody. Woo, baby. You guys sure did it. Thank you, Oz. Thank you, everybody else. You guys, I literally couldn't have done it without all of you. So thank you guys all so much. Everyone have a good evening. Be safe. Give your moms a call. Thank you, Andrea, for the 2. I appreciate it so much. Thank you, Angela, for the 5. I appreciate you guys so much. Major shout out to my Sony a6000 camera. It actually didn't crash for 10 hours. It's probably dead forever now. Yes, Sunshine, this video will be up. Usually once I hit end, it might process a little bit on YouTube's end, but it will stay live. In the next coming days, I'll try to create a time code so people can go back to their favorite part. Thanks, Katie. I'll be back tomorrow with new videos. Don't forget Alaska. Can't forget Alaska. Hopefully the 24-hour one will be after COVID and we can do some in-person interviews. Good night, everybody. God bless all of you. Thank you so much. Be kind out there. Call your mom.